This audiobook contains 9 censored sentences and 1 modified sentences to make it suitable for all audiences. Visit our website to listen to the original version without censorship or modifications. Link in the channel bio. Skill Calculation Processing LV7 has become Calculation Processing LV8. Skill Proficiency reached. Skill Parallel Thought LV5 has become Parallel Thought LV6. Skill Proficiency reached. Skill Detection LV6 has become Detection LV7. Skill Proficiency reached. Skill Heresy Resistance LV3 has become Heresy Resistance LV4 off. Phew, it was hard, but I can endure it better than last time. Because enduring is the best I can do, I have advanced forward. That means I'm not going the wrong way. Although it's still far from mastering it, a little hope comes into view. Chapter 90 Patience. I'm exploring aimlessly in the middle layer. My stomach became full after eating the eel, so it doesn't seem that I need to worry about collapsing because of hunger. It doesn't seem that I need to hunt assertively at this rate, so I will advance at leisure. My mood is also good, so I can forgive the heat of the middle layer now. As expected, this heat is too much. There are no monsters in the surroundings, so let's confirm my skill points. My skill points increased to 500 points in this evolution, so I might find a good skill. All of the skills except Detection are big hits, so it will be good to acquire a good skill in this flow. Pride is somewhat vague, and the only disadvantage is that the level of Taboo rose at present. It doesn't seem that I can do something about Taboo immediately, and when thinking so, is it a substantial disadvantage? When thinking about the absurdly high effect, the advantage exceeds the disadvantage as revenue and expenditure. It's a mystery that this skill can be acquired with just 100 skill points. Just by seeing its effect, I can understand even if it needs 1,000 points. Although finding non-standard skills like Pride might be aiming too high, let's acquire skills that seem to be good. It's no use to collect too many points. Such things have value when it's used. Saving up from here even more to acquire the higher skills seems to be bad in efficiency. Thus, Appraisal Sama. Please do it. Double appraise the skill point. I looked at the list that appeared. When seeing like this, there are still a lot of skills that can be acquired with 100 points. Although most of them are useless, let's raise the skill proficiency thoroughly if I'm free next time. But it's better to raise skill proficiency of the more useful skill if I have such time. But there might be a skill that becomes useful after it evolves like Prediction. I'm hesitating. Now's not the time for that. I need to see the skills that can be acquired with more than 200 points. As expected, there's no skill of the Pride class. I did somewhat expect a little for it. Well, of course I will. I thought I was going to said that. It's there. Broken skill. Patience. 500 power capable of reaching the gods. Own divinity area is expanded. As long as you have MP, no matter what kind of damage is received, you will survive with HP 1. In addition, the W system is surpassed, and the right to interfere with the area is obtained. There's a mysterious skill fully loaded of mysterious language again. And there's an ability like a joke. This activates when I receive damage by consuming MP. I don't know how's the MP consumption, but does it mean that I could do a zombie attack as long as I still have MP? I don't understand. What's with that nasty ability? This time, I don't hesitate. With a click. Currently, you have 500 skill points. The skill Patience can be acquired by spending 500 skill points. Do you want to acquire it? Yes. Patience was acquired. Remaining skill point 0. I, who have acquired Pride, don't have the word retreat in me any longer. I will acquire all of these skills, be it Taboo or whatever it is. Come at me. Skill Proficiency reached. Skill Taboo LV5 has become Taboo LV7. I'm sorry. After all, it's better if you don't come. Conditions met. Title Ruler of Patience was acquired by the effects of the title Ruler of Patience. Skill Heresy Nullity Conviction was acquired. Heresy Resistance LV4 has unified with Heresy Nullity. As expected, Taboo rose. This time is also 2. Well, it can't be helped. Apart from that, the important one is the title. I can't stay like this. Let's confirm the title immediately. Ruler of Patience. Acquisition skill, heresy, nullity, conviction. Acquisition condition, acquisition of patience. Effect, every ability of defense and resistance rise. Opening of evil I-type skill. Accorrection, whenever resistance type, skill proficiency gained. The ruler class privilege is acquired. Explanation. The title presented to those who rule patience. It's just as expected. As expected, it's a cheat class title. My defense and resistance increased. Both increased by 100. My defense rose to 351, and my resistance rose to 380. Really? What's this? Isn't a little too cheat? It's also great that the skill proficiency of the resistance type skills becomes easier to raise. Because I'm specialized in evasion, I don't receive attacks easily, so my resistance type skill don't rise much. It compensates my weak place, so it's considerably good. And I'm bothered by the opening of the evil I-type skill. I want this. If I acquire something of the evil, I can say something like, "Coo, my right eye throbs," or this is what it means to kill something. It's really the word that titillates the Chinibu. I want to acquire it, but I don't have skill points anymore. I must quickly level up and save up my skill points. There are also the newly added skills, heresy, nullity, and conviction. Heresy nullity seems to be the highest rank of heresy resistance. That L heresy resistance has the effect that increases defensive ability against attack that violates the soul directly, while heresy nullity completely nullifies that. With this, even if an enemy who uses heresy magic attacks me, I don't have to worry. Conviction. Deal damage that can't be resisted proportional to the cumulative total value of crimes against those who accumulate crimes within the system in the Soul WoW. In other words, it's an attack that the damage becomes higher if the opponent commit more crimes. It's scary that it says can't be resisted, but this has the same sense as hell. It doesn't seem that I can use it. Although I tried it, just as I thought, it can't be used. Although it might be a misfire because there's no target, there's a conviction that it can't be used. Well, even if conviction can't be used, it's still an outrageous advantage. Although taboo rose, I have no choice but to let nature take its course. As long as I won't die suddenly when taboo reaches level 10, I will accept that disadvantage. Nevertheless, my status increased a lot and my skills improved. Aren't I the strongest? K1 Pessimistic Duke's Daughter Chapter K1 Pessimistic Duke's Daughter Sensei. Wasn't that too much today? No, it's not. It's insignificant to say that it was Sue's killing intent. And it's not like Shun activated appraisal with Malice. Katia-chan is also boxed. Did you know that an intimidation is considered as a killing intent in the dangerous area? Is it such a thing? Especially, appraisal must not be used thoughtlessly. If the person has appraisal or a person with good intuition, then the person will know that he has been appraised. When you met with Potamus for the first time, did you feel any strange feeling? That unpleasant feeling. So, that was the feeling of being appraised, that's right. Depending on the situation, that alone can determine the hostility intention of a person. Well, when you are in a dangerous area, it's better to think that everyone except your comrades are enemies, but it's unrelated depending on the situation. Kill without questioning. Yes, did Sensei, because there's no benefit in the question beyond this point for both of us. Let's stop this. Even though I say that. This will become the answer for Katia-chan, who's good at conjectures. Is that so? That shows how much Sensei has done it so, and can't we meet the students that Sensei has gathered up yet? You can't the reason? That also, Sensei can't tell Sensei. Is it true that 12 people are protected? How did you find them in this wide world? If I don't know that, I will even doubt that whether everyone is really alive or not if Sensei lieth there. Then it's okay that Sensei will drink 1,000 of needles. Although the method is a secret, there's no lie in the protected number and the discovered number then. How about the undiscovered? Sensei, please answer it honestly. Among the undiscovered 6 people, how many of them really can't be discovered? 2 people. Death is confirmed to the 4 remaining people. Is that so? I'm sorry, it's not something that Sensei has to apologize. Can I ask it? The name of those who died: Hayashi Kudakun, Wakaba Iro-san, Kogir Naofumi-kun, Sakurasaki Isequin. The 4 people. I see. But if that's the case, then I can understand that the search is almost discontinued. We are still searching for the remaining 2 people, say. Why do the elves help so much in the search? Although Sensei has explained the circumstances to the elves, can the elves be trusted? About that, Sensei can only ask you to believe in Sensei. Are there such a lot of secrets? Including that I'm not the person who will believe a person by intuition like Shun. I want to believe in Sensei, but as long as Sensei continues to keep the secrets, I can't believe in Sensei from the bottom of my heart. Sensei thinks that it's correct. Shun is just too honest, agreed. Because there are times when I think that I must be with him. This, even if it's still not a sprout, it looks like there's a seed. If it becomes like that, it's amusing. What did you say? Sensei, what's with that disgusting smile? Because Sensei's appearance is a beauty, little girl. If you look at me with such disgusting smile, I will unpleasant divine punishment, Gaha. Kadia, what is it? What's the relationship between Kadia and Nisama? We are friends. What's wrong with it? Lie. You are not just a friend, right? That elf called Sensei is also the same. The Saint and the Next Sword Emperor are also the same. Were you guys? Is that something that should be heard from my mouth? What do you mean? Is the answer that you really want to hear is my answer? I wonder? You should ask Shun himself. You won't be content even if you hear from my mouth. It might be, so I intend to understand a little of the feelings that you are holding now. That's why I think that you should express these feelings to the person himself. I understand. Sorry. And thank you, my pleasure, although I completely throw it to him. This much should be okay. I mean, this is their siblings' problem. Even though I'm unrelated, I got involved in it. Yes, I'm unrelated. I'm unrelated. I should say this to Shun tomorrow, Awashimkan. Why are you mixed in the girls' changing room in a dignified manner? Sorry. Because I have been living here for quite a long time already, I didn't consider about that. If it worries Hisabi-san, then I can either delay my time, or I can just change in a different place. No. Why are you behaving in a strange way? Because I didn't thought that you will answer calmly. At such time, isn't it normal that a person will panic and explain? No. After I am reborn, I can't feel the charm in the girl's body anymore. It's like a lie that I'm dazed by it when I was a man. That's why I don't feel anything when I look at a girl's body. Thanks to that, I can't feel such guilty. Don't you think that it's a little embarrassing? When being born as the Duke's daughter, from changing clothes to bath care, it's all done by the maid, you know? My shame has flied somewhere, I see. That seems to be hard, Therefore, the dormitory life is comfortable. I believe that the other Ojusama will complain because of the inconvenience that they don't have their maid, I also think so, and should I change in a different place? Somehow after hearing Awashima-kun's story, I think it's okay. I have to get used to it eventually, so it's fine as it is. Is it fine? I'm a senior as a woman. It's my mission to guide people. Leave it to me. Don't be too hard on me. Q.A. Corner 9 Chapter Q.A. Corner 9 Q. Sensei is mysterious. All of Sensei's action and speech have meaning to it. As the story advances, it's gradually revealed, so I will conceal the details here. Q. Is it the difference of the title that evasion didn't rose a lot, unlike thought acceleration and foresight? A. Difference of the title, and because thought acceleration and foresight are used constantly. Although the skill proficiency of evasion only rises when there's an enemy, because the other two always gain skill proficiency, it's easy to raise their level. Q. If all the creatures in this area have flame nullity, I'm interested in the use of fireball and breath. There's no point using it, right? Yes. That's right. So, please think that the fireball is for the monsters that strayed off from the lower layer. Because the monsters in the middle layer are weaker compared with the monsters in the lower layer. Intercepting the monsters strayed off from the lower layer with fireball from within the magma becomes their basic strategy. If it's another monster from the middle layer, it concludes by hitting each other. Q. Although I think that digging a hole and make a poison pitfall is the basic strategy. Why she never did that? A. In the Elro Great Labyrinth, hard bedrock is the main ground, and her legs that have sharp claws made her to be bad in digging holes. So, digging is impossible. Q. Come to think of it, Can the snail insect made into a taste weapon? What dreadful thinking. If you're resolved to die, it might be possible. Q. Prince. I can deny that he's a little complacent of peace. However, there's a certain reason for the ways of the world. Q. Zoa. Although everyone imagined the origin of the name, this is completely a coined word. Those who think about it seriously, sorry. Q. Come to think of it, detection rose when it's used, but it never rose when the skill proficiency up by level up is because of the required skill proficiency detection is a lot. Is the skill proficiency gained when detection is activated simply enormous? The skill proficiency rises at a stretch when detection is activated. Because a lot of skill proficiency is needed for the next level, the skill proficiency increase by the level up is not enough to raise the skill level. I think that you understand how abnormal is the increase when the skill is activated. Q. The n at the end of the word. Isn't it used heavily? Isn't it bad to make her way of speaking that makes the reader glance repeatedly because it's a monologue? Isn't it annoying if you keep using the same end of a word? Komoko's tone is done on purpose. End of word like na and nay, etc. are made numerously on purpose. In addition, a lot of words and expressions, etc., are made numerously on purpose, although it might be unacceptable according to the person. Because it's Komoko's individuality, I don't intend to change it in the future. Please acknowledge it. Q. The resistance endowment of universal thread. I try to make it easy to understand as much as possible by using nicknames like eel or snake. Q. The description of the spider's appearance is a little. The evolution this time has only few descriptions, but I want to let you readers to imagine the detailed descriptions as you like. Other characters are not written in details about their appearance for the same reason. Chapter 91 Detection San. You were a formidable enemy. Now that heresy resistance became heresy nullity, won't the headache by detection disappear? That's a heresy attribute attack, right? Although I say that it's an attack, it's fine, right? The pain that can even Barado that pain alleviation skill shouldn't be an ordinary headache. If the attack of the heresy attribute that's included in detection is nullified, then won't the headache disappear? You'll never know unless you try. Suha. Yash. Detection on. Wah. It's unbelievable. It's seriously unbelievable. Although I don't have the time for it, because I have to endure the headache. It's such an amazing thing when there's no headache. There is no headache even though detection is activated. No, to be exact, there's a little, but it's a level that can be ignored thanks to pain alleviation. This headache is surely something like the teething fever when the brain is used too much. The volume of information that detection brought was enormous to that extent. Skill proficiency reached. Skill calculation processing LV8 has become calculation processing LV9. Skill proficiency reached. Skill parallel thought LV6 has become parallel thought LV7. Skill proficiency reached. Skill detection LV7 has become detection LV8. Skill proficiency reached. Skill divinity area expansion LV1. It looks like my skill increased, but confirmations can be done later. I want to be immersed in this impression now. I'm also happy that detection succeeded, but I was overwhelmed by the thing that detection brought. The space that I can recognize. All of that information seemed to have gathered. The flow of magical power, the state of material, the flow of air, various information flows into my head. Even the almighty feelings seem to spring out. Everything in the surroundings can be understood. The information that can't be understood usually became possible to understand to some extent using the skill's power. Even that to some extent is like catching a glimpse of the universe's truth. It was such an overwhelming sea of information. Even this tiny space that I recognize is this. The wideness and greatness of the world are understood well once again. Crap, I'm going to cry even though the meaning is not understood. Though I don't know whether tears fall from the spider's eyes or not. Let's stop detection for a moment. Phew, it was amazing. I wonder what is this impression that can't be understood. If I were to compare it, then it's like being impressed by looking at the wonderful starry sky. It's the feeling close to it. although I want to be immersed in the impression a little more, let's switch feelings. Detection succeeded. If that's the case, then should I activate detection continuously from now on? However, it might be inconvenient because it's too efficient. Because I will understand too much, my mind will get distracted, so it might become impossible to concentrate in combat. However, will it be okay if I get used to it? Although activating it is the best I can do now, I got used to Appraisal Sama now, even though I feel sick when using Appraisal Sama in the beginning, so I think that I will get used to it eventually if I activate it constantly. It might be a little dangerous in the beginning, but let's activate detection continuously. The level of other skills also will rise, so this should be better for the future. Thus, detection on again. Fua. Really incredible. Now's not the time to be impressed. Let's confirm the newly acquired skill. Skill proficiency reached. Skill Parallel Thought LV7 has become Parallel Thought LV8. Skill proficiency reached. Skill Divinity Area Expansion LV1 has become Divinity Area Expansion LV2. The skill level of the above-mentioned skill rose when I thought about it. What's the skill, I wonder? Come to think of it, this Divinity Area is also in the explanation of patience. It certainly said that it is expanded in patience, right? This also expand? That means my Divinity Area is expanding greatly? At any rate, let's appraise it. Divinity Area Expansion. Divinity Area is expanded just as the explanation. Well, it's fine. The reliable one here is Appraisal Sama. Now, double appraise. Divinity Area. The deep area of soul that the life possess. The root of all lives. And it's also your own final dependence area. I don't understand. Well, I somehow understand the important part of the soul. But is there anything in there when it's expanded? After all, its effect is unknown. Although it's good that my skill increased, there's no subjective symptom. Skill proficiency reached. Skill calculation processing LV9 has become calculation processing LV10. Conditions met. Skill calculation processing LV10 has evolved into skill high-speed calculation LV1. Skill proficiency reached. Skill detection LV8 has become detection LV9. The skill level rises quick as usual. Calculation processing has reached max level. Evolves into high-speed calculation. This is completely the higher rank skill. Well, the ability that I want from detection was originally enemy searching. But because my enemy searching ability is high, I managed to live until now even without detection. And now, it's coupled with detection. I can't help saying that I became perfect. You could say that surprise attack is already impossible against me. I won't allow an ambush. The next that I want from it is magic perception. If my expectation is correct, I can use magic when this joined together with magic manipulation. With this, I can use the abyss magic and heresy magic that have been hoarded until now. But skill points. Damn it. Although I don't regret acquiring patience, it's painful that there's no skill point. I mean, I thought that I can use my next skill points for the evil eye. What to do? I want to acquire both. Qua. Although I know that it's a luxurious worry. Which one should I pick? Chapter 92. Once again, I have cut a worthless object. Oh, monsters. In my view, 2 seahorses swim happily in the magma. However, although there are 2 in my view, Detection Sand says that there's a catfish in the magma. The catfish is swimming calmly in the magma, and it doesn't attack the seahorses. Fumo. It might be the monster of the same evolution line, so it's not weird that they are together. 2 seahorses and 1 catfish. If it's before evolving, I will hesitate for a moment, but now that I have evolved, I want to measure how high is my ability in a combat. Besides, the me who defeated the eel before evolving, I can only say that the eel's degenerated forms are all small fries now. I don't feel that I can lose. Phew. Therefore, let's make them as the guinea pigs to test my body and the ability of my new skills. For the time being, preemptive attack. The usual stone throwing. This time, it's fine without poison. I want to see how much the damage increased by pure stone throwing. It decreases the HP about 5 or 6 previously. So will it decrease by 10 now? Thus, Kanahazawa. Dash. Is there anyone who knows about this material, I wonder? Class hit, it hits? Somehow there's a terrible sound, and the stone got smashed. It went smash, Smash. Although the seahorse sinks into the magma because of the impact, did it died? It floated back up. Its HP decrease about 1/3. Seriously? Fireball is coming. Slow. At this, seriously? Seriously straight? Not a curve or a slider. It's too slow to compare with the eel. If it's like this, I can avoid it even if I hummed. No, primit ganum. Seriously? I'm surprised at my growth. That's more than expected. What should I do? If it's like this, I can even win by just throwing stones. But if I let them die in a magma, I can't recover their corpse. Although there's composure in my stamina because of overreading, if possible, I want to increase the stockpile. The catfish has rose to the surface. Will it assist the seahorses as it is? They are on the same evolution line after all, so it's aware that they are comrades. The seahorse is also the same. Although they usually move individually when there's a comrade nearby, they will cooperate. Worst case, the eel will also unite with these guys. I don't want that to happen. I avoid the catfish's fireball. Slow. It's somewhat faster and bigger if it's compared with the seahorse. But the difference is obvious if compared with the eel. I avoid while thinking trivial things like comrade, etc. Skill proficiency reached. Skill parallel thought LV8 has become parallel thought LV9. The trivial thing that I thought while fighting. For the time being, let's keep avoiding until their MP are exhausted. Although it's possible to sink them by throwing stones, I want to recover their corpse. For that reason, I will kill it after they come up to the land. Although the seahorses seem to die if I attack it carelessly, is it okay if it's the catfish? To be frank, 3 fireballs fired at the same time can't even graze me. I'm also free because I only avoid, so throwing stone is better because throw and accuracy can rise. Thus, once again, Kanahazu wa. It hits. As expected from the catfish. Its HP hardly decreases. Its defensive ability is high. If it's only physical defense, it equals to me. Wait. When thinking so, my defensive ability has become higher than the catfish. When I think back again, it's incredible. This weak-looking spider body surpass the catfish body that's fully loaded with hard scales. It's the mystery of this world. When I was thinking about something useless, one of the seahorse's MP is exhausted. The fool who goes up to the land slowly as it is. If your attacks are avoided this much, you should have understand the difference in our ability. Wait for a moment. I just realized something bad now. The catfish, it will escape when it has no chance to win, right? That absolutely can't be allowed. Although it will even if the seahorse escape, catfish, you can't. I won't let you escape. Absolutely absolute. Hey you, why are you showing a frightened face? It's not scary, So, come up to land quickly. Don't worry, it's safe. It's not scary. Wait, don't escape, you fool. You're a hindrance, seahorse. I swing the sickle of my foreleg towards the seahorse that stands in the way. The seahorse's body was cut into 2. Yeah, did I do this? My sickle is amazing. Perhaps. Is this the first monster that I killed directly with my hands? Up until now, I have only killed by poison. The monkeys died from falling and crushing, but this is the first time I killed directly. It happened quick until I didn't felt anything for the first time. Or rather, catfish. It escaped. My catfish. Today's delicious meal. The other seahorse has crawled up from the magma. Let's vent this anger at this guy. First of all, let's try the weak poison that has paralysis added to it. Thus, I move next to the seahorse that's preparing a ramming attack. I use poison synthesis without questions on the guy who's looking blankly. It's becoming numb. So, this is paralysis. And its HP decreased by a fair amount. Almost the same damage as stone throwing. Why? Weak poison is also a poison, so there's damage. No, but I should have lowered the weak poison's damage in order to confirm the paralysis effect. Why does this much damage? Does the amount of damage for poison also increases by status? In that case, this much power in weak poison. How about the deadly spider poison that even killed the eel? It's frightening just by thinking about it. My combat ability has improved more than I think. Chapter 93, The Thing That Extends Over the Layer Catfish. Where did you go? Come out. When I was wandering with such feelings, I found a certain thing. No, rather than I found it, it was there. I mean, it would be weird to not found this thing because it stands out. The thing, there was a huge hole. The pit where I fall from the upper layer into the lower layer before. It's a pit even more bigger than that. It connects the above and below. Yes, this hole connects up. I think that if I climb this hole up, I will reach the upper layer, and if I fall, I will reach the lower layer. Although I think about that, I will ignore this hole. I'm not saying it as a joke. It's indeed regrettable when my sense is doubted by saying such boring joke. Such thing is trivial, and this hole, my detection sand, is telling me the dangers. Yes, that's why. The moment the hole come into sight, it tells me, this guy is not good, the guy that can be understood immediately. Thus, in order to not approach the hole, I took a detour and am advancing ahead now. That's not good. It's a flag that if I approach it, I will definitely get hurt. This came just when I thought that I'm strong after evolving. That's right. Up until now, nothing good happened when I get carried away. Decent thing never happened when I get carried away. I recalled that. Being modest is the best. Therefore, I will evade the flag with all my power. Yes, I want to approach it. I certainly want to approach it. I don't know the ostrich's law. I'm not a comedian. I go away from the hole while thinking about such thing, and at the place where the hole can barely be seen, detection sand perceive the maximum danger. I hide myself in the shadow of the rock reflexively, peeping ahead. From the top of the hole, that came. It can be seen clearly even though I'm far, a huge body. Jet black body. 8 red eyes shine strangely there. 8 feet walk on the vertical wall. The tip of the foot that gives the impression of a person's finger, 5 long and sharp claws. The jaw that seems to swallow everything. The thing, there's a monster. Different from those failures everywhere, the real thing called as devil. There's no way a small mob is suitable to be its opponent. The difference of overwhelming power that's similar as what felt in the Earth Dragon. I regret that Appraisal Sama is outside of the range. Surely, it must have the status that can make me laugh. Hey, isn't that right? My mother. It's the second time that I meet the super huge spider. Such non-standard existence. There's no way it's crawling around like that. If it's like that, I will die easily. That is surely the mother that I saw immediately after I was born. Mother who's going downwards at a slow movement. That movement is majestic, like it's behaving like the king in this labyrinth. Actually, I don't think there's a monster that can stop Mother's march. With my ability, I can't say anything because I don't know the upper limit, but I think that even the Earth Dragon can't win against Mother. Although I want to praise Mother's ability, it's a suicidal action to approach that. Curiosity killed the cat. Because I'm a spider, I won't be killed. However, I thought that Mother was too strong to be in the upper layer, but it moves between layers using the pit like that. So, it came to the upper layer like visiting by chance. It originally inhabits either in the lower layer or the bottom layer. Even the powerful monsters in the lower layer doesn't seem to be able to fight against Mother. Thank God that I never approached the hole aiming for laughs. That's not an area where I can win or not. It's the same as the Earth Dragon, where death at the moment am marked. Such thing is like a disaster if I move. And Mother's movement stops abruptly. It stops for some reasons, and it's looking at a certain direction. And the huge fangs turn towards that direction slowly. The next moment, the world shook. It's not that feeling of impact, but the world really shook. The labyrinth itself seemed to scream because of the shock. If I were to express it in sound effects, then Chidun Garagura. What kind of attack was it? Because it's beyond my understanding, I don't know it well. But in front of my eyes, the place where there should be a spring of the magma, a crater of the size exceeding the scale of the spring, was newly born. I lost the way to know about what was there eternally. Have I entered Mother's view? Or did I do anything that hurt its feelings? Such unfortunate monsters. Even dust doesn't remain anymore now. Magma flows anew into the completed crater. Surely, a spring bigger than the former spring will be completed in the future. Thank God that the attack didn't turn to me. If it's that I might die without even realizing that I died. I suppress my presence desperately so that Mother won't notice me. Skill proficiency reached. Skill Stealth LV7 has become Stealth LV8. Skill proficiency reached. Skill Silent LV1 has become Silent LV2. Skill proficiency reached. Skill Fear Resistance LV7 has become Fear Resistance LV8, and Mother disappeared slowly to the bottom. Chapter 94. The top needs the top. So let's aim at more top Naiwa. Mother, that's Naiwa. Is there a monster that can win against that? If that can be defeated, that person can be called as a hero unconditionally. No, the top needs the top, though it's too high to the extent that there's no way. This Mother encounter must have been the thoughts of the heaven. I shouldn't get carried away, right? Hi. Actually, whether the Earth Dragon or the Mother, I don't think that I stand a chance against them at all with the current me. It's the level that Death Flag rises when meeting it. It can be said that it's difficult to even escape before fighting. Skill Proficiency reached. Skill Detection LV9 has become Detection LV10. Seriously? Detection San reached max level? Huh. But it doesn't have additional skill or evolution. Yeah. Isn't that a little unreasonable? I was made to have a hard time by Detection San. Certainly, the return is huge, but if I were to say my desire, I want more. Even if it's impossible to defeat that Mother, I want to at least become stronger to the extent that I can escape. Really nothing? Za? What's that just now? Is it an imagination? Well, there's no help for it, even if I ask for the moon. But becoming stronger is the simplest and understandable solution. If I become stronger without being self-conceited from now on, it might be possible to escape from non-standards like that. Now that it's decided, let's put efforts to become stronger. First of all, level up. Let's hunt monsters assertively from now on. 2 seahorses was hunted after I evolve. Because there's an increase in the experience points by the effect of pride, from my experience, my level should rise soon. When level is reset after evolving, the necessary experience points for the next level will also reset to some extent. The level up after evolving is faster than before. Although it's faster, it's slower if I compare it with the time when I was level 1 before evolution. Therefore, I consider that the necessary experience points is reset to some extent, but it doesn't reset completely. From my experience so far, the next level up will probably be when I defeat the next monster. Rather, it's not strange that I will even level up when the second seahorse was defeated. If I defeat a monster of the catfish class, my level might rise more than 2 at once. For the time being, level up is only after I found monster. Next is skill. Skill level raising was something that I have been doing while moving. Appraisal sama, aye. Detection eye. Foresight and thought acceleration are also the same. Although detection reached the max level, there's a lot of skills that I can raise. Let's keep detection activated while moving until all of my skills reach max level. Parallel with it, let's start the level raising of the skills that seem to be able to raise while moving. The safest one would be the enhanced 5 senses skills. It will rise if I strain my eyes while moving and sniff while walking. There are also skills that almost reach max level, so let's start from there. And one more. I don't want to do this while moving, but I want to stop somewhere and take time to do it. It's the practice of magic manipulation. Come to think of it, skills can be acquired when the skill proficiency is accumulated even if I don't use skill points. Then, I think that skill points should be used on the evil eye because I don't know how to accumulate its skill proficiency, and I will acquire magic perception somehow by myself. Thanks to Detection San, magic perception can be used without a problem. If I concentrate my consciousness there, then I can grasp the flow of the magical power. If I can somehow manipulate it, or if I put some efforts to manipulate it, I should be able to accumulate its skill proficiency. When the skill is acquired, it's the time to practice my heart's desired magic. However, I can't forget about my aim that's to escape from this middle layer and return to the upper layer. The skill level raising and level raising will only be done in the process. Therefore, there's no need to stop specially to do it. This is only if it can be done while moving. This middle layer is only a place to pass through, not a place to set up my residence. I must not forget that. Skill proficiency reached. Skill Thought Acceleration LV3 has become Thought Acceleration LV4. Skill proficiency reached. Skill Foresight LV3 has become Foresight LV4. Yash Yash. Thanks to the Ruler of Pride title, mind-type skills rise faster. Let's raise the levels steadily like this. Similarly, thanks to the Ruler of Patience, the rise of the resistance-type skills should improve, but these skills can't rise while advancing. Deadly poison resistance and paralysis resistance can be raised by hurting myself with poison synthesis, while slash resistance, blow resistance, destruction resistance, corrosion resistance, and probably shock resistance can be raised by hurting myself with universal thread, but that can only be done after I set up my residence. It can't be done in this middle layer where I can't take enough rest, and my recovery is slow. Although I really want to raise the status strengthening skills quick if possible, I want to raise it slowly after setting up my residence. Although it's better if it rises in combat. If it can't be raised in combat, then I have to do muscle training. If I have such time and stamina, I should advance even a little. For the time being, let's raise the 5 senses skills that can be raised while moving. Especially enhanced vision that's now level 9 and soon go to reach max level. So let's give priority on it. Chapter 95 Higher Rank Species. A little while after him determined to become stronger, I found the next prey at last. Elro Debigiad LV 4 Status HP 103103 Green MP 4141 Blue SP 7676 Yellow 6969 Red Average Offensive Ability 56 Average Defensive Ability 48 Average Magic Ability, 21 Average Resistance Ability, 18 Average Speed Ability, 41 Skill Swim LV2 Heat Nullity. It's a monster of a strange appearance like a round globe with 4 feet. Although I call it as the round insect, to be frank, this guy is weaker than the seahorse. However, there's a troublesome thing about this guy, that's this guy will escape to the magma immediately when it senses danger. Therefore, it's necessary to kill it quickly while it's on the land. It's on the land now, so either one-hit kill or paralyze it using poison with paralysis attribute. Let's use the deadly spider poison that satisfy both conditions. I spring out from the shadow of the rock and approach it quickly. I activate my poison synthesis before it senses my existence. Although I don't know where's the mouth of the round insect. I will just pour it for now. The round insect's HP became 0 immediately. Already weak. Experience points has reached a certain degree. Individual Zoa Air LV1 has become LV2. Every basic ability rose level up bonus. Skill proficiency was acquired. Skill proficiency reached. Skill Enhanced Slashing LV2 has become Enhanced Slashing LV3. Skill proficiency reached. Skill SP Consumption Down LV3 has become SP Consumption Down LV4. Skill points gained. Oh, well, level up as planned. No problem, no problem. Though I'm surprised that it's too weak. Let's pull myself together and confirm my status. Zoa Air LV2 No Name Status HP 215 Green 20 MP 311 Blue 20 SP 215 Yellow 20 215 Red 399 20 Average Offensive Ability 269 18 Average Defensive Ability 369 18 Average Magic Ability 255 10 Average Resistance Ability 390 10 Average Speed Ability 1342 70 Skill Automatic HP Recovery LV6 MP Recovery Speed LV 4 MP Consumption Down LV3 SP Recovery Speed LV 3 SP Consumption Down LV4 Enhanced Destruction LV2 Enhanced Slashing LV3 Enhanced Poison LV4 Fighting Spirit LV2 Vitality Granting LV2 Deadly Poison Attack LV3 Corrosion Attack LV1 Poison Synthesis LV8 Thread Talent LV3 Universal Thread LV1 Thread Manipulation LV8 Throw LV73D Maneuver LV 5. Concentration LV10, thought acceleration LV, 4. Foresight LV, 4. Parallel thought LV9 high. Speed calculation LV1, accuracy LV8, evasion LV7, appraisal LV9, detection LV10, stealth LV8, silent LV2, conviction hell heresy magic LV3, shadow magic LV3, poison magic LV3, abyss magic LV10, patience pride overeating LV9, night vision LV10, visible range expansion LV2, destruction resistance LV2, blow resistance LV2, slash resistance LV3, fire resistance LV2, deadly poison resistance LV2, paralysis resistance LV4, petrifaction resistance LV3, acid resistance LV4, corrosion resistance LV3, faint resistance LV3, fear resistance LV8, heresy nullity pain alleviation LV7, enhanced vision LV9, enhanced hearing LV8, enhanced smell LV7, enhanced taste LV7, enhanced touch LV7, divinity area expansion LV2, life LV9, magic amount LV8, agility LV9, endurance LV9, Herculean strength LV4, solid LV4, protection LV4, Idaten LV3, taboo LV7W, skill points 50. Tidal gross, feeder blood, relative, eater, assassin monster, killer poison technique, user thread, user merciless monster, slaughter ruler of pride, ruler of patience. Somehow, didn't the status increase considerably? Up until now, I think that my status only increased by 1 each without pride and growth corrections. It increases more now, right? Does this mean that the growth value changed because I evolve? All, as expected from the species that has high combat ability. I never thought that growth value by level up will evolve. Amazing. This is really amazing. Besides, there's also 50 skill points. Before it was only 20 points, so it's 2.5 times. I might be able to acquire Evil Eye on the next level up. This is good. Good. If it's like this, it probably won't be necessary to practice magic manipulation specially. But there's no loss in trying to acquire it myself. I don't know whether Evil Eye can be acquired at 100 points or not, so it's still early to count chickens before they're hatched. I must not be in high spirits. When I say hi-aha, most of the time, nothing good happens. However, when I see my status again, it's considerably balanced and it's unexpectedly stable. Although it doesn't change that it's speed specialized. In addition to this, the defense and resistance rise by patience makes my overall defense ability high. Although attack looks lower than defense, the essential is the strength of the poison. So this is also high. Attacks won't hit me easily because I'm evasion specialized, so even if it hits me, I'm tough. Furthermore, I have poison attack that's a one-hit kill attack. When hearing it like this, aren't I the strongest? No, I must not get carried away here. I must go with a modest heart. Author note, I wrote the increased numerical value of the status. How is it? Side Story 14 Academy Life, Chapter Side Story 14 Academy Life, the Academy life was favorable. Although most of the students have learned the contents of the lessons already, I listened properly because I intended to review it. When I'm really bored, I will raise my skill level secretly to kill time. Although it looks peaceful if you remove the classes, there are various problems in human relations. First of all, teacher, being humble to myself, or I avoid getting involved as much as possible, or I get involved in the hot blood way. It's divided into this 3 patterns. It can be said that I'm from the royal family, but the reason is because my ability value has already exceeded most of the teacher's ability. Even if I'm humble, I don't have such power. If I avoid plainly, I will hurt the teacher's feelings. Having said that, when I get involved persistently, it's annoying. Although it's the best if they come in contact with me normally, there are only few of such teachers. Next is student. This also is divided into 3 patterns. The type that flatters, the type that creates a distance, and the type that points hostility. There's no decent type. That's why, in the end, I'm often with Sue and Katia. Hasabi joins there, and we spend most of our time together. Generally, Katia drive away the guy who flatters. Because it was obvious that I will put up a forced smile and accompany that guy. I was impressed by the figure of my friend who can cast away any hesitation resolutely. The type that creates a distance is divided into a few patterns. Students who have admiring glance, students who throw a cold glance in order not get involved, students who wait for an opportunity to get close, etc. The most troublesome one is students who point hostility at me. Students who point hostility at me are either they are from another country or they're nobles who had a high social standing. There are also students who rose suddenly from a commoner once in a while. The thing common to them is their pride is high. The social position is high, and there's also a lot of them who have high ability. Therefore, it seems that it's inevitable that I'm an eyesore to them because I have a higher social position and ability. I was even challenged into a duel sometimes. If a man of another country, and I do such a thing, it's likely to be an international problem. Of course, I declined all of it. Then, when I did so, the genius prince is a coward who doesn't accept duels. Such rumor was scattered in the academy. Give me a break. However, it's what a child do after all. Who can already be said as an adult if I add up my previous life. Dodge it with a smile. I was made to stop Sue, who became enraged and went to purge the other party each time. Sue's state is weird recently. Even though she wants to ask something from me, she can't ask easily. Something like that. Well, though I do have an idea of what she wants to ask. I heard from Katia. Sue wants to hear about our relation. Relation. It's about our previous life. I think that she guessed it from the attitude when we come in contact with Sensei. Now that you mention it, we talked in Japanese in front of Sue, that's how it is. She would obviously find it strange that her brother, who should have been together with her for a long time after she was born, suddenly speaks in an unknown language intimately with a stranger I see. I have done it well when you're asked by her. It's your decision whether to tell the truth or to deceive her. Shouldn't I deceive her there? The one who decides it is you. Whether you will continue to deceive your blood-related younger sister or you will tell the truth accurately. Either way, resolve yourself and deal with it properly. Otherwise, it would be rude to her, right? Ugh, I understand that's why. Sue seems to be curious about my relations with everyone. To be honest, I'm not resolved for this. Tell Sue about the truth. Tell her that I, who is thought to be her blood-related older brother, is actually an unknown man who's reincarnated. Telling her that and being hated by her, I'm scared. I intended to love Sue as a real younger sister so far. But that's only from my point of view. I wonder how am I reflected in Sue. I'm aware that she's attached to me. But I wonder what she would think when she knows that the older brother she's attached with is a stranger. I grew up with my former memories and experiences of my previous life. Against Sue, who matches with me by herself. It could be said that I'm cunning. When she knows it, will she despise me? I think that Sue will never despise me. But when such imagination came out, it was not good. Then, if you speak of deceiving her, then I think that it's insincere in that case. When my real younger sister is worrying so much about it, and she's hesitating to ask, I can't bring myself to deceive her lightly no matter what. If I want to deceive her, I must resolve myself with the intention to conceal it forever. I still don't have the answer for it. But if Sue asks about it, I have to answer her seriously. If Katia never told me about this, I might deceive her without thinking deeply. I must thank Katia, who gave advice to me beforehand. That's why neither the inside nor the outside of the human relations in the academy are not going well. Among that, the one that made me troubled was the remaining 3 reincarnated person. Sensei is mysterious, as usual. Just when I thought that she went somewhere without going for class, she appears suddenly and attended the class. Even if I question her variously when meeting her, she often avoids it. Especially when it becomes the story about Kiya's whereabouts, I think that the tendency is stronger. Kiya is a close friend of Katia and me in our previous life. But Sensei won't tell us about the whereabouts easily. Although I managed to grasp some information, it seems that he's not protected. Although I want to know where and what is Kiya doing now, it doesn't seem that I can get more information from Sensei. Hasabi is also a problem child. Hasabi's current name is Yurin Yurin. Yurin of the family name seems to be the name of the church as a substitute for the orphanage. Hasabi. Yuri was an abandoned child. There's a lot of abandoned children in this world. Even in the previous world, there's a lot of abandoned children. So in this severe world that civilization doesn't develop, there's a lot of abandoned children. It's not good usually, but they are raised like that in the church. And when they have the ability to understand the surroundings, they should live in the church. But Yuri is different. Just after she was born, she has the memories of her previous life, so she has self-consciousness. When she noticed, she suddenly became a baby. Although I also experienced it, this is quite a shock. I'm confused, and above all, I became uneasy. What will happen to me after this? Did the former me died? Then, how did the previous life turn out? As I was like that, the uneasiness was everlasting. Besides, Yuri was left in such a state. The shock was not equal to mine. To be honest, I can't imagine Yuri's feelings at that time. Yuri clung to a certain thing in that maximum uneasiness. That is the divine word religion. It's the religion that the church which picked Yuri up believes in, and it's a doctrine that has strongly permeated throughout the whole human race. If I were to interpret the teaching roughly, it will be in order to hear the divine word, let's develop the skills divine word. I don't know what is this. Although it's like the system message, if it's playing a game, it was natural to hear it in this world. I think that only us who are reincarnated will feel uncomfortable when hearing this voice. It's natural to hear this voice. It's natural that there's skill. It's the common sense of this world. Divine word religion is a religion that preaches that this voice is surely the voice of God. And in order to hear the voice of God more, they will raise their skill level and level. From my point of view, I will think that what's with that nonsense doctrine, but somehow it's accepted in this world. And Yuri, who should have the same feeling as me, also was totally immersed in this religion. Shunkuin have raised a lot of skills. I think that it's wonderful. Hereafter, let's raise the skills rapidly and hear the voice of God. More Shunkuin never raise your level. That's not good. If you raise your level, you can hear the voice of God more. You know, you must raise your level to hear the voice of God. Shunkuin can use appraisal, right? Then, if there's a person with a skill named Taboo, tell me. It's unforgivable to possess a skill that God determined it to be a taboo. It absolutely can't be forgiven. Absolutely. Therefore, absolutely tell me. Okay. It's a promise. Okay. Shunkuin, your skill level rose, and you heard voice of God today, right? God's divine voice was heard. Today, I can surely spend my day. Happily, I draw back. I drew away from her. I think that it can't be helped that Yuri's eyes look corrupted when she speaks about the God. But Yuri shouldn't have been such a child originally. She should have been a common high school girl that could be seen anywhere. It must be the environment that changed her until like this. The fear of being reincarnated. The despair of being abandoned by parents. The uneasiness to live in a different world. It's not strange that the divine word that's heard in the nostalgic Japanese at such a place became her emotional support. Moreover, only those who worship the divine word are in the surroundings. It might be inevitable that Yuri, who is a character that's easy to set adrift, became addicted to the religion. Though I doubt that she made use of the grace, called reincarnation, to its maximum and became a saint candidate. And the last person was the biggest problem. Natsum, present Yugo, considers me as an enemy. And in addition to that, it's not ordinary. It can't be compared with the hostility of the other children, because there's even killing intent mixed in his sight. I don't know why this guy regards me with hostility to that extent. Although I don't know, it's impossible that nothing will happen. That guy will definitely do something soon. I have such a premonition. Author note, I think that I will double the length of the S series from now on, or submit 2 consecutive chapters. Chapter 96, I think, therefore I am. I move, therefore I am. I am me, and me, therefore it is me. A little while passed after my level rose. Although I concentrate my eyes with my strength and look at the things, the enhanced vision skill doesn't rise easily. After all, when it becomes level 9, it will be hard to raise its level. Though the other skills rose considerably. First of all, Silent became level 3. You've done it, Kumo-chan. Stealth nature increases. Both thought acceleration and foresight rose to level 5. You've done it, Kumo-chan. Evasion nature increases. Fire resistance also rose by 1, and finally became level 3. Thanks to patience, the speed that I can acquire should increase, but still, it took a lot of time. I wonder how weak am I to fire? I mean, even if my species changed, I'm still vulnerable to fire. Perhaps the resistances other than fire also changed. Because I can't try that part, I can't say anything about it. Well, because my former defensive ability was weak, even if my resistances changed a little, I think that there's not much change. But my defensive ability increased from now on, so it might be better to know about my resistance. There might be an attribute that I'm weak besides the fire, though I don't have the method to check it. And last is Parallel Thought. This became level 10 and evolved. The name is Parallel Will. This is interesting. As shown in the name, my will increases. In Parallel Thought, it was the feeling to think multiple things at the same time in the same will. This parallel will completely divides the will, like a pseudo-split personality. Although both are me, it's possible to think as another will respectively. And in addition to that, it has the Parallel Thought. It's simply like my thinking ability doubled. Very convenient. The number of parallel wills might increase if its level rose. However, only one of the will can move the body. That's why one side of me is in charge of my body, and the other side of me is in charge of the information arrangement of Appraisal Sama and Detection San. Thus, they'll leave it to you, body in charge. Leave it to me, information in charge. Like that, it's possible to do a one-person conversation. The information sharing is also perfect on both wills for me, just in case. This will has neither main nor sub. Both are me. I am me for the sake of me. I don't know what I'm saying. Although I somehow become this. The self-existence definition seems to be vague depending on the person. Something like lose sight of oneself, wondering which one is the true self. It seems possible. I mean, who can master this normally might be special. As expected, that won't be. While information in charge is thinking, the body in charge defeated a monster. Good job, me. But am not to that extent. Although I tried the newly added corrosion attack this time, this is not usable. No, the offensive ability itself is an amazing thing. Even though it's only a level 1, it's amazing. It's too amazing. After all, the monsters become dust at a hit. You know? Isn't it strange? Did corrosion had such meaning? Isn't it something like rotting? It goes beyond rotting and weathers. The attribute controlling the decay of death is too dangerous. It's already an overkill at level 1. I wonder what will happen if its level rises. And there are 2 reasons why I said that it's not usable. First of all, the corpse of the monster doesn't remain. In other words, meal doesn't remain. Using this to accumulate experience points is excellent, but it becomes impossible to achieve half of my monster hunting's reason. That's unacceptable. It's unacceptable in a double meaning. And the another one is a big problem. I receive damage too. I look at the sickle that's clad in corrosion attack. The blade of the sickle crumbled. My HP also decreases. This is a suicide attack. Therefore, the power is high, but the recoil is huge. If it's a fierce battle where I need to use all my power, I will use it when there's an opportunity, but it would be better to not use in a battle against small fry. Especially while I'm in the middle layer where automatic recovery is becoming slower. How much will this sickle recover? Because it seems that I will level up soon, it will recover at that time, but in that case, I can't use my sickle in the next battle. Well, even if I don't have my sickle, I have poison synthesis. So there's no effect to me as long as the next enemy is not a formidable enemy like the eel. In the first place, although I started to use my sickle recently, my main weapon in this middle layer is poison synthesis. After all, the monsters in the middle layer receive damage just by touching it. Although enhanced slashing will rise if I use my sickle, I will receive damage plainly. In addition, the contents will spill if I cut it with my sickle, and it's hard to eat. Thus, body in charge. Let's kill the next prey with poison synthesis. Oh, understood. Information in charge. Parallel will is really convenient. With this, if there are 2 bodies, I could do the shadow clone that I dreamed. But in that case, both are the main bodies, so harming either one is painful. I don't want that. although I will survive if one of them remains. Doesn't that mean that I will experience a pseudo-death? Well, I don't want to experience it. I probably have experienced it once, but because it's not in my memory, it's not counted. Therefore, body in charge. Don't do anything that can lead to death, okay? No. Information in charge, as expected, I won't do that. Yeah. Chapter 97, the 8 passes, skill proficiency reached. Skill Enhanced Vision LV9 has become Enhanced Vision LV, 10 conditions met. Skill Telephoto LV1 was derived from Skill Enhanced Vision LV10 Yash. Finally, the skill level of Enhanced Vision reached the max level. The reward of reaching the max level of Enhanced Vision is a new derived skill. Let's appraise it immediately and examine its effect. Telephoto. It becomes possible to see the distant scenery by magnification. It's exactly as stated. Strange. The 5 senses skills are advantages plainly, but the derived skill is also plain. For the time being, let's activate it. Thus, body in charge. Activate telephoto. Request acknowledged. Telephoto activate. This is amazing. I'm sorry that I said that you were plain. An image magnified by telephoto in my view and the image of my former view. These two deployed at the same time. Although I thought that all of my views magnified like the telescope, it looks like I can activate it with one eye. Although a person will be confused by the different information from the image usually, there are 2 of me. There's no confusion at all if I allot the work. Although the magnification rate is low and the range is short because its level is low now, it might be convenient if its level rises. For example, when detection discovers an enemy lurking around, I can stare at it with telephoto while securing normal view. This skill is also like a passive skill because there's no MP consumption. This seems to be quite useful, so I should keep it activated and raise its level. I know you're getting excited, but information in charge. What is it, body in charge? I found a prey in the scenery scene with telephoto. Immediately useful. What a lovely guy. Should I kill it quickly? That goes without saying. Aye, sir. Thus, nearing the enemy quietly. Because it's impossible to use my sickle by the self-destruction of corrosion attack in the last time, I will pour deadly spider poison on it using poison synthesis. The monster's HP exhausted in an instant. Its power is dreadful as usual. Experience points has reached a certain degree. Individual, Zoa Air LV2 has become LV3. Every basic ability rose level up bonus. Skill proficiency was acquired. Skill proficiency reached. Skill Visible Range Expansion LV2 has become Visible Range Expansion LV3. Skill proficiency reached. Skill Life LV9 has become Life LV10. Conditions met. Skill Life LV10 has evolved into Skill Constitution LV1. Skill points gained. Level up just came. My sickle has also recovered after shedding. And finally, when the status strengthening skills evolved. Let's appraise it. Constitution, a bonus of skill level 10 is added to the HP. And a growth correction equivalent to the skill level is added when level up should say that it's as expected. It's the same group as Herculean Strength. That means if the other status strengthening skills evolve, growth corrections will come together with it. If possible, I want to raise it earlier than usual, but I will have to endure until I escape from the middle layer. I want to go to somewhere safe quick. And the long waited. My skill point became 100 by level up. Now, is there an Evil Eye type skill added in the list? Evil Eye of Curse 100 inflicts curse attribute damage to things that enter your line of sight. Evil Eye of Extinction 100 inflicts corrosion attribute damage to things that enter your line of sight. Evil Eye of Paralysis 100 inflicts paralysis attribute damage to things that enter your line of sight. Evil Eye of Petrifaction 100 inflicts petrifaction attribute damage to things that enter your line of sight. Evil Eye of Disturb 100 inflicts heresy attribute effect disturb to things that enter your line of sight. Evil Eye of Phantom Pain 100 inflicts heresy attribute effect phantom pain to things that enter your line of sight. Evil Eye of Insanity 100 inflicts heresy attribute effect insanity to things that enter your line of sight. Evil Eye of Charm 100 inflicts heresy, attribute, effect, charm to things that enter your line of sight, evil eye of hypnosis. 100 inflicts heresy, attribute, effect, hypnosis to things that enter your line of sight, evil eye of fear. 100 inflicts heresy, attribute, effect, fear to things that enter your line of sight, Yua. It's really added. Such skills shouldn't have been in the list before. I mean, there are many kinds. I must choose one from this. Imtublit. Information in charge. What is it, body in charge? Why not acquire several of them? What do you mean? Did you know? I have 8 eyes, you know. What's with it? In other words, can I activate 8 evil eyes at the same time? Are you a genius? Fufufu. Yes, it was a genius. Seriously? I see, I was a genius. If I'm a genius, then I will be forgiven even if I do anything. That's right. Isn't it amazing that 8 evil eyes can be activated at the same time? Amazing. That's really amazing. Dream will spread. Because telephoto is using 1, there are 7 left. When thinking that the normal view must be secured, there are 6 left. That's right. Choose 1 this time. And the remaining 5 will be acquired immediately after the skill points are accumulated. Okay? Okay. So, which evil eye do you think is good, body in charge? I think that the attribute we don't have like curse or petrifaction is good. Heresy attribute is more anti-personnel rather than fighting against monster. Yeah, I would choose curse if it's me. We have experienced the petrifaction by the petrifaction lizard in the upper layer, and its effect needs time. Though the power is high when it takes more time. After all, here, I would pick the safest one, curse. As expected from me. You understand it, right? Thus, let's acquire Evil Eye of Curse. Curse weakens every ability and deal damage to HP, MP, SP Chapter 98, Look at My Eyes. Evil Eye of Curse LV1 was acquired. Wait, now that I have acquired it, I must look for a monster that will become my guinea pig. Thus, let's look for the thing like that from the information of detection sand. Mumumo. It looks like there's something over there. Although I can't grasp the information accurately because there's still a distance, it looks like it's coming up to the land. It's just right in time. So let's have this guy be the guinea pig. Elrohea Frog LV4 status HP 85-85 green MP 75-75 blue SP 68-68 yellow 68-68 red average offensive ability 67 average defensive ability 59 average magic ability 46 average resistance ability 46 average speed ability 43 skill poison synthesis LV 3 acid attack LV 3 shoot LV 4 swim LV 2 night vision LV 7 poison resistance LV 2 acid resistance LV 2 heat nullity. It's the frog's evolved form. I think this guy is the frog's evolved form. Although it didn't become so strong, I think that it evolves to adapt in the middle layers environment. There's heat nullity, and I think that the guy that has night vision, even though this area is bright, probably is from the upper layer. Because the upper layer and the lower layer are pitch dark. Something like it's strayed off from the upper layer and evolved driven by the necessity. I hope that there are no monsters that come up from the lower layer to the middle layer. If such monsters evolve to adapt in the middle layer's environment, it's frightening. And I noticed something after looking at this frog skill. The attack that I thought was a saliva seems to be the same poison synthesis as me. It seems to fire it with the shoot skill. What good skill. I want it too. Then I can shoot a powerful poison bullet that can't be compared with this frog. Well, the skill proficiency accumulates if I shoot out threads vigorously from my buttocks. Let's kill it quickly while information in charge is thinking about stupid things. First of all, I set all of the damage of weak poison to the lowest by poison synthesis, and increase paralysis to the maximum. The frog has poison resistance, so it won't die with a weak poison like this. I approach quietly towards the frog's back and weak poison synthesis. Yes, the frog's experiment body is completed. Body in charge, good job. With this, I can experiment my Evil Eye of Curse without reserve. Yash then, Evil Eye activate. Activated without a problem. How's it feel? The frog's HP MP and SP are decreasing slowly. As expected, the damage is slow if it's level 1. Although both yellow and red decrease in SP, the yellow one recovers fast, so there's no effect on it. The damage might become higher if the level rises. Then, I wonder, can I always make my opponent into the state of shortness of breath? How nasty. But the HP will be exhausted before that. HP and SP have roughly the same numerical value. Oh, the status also decrease. There's a character said as decreasing added next to the numerical value. And the maximum value with the parenthesis is displayed next to the current numerical value. Ho-ho. When receiving an attack that decreases the status, it's displayed like this. If I were to see this, I would know that I received an attack. As expected from Appraisal Sama, no blunders at all. And as expected, this Evil Eye is not a passive skill that has no consumption. My MP decreases, but the decrease is not so fast. It decreased by 1 for about 10 seconds. Because the damage to the frog is 1 for around 5 seconds, it's not bad for its efficiency. When I think for my MP now, I can activate it for more than 50 minutes, so the cost-effectiveness seems to be efficient. The damage speed will increase if the level rises. The frog's paralysis seems to expire. Just when I thought of it, Body in Charge added poison synthesis once. As expected from me. Quick correspondence. Although its HP keeps decreasing smoothly, the decrease of its status became not good enough. Although it decreased until half of the status at the same speed as HP, it hardly decreases after that. I wonder, is there a limit value in the status decrease? Well, if I think about it, that's obvious. If it continues to decrease, it's likely that the defensive ability will become 0. What's that paper? It's a weak constitution that can't even be called as a paper anymore. But it's considerably big if it decreases until half. Although it doesn't have much effect on small fries like the frog, if status of powerful monsters like the eel is reduced by half, because monsters rely on status more than skill in the battle, status weakening means that it's a great weakening of that guy. If the status of the eel becomes half, there's no great difference between the eel and the catfish. This can become the trump card of anti-powerful monsters. I must give priority to raise this skill level in the future. The frog died? I'm sure that it still has HP remain. Somehow the HP decreased rapidly, but why? The red SP is exhausted before the HP decreases. That's why. When the red SP is exhausted, the HP will decrease rapidly. Terrifying? Yawa. Then, it will be very dangerous immediately after evolution. Thank God that there's meal. Although my red SP will not be exhausted quickly thanks to overeating, let's be careful from now on. Anyway, Evil Eye of Curse is quite useful. I will activate it when I have extra MP in order to accumulate skill proficiency. When something happens, I will leave half of my MP, and I will allocate the remaining MP in the Evil Eye. I can activate Evil Eye even while I'm moving. Chapter 99, because that guy is an idiot. I must get a grip on myself on Body in Charge. There's no name yet. This time, I want you to accompany me in my complaints about Information in Charge for a while. That guy is really an idiot. Recently, in order to acquire Shoot, that guy said, let's fire threads from my buttocks. And when I tried it, the threads fired out vigorously more than I expected, and the threads fell into the magma. I almost caught a fire. If I didn't cut loose the threads immediately, my body would have been covered with flames. And well, that guy proposed a foolish thing whenever possible like this, and it all ended up useless. There's no successful trial that's proposed by that guy. Well, I'm also the same because I'm always excited every time. Don't you have a little more decent proposal? If you think for a moment, you will know that the proposal is bad, right? Why you never think over carefully when you are in charge of the brain? Are you an idiot? You're an idiot. Therefore, I who's in charge of the body must get a grip on myself. At any rate, my actions are connected to my life and death. Body in charge, body in charge. What is it? Information in charge. Can the telephoto be used on the Evil Eye? Are you a genius? Fu. Yes, I was a genius. Seriously? I see, I was a genius. If I'm a genius, then I will be forgiven even if I do anything. That's right. Isn't it amazing to use telephoto to activate evil eye from a long distance? Amazing. That's really amazing. Dream will spread. That's why. Let's look for a prey. Hiya. Am information in charge. There's no name yet. The simultaneous activation of telephoto and evil I didn't went well. Moo. As expected. It can't be helped because it would be a cheat if it can do that. Telephoto became level 5 because I had it activated all the time. When comparing with the time it's at level 1, the distance that can be magnified and the magnification rate have increased. If evil eye can be used with this. A considerable long-distance attack seemed to be possible, but it was not possible. However, this evil eye is considerably useful. Because I use it whenever I have spare MP, it rose to level 3. The rise of the level is slow, but the tendency of using my MP in the middle layer capture is low, so it's just good. This is something that I noticed in the evil eye. It looks like that there's no change in my view while activating evil eye. Although it's impossible to activate simultaneously with telephoto, enhanced vision adapts in it perfectly. If I can secure my view properly while activating it, there's no need to leave the eyes that don't activate evil eye purposely. I can see the dream activation of 8 evil eyes at the same time. And it looks like I can't added every kind of attributes in the evil eye. Although I tried poison attack, it didn't have any effects. It's a regret. Well, this is also the same as telephoto, so it can't be helped. If my current deadly poison is used with the evil eye, my opponent will die just by looking. That can be said that it's the deep blue magic eyes that can see death, because it can deal damage and weaken the enemy just by looking at the enemy. It's already a cheat, and as expected, hoping for more is greedy. Then, I thought that whether the evil eye can be activated in 8 of my eyes, but this can be done. However, the effect doesn't change. Although I thought that the effect will become 8 times when it's 8 eyes, there was no such good offer. But this simultaneous activation can be quite useful for telephoto. It's possible to magnify different places respectively. So, simultaneous activation might be good depending on how I use it. And changing the topic, it's about body in charge. That guy is really an idiot. Recently, I thought that I want to acquire the shoot skill, so I proposed that that guy should try firing threads out from the buttocks. Then that guy said, sounds good, that's good. Let's do it immediately, while firing the threads towards the magma. Although that guy said it flew more than expected, there's no need to fire it at the direction where there's magma. Of course, the threads that were fired fell into the magma. When the fire came along the thread like a fuse, I got impatient. Although it was fine because body in charge cut loose the thread at the last moment, if that guy didn't make it on time, my buttocks will catch a fire again. And well, against the things that I proposed to that guy like this, a diagonal increase result is achieved. It's a diagonal decrease. Even if I make a genius proposal with much efforts, it's hopeless if body in charge of the practice position is incompetent. If you think for a moment, you will know that it's bad, right? Because you have only been moving. Did you become a muscle brain? Are you an idiot? You're an idiot. Therefore, I who's in charge of the information must get a grip on myself. At any rate, my instructions are connected to my life and death. Information in charge. Information in charge. What is it, body in charge? I found a monster when I was playing with telephoto. Seriously? It's not in the range of detection. Cuckoo. Information in charge. Doesn't that mean that your significance of existence is becoming thinner? Nonsense. If you're going to offer information that exceeds mine, you won't be able to catch up with me if you don't have at least 100 eyes, you know? Fuhaha. Say whatever you want now. Wash your neck at best and wait. Fool. That time will never come, but fine. Try and climb to this distant summit. Foo. Cuckoo. So what should we do? Of course we'll hunt it. Aye, sir. Come, guys. Prepare for battle. Hiya. Chapter 100. Appraisal Sam Estate. I wander around the middle layer today. Although quite a long time passed since I reached the middle layer, I still can't see the end. As expected from the world's largest labyrinth. If a man tries to capture this, isn't it that this is a level where the man have to be resolved to devote his life? Skill proficiency reached. Skill Appraisal LV9 has become Appraisal LV10. Ooh. Oh. Finally. Finally, Appraisal Sama reach max level. Yua, I'm very happy. The first one that I acquired, the Appraisal Sama that shared joys and sorrows, has finally become a perfect form. The appraisal that was useless in the beginning. A strange element is added whenever its level rises. The joy that the usability gradually improves. Appraisal San who grew up and became splendid. Although you were complained all the time, you grew up with effort. And to become the Appraisal Sama that everyone recognizes. Such you also have finally. Finally. Yun. Finally. You have done well. I'm impressed. Thank you, Appraisal Sama. Please take care of me from now on, Appraisal Sama. But there's no evolution or derivation. No, it's fine. It's a great thing, even if only Appraisal Sama reached max level. Though I expected something like an evolution to a person who rules wisdom. There's nothing. I thought that there is if it's Appraisal Sama, but there's nothing. It's a shock. Really nothing? Za. Za, 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 za. What's this sound that's similar to the television's sandstorm? Za request, za. Lack of high-rank administrator authority. Za. What? Za. Nager sorry, za. Rejection, za. Somehow it's dangerous. Although I don't know what's dangerous, it's dangerous. Za. Peen. My body shook unintentionally when I heard the clear pin sound. High-rank Administrator D accepted the request skill wisdom is being constructed construction, completed conditions met. Skill wisdom was acquired appraisal LV10, has unified with wisdom detection LV10, has unified with wisdom skill proficiency reached. Skill taboo LV7 has become taboo LV8 conditions met. Title Ruler of Wisdom was acquired by the effects of the Title Ruler of Wisdom. Skill Magic Extremity Divine Magic was acquired MP Recovery Speed LV4 has unified with Magic Extremity MP Consumption Down LV4 has unified with Magic Extremity Magic Amount LV9 has unified with Divine Magic. Protection LV4 has unified with Divine Magic HAA. No. Strange. This is indeed strange in various ways. What happened? Why did it become like this? What should I do? Let's calm down. Body in charge. First of all, take a deep breath. Fool. Yash. Let's arrange it in turns. First of all, it begun when I heard that sound. What's that? I don't know. Although I will usually cast away things that I don't understand all the time, this time only won't that way. After all, this is a clearly abnormal situation. Abnormal, yes, it's abnormal. Although I have acquired skills with recognition that this is such a world up until now, skills doesn't exist in Japan. It's more abnormal if there's skill in Japan. Such natural thing, and this world is such a world. So, is it okay to accept such a simple thought? It was okay if it's a while ago, but now is different. I certainly heard that the voice of heaven said like this. High-rank Administrator D accepted the request skill wisdom is being constructed construction completed this words. It's just like someone is watching me, and that person made a skill according to my grumble. If it's really like that, then the criminal is the person called Administrator D. And when I think about the word high rank, this existence called Administrator cannot be only be D. Then, what does this Administrator manage? It's decided. Skills. If I think by this flow, that's the only that I can think. In short, the skills in this world are given by those guys called Administrator. What is it for? How? As expected, I don't know that. Although I don't know, I can only say this. Something is strange in this world. A cold thing runs on my back. It's different from the time when I encounter the Earth Dragon and my mother. It's another kind of fear that invades me slowly. The Administrator, are they chuckling when they see my panicking figure now? Scary. The skills that I have relied on up until now has become something that's hard to be understand. What should I do after this? What should I do? Side Story 15 Ruler Class Chapter Side Story 15 Ruler Class Whenever Yugo's eyes looked at me, I became in danger. Especially when I get a better result than Yugo at the class, etc., he will release a cold glance that runs on my back. It was obvious that something will happen sooner or later. But still, I can't take any countermeasures. Yugo is the eldest son of a large country, unlike me, and He's a reincarnated person same as me, so his ability is authentic, either an authority or an ability. There's no man who could give opinions to Yugo. And the incident happened. It was the time of the exploration lesson that became the first extracurricular activity. The exploration extracurricular activity is carried out at the small mountain near the academy. Well, although I said that it's near, it takes more than half day just to make a round trip if it's by walking. Only students who manage to pass the examination given by the academy can participate. In our academic year, which is the first year, the number of students participating in the exploration lesson is 12, including me. Judging from the whole academic year, only high achiever was able to pass. However, the students who didn't manage to participate in this exploration will be able to participate when they acquire power eventually. The first time, and this time was only a little, but in next time, the number of students will surely increase. Rather, the first exploration has the number of students that can only make one group. So this year, an excellent group is participating. We have to leave the academy on foot in the morning and reach the foot of the mountain before noon for the exploration. After that, a briefing of the last confirmation is held in the hut at the foot and have our lunch. After lunch, we will be divided into groups and enter the mountain. After that, we will spend a whole day exploring the mountain, make a camp, and on the next day, we will return to foot of the mountain before noon and return to the academy. This is the schedule for it. Only weak monsters of the lowest class inhabit in this mountain. The academy has hired a number of men to examine the area beforehand, and it has been confirmed that there's no strong monster. Because even a weak monster can become strong when it evolves, this confirmation seems to be vital. In this exploration, it's 1 point to learn basic survival skills, 1 point to experience the environment where monsters inhabit, 1 point to gather medicinal plants, etc., and learn the knowledge of the mountain. Acquiring those experiences become the purpose. End safely and obtaining knowledge and experiences are the purpose. So, fighting a monster assertively subtracts the points. In case we are attacked, if we deal with it appropriately, it will increase the points, but it's forbidden to purposely attack a monster. The exploration is carried out in groups, and each group has 4 students and 1 teacher. The breakdown of the group is decided by the lot so that we won't form a biased group. It became separate groups with Sue, Katia, and Yuri. And I have become the same group as Yugo. The formation of the group, me, Yugo, Okachan aka Fire Rhymes, the Knight's son Paulton, and the magic teacher, Oriza. My relation with Paulton is more than an acquaintance and less than a friend. Even though Paulton's father was a former baron, he made many military exploits and raised his title, and he has reached up to the Earl. Severe training is given to Paulton by such father, and he has the skill organization specialized in physical. His strength is also quite high in the academic year. The person himself doesn't seem to be content to it. He concentrates in training every day. He's a serious character boy. Because he comes in contact with me like a retainer, I will talk to him, but it's like we're on good terms. Oriza Sensei is a middle-aged magic teacher. She's the unmotivated one among the teachers, and she's a person who come along because it's her work. She hates troublesome things, and when Yugo and I was assigned to the group of her jurisdiction, she scowled without concealing it. It was well known that there was an unusual sign between me and Yugo. However, should I said that she's indeed a teacher? Her combat ability is very high. Despite being a magic user, she has the skill composition that makes close-range battle possible, and her ability value is also higher than the students. When something unexpected happened, a teacher must protect the students, so it was impossible that the teachers who came for this exploration lesson are weak. The unexpected one is that Okachan Sensei, aka Fire Rhymes, participated in this lesson properly. Sensei is often absent from lessons without permission. Although she is acting behind the scenes, she won't tell us about the contents. She absent from the class without permission, so I'm sure that she's moving busily. It was unexpected that Sensei will participate in this lesson and be restricted for approximately 2 days. However, there's also Yugo, so if she's going to be near, it's reassuring. Perhaps, even if I include the academy's teacher, Sensei might be the only one who can stop Yugo. Then, dismiss for a moment. After each of you had lunch, please divide into groups and act the facilitator teacher declares it, and the briefing ended. After finish eating lunch, divide into groups and act. Nisama, we will part for a while. It's lonely, Sue. It's only one day. It's a big problem, even if it's only one day. When thinking that if something happens to Nisama in the place where I'm not looking, I can't sleep at night, it's all right. The safety in this mountain has already been confirmed. So unusual things won't happen. I pat Sue's head to make her feel relieved. I can't say that there's a person in my group is more dangerous than the mountain, because if I say it, she might worry about me. Shun, be careful of Yugo earnestly, okay? It looks like that guy's head has completely gone crazy after coming to this world. Understood the exchange in low voice with Katia on parting refrains in my head. He's crazy. He certainly is. The current Yugo is not normal. There's a dangerous sign that it's not weird that he will do something. The exploration advanced smoothly when I'm worrying about such thing. We never meet any monsters. And we reach the scheduled camping area safely. Shurien-sama, is here the camping point? That's right. It seemed that we arrived earlier than planned. It's because the boys have stamina. It's hard to follow for the girl, Sensei, you know? Bullshit. Oka-chan's status is considerably high, right? There's no way you need to persist this much. Sensei thinks that even if you know that and you pretend not to know, you still worry about. Sensei is a condition of a good man. I don't mean to become a man who sees the complexion of the woman in detail. Or Sama is acceptable. Paulton, and I begin the preparations for camping while Yugo and Sensei doing such exchanges. Ariza Sensei only looks at us silently. Shurien-sama, could you hold that part? Okay. Is it like this? Yes. After that, if I do like this on completed. Thank you, Paulton. No. Originally, I should be doing this preparations by myself, but I have caused trouble to Shurien-sama. Paulton. The social position is unrelated in the academy. Therefore, there's no need to mind it so much, although there's also the social position. I personally respect Shurien-sama. Therefore, this is something that I do because I like it. Shurien-sama, please don't make an apologetic face to my actions there. I gave in to the honest eyes of Paulton. Sue is also the same. Where is there an element that can be respected in me? It's mysterious. After the preparations for the camp is completed, there a little time remain because we arrived earlier than the schedule. In that case, we will confirm the surroundings lightly. Each of us act separately and explore within the range, not far enough to be separated. Although I objected to take independent action, it's decided that everyone will be within the range where our voices can be heard. If it's like this, the nearby group member can rush immediately even if something happens. And I'm alone in the mountain. If I gather medicinal plants, etc., by myself, points will be added. I look for the medicinal plants while activating appraisal. And there, a sword fight sound is heard. I heard it from the place near where Paulton was exploring. I wonder whether the opponent's sword was specially made or the opponent has the silent skill, because the sound is extremely small. But, to me, who has the enhanced hearing, the sound was clearly heard. I try to run in a hurry to Paulton, but I was obstructed by the person who stands in my way. It's Yugo. Yo, what are you trying to do? Jugo? No. Natsum, I just thought that I should have you exit about here. I return a tense voice to Yugo, who talks friendly. Yugo, who says an unbelievable thing calmly. I didn't know about it and swallowed saliva. It's a joke, right? Does this look like a joke? You're an eyesore at that moment. The smile disappears from Yugo's face. This world is the world for me. The world for me to be the strongest and to reign. And yet, there's someone better than me. Why are you saying such a crazy thing? This world doesn't belong to anyone. Return to sanity, I'm saying. It's a dreamlike world where you can do anything if you have skills, you know? Isn't it that this world is exactly only for me? But you see, this world doesn't need people like you. So Dai Yugo draws his sword. I also have no choice but to draw my sword. I look at Yugo's status. Human race LV-31, name Yugo Van Rangzan, status HP 628 green, MP 566 blue, SP 609609 yellow 502 611, red, average offensive ability. 608 average defensive ability. 599 average magic ability. 546 average resistance ability. 522 average speed ability. 583 skill automatic HP recovery LV. 4 MP recovery speed LV. 4 MP consumption down LV. 4 SP recovery speed LV. 8 SP consumption down LV. 8 magic perception LV. 8 magic manipulation LV. 5 magic combat act LV. 5 magic granting LV. 4 offensive magic power LV. 2 enhanced destruction LV. 7 enhanced slashing LV. 7 enhanced blow LV. 4 enhanced flame LV. 4 fighting spirit LV. 7 vitality granting LV. 7 vitality attack LV. 7 flame attack LV. 3 paralysis attack LV. 2 sword talent LV. 6 throw LV. 5 3D maneuver LV. 6 concentration LV. 9 prediction LV. 3 calculation processing LV. 3 accuracy LV. 8 evasion LV. 8 stealth LV. 3 silent LV. 1 fire magic LV. 3 destruction resistance LV. 2 blow resistance LV. 2 slash resistance LV. 3 fire resistance LV. 3 poison resistance LV. 2 paralysis resistance LV. 1 pain resistance LV. 1 enhanced vision LV. 10 telephoto LV. 1 enhanced hearing LV. 10 hearing range expansion LV. 1 enhanced smell LV. 8 enhanced taste LV. 7 enhanced touch LV. 8 constitution LV. 5 magic well LV. 4 body flicker LV. 5 durability LV. 5 Herculean strength LV. 5 solid LV. 5 mage LV. 4 amulet LV. 3 shrink space LV. 5 emperor W skill points 350 title monster killer strong. His status is a little physical, unlike me. He has a firm strength. Besides, this guy acquires skills assertively with skill points, unlike me. Above all, the most troublesome is the Emperor skill. Emperor, raise the effect of the skill, and inflicts heresy attribute effect, fear, to the opponent by overpowering. The fear by overpowering is resisted for the time being, but it's a foul-like effect to raise the effect of the skill. Yugo brandishes sword. I intercept it with my sword. Ku heavy. Fu, I know it. You never use skill points to acquire skills, right? In Aditon, you never raise your level. Points are things that are supposed to be used. Like this. Flame surges from Yugo's sword. I avoid it by a hair's breadth. If I do it too flashy, the others might notice it. So, just die quickly. Do you think that you can get away with that if you do such a thing? It's all right. I'm the main of this world's future, you know? Of course I will be forgiven even if I do anything. Besides, the preparations are made properly. My subordinate should be disposing the others at this time. I will release the monster that I brought after I killed you. It's a powerful guy that won't be generated here usually. Something like the pitiful students and teachers have been devoured by the monster that generated suddenly. I will defeat that monster and return alive. It's such a scenario, such a careless plan. Do you think that you won't be accused? Who? Who will? Here is not Japan. I'm a future sword emperor, you know? Even if it's a little unnatural, who can state their opinions to me? And is it fine to make it into an international problem? There's no way it would be fine. That's how it is. You shouldn't think that all the crimes must be made public like Japan. I'm dumbfounded. To Yugo, who had the idea that's too un-Japanese, and he accepts it naturally. Goodbye. I will at least remember you in the corner of my memory. The swords swing downwards while cladding in huge flame. However, it didn't reach me. Yugo's body blown off suddenly. Natsumi-kun, you did too much, a horrifying cold tone different from the usual dull voice. The overwhelming presence that doesn't match the figure of the small elf. Okachan Sensei appeared there. Your plan is already crushed. Your subordinates have all been restricted, and I have disposed the monster that you brought along, Whwa. It seems that you have been paying attention on Shunkuen, but it looks like you underestimated me too much. Sorry, but Sensei can't afford to overlook your rampage anymore. Sensei walks up to the fallen Yugo. Yugo tries to launch a surprise attack. Gua. He was struck to the ground by something invisible. That must be the thing that blew Yugo's body off a while ago. Perhaps it's a wind-type magic. Sensei's hand grips Yugo's head, and I perceive the flow of magical power there. Some kind of magic seemed to be put on Yugo. Activate the ruler class privilege. By the ruler's request, activate the ruler exclusive skill. Agreement of activation, I agree, from Yugo's mouth. A flat voice different from his usual voice is raised. The magic from a little while ago. Is that the hypnosis by the heresy magic that's said to be forbidden? My surprise doesn't end there. Rather, a further surprise attacks me. Yugo's status displayed by appraisal falls rapidly. Furthermore, the skills are disappearing rapidly. Yugo's skill became only the mysterious garbled text skill in no time. What did you do to me? Yugo, who finally returned to sanity, shouts. Sensei lowered your status and deprived your skills, Wa. There's no way such thing can be done. Kyunkun. How's the appraisal result? Sensei is right. All of your status have fallen to 30. In addition, the skill doesn't remain 2WH. This world is not yours. Reflect on this at this time, and Sensei recommend living as a normal person from now on. Even if you become stronger by acquiring skills, there are no good things about it. Yugo, who becomes dumbfounded. I who's confused. The exploration class was stopped afterwards. Paulton and Oriza Sensei were safe. I heard that it was about to get dangerous, but thanks to Sensei's help, there was no serious wounds. All of Yugo's subordinates who attacked them were captured. However, no one confessed their relation with Yugo, and because Yugo himself kept feigning ignorance, there was no blame on Yugo. Is this also a judgment that thinks about international relations? I was made to really recognize that the common sense here is different from Japan. By the way, after I return, I'm troubled because Sue clings to me in tears. Chapter 101, Wisdom. Power capable of reaching the gods. It's possible to acquire information until inspection level 1 of all existing things in own range of perception. In addition, the W system is surpassed, and the right to interfere with the area is obtained ruler of wisdom. Acquisition skill magic extremity divine magic. Acquisition condition. Acquisition of wisdom. Effect. MP. Magic resistance rise respectively. Accorrection whenever magic type skill proficiency gained. Ruler class privilege is acquired. Explanation. The title presented to those who rule wisdom magic extremity. Magic control assistance in the system, and all magic formula deployment ability value become a maximum. In addition, the recovery speed of MP becomes the fastest and the consumption becomes the lowest divine magic. A bonus of 1000 is added to the MP magic resistance. And a growth correction of 100 is added when level up Zoa Air LV 3 no name status HP. 236 green details 21 up MP 1431 blue details 1120 up SP 235 yellow details 20 up 235 red 799 details 20 up average offensive ability 287 details 18 up average defensive ability 387 details 18 up average magic ability 1365 details 1110 up average resistance ability 1500 details 1110 up average speed ability 1412 details 70 up skill automatic HP recovery LV 6 magic extremity new SP recovery speed LV3 SP consumption down LV4 enhanced destruction LV2 enhanced slashing LV3 enhanced poison LV4 fighting spirit LV2 vitality granting LV2 deadly poison attack LV3 corrosion attack LV1 poison synthesis LV8 thread talent LV3 universal thread LV1 thread manipulation LV8 throw LV7 3D maneuver LV5 concentration LV10 thought acceleration LV5 1 up foresight LV5 1 up parallel will LV1 new High-speed calculation LV1, accuracy LV8, evasion LV7, stealth LV8, silent LV3. 1-up. Conviction hell heresy magic LV3, shadow magic LV3, poison magic LV3, abyss magic LV10, patience pride overeating LV9, wisdom new, night vision LV10, visible range expansion LV3. 1-up. Destruction resistance LV2, blow resistance LV2, slash resistance LV3, fire resistance LV3. 1-up. Deadly poison resistance LV2, paralysis resistance LV4, petrifaction resistance LV3, acid resistance LV4, corrosion resistance LV3, faint resistance LV3, fear resistance LV8, heresy nullity, pain alleviation LV7, enhanced vision LV10. 1-up. Telephoto LV5, new. Evil eye of curse LV3, new. Enhanced hearing LV8, enhanced smell LV7, enhanced taste LV7, enhanced touch LV7, divinity area expansion LV2, divine magic new. Constitution LV1, new. Agility LV9, endurance LV9, Herculean strength LV4, solid LV4, Idoton LV3, taboo LV8. 1-up. W skill point. 0 title, gross feeder, blood relative eater, assassin monster killer poison technique, user thread user, merciless monster slaughterer, ruler of pride, ruler of patience, ruler of wisdom. New. I want to shout amazing if it's a while ago. No, although I still think that it's amazing now, I can't be pleased honestly. Uving. You. Yuda. Enough. Stop thinking hesitantly. Well, there's no help for it, even if I think about it. Even if there were such people like the administrator, what can I do? There's no way I can do anything. What can a spider do to such people like God? Nothing can be done. Then, the same as always. I will live my life in my own way. Stalker? Peeper? I will take you on. I don't care whether you're an administrator or a god, but you should engrave my life into your memory to the utmost. I will live like a burning fire and die brilliantly. You should see my way of life. Information in charge. What is it? Body in charge? I'm burning. Oh, I'm burning brightly now. No, I'm burning physically. Huh? The thread that I forgot to cut caught a fire because I was in a daze. What are you doing? If you have the time to report to me, extinguish it. Skill proficiency reached. Skill fire resistance LV3 has become fire resistance LV4 hot. Huh? Use poison synthesis. Fast. Understood. Weak poison, come on. Ooh. I became numb. Oh no. The weak poison has paralysis added to it now. What are you doing? Skill proficiency reached. Skill paralysis resistance LV4 has become paralysis resistance LV5 hot. Numb. I can't admire that. Ababa bababa. HP dangerous. Evil D. You will seriously die. My HP became 0. Wah. Activate patience. Offer MP as a sacrifice and revive with HP 1. Oh, but if the fire is not extinguished, HP will be exhausted again soon. The paralysis still can't be relieved. A little more done. Use weak poison synthesis without the paralysis this time. While you are at it, set the synthesis amount to the maximum. OWA. A lump of poisonous water fell. Ouch. Look, my HP decreased again after being crushed. But thanks to that, the fire disappeared. The effect of patience was able to be confirmed, so it turned out all right in the end. This is not all right at all. It's a defeat if you mind it. I mean, the first HP 0 is like this. How is it? It's a defeat if you mind it. You're right. With that just now, our MP decreased to half. We would have died if we don't have wisdom. Thank God we have it. Well, the one that caused it is wisdom, though. It's a defeat if you mind it. Skills are convenient after all, right? Although I don't know what kind of purpose they made skills and distribute them. I will take whatever you give me and make use of it. That's right. Let's do that. Chapter 102 Wisdom Sama is amazing. Well, the ability of the skill Wisdom seems to be an enhanced version of Appraisal Sama and Detection San. At that point, it's decided that I have to call it with Sama. Wisdom Sama. First of all, the enhanced part, a thing called details, was added into the status appraisal result. When I double appraise this details, a more detailed information than the status will be displayed. What a wonderful function. The detailed numerical value of each parts of body are in the attack and defense. According to it, I understood that my strongest offensive ability is my sickle, and my defensive ability is approximately equal. Although my defensive ability of my torso is somewhat low, because I'm specialized in evasion originally, it will be fine if I don't make any blunders. The speed is also similar, but it breakdowns further to reflexive speed, instantaneous speed, and endurance speed. Although it's comparatively average, the instantaneous speed seems to be slightly higher than the others. And magic. There are various fields like magic offensive ability, magic formula deployment speed, magic formula stability level, magic formula strength, etc., but the numerical values other than the offensive ability have reached max value. It's 999. It's not average at all. Leaving aside that retort, I think that this is the effect of magic extremity. It was somehow written that the magic formula related becomes maximum, so I think that it's the effect. This is telling me to use magic, right? Phew. Finally, I can use magic. Amazing. I'm looking forward to use it. Well, the first thing to do now is to reconfirm Wisdom Samus effect. I must not panic. Last, it's resistance, but this was the most important in the details. All of my attribute resistances were there. With this, the attribute that I was weak in became clear. Fire was the one that I'm weak in after all. Even though I have fire resistance, it's still the lowest. By the way, when I have the resistance type skills, the numerical value of the resistance rises equivalent to the resistance skill. Other than fire, my resistance to water, ice, and light are low. Especially, ice is low together with fire resistance. Although I won't receive any ice attribute attack, as long as I'm in the middle layer, I should bear to my mind. On the contrary, heresy attribute is the highest. Well, I do have heresy nullity. The numerical value of this is also 999. The next to it is poison resistance. And the next is unexpectedly dark. It was higher than the attribute that I have the resistance. And in this way, my strong and weak resistances became clear, but I think that this can probably be said as an attack. For example, even if I use the magic of the fire attribute that I'm weak in, I think that the effect will be low. On the contrary, the heresy and dark attributes that I'm strong and seems to have high effects. Although it's still in the range of expectation, I think that the probability is high. The details of the status are about like this, and the details of the skills can be seen, too. Specifically, it reached the point that the numerical value of the skill proficiency can be seen. Because the numerical value of the necessary skill proficiency to the next level is also displayed together, it seems that I can raise the level more efficiently. By the way, the skill proficiency of the skills that I have not acquired can also be seen. The skill list is displayed even without skill points. I was surprised at this. Besides, in the state that all skills were lifted from the ban, looking at this only seems to need one whole day. Among those skills, there's the skill that needs an incredibly high skill points to acquire it. Although its ability is reliable to that extent, I absolutely won't acquire it. I said as a joke to Voice of Heaven before. Wait, should I stop calling Voice of Heaven? No, after all, Voice of Heaven is all right as it is. Ah yes, the continuation of the talk. I inquire Voice of Heaven as a joke, and there's really an immortality skill, but it needs 100 million points to acquire it. Naiwa, there's absolutely no sign to let me acquire it. Well, leaving aside skills that can't be acquired, I think that I should pick up the usable skills that I can reach. I will use my skill points for Evil Eye for a while, but when that's over, I will acquire skills that look good. And about Detection Sand's enhancement, the information picked up by Detection can be appraised now. However, because the information picked up by Detection Sand is quite precise, there's no need to appraise it purposely. At present, I can't think of an effective way to use it, but it's no disadvantage to have it, and it might be used someday. Lastly, The most important thing is the auto-mapping function was added. Moreover, it's before acquiring Wisdom Sama. The map of all the ranges where I pass before after I am born can be inspected. This is amazing. Seriously amazing. This Elro Great Labyrinth which I wandered aimlessly. Part of it became clear by this map so far. Elro Great Labyrinth is too wide. The map of the upper layer where I was formerly there, the map of the lower layer where I fell, and the map of the middle layer that I'm advancing now. I expected that it would be a part of the whole map when the maps are connected, but it became the size that was almost the same as Hokkaido with that alone. It's only a part, you know? And when I predict the distance from the middle layer to the upper layer, I understood that it looks like it's still long ahead. Although there might be a pit somewhere, because it's only a prediction. I should be prepared for a long trip. Lastly, the language that was impossible to appraise up until now, it's still impossible to appraise. Chapter 103 Magical Komoka Returns. I thought that I was going to die. I should have died with my HP. I would have died if I don't have patience. If I died foolishly like this, I want to die brilliantly. Administrator San, if you saw it just now, please erase it from the log. Incidentally, I was able to confirm the effect of patience. Rather than I will revive even if my HP is reduced to 0, it feels more like my HP becomes 0 and my MP becomes the substitute to it, and it's possible to act without change. Judging from the decrease of MP when I caught a fire, I think that it temporarily choose MP as the HP. Therefore, the damage that should be received in HP becomes the decrease of MP. It's like the HP and MP sticks together. Therefore, when I receive an overkill attack, my MP might decrease all at once. Because my MP increased abnormally thanks to divine magic, it can be said that I became considerably tough. But because even its original use uses MP, I should take it like an insurance. And, thanks to divine magic, my magic type status increased excessively. But it's a loss when I don't use this status, right? It appears there, magic extremity. This skill is the skill that can be said, the final development type of the magic manipulation skill that I wanted. Amazing. In addition, the MP-related convenient skills come in a set, and it's a bargain. Wonderful. If it's now, the price is free because it's Wisdom Samus Extra. Well, what? It's already bought, so please don't worry. Congratulations. Well then, this magic extremity. It's seriously an amazing skill. At any rate, it's like I acquired magic manipulation MP, recovery, speed MP, consumption down at max level. My MP that was decreased to half a while ago has already recovered completely. Because it recovers 2 or 3 in a second, it will recover completely in about 10 minutes. What's that? I can use my MP as much as I want. Besides, because there's also the effect of MP consumption down, the amount of consumption should decrease other than patience. I can use as much as I want even if I don't use it poorly. Even if I keep the evil eye activated, there's no consumption, so there's no change. Let's change it to continuous activation at once. Well, if it's prepared here, of course I want to use magic. But I don't know how to use it. That's only said a long time ago. I finally learned the way to use magic. It became clear by Wisdom Samus' new function, search. Although it's not equal for a certain great teacher. When I search the word related to the skill system, the explanation will be displayed. The manual function that I didn't stop demanding was implemented at last. Therefore, I searched the way to use magic. According to it, it seems that I have to pass through some stages to use magic. First of all, recognition of magical power. This corresponds to the so-called magic perception. If you can't recognize the existence of magical power, it's impossible to use magic using the magical power as the fuel to activate it. So, this becomes the main premise to use magic. As for me, magic perception is in the effect of Wisdom Sama. Next, manipulation of magic. The image of magical power in me is a thick liquid. Move this liquid at your will. This becomes magic manipulation. Moving it faster, and if complex movement can be done, it's good. Usually, a person needs to train and will become able to move it gradually, but thanks to magic extremity, I can move it freely. And the construction of magic formula. Every magic skills have this, and it will be constructed automatically by selecting the corresponding magic. The image of the constructed magic formula is a pipe, I wonder. This construction speed also changes according to the status. Because my magic formula construction speed is at maximum value, I can activate it at the moment I select it. Lastly, if magical power is poured into the constructed magic formula, the magic will be completed, like pouring a liquid into the pipe. When the liquid reaches the end of the pipe, it becomes the phenomenon to have influence in this world as magic for the first time. At this time, if the amount of the liquid poured into the pipe increases, the offensive ability of the magic rises, and if the pouring speed is made faster, the time until activation is shortened. However, an extra burden will be added on the pipe to that extent. There's a limit in the amount that can be poured according to the thickness of the pipe, so if it's not firmly made, it will explode because of the water pressure. The magic formula will end with a misfire without being able to endure the burden, and the worst case, it might explode. Because high-rank magic has a complex and long magic formula, the tendency of that is strong. It's necessary to make a bigger and stronger pipe to stabilize the magic formula. As for this, I don't have any problems thanks to Magic Extremity. You must pass through such a process just to use one magic. However, I who have Magic Extremity don't have to think about such tedious thing. Magic manipulation can be done with the same sense as moving my body. And as for the magic formula construction, the best one is completed in an instant after I select a magic. I can activate magic with ease like pouring water into a glass. Therefore, let's activate the one that has the effect that can be understood at a glance, because there's no monster in the surroundings now. Come to think of it, I completely forgot to appraise shadow magic. Shadow surface. Shadow can be generated in the light UA. This is also strange. Even if it becomes level 3, it still has such effect. Shadow magic is useless if its level doesn't increase more. Then, let's use magic. Poison Bullet is good here after all. Even if I activate Heresy magic, there's no significance because there's no opponent, and even if I succeed in using Shadow magic, it doesn't seem that I will be impressed. As for the Abyss magic, the hurdle seems to be high to use it suddenly. Yash, magic formula deployment. Magical power filling completed. Poison Bullet activate. After taking stance, a black round thing appeared in front of me, and it flies vigorously. Although it succeeded too quick, it's magic. Amazing. I was impressed a little. But this Poison Bullet don't have much power. Because this poison is not deadly spider poison. The Poison Bullet that can be used by poison magic is not a magic that fires my own poison, and it seems that it's one magic that fires poison. So, the poison is this magic exclusive poison, and it's different from the deadly spider poison. And it's inferior to the power of deadly spider poison, even if I have my magic offensive ability. Although the power can be raised if I consume a lot of magical power. If that's the case, then I should just synthesis poison obediently. The magic that I was able to acquire with much efforts don't have a lot of chances to use it. Chapter 104 Magic Equipped Spider-Type Versatile Warrior. By the way, following the Poison Bullet of Poison Magic, I tried Poison Touch. Although it should have been a magic that inflicts poison damage by touching the opponent, there was a pitfall after all. Although I thought that it's a fairly good ability for a skill that could be acquired at level 1. I also received this magic. It was the so-called self-destruction technique. I mean, don't I have a lot of self-destruction techniques? Although it might be suitable to raise the resistance on purpose, this magic can't be used normally. But if I use with the level 3 Poison Resist, it might be usable. Although Poison Resist is a magic that boosts poison resistance temporarily. If this is used together with Poison Touch, it might be usable. Well, I have Poison Synthesis, so it's not necessary to use it purposely. There's no need to use such a thing that has low power, and it's a self-destruction technique purposely. Because its power is low, it doesn't help in accumulating skill proficiency. Although the Poison Bullet seems to still have ways to use it, there's no need to use Poison Touch. I also tried shadow magic, just in case. The result is omitted because it was plain. The effects of heresy magic can't be confirmed if there's no monster. So I think that I will try it when I encounter the next monster. Well, because it's a mind attack type, I might not know whether it's effective or not just by looking at the appearance. Although I might know if it's Phantom Pain, can Disturb be known? Above all, is it fine to use Phantom Madness on a monster? Phantom Madness, in short, it makes someone becomes insane, isn't it? Making a monster berserk, isn't it a power-up instead? As expected, I want to think that it's not like that, but let's use it carefully. And the last boss who waits at the end. Abyss Magic. My heart throbs considerably to try this one, in various meanings. No matter how you think of it, this magic is dangerous. Although I carried out an appraisal once again, just to make sure, because it has evolved into Wisdom Sama, the explanation doesn't change. After all, I don't understand the effect of the magic. Although it's obvious that it's a high-rank dark magic, I don't know any more than that. It might be an outrageous force if it's usable, but it's bad for the heart that I don't know what's going to jump out. Although I won't fail because I have magic extremity, still my heart is throbbing. Then, first of all, let's try from the level 1 Hellgate. Yash. Magic Formula Construction. Huh. Well, wait for a moment. I can't control it, even when I have magic extremity? What's with this idiot-like difficulty of construction? It's no use. The magic formula that's being constructed easily left my controls and collapsed. I want to say that's ridiculous. After all, the magic extremity that I have is, as its name shows, it should be located at the top of the magic-related skills. This result, even though I have the skill. If this won't work, then no one in the world will be able to use Abyss Magic, isn't it? I mean, a magic with such difficult construction. What kind of dangerous magic is this? Not being able to do the construction at level 1 magic. What's this? If I activate the level 10 Rebellion Hell, is it like the end of the world? Never. It won't, right? It really won't, right? However, this at level 1. Either way, it's not usable. No, it's still early to give up. It was certainly difficult, but I'm a beginner who became able to use magic just now. The other magicians probably do their best in practicing and raise the skill level steadily, while I acquire a cheat skill by a leap. In other words, I'm not used to it. Therefore, I can use easy magic thanks to the skill, but it's impossible to use high-rank magic because I'm inexperienced. I think that it's like that. Then, there's only one answer. There's only practice. This body in charge. Well, I understand what you want to say. Information in charge. Do you understand? Oh, but in that case, what should we do with information? Can you back me up to some extent? Body in charge? It's possible to do it, but the efficiency will drop sharply when 2 persons do a person's job. Skill proficiency reached. Skill parallel will LV1 has become parallel will LV2 good timing. Hello, the third me. Hello. I heard the talk. It's already all right because I came. Yash. Then, number 3. I will have you in charge of magic. Okay. Leave it to me. Thus, parallel will leveled up, and the number of wills that can exist at the same time has increased. Body in charge and information in charge are as the same as always. The newly born magic in charge will practice magic, centering on Abyss Magic while moving. By the effect of the Ruler of Patience title, the rise of the magic-related skill proficiency should be improved, and if I raise the poison magic and shadow magic, it will surely be useful in the future. Besides, magic in charge can join in the combat by using magic attack individually. The poison bullet of the poison magic also, if it's used individually, it's quite strange, but if it's used in the cooperation with body in charge, the utility value rises tremendously. Feint and an unexpected blow. It seems that I can do various things according to the situation. The information in charge who ascertains the situation has an important role, after all. Exactly, the Trinity. When I think over again, I'm amazing. My status increase rapidly, and I fight in a way that makes good use of my body at the same time as magic flies. Just by hearing this, I don't want to antagonize me. Aren't I super strong? Q A corner 10 chapter Q A corner 10 Q. regarding Q. Corner 9Q, the resistance endowment of omnipotent thread. A. Such carelessness is Komoko's quality. Even though she has confirm, consider, and verify the skills properly in such a harsh monster life up until now, the suddenly appeared careless attribute. I felt that this careless attribute is a negative attribute that's attached to Komoko-san by force in order to make the development in the convenience of the author. Will she become natural airhead and thickhead type from now on? A. Komoko is comparatively careless when she get carried away. In addition, there's a belief that she can't use threads in the middle layer. Komoko thinks like this: although my threads evolved, it's impossible to use it or experiment it in the middle layer. For the time being, let's confirm the reason why severing thread disappeared. Therefore, her eyes are attracted towards the attribute endowment at the very beginning, and the resistance endowment next to it was not noticed. It was the result of various misfortune that happened at the same time. Q. Komoko-san has surely forgotten that there's the dinosaur in the upper layer. A. She might have forgotten about it. Q. The resistance endowment in universal thread. In other words, can I recognize that it can make a thread that can't be burned by adding heat resistance? A. It was revealed at Chapter 102, but the resistance only increases the defensive ability of the attribute. Therefore, if you're weak in that attribute originally, the resistance won't skyrocket suddenly even if the resistance is endowed. Q. Come to think of it, it looks like it's not a spider, but does the nickname remains as Komoko? A. Because she still keeps the spider form, Komoko is fine. Q. When detection is activated, only thought acceleration doesn't rose. Is it unrelated to detection? A. Because the effect of thought acceleration is accelerates the perceivable time. The skill proficiency can only be accumulated in the passage of time under activation. Q. I feel that she will acquire the fortitude of the cardinal virtue sooner or later. A. Actually, the initial plan was not patience but fortitude. At the end of worrying, I picked the virtues and so it became patience. Q. When she has 500 points, is a reason she didn't acquire the skills that can be acquired without skill points like enhanced vision because she forgot about it after evolving? Or there's no skill to acquire? Does the necessary experience points for the level up after evolving get reset? Does the necessary experience points increase whenever she evolves? A. Although this is lightly mentioned in the story, the skills are postponed because she wants to give priority to capture the middle layer. And the experience points reset to some extent, but it's not completely reset. Q. If I say my personal impression of Komoko-san, pride rather than humility, charity rather than wrath, diligence rather than sloth, chastity rather than lust, gluttony rather than temperance. I don't know whether she's envy or kindness, but the one I don't understand is why patience when she's greed-like. Although she seemed greedy, she actually doesn't have much greed. Although it said before, when she shut herself in her first home, she feels that just by living is relatively a happiness, so she's unselfish. The reason she's greedy to become stronger is because she won't be able to live if she don't do it, and she's a person who thinks that living peacefully and spending time leisurely is acceptable. Therefore, rather than diligence, sloth is closer. Q. How is curse different from heresy? Is it like curse is an attack to spiritual body and heresy is an attack to the soul? A. Although it will be revealed in the future, heresy attribute is a considerably special attribute. However, it's all right to recognize it as a mind attack. Q. Are there training type skills like taming? A. There is. However, Komoko will never acquire this skill because she doesn't have the talent. Q. Isn't it because of pride that the correction became double? Isn't it 1220? A. The correction of pride is only the growth correction by level up. In the 1120 of the increase, 1000 is from star magic, 100 is from ruler of wisdom, and 20 is from the previous level up. So, it's 1120. Q. If her resistance increased by 1000, the paralysis seems to end quickly, so she won't die of being covered with flames, right? Even with the current status. A. If the attribute offensive ability increases, the power also becomes higher, so it might surpass the resistance even if the resistance is higher. In addition, because Komoko's fire resistance is abnormally low, if she's covered with flames, she will receive a considerable damage. Q. It seems that the Earth's spider thread with the thickness of a pencil can stop a flying Boeing 747 plane, but can Kumo-san's thread do that much? A. Please think that spider thread LV-1 has the same ability as the spider thread in this world. Q. Hokkaido while moving such a long distance. When thinking about the number of combats up until now, it's kind of smooth. A. In the lower layer, she evade with all of her power, and because she also evade combat relatively in the other layer, number of combat is not equal to the number of monster. Q. Won't poison magic become the target of poison synthesis? A. It won't. Poison magic is not a magic that makes poison, but it makes magic to become poison attribute. So it's not registered as a physical poison. Q. Is Google Sensei higher than Wisdom Sama? A. Wisdom Sama can only search skill-related things. It can't match with the great Sensei, who can search anything. Chapter 105, Does a Hickey Dream of Going Out? Although various things happened, the middle layer capture is going well. I kept defeating monsters, and my level also rose, and my skill level also rose considerably. While doing that, overeating became level 10 at last. Will gluttony come? I prepared for it. But the name of the skill after evolving was Satiation LV1. Satiation, it becomes possible to take meals exceeding the limit. In that case, HP, MP, SP are recovered. In addition, the surplus can be stocked. Because the surplus is stocked as pure energy, you won't gain weight. The amount that can be stocked increases by level, although gluttony didn't came, it's still an amazing ability. In short, the effect that's applied only to SP up until now has applied to HP and MP. Although the amount of stock surplus is lower than the SP, it still doesn't change the fact that it's amazing. I'm glad my plain and low HP has been padded. Besides, there's also the effect of patience, so if my HP and MP increase, my survival rate rises that much. Although MP originally looked excess, the waste might decrease if I can stock it. However, about the effect of not gaining weight, I don't have any benefits. Well, I never gained weight originally. I wonder why. In the explanation of overeating, it's written that I will gain weight just as much as the stock, and because I have stock to the limit, I should have gained weight considerably, but I didn't gain weight at all. Although I don't know whether it's the spider special constitution or not, I decided to not mind it, because I won't gain weight at all from now on. Oh yes. The overeating stock reached the limit value before its level rose. It looked like the limit value was level 100, so it stopped at 900. Although the upper limit increased a little because it evolved into satiation, I think that it will probably stop at 1000. If it's not possible to stock it any further, thinking that it's a waste unless I consume, it is the Japanese wasteful mind. That's why I bear in mind to consume SP as much as possible since the time of my usual movement. Specifically, I advance while jumping and running. By doing it like this, skill proficiency of I to 10 was gained. Thanks to that, the skill level of I to 10 rose. Agility and endurance also rose and reached max level at last. Both evolved. They evolved into body flicker and durability, and growth correction is added to it. With this, a plus correction will be added in all of my status whenever I level up. Well, thanks to Magic Extremity, the rise of magic is abnormally high, and my speed is high thanks to I to 10 that I originally had. Although its rises, it's inferior to the deadly spider poison no matter what. After all, when it becomes a serious fight, the deadly spider poison becomes my trump card, and magic becomes the support. Well, it's inevitable, because I came this far with spider thread and deadly spider poison. It seems to become a complicated feelings if those two are surpassed easily by magic. I want to use spider thread quickly. I can't use it in this middle layer, even though it evolved into universal thread with much efforts. When I reach the upper layer, I will make a nest at the very beginning, and I will spend some time on skill researching there. After that, to be honest, I don't know what to do. Although I said that I won't mind it, after all, I'm bothered by it. Administrator. Skill. In order to know it, I must ask a man who knows it after all. But in the first place, what does the man of this world think of the administrator? I don't know. Come to think of it, I have never communicate with another person in this world. I'm here. I'm also here. You guys are no different than me. I'm saying about another person. Phew. The number of idiots increase. And I who's in charge of the brain can't stop this hardships. Oh, yes, about communication. Although I hardly communicate even in my previous life. Information could be obtained if there was internet. But now is different. Wisdom Samus search is only a part concerning the skills. Besides, even if I examined it, the important part is concealed. All the information related to the administrator cannot be appraised. If I think, I'm a hickey who haven't gone out after I was born when seen in perspective. I haven't gone out of Elro Great Labyrinth. If I became a hickey in the state with no information source, it can't be helped that I'm ignorant about the world situation. If I want to know about the administrator, I need to get out of Elro Great Labyrinth, and I have to interact with the man in this world. But because I'm a monster, I can't talk, so I think that it's quite severe to communicate normally. Well, although it's not wrong that I'm a monster, I might manage somehow if it's a conversation. The first one is acquiring the telepathy skill, and the another one is evolve into a certain monster. A new feature added by Wisdom Sama, Evolution Tree. If I see this, I can know what kind of monsters that I can evolve in the future at a glance. Up until now, evolution happens after selecting the guy that appeared that time, but apparently, it looks like I have evolved in a good way. When I see the evolution tree, it's understood that poison is considerably rare. My current Zoa Air too. Well, that's fine now. The problem is a certain monster's information that's displayed in the evolution tree. Arachne, the monster that has the lower half of the spider and the upper half of the human. It's the monster that was also well known in Japan of my previous life. If I want to evolve into this monster, it's possible, but it's somewhat far. If I have the human upper half, I should be able to talk. The problem is whether the humans will listen to my story or not, because it doesn't change the fact that I'm still a monster. What should I do? Well, it can't be helped even if I think about it now. Whether I evolve or not, it's still a matter for the future. In the first place, I can't go out until I escape from the middle layer. Let's think later. Zoa Air LV6 no name, status HP. 303303, green, 21 details, 67 up, MP, 2095, blue, 17 details, 664 up, SP. 316, yellow, details, 81 up, 316, red, 938, details, 81 up, average offensive ability, 343, details, 56 up, average defensive ability, 441, details, 54 up, average magic ability, 1999, details, 634 up, average resistance ability, 2130. Details, 630 up, average speed ability. 1746, details, 334 up, skill automatic HP recovery LV7, 1 up, magic extremity SP recovery speed LV5, 2 up, SP consumption down LV6, 2 up, enhanced destruction LV2, enhanced slashing LV3, enhanced poison LV6, 2 up. Fighting Spirit LV2 Vitality granting LV2 Deadly Poison Attack LV3 Corrosion Attack LV1 Poison Synthesis LV8 Thread Talent LV3 Universal Thread LV1 Thread Manipulation LV8 Throw LV7 3D Maneuver LV8 3 up Concentration LV10 Thought Acceleration LV6 1 up Foresight LV6 1 up Parallel will LV2, 1 up. High-speed calculation LV2, 1 up. Accuracy LV9, 1 up. Evasion LV8, 1 up. Stealth LV9, 1 up. Silent LV4, 1 up. Conviction Hell Heresy Magic LV5, 2 up. Shadow Magic LV6, 3 up. Poison Magic LV6, 3 up. Abyss Magic LV10 Patience Pride Satiation LV1 new, Wisdom Night Vision LV 10 Visible Range Expansion LV 3 Destruction Resistance LV 2 Blow Resistance LV 2 Slash Resistance LV 3 Fire Resistance LV 4 1 Up Deadly Poison Resistance LV 2 Paralysis Resistance LV 5 1 Up Petrifaction Resistance LV 3 Acid Resistance LV 4 Corrosion Resistance LV 3 Faint Resistance LV 3 Fear Resistance LV 8 Heresy Nullity Pain Alleviation LV 7 Enhanced Vision LV 10 Telephoto LV 7 2 Up Evil Eye of Curse LV 6 3 Up Evil Eye of Paralysis LV 2 New Enhanced Hearing LV 9 1 Up Enhanced Smell LV 7 Enhanced Taste LV 7 Enhanced Touch LV 7 Divinity Area Expansion LV 3 1 Up Divine Magic Constitution LV 1 Body Flicker LV 1 New Durability LV 1 New Herculean Strength LV 4 Solid LV 4 Idatan LV 4 1 Up Taboo LV 8 W Skill Points 50 Title Gross Feeder Blood Relative Eater Assassin Monster Killer Poison Technique User Thread User Merciless Monster Slaughterer Ruler of Pride Ruler of Patience Ruler of Wisdom Side Story 16 The Unrest That Creeps to the Peaceful Shadow Chapter Side Story 16 The Unrest That Creeps to the Peaceful Shadow Yugo didn't. T came to the classes after that. It seems that he's still staying in the academy, but I never saw Yugo after that incident. It was the same even if I asked Sue and Katia. You should just die because he make a move on Nisama Sue. You must not say such a silly thing. However, I certainly can agree that there's no blame the criminals who attacked Paulton and the others seems to have committed suicide without confessing any information after all. In the confinement place where they are restricted, it seems that the preparations to let them confess was not able to be done. By the way, in a matter that's considered to be important, when a person is forced to confess, a certain item is used. It's the curse tool that's loaded with the power of the heresy magic that's said to be forbidden. Heresy magic is said to be a magic that violates the soul. So the prohibition of acquisition is announced by the church. The person who has this magic skill will be arrested by the church, and the person will either be placed under the management of the church throughout the life or be executed. Of course, the item that's loaded with the power of heresy magic is managed strictly by the church, but a person must request to the church to use it, and it's permitted to use it when the church judged that the content of the request is appropriate. Even in this incident, after the criminals were made to transport to the royal capital, they should be forced to confess using the item. They might have committed suicide because they foresee that. I was made to recognize this world and the world of my previous life are different again. Even if they can't prove the relation to the assailants, it's a fact that the person himself attacked the royalty of another country. Don't you find it strange that he's not charged with a crime? To Katia's question, I can't answer. Certainly, the fact that I was attacked by that guy doesn't change. But still, there was no blame in that guy. It's an unimaginable thing in Japan. There's nothing strange about it. Because here is such a world, the one who answered Katia's question was Yuri. Shunkuin and the others might not realize it, because you are all at that position. The social position of this world has power that's much stronger than what everyone think. Because I'm a former orphan and a commoner, I have seen this kind of thing a lot of times. There was a person who was executed after being hit by a noble, because the noble's hand was hurt when hitting the person. There is a family who were executed because the vegetables sold were infested with insects. This kind of story overflows throughout the world. Not only me, but Katia also became speechless. We might not know about the world at all. The difference of the social position is an absolute difference. Yugo Kun is the next emperor of the world eminent large country. It's a simple thing to make an incident like this unsettle Katia, who looks bitter. My face would also be the similar. Therefore, Divine Word is the true equality. Divine Word won't discriminate anyone. Divine Word grants benefits equally to everyone. Divine Word is the truth of this world and the light that wraps everything. I'll leave Yuri, who has started a trip. When it comes to this, she won't stop. Even if there's no listener, she will continue to talk about the magnificence of Divine Word endlessly. Although I listened to her at first, I became good at pretending to listen to her, and ignore the contents now. I think about Yugo while ignoring the divine word admiration of Yuri, who has sparkling eyes. What will happen to that guy in the future? Status is lowered, and all of the skills were lost. Perhaps he's same as me. The Emperor's skill that he has by nature was lost. The only skill remained was the W that has an unknown effect. Sensei didn't erase this skill. Did she left it on purpose? Or was it because she's not able to erase it? Apparently, this mysterious skill is a skill peculiar to we who reincarnated. Both Katia and Yuri have this skill, and probably Sensei too. What kind of meaning does this skill has? However, at present, this skill hasn't showed its effect. A skill that doesn't show its effect even by possessing it. Such a thing is useless. If I think about that, Yugo would lose all his skills. His status is the low-rank monster class. There's no skill that can be relied on either. Speaking frankly, the current Yugo has fell to the weakest class as a human. The weakening of Yugo will also be widely known someday. If that happens, then I don't know what will happen to his future. The worst case, breaking off the relations might be announced from the native country. His native country, the Rangzent Empire where power is everything. Will he who became weak still maintain as the successor to the throne? When thinking so, this might be the punishment given to him. Yugo indulged in power. After being indulged in power, even his mind has suffered. Will there be hope to live in a man who lost all his powers? Would I indulge in power like Yugo if Julius and Aisama, Sue, and Katia doesn't exist? I think that it's not impossible. I know the person who's stronger than me, but still, I think that I will get drunk on my own strength suddenly once in a while. I might be actually strong. Yugo becomes arrogant to that extent, so I'm sure that there's no one stronger than him in his surroundings. Even the Rangzent Empire's true strength supremacy principle that's said to be a battleground. Then, even if there's a difference in magic or physical, I who have the status that's almost equal to him might be considerably strong. If that's the case, then if the environment is different, it might be me who will become like Yugo. I shivered when I think about it. Possibly. The one whose status and skills got deprived by Sensei might be me. Sensei, that person is also terrifying. Because I entered the academy and my age reached the standard, I acquired some magic skills. I don't know what will happen if I wasn't saved by Sensei that time. But even if I win or lose, it might have become a fierce battle that it won't end with a scratch. Even if I'm peace-loving idiot, but still, in that situation, I should have done one counterattack at least. However, I'm sure that I will hesitate about giving the decisive blow. When thinking about it, I think that the winning rate of Yugo, who don't hesitates, is higher. And Sensei neutralized that Yugo easily. In other words, I can't win against Sensei too. What if Sensei tries to weaken me in Katia? I don't have the technique to resist. After that incident, Sensei didn't come to the class again. Although it's the usual, such action seems to be even more weird if it's after that incident. What kind of activity does Sensei do in the back? How did she acquire such power? What is she trying to do with such power? I don't know. It's full of things that I don't understand. But I don't think that I can get the answer even if I ask the person. Besides, I'm scared that I will stir up a hornet's nest if I poke it poorly. However, although it's my intuition, I think that Sensei is not an enemy. Although what she's doing in the back is a mystery, I think that she's not doing something that will harm us. Although it's not possible to know about it now, I think that a day when everything is spoken will surely come. I decide to believe in Sensei and wait till then. That's why Shunkuin should also convert into the divine word religion. When I was ignoring Yuri, my hand was clasped by her before I know, and I was pressed for an answer. Although I admit that the divine word religion is excellent, I will refrain from it. I unbind Yuri's hands gently while cold sweat flows down because Sue engenders silent pressure. Recently, Yuri has been pressing on me whether to convert into the divine word religion or not. Although I decline her gently every time, Yuri doesn't give up. Because Sue seems to lose her temper every time, I want Yuri to stop because it makes me feel nervous. Although it's as usual that Sue scowls at Yuri. Katia looks strange. Usually, she would make an amazed face in such time, What's wrong? Kadia, what happened? Nothing. What did suddenly? No, because Kadia's state was somewhat strange, huh? Am as usual, is that so? If you're ill, then say so, okay? Yes. There's no need to worry because the person herself says that she's fine. It should be all right. And when I turned around, Sue and Yuri looked strange this time. This time is you guys. What's wrong? No, it's nothing. Sue and Yuri look at each other, and both look strange. I have no idea what's going on. After all, everyone have a strange look on that day. Suchan, what do you think of it? Not yet. But it's not impossible you think so, too. That's bad. Very bad, it's bad. Very bad, but it can't be stopped. This might be a formidable enemy, Mew. It's not decided to be like that yet, you're right. As for us, we can only pray that it won't happen, damn it. Like I will let it in here. This world is mine. Mine. Only mine. The world only for me. I won't accept such an end. I won't accept it. I won't let it end until I obtain everything. Skill proficiency reached. Acquired skill desire LV1, that fucking elf. He'll absolutely get my revenge. I won't forgive you. Absolutely won't forgive you. Skill proficiency reached. Acquired skill anger LV1, I will definitely deprive all of your things someday. In the same way as you did to me. Skill proficiency reached. Acquired skill seizure LV1, just wait for me. I will destroy everything the guy values. On top of that, it'll hurt that wretched woman and won't stop even if she cries or screams while laughing. Skill proficiency reached. Acquired skill lewd technique LV1, just wait for me. I will take back this world. Chapter 106 Iligan. Wow. Here is dangerous. In front of me is a lake of huge magma spreads out all over. And there's no path. Did I take the wrong path? I thought about it. But this middle layer is a wide and big passage that continues for a long time. Because the width is around 1 kilometer, it feels wrong to call it as a passage. So, I must cross this lake of magma in order to advance ahead. Fortunately, although there's no path, there are small islands at some places. It's possible to jump from island to island if it's with my jumping power, and the worst, I can even advance on the ceiling. Although it's possible to break through because it's me, isn't it impossible for human? After all, the human's limit is the upper layer. I think that it's impossible to capture this labyrinth that has the area of the scale more than Hokkaido. A person must have the power of the legendary class like the hero, though I don't know whether there's such thing or not. A handsome young man liked by the administrator might get such special powers unexpectedly. Yua, that's unfair. If there's such thing, then give it to me too. It's not good? I see, that's obvious, right? I escaped from reality for a moment. What I said that it's possible to break through is only crossing over this magma. What's dangerous here is that a lot of monsters lurk here. This lake of magma is wide, and the depth is considerably deep. The depth is around 200 meters. If the magma gets clogged up that much, won't it cool down and harden? Although I think of it, this huge lake is actually formed here. And in that deep and wide lake, there's a lot of monster. It's good if it's a small fry, but there are dangerous ones mixed among them. There seems to be a sign of eel within the range of my detection here and there. This is dangerous. Although I want to ignore the monsters in advance, from my experience so far, I seem to get involved in such dangerous zone. The footing is bad. Dedes no escape. If I fall, I will die. Countless formidable enemies. I can't get tired of it. I can't get tired of this. My danger perception is reacting strongly. But I can't advance ahead unless I break through here. Really, what is this labyrinth? It doesn't have the mind to let me capture it, right? The god says, am destined to die here. Administrator, is it your act? Yash, let's go. In the way that combat is avoided as much as possible. Strategy, let's advance further, change to treasure my life. Thus, I jump to the nearest island first. Land splendidly. An eel that appears from the bottom. However, it's still not the time to panic. Although the eel is a formidable enemy, the current me should be able to defeat it. But should I escape from here for safety? Body in charge, magic in charge, what do you think? The footing is small and it's hard. 1 vote to escape agreed. There's no need to fight purposely on a disadvantageous field, Yash. Let's escape. Yes, sir, I will support, therefore. I will escape. Although I thought about it, the eel's state is strange. Even though it should have noticed my existence, it doesn't try to attack me at all. No, it stiffens in its attacking posture. Information in charge. Isn't this paralysis? Oh, that's it. That's right. When I became level 5, I acquired Evil Eye of Paralysis. Although I thought that I was going to pick Evil Eye of Extinction or Evil Eye of Petrifaction at first, I stop after all and pick Evil Eye of Paralysis. The reason is because I have experienced the paralysis myself, and I noticed how dangerous was it. That's dangerous. It's impossible to move. Because of that, I was almost dead, or rather, I died in HP. The Evil Eye of Extinction is good if I take its offensive ability, but judging from corrosion attack, it's scary that it seems to damage myself. In addition, I can't eat if I use on a small fry because the corpse doesn't remain. The reason of Evil Eye of Petrifaction is also the same. As expected, I can't eat stone. Besides, I know that petrifaction is certainly troublesome because I was harmed by the petrifaction lizard before, but it needs time to show its effect. Although petrifying a part of my opponent's body is certainly an unpleasant effect from the opponent's point of view, but it's not an advantage for me. Stopping a part from being use. If it's like that, then paralysis that can stop the whole body is better. Thus, the second evil I was decided to be paralysis. This is also the same as the Evil Eye of Curse that it consumes MP while activating it. But even if I activate both at the same time, it's rather a positive income and expenditure by the effect of magic extremity and satiation. About the satiation stock, it has been understood that automatic recovery is also stocked naturally. Super convenient. Thanks to that, my HP is saved up little by little. Though the HP is hard to recover because of the heat damage. Because my MP recovers very fast, I use it as much as possible. Because there's a skill called Magic Combat Act that raised the physical ability temporarily by consuming MP. I tried circulating magical power in my body, and the skill was acquired comparatively easy. This also is activated continuously now. Fighting Spirit that has the same effect, but consumes SP instead of MP, is activated sometimes after I consult with my SP stock. As for Magic, Magic in Charge activates, continuously centering on Shadow Magic. Though she's firing poison magic towards the eel now. The eel receives the poison while paralyzed, the curse reducing its HP slowly, and it died in the end. Experience points has reached a certain degree. Individual. Zoa Air LV6 has become LV7 every basic ability rose level up bonus. Skill proficiency was acquired skill proficiency reached. Skill Thread Talent LV3 has become Thread Talent LV4 skill points. Gained experience points has reached a certain degree. Individual. Zoa Air LV7 has become LV8 every basic ability rose level up bonus. Skill proficiency was acquired skill points gained because it was wasteful to let my precious meat sink. I managed to raise it up to the land using the thread. I changed the thread that caught fire quickly and pull it like this. Take, change, pull. Change. This might be more harder than a battle. I didn't thought that the eel that I had a hard fight last time can be killed this easily. I really became incredibly strong. Chapter 1, 07 Master of the Flame, see Yuhi. Now that I know that even the eel can't defeat me. There's no one that can defeat me in this middle layer. Excluding Mother. There's no way I can win against such thing. But the eel was actually outstandingly strong in this middle layer. So there's no monster that could be my enemy in the middle layer. Although it might be a different story if it's the lower layer. The greatest enemy in the middle layer is the terrain, so the monster's strength itself is not that much. If it's the catfish class monsters, there are here and there, but there's not much when it comes to the eel class. I mean, there's only the eel. Isn't it impossible for me to lose any more in the middle layer because I could defeat the eel easily? Therefore, I decided to hunt assertively at the Lake of Magma. If I can paralyze the eel, the win is mine already. So victory is decided at the moment when most of my opponents were paralyzed. In the present condition that spider thread can't be used, it looks like acquiring Evil Eye of Paralysis is right as a new restriction means. Speaking of Evil Eye, although my skill points increase because I leveled up, I decided to save it without acquiring a new Evil Eye this time. It's also because the remaining lineup of the Evil Eyes became doubtful. The Might Be is Self-Destruction, Evil Eye of Ruin. The mass production of unneedable parts, Evil Eye of Petrifaction. Because I have the Heresy magic, acquiring the Heresy-type Evil Eyes have become meaningless. That's why I'm saving now to acquire higher rank skill. Actually, I have decided what skill to acquire. I'm looking forward to acquire this. Kufufu. I advanced through the lake triumphantly. But since the first eel, the monsters doesn't attack me. Everyone can seal themselves in the magma. Oh, did I overdo it? The spider that defeats the eel easily, that's the boss class in the middle layer. Oh, if I'm a monster that inhabit in the middle layer, then I definitely want attack. Oops, does this mean that I have done it? I can't do anything from here when they're shutting themselves in the magma. Well, it can't be helped. Although I want to gain experience points and raise my level, they have their own life. If they attack me, I won't show mercy on them, but I will overlook them if they stay indoors. Be grateful, okay? I think about such thing and advance further, but my danger perception is reacting. I searched the cause of the danger signal using the other perceptions. Found the pertinent individual. An approaching huge sign of fish confirmed under the magma, approximately 100 meters of distance, and water surface approximately 30 meters bottom. This is bad. It's obviously bigger than the eel. They're the monster of the length twice of the eel. This is a little bad. Body in charge. Magic in charge. Prepare to intercept. We don't escape. The footing is bad. So shouldn't we escape? Although I really want to do that, the other side doesn't want to let me go. I wonder, does that monster has such a skill? Because the other monsters position themselves to block my escape route. I should take it that it doesn't want to let me go. Isn't this dangerous? This is dangerous. Judging from the monster's positioning, it seems to be highly intelligent, right? And that guy came out from the magma in front of me slowly. Elro Jinisoka LV 17 status HP 23 31 23 31 green. Details MP 1894 1894 blue. Details SP 2119 2119 yellow. Details 23 15 23 15 red. 264 details. Average offensive ability. 1999 details. Average defensive ability. 1876 details. Average magic ability. 1551 details. Average resistance ability. 1528 details. Average speed ability. 1657 details. Skill Fire Drake LV9 Reverse Scale LV2 Automatic HP Recovery LV2 MP Recovery Speed LV1 MP Consumption Down LV1 SP Recovery Speed LV3 SP Consumption Down LV3 Flame Attack LV5 Enhanced Flame LV3 Enhanced Destruction LV2 Enhanced Blow LV4 Cooperation LV5 Command LV7 Accuracy LV10 Evasion LV10 Probability Correction LV8 Presence Perception LV4 Danger Perception LV7 High Speed Swim LV7 Overeating LV8 Blow Resistance LV6 Heat Nullity Constitution LV1 Agility LV8 Endurance LV9 Herculean Strength LV1 Solid LV1 Magician LV4 Protection LV4 LV5 Skill Points 11250 Title Monster Killer Monster Slaughter Leading 1. It's a drake that appeared there. It's a genuine drake that has a drake-like form more than the eel. Seeing the skill composition, it's probably the evolution form of the eel. It's hard to say that this guy is a fish. It's a genuine fire drake. This is a dangerous guy. Although it's still better than the earth dragon or mother, it's still strong. Can I win? The reverse scale is a higher rank skill of dragon scale, and the effect simply rises. Although I didn't mind it before. The dragon scale has the effect of weakening the magic power by interfering the magic formula composition. If it's the eel scales, it can't interfere my magic because I have magic extremity, but this Fire Drake's reverse scale might be able to obstruct my magic. There's also the combo of accuracy and probability correction that tormented me in the eel's case. Moreover, evasion joins there too. Furthermore, it's fully loaded with the fire attribute attack. That's my weakness. And the most troublesome one is the cooperation and command skills. The monsters that came out from the magma one by one were caught by my detection. Cooperation and command have the effect, as shown in their name. Cooperation increase the ability to cooperate, and command has the effect of accompanied by subordinates. Both skills come from the title leading one. But this title is also a tricky thing. This title has the effect of raising some of the subordinate status. Who's completely surrounded by a crowd of monsters. The Fire Drake, who leads it. The Battle of the Spider and the Fire Drake group begins. Chapter 108 Master of the Flame, see well, body in charge. This is hard. The fact that there's no footing is hard body in charge. Go with evasion as maximum priority for now. Okay, if possible, I want to keep the Fire Drake in my view. I will do my best, but I will give priority to evasion, that's fine. There's a chance to win if I can reduce, even a little with Evil Eye. And magic in charge. Intercept the opponent's attacks and small fry cleaning. Is that okay? Okay. Our mutual understanding level set to the maximum. Because I will circulate information at any time. Roger, the tuning level is raised to the maximum and 3 consciousness overlapped. When it's this situation, even a little discrepancy can't be allowed. But there's no problem. Even if there are 3 wills, they are all me. It's impossible that an opinion differs from me. First, I must increase the number of usable footings. I'm at a small island now. If it's here, I can't evade as I want. But even if I move to the other islands, there are monsters floating on around the area. Even if I jump, I might be intercepted in the air. The Fire Drake roars, ignoring me. Who's thinking? That's the signal, and the surrounding monsters shoot fireball all at once. I jump up. The island that I made as a footing sinks into the sea of flames. More fireballs attack me who jumped, but all are intercepted by firing Poison Bullet. Poison Bullet possesses the physical offensive ability to some extent. It's the most suitable magic for interception among my magics. I fire a thread to the ceiling and pull immediately. I escape to the ceiling. I start moving quickly. When doing that, I activate Poison Bullet and Poison Synthesis and scatter my poison. Poison Bullet as precision fire. Poison Synthesis, the amount is increased and surface attack. The poison generated by Poison Synthesis pours into the overhead of the monsters. With that alone, monsters die noisily. But the monsters' fireballs also fly towards me. I kick the ceiling and fall toward the island. I intercept the approaching fireball with Poison Bullet. I land on the new island safely. I jump up again at that moment and evacuate to the ceiling. An extra-large fireball hits the island where I was directly. It's the Fire Drake's fireball. That one just now is probably either the flame ball that's acquired at Fire Drake LV5 or the large flame ball that's acquired at Fire Drake LV7. If it's the large flame ball, then it's fine, but if that's a flame ball, that means that it has a more powerful fireball attack. Either way, I will die if I receive that. I evade the endless storm of fireballs earnestly and scatter poison on the interception. Experience points has reached a certain degree. Individual Zoa Air LV8 has become LV9. Every basic ability rose level up bonus. Skill proficiency was acquired. Skill proficiency reached. Skill Fighting Spirit LV3 has become Fighting Spirit LV. 4 skill points gain. Crap. The shedding is starting. My movement became dull for an instant because of that. The monster's fireball hits me directly. Cool. That's effective. But it was endured. It was good because it's a small fries fireball. Although my HP decrease a lot, it's not to the extent that I will die. I never thought that I will receive damage because of the level up shedding that helped me so far. The timing was bad. I run around the ceiling and make a landing sometimes, then I return to the ceiling again. That's repeated. The 3D maneuver skill that raised plainly is useful. There's also the grace of my status growth. and it's possible to move more smoother on the ceiling than the time I fought against the eel. Although it's still slow compared with the ground, it's easy if I only need to avoid the small fry's fireball. The problem is the attack of 3 eels and the fire drake. I can't receive these 4 attacks. There's a possibility that I will die in 1 hit if I receive it. Anyway, I will devote myself to avoiding now and gain time. As long as I can gain time, it's my win. One of the eels bend backwards greatly. A flame breath is coming, but I won't let you do that. I activate Heresy Magic. The magic of Heresy Magic LV5, Hypnosis. The eel which was going to breathe out the flame breath towards me changed its target to the eel next to it, and the breath was released. Although it's not effective because the eel has heat nullity, its movement was able to be obstructed. The effect of hypnosis is a magic that forced the target to obey the magic user temporarily. Although I can manipulate only for an instant if it's a monster of the eel level, I can still turn the attack like this. However, it has a quite complicated magic formula construction, and a large amount of MP is consumed according to the opponent's resistance. It's a magic that can't be activated immediately in battle if there's no magic extremity. Besides, although it's effective to the eel for an instant, it's ineffective to the fire drake. It seems that I have to give up on attacking the fire drake and avoid everything. I escape to the ceiling. The fireball follows after that. I continue such a tag endlessly, because I fought while escaping am quite far from the place I was at first. But this tag will end soon. The small fries drop out one after another, because they can't endure the Poison Magic LV6 Poison Mist that I have activated a while ago. The Poison Mist is just as its name, a magic that generates mist that contains poison. In case of the poison that's generated by the poison synthesis, the toxicity is lost at the moment it evaporates. I cover the weak point by using the magic that scatters poison widely, which is the Poison Mist. The effect is low that it can't be compared with the deadly spider poison. But if a person stays in this mist for a long time, the body will be ruined by the poison gradually. It's to the extent that weak monsters can't endure it if time passes. Experience points has reached a certain degree. Individual Zoa Air LV9 has become LV10. Every basic ability rose level up bonus. Skill proficiency was acquired. Skill proficiency reached. Skill Poison Magic LV6 has become Poison Magic LV7. Skill proficiency reached. Skill Enhanced Poison LV6 has become Enhanced Poison LV7. Skill points gain conditions met. Tidal Drake Killer was acquired by the effects of the Tidal Drake Killer. Skill Life LV1 Drake Power LV1 was acquired. Life LV1 has unified with Constitution LV1 now. There are only those who I keep looking with evil eye left, the weakened Fire Drake and the 3 eels. How will I cook it? Chapter 109 Fear Bringer. The match was settled. Small fries are purged. The boss has been weakened. The executives are no longer my enemies. They have no ways to reverse this situation. There are also no reinforcements like the monkeys. Only monsters that will escape from me are caught in my detection. I never thought that I who continued to escape became an existence that makes others to escape. The Fire Drake should have understood it halfway, that this will happen. But I wonder whether it's the Drake's obstinacy or not, because even if it's weakened and its subordinates die one after another, it still continues to challenge me. If this was a sport, I might admire that spirit. But in the war of killing, I have no choice but to say that it's an incompetent commander. Although the catfish will escape desperately, it didn't escape and end up getting killed by me, probably because of the Fire Drake's command. The eel seems to want to escape now, but the Fire Drake still show its fighting spirit. It might have been degenerated to the seahorse level because of its recklessness. It's a pity that even that fighting spirit is already meaningless. The remaining Fire Drake and the 3 eels are caught in my evil eye of paralysis. Even if I activate the same evil eye on several eyes, the effect doesn't change if there's only one opponent. But when there are several opponents, the single target attack evil eye can attack several enemies. And I have 8 eyes. I can make praise of evil eyes up to 8 targets. It's different when it's the large crowd a while ago, but with only 4 monsters remaining, there's no means that can defend against my Evil Eye. The amazing part of Evil Eye of Paralysis is that the effect continues if I keep looking at it. In case of Paralysis Poison, the effect becomes weaker by time progression, and it will be relieved eventually. But Evil Eye of Paralysis don't have that. If it surpassed the opponent's resistance once, the means that the opponent can take to break out of the paralysis by oneself is considerably limited. Even if its skill proficiency accumulates and acquire paralysis resistance, it takes a considerable amount of time to surpass the effect of my Evil Eye. If it has that much time, I wonder how many times I can kill it with my Deadly Spider Poison. Therefore, I can do whatever I like either to boil or to grill. Well, because it has heat nullity, there's no help for it even if I boil it or grill it. I get down from the ceiling to the island nearest to the fire drake. I extend my threads and pull the eel's body to the island. I want the thread that can't be burned. I work with a great deal of effort. Meanwhile, the fire drake tries to resist and clenches its teeth, and the eels trembled in despair. Although I thought about it at the monkey time, if you come with the intention to kill me, I want you to at least be resolved that you're going to be killed. Me? No, if I'm almost killed, I will escape. So there's no need to decide such resolution. And after pulling the bodies of the fire drake and the eels to the island, I give the decisive blow. First of all, the eels. Making good use of the paralysis, Deadly Spider Poison is thrown into the mouth without reservation. The eel that can't move because of paralysis twitched greatly once and died. Experience points has reached a certain degree. Individual, Zoa Air LV10 has become LV11. Every basic ability rose level up bonus. Skill proficiency was acquired. Skill proficiency reached. Skill 3D. Maneuver LV8 has become 3D. Maneuver LV9 skill points gain the other eels that saw it stiff in the face in fear. Don't worry, I'll let you die without suffering as much as possible. Deadly Spider Poison is also thrown into the second eel. Experience points has reached a certain degree. Individual, Zoa Air LV11 has become LV12. Every basic ability rose level up bonus. Skill proficiency was acquired. Skill proficiency reached. Skill Evasion LV8 has become Evasion LV9. Skill points gained. Conditions met. Title Fearbringer was acquired by the effects of the title Fearbringer. Skill Intimidation LV1 Heresy Attack LV1 was acquired. I received a title. Again, a title that has a dangerous name. I will be a dangerous person if only my titles were seen. I'm not a person but a spider. Well, I will confirm it later. I have also obtained a title called Drake Killer, so I should just confirm it together. It's decided that I will give the decisive blow to this guy now. Thus, a present of poison for the third one. Accept it because I have put great efforts to make it. Hi, Saya. Was it delicious? I see. It was delicious enough to die. I'm glad that you like it. Information in charge is scary. Good, do more. You guys returned? Yeah. It doesn't seem that it's necessary to maximize the tuning level anymore. It was good that we were able to win unexpectedly easily. I didn't thought that it would turn out well. It was good that the fire drake was an idiot. Well, if it's me, I will choose to withdraw immediately. Yeah. Isn't it because this guy never fallen as such a pinch up until now? It might be something like there's no way I can be defeated. That's right. Because it's pitiful, let's give the decisive blow. And I gave the first and final defeat to the fire drake that might have not tasted defeat before. Experience points has reached a certain degree. Individual, Zoa Air LV12 has become LV13. Every basic ability rose level up bonus. Skill proficiency was acquired. Skill proficiency reached. Skill Enhanced Destruction LV2 has become Enhanced Destruction LV3. Skill proficiency reached. Skill Destruction Resistance LV2 has become Destruction Resistance LV3. Skill points gained. Experience points has reached a certain degree. Individual, Zoa Air LV13 has become LV14. Every basic ability rose level up bonus. Skill proficiency was acquired. Skill proficiency reached. Skill Corrosion Resistance LV3 has become Corrosion Resistance LV4 skill points. Gained experience points has reached a certain degree. Individual Zoa Air LV14 has become LV15. Every basic ability rose level up bonus. Skill Proficiency was acquired. Skill Proficiency reached. Skill Blunt Resistance LV2 has become Blunt Resistance LV3 skill points. Gain Chapter 110, the thing acquired after defeating the Fire Drake. Well then, body in charge. Tiresome work is waiting. Take care of the scale peeling. I leave the scale peeling of the Fire Drake and the eels to body in charge. Meanwhile, I will check the ability of the title that I have acquired. Drake Killer. Acquisition Skill Life LV1 Drake Power LV1. Acquisition Condition. Defeat a certain number of the Drake species. Effect. A slight increase in damage when the opponent is a Drake or Dragon species. Explanation. The title presented to those who defeated a lot of the Drake species Fearbringer. Acquisition Skill Intimidation LV1 Heresy Attack LV1. Acquisition Condition. Make others to gain skill proficiency of fear resistance until a certain point. Effect. Inflicts the heresy attribute fear effect to those who saw your appearance. Explanation. The title presented to those who embodies fear UOI. Leaving aside Drake Killer, the effect of Fearbringer is not good. In short, those who saw me will feel fear, right? That's not good. It might be good for the enemy, but making everyone to fear of me is a negative effect instead. Besides, this is different from skill because it doesn't have the on-off. Yua. If it's a timid monster like the catfish, won't it escape at the moment it saw me? It's possible. Well, nothing can be done on the things that I have acquired. I pull myself together and see the skills. Although I should have seen these skills in the list, I don't remember the effects. This lack of memory. Should I acquire a skill of the memory? Well, it's fine. Drake Power. Drake's power is temporarily gained. I don't understand. It looks like an activation type skill, so let's activate it once. My status rose a little when I activated, and both MP and SP decreased. It looks like it's a skill that consumes MP and SP to raise the status. It's different from the Magic Combat Act and Fighting Spirit. The magic-related status also rises. Because it's level 1, the rise is not that much, but if I activate this continuously and raise its level, it might become an amazing skill eventually. Although, there's a great effect even if Magic Combat Act and Fighting Spirit overlap. If Drake Power joins there. This is good. That's really good. Intimidation. Inflicts heresy attribute fear effect to the surroundings and even you. Although this one has the on-off function unlike the title, if both overlap. Won't common monsters escape at the moment they saw me? The title already can't be undone anymore, so activating this continuously is fine. It doesn't seem that there's consumption too. Heresy Attack. Endows Heresy Attribute Soul Break to the attack. This is a bad one. Heresy Attribute Soul Break. The attribute that destroys the soul directly, it's already not the level that it can be said as a mind attack. How nasty. Let's try next time. Drake Killer is simply an increase. As for Fearbringer, the increase and decrease of the revenue and expenditure is strange. It can be said as good, but it can also be said as bad. Well, title is such a thing. Now, then, the long-awaited skill points was obtained from level up. Besides, because it rose without stopping, it's quite a large amount. And the skill that I had exactly requested is reached. Yuhi, I didn't thought that I can acquire it so fast. Space Magic. 500 the magic that manipulates space, this is it. Speaking of space magic, it's the standard of cheat. Although I can't use the magic that I expected because it's level 1 after acquiring, I have the privilege that makes the magic type skills to level up faster in the effect of the Ruler of Wisdom title. If I work hard to raise it, it should level comparatively fast. Fufufu. The thing that I have expectation in this space magic. That's teleport. After all, there's such magic. Speaking of space magic, it's obviously teleport item box. And a villa in a different space. There might be the item box that can store things into a different space, but I don't need it because I'm not carrying anything now. Although I want a villa, I think that the level must be quite high, so it's still a long way to go. Teleport. The wonderful magic that can move to another place in an instant. As long as I have this, I can end this huge middle layer without advancing with great effort. Thanks to Wisdom Sama, there's the upper layer map. If I link it with the map, I'm sure that I can teleport to the upper layer. Thus, Voice of Heaven. Space Magic, please. Currently, you have 500 skill points. The skill Space Magic LV1 can be acquired by spending 500 skill points. Do you want to acquire it? Yes. Space Magic LV1 was acquired. Remaining skill point 0 Yash. Let's try the magic that's usable at level 1 at once. Magic in Charge. Aye. Sir Magic in Charge activates the Space Magic LV1. The name of the level 1 magic is Coordinates Specification. A cube of green line appears. Magic in Charge enlarges it, changes the shape, and moves it left and right. It doesn't seem to be a material, and it sank not just into the magma, but also the ground. I remember the range specification of the PC. I mean, it's probably that. This is only a magic that specifies space. What is it used for? Perhaps a preliminary arrangement for magics after level 2? Yeah, that means that it's useless unless it reaches the upper levels similar to the shadow magic. Yeah, well, I didn't think that it will be useful in combat right away, and the fact that I acquired it is important. Let's raise its level steadily from now on. Therefore, Magic in Charge. Use this one, then the other magics, right? Oh, by the way, how many magics can be activated in parallel now? Depends on the magic. But the coordinate specification is not so difficult, so I think that I can activate at the same time if it's another 2 simple magics, Roger. Gain skill proficiency while moving within the range that you don't overdo it. Yes, Sir Body in Charge is still having a hard time with the scales. Well, it's 3 eels and the fire drake of the size twice of the eel. It seems that it will take a little more time until I can start tasting the fire drake. However, I won comparatively easy against such a strong crowd of monsters led by the fire drake. Am I much more stronger than I think? Fu. Should I name myself as the Demon King in the future? I also have the Fear Bringer title, so I might have reached that point. I am the Spider Demon King. Just kidding. I at this time didn't know about it. That becoming the Demon King, which I said as a joke. The meaning of it. Zoa Air LV15, no name, status HP. 502-502 green, 189, details, 199 up, MP. 4096-4096 blue, 437 details, 2001 up, SP. 522-522 yellow, details, 206 up, 522-522 red, 971 details, 206 up, average offensive ability, 506 details, 163 up, average defensive ability, 603 details, 162 up, average magic ability, 3901 details, 1902 up, average resistance ability, 4021 details, 1891 up, average speed ability, 2580 details, 834 up, skill automatic HP recovery LV, 7 magic extremity magic combat act LV2, new, SP recovery speed LV6, 1 up, SP consumption down LV7, 1 up, enhanced destruction LV3, 1 up, enhanced slashing LV3, enhanced poison LV7, 1 up, fighting spirit LV4, 2 up, vitality granting LV2 Drake power LV1, new, deadly poison attack LV3 corrosion attack LV1 heresy attack LV1, new, poison synthesis LV8 thread talent LV4, 1 up, universal thread LV1, thread manipulation LV8, throw LV7 3D, maneuver LV9, 1 up, concentration LV10, thought acceleration LV7, 1 up, foresight LV7, 1 up, parallel will LV2 high-speed calculation LV3, 1 up, accuracy LV9 evasion LV9, 1 up, stealth LV9 silent LV5, 1 up, intimidation LV1, new, conviction hell heresy magic LV6, 1 up, shadow magic LV7, 1 up, poison magic LV7, 1 up. Space Magic LV1 new. Abyss Magic LV10 Patience Pride Satiation LV1 Wisdom Night Vision LV10 Visible Range Expansion LV3 Destruction Resistance LV3 1 up. Blunt Resistance LV3 1 up. Slash Resistance LV3 Fire Resistance LV4 Deadly Poison Resistance LV2 Paralysis Resistance LV5 Petrifaction Resistance LV3 Acid Resistance LV4 Corrosion Resistance LV4 1 up. Faint Resistance LV3 Fear Resistance LV8 Heresy Nullity Pain Alleviation LV7 Enhanced Vision LV10 Telephoto LV8 1 up. Evil Eye of Curse LV7 1 up. Evil Eye of Paralysis LV5 3 up. Enhanced Hearing LV9 Enhanced Smell LV7 Enhanced Taste LV7 Enhanced Touch LV8 1 up. Divinity Area Expansion LV4 1 up. Divine Magic Constitution LV1 Body Flicker LV1 Durability LV1 Herculean Strength LV4 Solid LV4 Idatan LV4 Taboo LV8 W Skill Point 0 Tidal Gross Feeder Blood Relative Eater Assassin Monster Killer Poison Technique User Thread User Merciless Monster Slaughter Ruler of Pride Ruler of Patience Ruler of Wisdom Dre Killer New Fearbringer New B1 The Demon King's Close Aid Lets Out a Sigh at the Conference Chapter B1 The Demon King S Close Aid Lets out a sigh at the conference and walking on the long hallway. A petite back is diagonally in front of me, about 2 heads lower than me. Because of that, the walking speed is considerably slower than me. Thanks to that, I must move slower than usual. It's difficult, but I can't overtake, because the girl walking in front is the current Demon King. After advancing through the long hallway, we arrived in front of a door. Then, Mao-sama stops walking. To be honest, I don't want to open this door. Although I don't want to open it, I must open it. I swallow the sigh that almost leaks out unintentionally and open the door. And I give way to Mao-sama and lower my head respectfully. Mao-sama stepped into the room as if it was natural without giving a glance to me. I confirm that Mao-sama has entered the room, and I followed afterwards. I closed the door quietly so that there's no sound. The room that I looked back was the so-called conference room. The round table around the seat of honor where Mao-sama should sit is at the center of the room. 10 men and women have already sat down on their seat at the round table. Half of the number in the room who stood up according to Mao-sama's entrance. The remaining half sit as it is on the seat. The problem is that my younger brother is included in the guys who sat on the seat. I push back the sigh that's going to come out into my throat again. I pulled Demon King's chair and prompt her to sit. As expected, Mao-sama sat down with a casual gesture which didn't have the fragment of elegance without giving a glance to me. I didn't overlook that some of those who sat in a row frown. Mao-sama probably didn't overlook it either. It's obvious because she enjoys seeing the reaction. I think that it's a bad taste, but if even I show such an expression, I don't know what will be said later. Maintaining a poker face is the most effective against this Mao-sama. Then, I shall start the conference. Balto, yes, it's the holding signal of Mao-sama. I will answer it briefly. To put it bluntly, when Mao-sama finished giving the holding signal, she has no more act in here. Because I'm the one who advances the progress of the conference and all of the practices. It was forced to me. Then, at first, let's hear about the reports of each quarter. Report in order from the First Army. The usual flow of this conference is to hear the activity report of the army deployed in various places. The one who stood to my words is the commander of the First Army, Agna, who said to served as the general since the Demon King of 2 generations ago. Although Agnadano looks youthful according to a human, he's a person who have lived for a long time among the demons. He has the ability that it's strange that why this person is not the Demon King. The First Army is at the front of the Rangzin Empire, and the advancement preparations to the Kuzorian fort was completed. Because the logistics deployment was completed, it's possible to march anytime if there's an order. That's all Agnadano who finishes it directly without inserting any unnecessary report. The simple and sturdy temper seems to catch a glimpse. The second army is also similar. However, if I can have a little more time, the string pulling might bear fruit. The next one who stood after Agnodano is a bewitching beauty. The commander of the second army, Sanatoria. She is a succubus that uses charm as weapon among the demons. Probably the string pulling is that kind of thing. How long will it take? 2 or 3 days at the earliest. You may advance it if there's no obstacle in the march. Thank you, Sanatoria sits on her seat after giving me a charming smile that almost shocked me unintentionally. However, even after Sanatoria sits down, the following commander of the third army doesn't get up. Commander of the third army, Kogu. Oh, after all, it turns out into a war to my call. Kogu, who has a large build, shortened his body and said it. Can't the war be avoided? Avoid, is it? If it's possible to avoid, we would do so, oh. No matter what. When I was going to answer Kogu, a different speech interrupted and sounded in the room. No matter what. However, commander of the third army, Kogu, if you want to avoid war no matter what, there's a way to stop it. It's Mausama. A ill-natured smile sticks to the face like she thought of a cruel mischief. What is it? It's easy. Everyone in the third army should just be the world's foundation. Kogu stiffens to Mausama's words. What's wrong? War can be evaded. Because of that, I'm sorry. I won't say it anymore. Therefore, please forgive me, Kogu. If you have learned from this, then don't speak of unnecessary things. Do you have a report? I entered the talk before Mausama opens her mouth to corner Kogu. It's all going well, good. Next, although Mausama seemed to look a little dissatisfied, this is fine. The report of the 4th Army, 5th Army, 6th Army finished without a problem. Next is the commander of the 7th Army. However, the commander of the 7th Army, Blow, who's my younger brother, didn't have the sign to stand from the seat at all. Blow Aniki. After all, I can't agree with this. Blow said it unpleasantly while folding his arms and being arrogant. Why is it that Aniki, who unified and directed the demons, is not the demon king, but that woman? Isn't it strange? Blow Aniki also. Why are you serving such a woman? I can't see that she has the ability that can make Aniki to pledge allegiance. There's a limit of how rude you can be against Mausama. Estorado of the commander of the 5th Army, who enraged towards Blow, who releases his anger that piled up. The character of Blow and Dorado doesn't match because they often clash like this. Although the surroundings will enter to stop them every time, no one tries to stop them this time. Those who agree with Blow, those who agree with Dorado, and those who pretend contemplation. The reaction of the commanders were like that. However, as for the feelings, everyone in this place intend to pretend contemplation. Blow, no matter who's the demon king. We demons follow the Mausama, is the world's providence. Did you forgot about it? Like I know such a thing. Is that woman so excellent? I haven't even saw her do anything before. Do you think that it's allowed for us to doubt Mausama's thoughts? Mausama has deep thought that we can't imagine. That means that she abandoned to think. There's no way I can obey anything just because it's the Demon King's order. You who's a fool that can't think about things by yourself has no rights to give opinions to me, you bastard. How dare you call me a fool? Placed between two people who exchange intense verbal attack. The commander of the 6th Army, Huey, that has a child face distort with annoyance. The other commanders watch over the outcome. Among them, there's the commander of the 4th Army that even I can't read his thoughts. The commander of the 4th Army. Marizophis has a dropping pale face that doesn't budge even an inch. This man has an existence that's not understood well among the commanders that are full of suspicious people. Although I'm cautious of his movement, there's no doubtful movement at present. Brennan. Finally, Blow puts his hands on his weapon. Although Dorado also reaches for his weapon, his hand didn't reach the weapon. Wow, my body I can't move. The body of both of them stood still, ignoring their will. I know that I'm to blame, but can you refrain from fighting over such a worthless matter? The bitter words of Mausama, who's the cause of the fight. Astonishment rules over the room. It was not only the fact that two people who got their movement sealed. They don't understand how Mausama sealed the movement of the two people. That's natural. Mao-sama has never shown her power to the utmost up until now. It's the thin threads that's almost invisible that stop the movement of the two people. The threads extend behind the neck of the two people. Thread of marionette. Those who got caught by this thread become puppets of Mao-sama. And it's not limited to living things only. As far as I know, Mao-sama uses this thread to manipulate 10 puppets that are developed at the same time, and enemies can be annihilated. However, I only know that much. Mao-sama has not shown me her secrets yet. Mao-sama is not incompetent like Blow said. The Demon King is not a Demon King just because he or she is called a Demon King. A Demon King is one who is worthy of being a Demon King. When it seems to be too worthless, it'll kill you directly, okay? A sublime smile. Seeing that, there is no one who would say that they will defy Mao-sama. The thread of marionette is pulled. With that alone, the two of them are made to sit on their seat forcibly. The thread parts from the two of them at the same time, and then freedom of the body returns at last. I'm so sorry, Dorado turned pale and apologizes, whereas Blow can't say anything. Well then, the report of the 8th Army, although it might be terrible as an older brother, I leave my younger brother as he is. There's no problem, the commander of the 8th Army, Wrath reported briefly. This man doesn't show much interest in the Demon King. In exchange for that, there are various problems on different things. But because it's unrelated in this case, it's all right. The problem is the remaining two. The 9th Army can also march without a problem if I were to speak of this man. He is black. The black armor that seems to have combined with his body. The dark skin that slightly looks like a face. His hair is also black. However, only one point, the eyes are strangely red. The man's name is not even known. However, he's called as Kuro. The 10th Army, no problem, and the girl sitting next to the black man is the exact opposite white. The worn robe is snow white. The exposed skin is also strangely white. The long braided hair is also white. Because her eyes are shut, all the colors were white. This woman's name is also not known. However, she's called as Shiro. The two people whom Mao-sama added to the executive of the Demon Army. The identities are not known. Although I don't know, I can imagine it. These two people are probably rulers. Ruler that's said to manipulate this world from the back. It's the two of them. I don't have no way to know how Mao-sama added such two people as subordinates. However, to the overwhelming eeriness, wariness is heeded by all means. Unun. It's going well, Mao-sama, who nods in a good mood. Then, let's start the war, and by those words, the great war that can be said to be the worst one between demons and humans begins quietly. I expressed a sigh about the fact quietly. Y2 and the war began. Chapter Y2 and the war began. There's movement in the Demon Army. It's just this morning that I heard the report. It's the report brought by the spy who infiltrated into the demon territory. So it came at last, yeah. I will be glad if it didn't come, Julius. It won't go that way. I know that you don't prefer fighting, but humans and demons are archenemies. You should have understood that this will happen someday, right? That's right. After the previous Hiro-sama died, the demons became active, so I think that we are maintaining Saint Yana, former adventurer Jiskin, and Hawken, who's a former thief, which was reformed. Just as my comrade said, after the previous Hiro-sama died, the demons act actively. It didn't escalate into a large-scale war, and it ended with only a skirmish up until now. So we might be maintaining well. So, when will the Demon Army reach here? Hirinth has went to confirm it now. Soon. He returned when I turned around to Yana's words. There was my childhood friend, Hirinth, who's the second son of the Quoto Duke's family, walking towards us. Hirinth, how is it? Judging from a marching speed, it's estimated that they will reach this fort tomorrow, I see. Finally, war. After I became the hero, I have lived in the fight every day. But the fight of this scale is my first experience. And that's not only me. There was no large-scale war in the previous Hiro-Samus era. Therefore, those who know such a war of the scale as the generation that knows the Hiro-sama of 2 generations ago hardly survived anymore now when it's that generation. Unless the person is a race with long life, most of the people will probably have an old body that can't fight. In other words, The humans who participate in this war have not experienced a large-scale war to this extent. On the other hand, the demons live longer than the humans. It's not strange that there's a demon who's as the same generation with the hero-sama of 2 generations or even older generation. How will the difference of experience appear? In addition, the combatability of the demon is high. The magical power that's superior to the human and the physical ability that's superior to the human. And the intelligence similar to the human. The power of skills and wisdom are large for human who has inferior status to fight against monsters that have high status. However, it won't work against the demon, because demon can use skills and wisdom similar to the human. To be honest, I'm scared. But it's not permitted that I who's the hero to bring out uneasiness. If I who's the hope of the human do that, everyone will feel uneasy. I grasp the muffler that wrapped my neck lightly to hide my uneasiness. Although this has been in my mind for some time, what's that muffler? You wore it even when it's hot, right? This is Mother's keepsake, a plain pure white muffler. This is the thing knitted for me before Mother died after giving birth to Shun. Mother fell sick immediately after giving birth to Shun and died just like that. The demons became active just then, and I became the hero. Father still worked as a king busily while shouldering the sadness of losing Mother. Because of that, he neglected Shun and Sue. Although I believe that the time when they will become a normal parent and child will come, those 2 should be attending the academy now. I can't do anything but to have Father to endure it until they graduate. When those 2 graduate from the academy, I'm sure that they will become amazing. I see. Was it so? Yana comes to have found herself at a loss for words. Oops. She might thought that she asked an unnecessary thing. Yana, there's no need to worry about it. I got over it already, but that's right. There's no need to worry about it. Rather, it's better to say you mother complex. Hirinth, isn't that an exaggeration? I return Hirinth's joking tone with a laugh. Laughter can be heard from the surroundings. This is fine. Dark atmosphere doesn't suit the surroundings of the hero. It's all thanks to Hirinth who did a follow-up. After all, the best person to have is a friend who's an understanding person. Do you know what is this muffler made of? Haidint asks Yana. Ah, isn't it better to not tell her? It doesn't seem to be a common cloth. Even though it's worn every day, it doesn't has even a scratch, that's right. This thing is made from a quite special material. It's a valuable thing that's said to be impossible to obtain now. Is it such a valuable thing? I wonder, is it because Hawken is a former thief because his eye color changed? The correct answer is spider thread. SPI spider thread? AAA. Yana falls off from the chair. Yana is not very good with insects, and she especially don't like spiders, so I remain silent about it so far. Is it the spider thread of Elro Great Labyrinth? The one who entered the talk was unexpectedly Jiskin. That's right. You know it well, right? Because it's a famous story among the adventurers, the phantom spider of Elro Great Labyrinth. I remembered it. Ho-hoo. So, this is the spider thread It was quite famous. And what's that story? Yana asks in a timid state. Although this is a story when I was still a child. A certain party of adventurers that burned the nest of a spider-type monster called Terratect in the Elro Great Labyrinth. This monster is weak if you fight it normally, and it's extremely rare that it will make a nest. That nest is troublesome in any case, and it's the tacit consent of the adventurers to burn it right away if it's found. And there's a large amount of threads found at the inner part of the burned nest. Surprisingly, it's different from the common magic thread. It's an amazing thread that has abnormally excellent magical power conductivity and physical resistance ability. The threads brought back were sold at an outrageous price, and the adventurers that brought the threads back made a fortune at a single stroke. It's quite a famous story as the adventurer's success story after that. It seems that it was popular to capture Terratect. After all, the individual that can make the same thread can't be found, and it's called as the Phantom Spider. He am sure that Mother used this thread to make it. In the story that I heard, it seemed that a wealthy merchant with good judgment presented it to the royal family. Leaving aside my comrades who still talks about it, Hirinth sends me a telepathy. Julius. The movement of the demons this time is strange in any way what's strange. The enemies scatter their forces and attack the human territory all at once. However, I don't understand why they scatter their forces, you mean. There are some motives? Even though it should be better to concentrate at one area. They purposely scatter their forces. I think that we should think that there's something. Do you happen to know of that thing? Well, as expected, I don't know about that. However, it would be better to not be careless understood. Thank you, I had an unpleasant premonition, as if I fell into a huge trap before I knew. But, as the hero, am not allowed to escape here. I grasped the muffler made from the spider thread again. Human Demon Great War. Chapter Human Demon Great War. Changed blow resistance to blunt resistance. Changed any demon King Sama to Mao Sama. Author note. This becomes the third-person point of view Oaken Fort. The later historian talks that it's the Human Demon Great War started at the Oaken Fort. Generally, it was said that the demons invaded the human territory at the same time, but before that, the demons invaded the Oaken Fort. One day before the beginning of the war, where the demons advance at the same time, a certain luggage was delivered to the fort. It's the unit that always carry the supplies that delivered the luggage into the fort. Nobody suspected them who had worked seriously up until now as the supply unit. And so the luggage was carried into the forts inside without inspecting it, without knowing that it's an outrageous bomb. Oh, what's this luggage? Who knows? I didn't hear the contents. Judging from the smell, isn't it something like the warhorse's food? No. Isn't it moving? Never. It's moving oi. Which unit that brought this here? I don't know, because it's already here when I noticed it. Inquire immediately. After that, report this to the top. I will watch this luggage here. Understood. The correspondence of the soldier who found the luggage was not wrong. Although it was not wrong, it was a little too late. Look out. It jumps out from the luggage. It jumps at one of the soldiers as it is and push him down. Goo. One Anagrach. It's one monster that sprang at the soldier. It's a monkey-like monster. What's wrong? Montak monster. Why is it in the fort? It'll save you at once. The other soldiers who heard the commotion and rushed. They pull out their sword, and they thrust the blade aiming at the monster that's attacking their associate. Stop. Don't kill it. If they were in calm state, they should have been able to recall it. The terror of the monster called Anagrach. The monster that got pierced by innumerable swords and dies. That as the signal, the monsters of the same species jump out from the other luggage. Some of the soldiers who saw that appearance noticed the meaning of what they have did, and they became pale. It can't be helped that it became like this. Intercept. The remaining monsters are also killed by the soldiers. It's a monster that's not very strong if it's alone. It's not an enemy for the soldiers in this fort that serve as the front line in the fight with the demons. However, that's the story when the opponent is alone. Report to the top. All the expressions of the soldiers who annihilated the monsters are heavy. What should I report? The nightmare of the revenge monkey begins. Anagrach, alias Revenge Monkey. The ferocious monster said that it absolutely won't forgive the existence that harmed its same kind. If a person kills the monster, they will surge in large troop. And they won't stop until either the opponent dies or the troop is annihilated. The monster that bears insanity of anger. What will become of us? The worst case, this fort may fall as the next day that the large troop of Anagrach attacked Oaken Fort. It was exactly on the same day as the demons began the simultaneous attacks to the human territory. It went well, yes. Without any blunders, the second commander of the demon army, Sanatoria, and her adjutant looked at the Oaken Fort distantly. Countless numbers of monkey-type monsters clings to the fort's wall and invade into the fort one by one. The humans who defend the fort intercepted the monsters with magic to stop the invasion at first. However, even if the monster called Anagrach is killed, they spring out one after another and gathered in the fort one by one. This violence of numbers is the terror of Anagrach. And the most troublesome characteristic is that they have the abnormality of attacking without fearing death. If it's marked down by this monster, even a solid fort can fall in the end. Yes, with this, our damage ended with 0, that's right. However, it's impossible to approach the fort for a while. Even the demons don't meddle with the Anagrach, because to not let the Anagrach to mark them down, even if the fort falls. It's impossible to approach the fort until all of the Anagrach withdraw. That's inevitable. In addition, invasion is not the purpose of this war. This is enough, that's also right. However, it was a wonderful ability, not at all Sanatoria thinks, so from her true feelings. The thing she did this time was indeed simple. Using the succubus ability to seduce the humans of the supply unit, brainwash them, and capture several Anagrach. And it's carried into the fort together with the supplies. That's all. There's a lot of holes, so the probability to fail is high. However, it's fine even if Sanatoria failed. The important thing is to just make a situation where the humans meddle with the Anagrach. Even if the Anagrach is not carried into the fort, she could just brainwash the other humans and kill the Anagrach on the spot. After that, she can just have the person to enter the fort innocently. It only went well by chance this time, and there was no exactness to be called as a plan. Imsoli, Mauzama. I don't intend to get on your motives, obediently Sanatoria muttered in gloom. The Demon King's appearance comes to her mind. Sanatoria has the power that can lead the army of demons. But still, she don't think that she can win against that Demon King. Sanatoria don't think that she intend to defy an opponent that she can't win. Although she don't think of it. Even if she obeys as it is, she can see that she will be used till the end. That Demon King is such a person. Therefore, she gets off from the motive even a little while obeying obediently. Although it might be wrong as a demon, I will achieve my quota. So, will she overlook me? There's no one to answer Sanatoria's monologue. Human Demon Great War, Chapter Human Demon Great War, Author Note. This becomes the third-person point of view Desuro Fort in the Desuro Fort. The shooting of intense magic was developed. The human who controlled the Desuro Fort is the Elder Ronant, who's the best human magician besides the elf. And it's the Elder Ronant's apprentices who have been deployed. It was good to say that the human's best magic combat group is concentrated in this fort. On the other hand, the demon army is the 6th army led by Huey. Huey is also the leading magician in the demon armies. Naturally, the army corps led by Huey are also good in magic combat. The fight was rivaled. The humans make the best use of the geographical advantages to fight against the demons who are superior in race. Demons using their own power, humans using the geographical advantage, both were excellent. However, the flashy shooting of magic is just a pretense. Both were planning to fire a great magic at the timing that becomes the trump card. In a large-scale war that the army clash with another army, an anti-army great magic has an important meaning. Those magics exist among the high-rank magic, and if the magician is not excellent, it can't be activated alone. Therefore, some assistants that have magic formula assistant skills will assist the magician and transfer magical power to the magician using magical power transfer skills. Then it becomes possible to use for the first time. And in case of a large-scale magic formula, to that extent, it can only be seen through by a first-class magician who has magic formula perception. As long as the magician knows what kind of magic the opponent tries to shoot, it's possible to intercept or defend. Gathering magicians of all kinds of attributes is indispensable to move the armies. Therefore, even if the great magic is proud of its tremendous power, it's often prevented when it's shot casually. Because the great magic has intense consumption, it can't be shot many times. To make the great magic effective, the magician must bring out the power exceed the opponent's expectation and barato the defense. Or complete the magic formula construction at the speed that the defense can't be made in time and fire it, or outsmart the opponent. It's necessary to satisfy one of that. However, power is not something that can be raised easily. The speed of the magic formula construction is also the same. If a person becomes a magician that can be called first class, the speed will roughly become similar. It rarely succeeds unless both opponent is quite low rank. Then there's no choice but to outsmart the opponent. The use of the anti-army magic is the way to drive the great magic into the opponent. And in order to drive in the great magic, It's necessary to read the opponent's great magic and make sure that the great magic of oneself is not read. This back fight, where both plans are read, is the true battlefield of the Army Corps that mains in magic to fight. It should be like that. When Huey noticed the fact, the situation had inclined considerably. Huey, who has the high ability as a magician, has concentrated on reading the opponent's great magic rather than commanding. It was right if it's the usual. However, the opponent is the experienced magician who's called as the best in the humans. Huey, who has a child face and looks youthful, and he's a demon that has longer life than the human, has lived for a long time. But still, the opponent this time was bad. Elder Ron Ant uses the great magic as a decoy and snipe with low-rank magic, gradually reducing the demon army's forces. Elder Ron Ant and his apprentices have devoted themselves to study the way to raise the power of low-rank magic. Usually, the power of low-rank magic don't go that far. It's because the magic formula can't endure the power, and it's impossible to completely surpass the opponent's resistance with a magic that has low power, not more than an injury. And that common sense was broke by Elder Ron Ant. He has devoted in studying the strengthening of magic formula. The strengthened magic formula can use stronger magic, and the raising of the low-rank magic power that can't be done so far becomes possible. As a result, it's possible to inflict a fatal wound to the demons who have high resistance even if it's low-rank magic. Elder Ron Ant trained his apprentices by using this method, and they were able to draw out high power with the low-rank magic. The magic attack that's thought to be a feint actually had a fatal power, and Elder Ron Ant makes the great magic to the limit that it can't be perceived as a decoy to make Huey to concentrate it there. When Huey noticed it, the damage of the level that can't be ignored began to appear. Damn, Huey-sama, the withdrawal. Huey thinks, if he withdraw here, will that Demon King forgive him? Impossible. When it's that Demon King, it's impossible. The enemy's damage is insignificant compared with the damage here. It's hard to say that he has achieved the quota. Then, the compensation for that amount will be demanded. That Demon King is such an existence. Withdrawal is impossible. Why? Damage will only increase if this keeps up. What's impossible is impossible. The adjutant doesn't know the circumstances. Because he doesn't know, he can speak of withdrawal. I will use the great magic. Assistance, even if the great magic is used now, it's meaningless. Withdrawal. Assist me. The surroundings fall silent to Huey, who doesn't says yes. Assist me quick. He gets enraged and stamps the ground. That was the last action taken by Huey. A sniping magic from a long distance pierces Hyua's forehead. A high-power sniping that aimed only at the general accurately. The Elder Ron Ant's attack, after seeing through the enemy's confusion. It was the long-distance sniping magic that can even rival the great magic if one were to judge it by power, magical power, and the difficulty of magic formula construction. Hyua's life comes to an end by the mysteries of Elder Ron Ant. Human Demon Great War, Chapter Human Demon Great War Demon Kings, Close Aid. Balto, I confirm the war situation of every place in the tent. There must be a messenger soldier who has the higher rank skill of telepathy, which is the distant communication skill in each army. Based on the information sent by them, I monitor the war situation of every place and give instructions. The second army, led by Sanatoria, seems to have succeeded in setting the Anagrach into the enemy's fort. What a person who does unreasonable things. Even if it's just after the large breeding, it's not strange that it will explode anytime. And she purposely did such a thing. The Anagrach has the nature to greatly increase the number by doing large breeding periodically. The harm is small because it inhabits in the depths of the forest when the number is little, but the range of action expands after large breeding to search for food. Although the habitat range of the Anagrach extends over the demon territory and the human territory, it's closer to the demon territory. So, it was the demon that received the damage after large breeding. Sanatoria used such a vexing monster adversely. Usually, this is a strategy that won't be done first because there's danger of being targeted. That means she was at a pinch too. Kogu of the Third Army and Wrath of the Eighth Army have won the war. On the contrary, Huey of the Sixth Army and Merizophis of the Fourth Army were defeated. Merizophis' side ended with wounds, and it seems that it's not life-threatening. However, Huey was killed. At present, he's the only one who was killed among the leaders. As for the others, the battle still continues. However, we are in losing ground. The Khazarian fort that the First Army led by Agnodano attacked is the important base connected to the large country of the human Rangzan Empire. Naturally, the soldiers deployed there are the best. As expected, even Agnodano seems to have difficulty dealing with them. Dorado of the Fifth Army also has a bad tide of war. Although they seem to be equal at present, it seems that our side is gradually being pushed. And the most problematic one is the Seventh Army led by Blow. The hero is there, although the forces seem to be equal. It seems that the advance of the hero and his comrades can't be stopped. The worst case, they might reach to the Blow in the end. Going well, going well. Don't Kuro-chan think so too? Mao-sama, who sat on a chair, elegantly spoke to the Black Knight, who stood next to her while I'm giving instructions to every place. Yeah, Kuro-chan, so blunt. Can't you say it a little more amiable? I don't see the meaning to do that, Bu, this carefree conversation, even though we in the war. No, Kuro is serious. So Mao-sama is the one being carefree. However, the commander of the Second Army saw what was it? Well, never mind. That's Succubus. She did an interesting thing. Using that monkey like that, huh? Mao-sama nods on what's so interesting while grinning. Is it fine? It's fine. Those human beings died to that extent, even though our damage is 0. I see, that's right. The important thing is to keep dying, even if it's the demon or the human. A chill runs down my spine to the words. As expected, this person sees us only as baits. Without the comrade feeling, I'm sure that she will cast us away without hesitation when the time comes. Kuro-chan, could it be that this matter is worrying you? At any rate, the war this time is caused by your clumsiness. My body stops for an instant, and I keep it up desperately. What are they talking? This war is caused by Kuro? Even I don't know such a story. What are they talking that even I don't know? Yeah, this is caused by my naivety, Yanan. And I'm cleaning it up for you, you know? Be grateful. I can't be grateful. I judge that this is necessary. However, I can't tolerate with your ways after all saying such thing. I wonder why can't you understand that it didn't stop like this because it didn't change from the old days that might be. So it's like that? Well, hesitating like that seems to be you. I pretend to work and listen attentively to the conversation, to obtain information, even if it's a little. If I accept the talk just now, does that mean that Mao-sama and Kuro are not on good terms? Although it didn't reach until hostility, there's the atmosphere that it's one step short to it. However, it's unnatural to have such a talk calmly when I'm here. Is it because it's something that has no problem, even if it's heard? Or is it all an act to lure me? I can't decide it. Well, the target number has been achieved, I wonder. Balto, you may issue the withdrawal order to every place, yes. Understood, while I'm awfully shaken in my mind. Still, I prevent it from getting out. Withdrawal? Although there are certainly a lot of disadvantageous situation in the remaining battlefields, it's still early to withdraw. What's the reason to withdraw? The aim this time is only the hero. As long as we can kill the hero, the rest doesn't matter. Mao-sama mutters as if she's answering the question in my mind. Kill the hero? However, the hero is still alive. Why, even though he's not killed? There's no need to worry. At any rate, Shiro-chan is over there. Be it the hero or whatever it is, nobody can win against my best masterpiece. Shiro Mao-sama, who declares it with full of confidence. The girl called Shiro, accompanied by the 10th Army together with Blow, are at the ground where the hero is. As long as Shiro-chan is there, the hero won't return alive. Absolutely. To the figure of Mao-sama, who said so and laughed. I pick up an unpleasant premonition. Human Demon Great War Chapter, Human Demon Great War, Hero, Julius, I cut down the attacking demons. We attacked the demon armies that have attacked the fort from the flank as the raid unit. At first, we fought a defensive battle from within the fort. But because it seems that the situation will get worse and worse as it is, we decided to attack. Even if we can still fight, the other units didn't seem to last. If that's the case, then we try to break through the demon armies. If it goes well, we will break through it and we might reach the general demon. As long as we can kill the general, the war situation can be overturned. A demon comes to slash me while shouting in the demon language. Although I don't know what is he saying because I can't talk in demon language, I cut the attacking demon in two. I advance just like that. The demons in front of me holds their shields in a hurry. I swing my sword sideways towards the shields without dropping my speed. The demons at the back of the shields split in two together with the shields. I cut down every attacking demons with a swing, and eventually the demons falter. Clear the path. I want to chase those who run away. I shout with a faint expectation, but there was no demon that ran away. Well, Julius, I think that they want to understand if you use human language to Hirant, who points out calmly, I feel ashamed and became slightly uncomfortable even though I'm in a battlefield. But it's effective as a threat when I see it. Even though the demons and the surroundings enclosed us, they are hesitating to attack us. They are scared of Julius' ridiculous strength. If they will withdraw only due to this, then this conversation will be quick. The demon's enclosure breaks to my mutter. A demon came this way from there. Hero, is it? I didn't thought that someone will ask in human language purposely. That's right. I'm a hero. Hero, Julius Zagan Anarike, the demon man, nods once and draw his sword slowly. I'm a commander of the 7th Army, Blow. Hero, now, let's have a fair match. I accept that we glare at each other. The demons in the surroundings and my comrades hold their breath and watch over the one-to-one fight of me and the demon commander. It was the commander named Blow who moved first. A diagonal slash from his shoulder. I swing my sword to match it. Both swords intersect. Although I slash seriously, I was not able to cut Blow's sword. I blow off with pure power. Oi, that demon! He stopped Julius' sword. That demon is enough to be a monster, I pursued after Blow, who got thrown off balance after being blown. Blow avoided my sword attack because he judged that receiving my sword was bad. But he can't avoid it like that. I released the Holy Light worn to the sword. Holy Light is a slashing attack accompanied by a shock wave, and it attacks Blow, who avoided the sword. Surprisingly, Blow defended this with his sword as a shield. Blow, who regains his stance. I clap my sword in Holy Light again. I deploy 10 Holy Light Sphere at the same time. Julius became serious. That means that the opponent is a really tough, the Holy Light Spheres that float around me. I send instructions to each one of them, and I fire them towards Blow. All the Holy Light Spheres move by my will. It will pursue the opponent, even if it's avoided. Blow seems to intend to attack the approaching Holy Light Spheres. The first Holy Light Sphere hits Blow's sword. The Holy Light Sphere scattered the light of destruction in that moment. Blow takes a direct hit and is blown away, and the remaining Holy Light Spheres explode without mercy there. I look around the surroundings while holding my sword. The dumbfounded demons. My comrades remain calm, as if it's the obvious result. I am not done yet. I return my eyes to the voice. Surprisingly, Blow stood up, even though he's bleeding throughout his body. The wounds recovered in a moment. Because it doesn't look like magic is activated, it's not recovery magic. Perhaps he used either the magic treatment skill or the vitality treatment skill to cure the wounds. You shouldn't overdo it. You should have understood the difference of the ability. I still haven't lost. If I return defeated shamelessly like this, I can't face a Nikki. I see. This man has an older brother. I also have an older brother. But when you ask which one, I would say that the sense of being shunned's Oni-chan is stronger. As an older brother, I'm sure that he wants his younger brother to return safely rather than overdoing it. I'm sure that he thinks so. If you have a brother, then shouldn't you survive here? Withdraw your army. You won't chase. You can't afford to withdraw. Blow charges. I knock Blow together with a swinging sword down. The power of Holy Light destroys Blow's body without mercy. But still, Blow stood up over and over again, and it's reaching the end at last. Blow's recovery stopped. It's over and not, yet it's over. I warned you. and you disregard it and was defeated. I approach below slowly. I raise my sword slowly and swing it down. The imminent, hey, and the intermittent words were spoken in demon language. But I have understood the meaning somehow. A bitter feeling wells up, but sympathy is unnecessary to the enemy. The demons that fall silent. There was a person who stepped forward from there. It was white. It can only be expressed that way. A white girl. And the closed eyes opened slowly. Human Demon Great War. Chapter Human Demon Great War. Kuzurian, fourth the commander of the First Army. Agnes' expression became severe after looking at the battlefield in front. The war situation is not favorable. Although it seems that the seesawing offense and defense are developed at a glance, the truth is that the demons are having trouble in attacking. The Kuzurian fort is the base with high importance among the bases that became the aim for this simultaneous attack by the demons. It's not an exaggeration to say that this fort is the border that separate the demon territory and the human territory. Even if the other bases fall, it's necessary to defend this fort to the last. The fall of this fort means that the humans failed to stop the invasion of the demons. It's such an important base. Therefore, the deployed soldiers are full of the best among the humans. It's not strange that even a common soldier can become a general in a small country. It's composed of such strong men. On the other hand, the demon First Army led by the brave warrior of the demon, Agna, gathered elites too. If the hero and the demon king are excluded, it could be said that the best forces are gathered in this fort now. Demons are assumed to be superior than the humans. However, Agna thinks that it's incorrect. Although it's not wrong, it can't be said that it's right either. The difference between the demon and the human is the difference of status. Generally, the demon status is higher than the human status. However, that's all. Even if it's said that the status is high, there's individual difference in demon. If there's a weak demon, then there's a human who's better than it. Above all, there's no difference in skill. The proportion of skill is higher than status regarding the combat ability in this world. Although this also has individual difference. If you see the demon and human and all, it can be said that the difference doesn't exist. If you see only the height of the status, there's monster that's higher than the demon. However, as the danger degree determined by the humans, it can be said as S and over S, etc. If it's not a monster like a living calamity, it's possible to win. Because monsters don't have intelligence, so they won't acquire skills by themselves. Demons and humans don't have the inborn skills, unlike the monsters. But on the other hand, they can use their knowledge and acquire skills through training. And that accumulated skills become the weapon to defeat the monsters with inborn skills. The monster skill are acquired either simply by themselves or accidentally while they're still alive. On the other hand, demons and humans have skills as much as they trained. That's the thing that overturns the difference of the status. The difference between the demon and the human is not as big as it's said. The difference is small when it's compared with a high-rank monster. And there's no difference of the skills. It's not wrong that demons are superior, but it was the conclusion from Agna after opposing the humans for many years that the difference was an insignificant thing. In addition, because the demons are long life, their birth rate are lower than the humans. Naturally, the number decreases to that extent too. The humans that are great in numbers and the demons that are superior in status. Both forces rivaled. Therefore, in this war, the humans who have an absolute advantage of the location were more advantageous. Thanks to the defensive wall, called the fort, the demon army can attack well, and the loss gradually grows bigger. Looking at the human forces and the defensive wall that they're using like a shield, the casualties that they've sustained have been insignificant. Although the defensive wall is gradually being destroyed, if this pace continues, the collapse of the army might be earlier than the destruction of the defensive wall. Agna was not able to think of an effective measure while having that recognition. The human armies are advancing a solid fight. They defend the fort with an established tactic without relying on a clever scheme. The established tactic is made based on the experience and knowledge accumulated for many years. It's an established tactic because it's rarely broken And if an unskillful clever scheme is used to break it, it will receive a severe retaliation. It's possible to break the established tactic with a clever scheme. However, one way or another, Agna was an old commander. Because he was also good in moving according to the established plan, he was not good at using a clever scheme to fight. But still, Agna was a superior commander, and have even succeeded in surviving the overwhelmingly disadvantageous situation somehow. The person who was called as the great commander who has the foresight derived from the long-time experiences and the precise instructions. But still, the war situation worsens moment by moment. The instruction of withdrawal was given from the headquarters at such time. Agna was going to carry out this instruction immediately. Even if they continue to fight, the damage will only increase in vain. However, the withdrawal was not able to be done by the existence of a huge monster that appeared suddenly. Q Queen Terratect. Agna opens his eyes wide. A myth-rank monster that even Agna, who has lived for many years, sees it for the first time in life. The top of the spider-type monster that said that only 5 exist in this world. Queen Terratect appeared in the battlefield without any harbinger. Impossible? How did it come here? There should only be 5 Queen Terratects that exist in the world. Even if the individual that inhabit the nearest, it should be far away from the Kuzorian fort. It was unnatural to appear suddenly like this no matter how he thinks. Agna calms his head down, which almost got confused by Forrest. In the first place, there's no way a Queen Terratect that has a large build can escape from the soldier's eyes and appear suddenly. In that case, then there's only one method. Transfer by space magic. As far as Agna knows, there's only a person who can control Queen Terratect and transfer that large build by space magic. The crooked smile of the person who controls the demons appears in Agna's mind now. I see. I have served my purpose, huh? Mao-sama. And the trampling regardless of the demons and the humans by the myth class living calamity of the danger degree over S begins. The Kuzorian fort vanished without leaving any trace on this day. Side Story 17 Voice Informing the Collapse. Chapter Side Story 17 Voice Informing the Collapse after I was attacked by Yugo. My surroundings were peaceful. However, my thoughts changed by that matter to some extent. I must not think that this world is the same as Japan. This is a dangerous world where I don't even know when my life is threatened. But I didn't want to change the part of the route. Although it might be a naive thinking after coming this far, I didn't want to completely throw away the morals that has been cultivated in Japan. Therefore, I didn't want to murder as much as possible from now on either. Even if I say so, I must be able to protect my body by myself. I have let my surroundings to be worried about me by the matter that I was attacked by Yugo. Even though I have reached an appropriate age, Kadia and Yuri, not to mention Suhu, still clings to me worried about my body. Especially Kadia seemed to be upset about me being attacked more than I thought. When I heard that Shun was attacked, I got panic. I heard it from the person's mouth. I'm sure that I will react the same if something happens to Kadia. When I said that, she began to mutter something while looking downwards. Seriously? Am I serious? No, it's wrong, right? What on earth is it? On the contrary, I was worried by her state. But it's a fact that I have caused her to worry. If Sensei didn't rush, I might have been killed by Yugo. When I think about that, I became scared. I'm scared to die. And I made up my mind to become stronger. Although I have been strengthening up until now assertively, I will put more effort seriously. Using the skill points that I didn't use, acquire good-looking skills, and develop the skills emphatically. Defeating monster was also part of the class. I who have trained and didn't have any combat experiences at all defeated it easily. But there's experience points. And if I gain experience points, level will rise. I'm no longer level 1 like the time I was attacked by Yugo. As my body grows up, my magic type status became balance type. By having a strong body, my physical status has caught up with my magic status. With this, both sword and magic might have become the level that can be called as first class. But still, I repeated training. I became strong. There's the actual feeling. But I know a person who's stronger than me. I don't think that I can reach that place. But I want to approach it even a little. I became strong. and my desire might have appeared. At first, I intended to become stronger to protect myself. But recently, I came to want to become able to protect the people close to me. Well, there's no weak people who are close to me to have me protect, including Sue. But still, I wanted to become stronger to be helpful when something happens. Besides, it's not only people close to me who I want to protect. Beginning with Paulton, the students who admired me gradually become friendly with me without self-interest. Although it's not to the extent that it can be called as a friend. I want to protect them if I can. Recently, I think that whether this is the sense of the royalty or not. Did Julius and Ai-sama, who's the hero, always fight while holding such a sense? When thinking so, I felt that I have able to approach that person only a little. I haven't met Ni-sama since I entered the academy. I didn't know what Ni-sama is doing now either. Although I often heard that there's an increase in activity of the demons, the information about the outside world is hard to be obtained in this closed academy. Perhaps he's fighting against the demons. Well, although there's no need to worry when it's Ni-sama, I was worried about the movement of the demons. I wonder, is it according to the demons' movement? Because Sensei doesn't show her appearance recently. Even though she attended the class sometimes before, she hardly attended the classes for this 1 year. Because I meet her in the academy, it's true that she made here as the base, but I still don't know what she's doing when she doesn't show her appearance. Speaking of not showing up, there's another one. Yugo has never showed up after that attack. I don't even know that whether he's in the academy or not. Although I heard that he was in the academy after the attack, there's no such talk in this several years at all. I think that he might not be in this academy anymore. It's a lie if I say that I'm not worried about Yugo after that incident. I still can't forgive what he did. But at the same time, I sympathize him a little. He who indulged in power lost all the power. I'm sure that losing power is similar to losing everything for him who thinks that power is everything. Although I know that it's a naive thinking, I still can't stop to sympathize him a little. When neither Sensei nor Yugo is here, every day passed peacefully. I attend the classes, chat with Sue, and if there's time, I train. And every day passed. It was really peaceful that even I will doubt that the demons made a threatening move. Conditions met. Title Hero was acquired by the effects of the Title Hero. Skill Hero LV1 Holy Light Magic LV1 was acquired the voice that break the peace. Because I was also in the class, my puzzled voice sounded more than I expected in the classroom. Shurian-san, what's wrong? Is there a part that you don't understand? The teacher in charge of this class asks me. The teacher's voice passes by to confuse me. Shurian-san? Shurian-san? What's wrong? Perhaps my expression at this time have become worse. After all, isn't it strange? Only a man can hold the hero title. And there's only one hero that I know. A title can't be released after obtaining it. In other words, that means that the hero title can't be released while the person is still alive. In other words, it's such a thing. Such a thing happens. I can't believe it. I don't want to believe it. But the title is certainly listed in my status. On this day, a hero dies and a hero was born. Human Demon Great War Secret. Chapter Human Demon Great War Secret. Secrets of the Demon King. I added in Sensei's line when she uses her speech to make it easier to know. Human Demon Great War Secret was the invasion of the demons not stopped? It's inevitable. Recently, the present Demon King has been acting like a Demon King in a way that's not likable for us. And how much is the damage of both armies? It's enormous. As for the humans, the loss of the hero is the biggest. In this unreasonable invasion, the demons have lost quite an amount overall. Is this also the motive of the administrator? I never thought that a Queen Teratect enthroned into the battlefield. It should be one of the Demon King's trump card. Is it thrown into the battlefield to kill General Agna? I don't know whether the relation between us and Agna was perceived, or it's simply just want to crush the Kuzorian fort together with the humans and the demons. At any rate, we have lost one of the cooperators, yeah. However, the throne Queen Teratect got wounded considerably. That might be useless for a while if we want to defeat the Demon King. Now, is the best time? No. Even if it can't be used, the Demon King is strong. It's better to judge that it's just one force that decrease and the action is limited. Is it to that extent? The Demon King's vanguard, called Shiro, has a considerable strength. I never thought that she can win against that hero. Was the hero of this generation weak? He was not weak, but it's hard to say that he's strong. I would say that he's average as the hero I see. Shun Kuin will surely be sad. We are moving to end that sadness. Don't forget it. I understand. By the way, who's the new hero? I still don't know. However, it must be born somewhere. We must find it before the Demon King and the other troublesome force. It would be good if my skill can be applied on the title. It's inevitable. Skills are not versatile. Actually, I don't want to rely on skills. Whenever I use this power, an unpleasant feeling like being soiled wells up. Skills are simply free power. Whatever the administrator's motive is, there's no need to loathe free power, although I understand that. This is the problem of feelings. I will warn you just in case. Even if you loathe it, don't do such a reckless thing again like what you did recently, okay? Yes, I won't do it anymore. I hope you really won't do it. When it comes to the students, you always act recklessly. I'm a teacher, after all, Fu. Well, fine. Oka, you continue acting cooperation with Leston. I understand. Stop that weird tone of yours when you're in front of me. Is there a need to throw that in? What's that? I wonder what is it? If it's that only... I don't know, it's the Queen Teratect. Ah, that big Kimo-san. What an amazing coincidence to suddenly transfer to the battlefield. Don't play dumb, Kuro-chan. Scary. Shiro-chan, save me. Shiro-chan, Wani-san wants you to at least give a reaction back. Don't change the subject, isn't it fine? Such a thing is not a big deal. Right? That's not a big deal? That's right. What? Kuro-chan, don't tell me that you're angry because of such a small thing. Do you know how many victims have appeared with just that? I don't know you. Do you think that this is a problem that can end by not knowing? Kuro-chan, is that the line you should say to me? What do you mean? The problem that can end by not knowing. Is this a line that can be said by such a tiny person? What are you saying? You should know it well, right? The truth that the world forgot. The people who forget it and live comfortably. That's Kuro-chan. No. Administrator Jairi Distides. Because you who's an administrator is like that. I have to do such a troublesome thing like becoming the Demon King. So you have no right to say all kind of things to my actions, but what? It's too late already. Humans, demons, and also the elves that move in secret. All of them are guilty. I just have them to pay back the unpaid accumulated tab. If you say such a thing about this much, how about the future? This is not enough. Not enough. It's completely not enough. I must expand the war even more for that reason. It's necessary to make the world despair more. If I don't do it, it won't balance what will become to the world if you despair further. It won't become anything, but if I must say, then my diversion? You. What? Kuro-chan is going to oppose? I don't mind, you know? Do you understand? Even if it's you, you can't win against me. There's no way that I don't understand. I said on top of that, you can do as you please. If you want to oppose me, what are you planning? Must I put in words? Hey, don't you think that the bottomless kindness and the bottomless stupidity are only a paper-thin difference? I don't think so, really. But shouldn't you remember this? Those who are saved by kindness don't worth much. I was saved by that kindness. And that will mean that you will deny us. That's right. Therefore, you and I are hostile in this way. I take that you don't intend to draw back, is it? Nope, I understand. I will associate with you for a while, as expected from Kuro-chan. You understand well. However, when it becomes impossible to agree with you, I won't go easy, I know. If possible, I hope that time won't come. Chapter 111, Delicious Cuisine. Fufufu. You guys were formidable enemies. I admit it. You managed to hurt me this far. Certainly, a mortal combat. It was a battle suitable to be called that. However, your hard fights were also vain against me. Fuahaha. Finally, I won. Today, on this day, you guys have carved the absolute defeat in your body in front of me. Body in charge's tension is strange. What's wrong with this guy? Is this guy getting excited? Information in charge. When did this guy break so much? Say, a good child must not see it. I see. Body in charge has finally entered the area that must not be entered. Yes, that guy went there. Therefore, we who were left must live strongly. Body in charge. I won't forget about you if it's around 3 minutes. Cup noodles. Cup noodles. Im hungry. Didn't you forget about body in charge in an instant? It's possible that there's no such thing, hey. Aren't you cruel since a little while ago? Body in charge. Ridiculous. You return to sanity? No. Shouldn't there be impossible? In that case, I will be like a fool even if I return to sanity. Was it different? Hey, let's talk we make noise for a while. Well, it can't be helped that body in charge's tension rose. At any rate, the scale peeling of the fire drake was finally completed. Just as Body in Charge said, it was a fierce battle. The scale peeling of the fire drake and the 3 eels. It was extremely hard. Let's say it frankly. The time spent on the scale peeling was longer than the combat time. Well, I don't know the accurate time because I don't have a watch. So the time might be longer when I concentrate in a combat. Besides, even if I said that it was hard, the one who did it was Body in Charge. Meanwhile, Magic in Charge and me, the Information in Charge, worked diligently to raise skill proficiency while chattering. Although Body in Charge got tired and asked to take over regularly. Of course the answer is no. But I refuse. Well, because Body in Charge is no different than me, and there's only one body, it doesn't change the fact that I will get tired after all. But this is the problem of the feelings. It's the feeling that the child delusion was realized because I can force my homework to my other self. Fool. However, I have accomplished it. Congratulations. Thank you. Thank you. Then, let's eat it at once. Oh, I've been waiting for it. Catfish, eel, and this fire drake surely. The taste must also evolve. When I eat this, I will say this is delicious. That's bad. That's the unappetizing flag thus. Time to taste it. Umi? Strange, somehow. It's hard to say that it's unappetizing, but it's also hard to say that it's delicious, an exquisite prescription. It's that, like the white fish that has no taste. I understand certainly, this seems to have the potential to transform. If there's a soy sauce, is there a soy sauce in this world? No. I guess it's impossible for a Japanese to live without soy sauce. I think that subculture and soy sauce are the pride of Japan. Although I don't have the interest in meals when I was a human being, I realized it after I became a spider, yeah. The cuisines in Japan are really delicious, don't give up. Information in Charge? This world might not have the soy sauce. However, there might be a seasoning equal to it, even if it's not a seasoning. As long as there's a delicious cuisine. That's right. We have only 8 raw monsters so far in the first place. Can a monster be called as a food? To figure that out, are you a genius? Oh, yes, I was a genius. Seriously? I was a genius. If I'm a genius, then I will be forgiven even if I do anything. That's right. Today, on this day at this time, I declare one decision. I will escape from this Elro Great Labyrinth in order to eat proper cuisine. Oh, I have enough of eating monsters that are not delicious. I have enough of bad-smelling meat. I'm also sick of poison. A healthy life begins with a healthy meal. More delicious things. Sometimes sweet things. I want to eat something sweet. I want to eat chocolate, although there might be no chocolate. Fruit will do. Although I have never thought about it up until now, I can already. My body wants sugar. When Body in Charge says it, I will be troubled because it sounds real yash. Let's aim at Arachne earnestly. Well, it becomes so. When you think of taking communication with human being after all, do you want to eat only monsters until death? I don't want that. I want to eat delicious things, right? The cuisine made by the human being should be more delicious than a raw monster. I will stop being a spider. Arachne is also a spider, but even if we became an Arachne, can we communicate with human being? We'll use our spirit there. Recall, my low communication ability, hey, I can't remember my last conversation with human being when I was a human being. In the first place, when was the last conversation? Long ago to the extent that I can't remember. Am I all right? W with spirit. I mean, can the people here understand Japanese? The future seems to be full of troubles. Chapter 112 Monsters that change into metal. It's difficult to communicate with human being. I'm even bad at the exchange and the internet. Isn't my communication ability is the lowest class? Cool. I never thought that there's such a high wall that stands in my way in order to eat delicious cuisine. Well, it's still not the time to panic. Even if I say that I will aim at Arachne, it's still a long way off. In the first place, it's not worth considering unless I escape from the middle layer. After eating the fire drake, I ate the 3 eels. Even though it had evolved, the eel was more delicious. Isn't this a degeneration? As expected, satiation stock maxed once because the amount was large. I surely thought that the highest was 1,000, but it was possible to save up to 1,100. It looks like the capacity increased after evolving. Because my SP pool is too much now, I activate Fighting Spirit and Drake Power at the same time to consume energy. Although Drake Power consumes MP too, it's just right because my MP will keep accumulating if I don't consume it. At the same time, Magic in Charge raised the skill proficiency of Space Magic. The green line goes here and there. But the level hasn't rise yet. It's the magic that I use 500 points, so its growth is slightly slow. When I compare it with my other magics, the necessary skill proficiency for the next level is considerably a lot. Well, because it's gradually accumulated, I think that it will level up soon. Speaking of skill points, I'm hesitating to pick which skill to acquire. In case of a skill that can be acquired with 100 points, I will go for the Evil Eye that I haven't acquired yet, but there are some good skills if I save more. Like the remaining 7 deadly sins. I think that this is the same broken skill as Pride, and I want to acquire it, but even the lowest one sloth needs 1,000 points. As expected, it's hard to save up to there. Besides, the gluttony that I thought was the overeating evolution is not there somehow, even though the other 7 deadly sins are there. How mysterious. And there's also the 7 virtues. I don't know much about that part, but it pairs up with the 7 deadly sins, right? There are some that looks like it, but this also don't have 7. Is there a rule for these skills that are not in the list? And am interested with the hero skill. Although it doesn't have the mysterious language in the explanation like the 7 deadly sins, it's considerably high efficient. Well, even if I say that I'm interested, I can't acquire it because it demands a ridiculous figure of 15,000 points. And there's also the Demon King skill. Although this is similar to the hero, this one is cheaper than hero with 5,000 points. If I want to acquire, I would acquire this one. But it seems that I will get the Demon King title at the moment I acquire it. If I have the skill points, it's a quite high efficient skill, and it's delicious as a material, so I want to acquire it. Well, I wonder should I go safely here and acquire the high rank Evil Eyes. There are some high rank eyes of the Evil Eyes that can't be acquired at 100 points. Although it doesn't match with the broken skills, it's possible to get it easily, so I think that I should acquire that. Therefore, I need to defeat monsters and gain experience points to get skill points. But there's no monster at all since a while ago. Although the party led by the Fire Drake were annihilated, there's no monster at all even if I have advance considerably from there. No, the monsters are there. They just shut themselves in the magma and don't come out. I can understand that they are running away with all their might and trying to hide. Then, the reason why they are running away and hiding is that they are running away from me. Well, the cause should be the Fearbringer title. And also intimidation. The monsters are scared of me by these 2 effects. The way they run reminds me of the metal guy who appears in a certain national RPG. They run away at top speed at the moment when they notice me. As for those guys who hide, I hate it that they acquired the stealth skill just by that. I want to say that how desperate are you? When they run away like this, I can't even hunt properly. Moreover, unlike the metal guy, I won't get a lot of experience points even if I defeat them. My current level is 15. Finally, I have also exceeded level 10. Zoa Air is a high-rank species, so I already know that my next evolution exceeds level 10 in the next evolution condition. I think that after I exceeded level 10, I really did become a high-rank species. When I see my magic status only, I feel that I can even do well in the lower layer. My status has actually reached the part of the Earth Dragon Kaguna's status. When did I become that strong? Yeah, I just noticed it. Come to think of it, although I only managed to appraise the HP, etc., if I'm not mistaken, isn't it around 3,000? When it's my magic status only, want to be an equal match. Seriously? Can I fight against the Earth Dragon? No. Calm down. The opponent is that Earth Dragon. It's surely my misunderstanding. Unun. It's only my magic status that caught up with it. But I became strong to that extent. No wonder the monsters runs from me. If there's a strong person scattering fear by intimidation, of course anyone will run away. Even I will run away. This was my story. However, I'm troubled. I can't raise my level like this. What should I do? Chapter 113 Spider versus Fire Dragonon. I finally get out from the Lake of Magma area, and I have reached the area that has the land. Although it was good, I haven't hunted a monster at all since then. Thanks to that, my SP that has so much started to decrease gradually. As expected, it won't decrease to the extent that I will starve to death. I'm not using the SP-related skills to save it now. What should I do? Shutting themselves in the magma is really Naiwa. If it's like that, I can't do anything. What a coward to run away and hide in its advantageous field. Can't you fight fair and square? You shameless person. However, this is really troubling. Most of the monsters in the middle layer can run and hide in the magma. If they are on the land, I can kill them before they run with my speed. But if they are in the magma from the beginning, I can't do anything. If I only eke out a living, then killing the monsters on the land is enough. But in that case, the experience points is not delicious. I want to accumulate skill points. Because I can evolve at level 20, I want to acquire one evil till then. Even though I will aim at Sloth after evolving and receiving the bonus, my plan is out of order now. What should I do? If I go to the upper layer, I can chase them even if they run because there's no magma. Is there a monster that won't run away from me somewhere? Although I thought of such thing. Isn't this bad? Fire Dragon Rendo LV 20 status HP 3701 3701 green 1200 details MP 3122 3122 blue 1200 details SP 3698 3698 yellow details 3665 3665 red 912 details average offensive ability 3281 details average defensive ability 3009 details average magic ability 2645 details average resistance ability 2601 details average speed ability 3175 details skill Fire Dragon LV1 reverse scale LV8 high speed HP recovery LV3 MP recovery speed LV6 MP consumption down LV6 magic perception LV5 magic manipulation LV4 offensive magic power LV4 high speed SP recovery LV1 great SP consumption down LV1 flame attack LV9 enhanced flame LV7 enhanced destruction LV6 enhanced slashing LV2 enhanced piercing LV2 great enhanced blunt LV2 cooperation LV10 direction LV2 3D maneuver LV4 accuracy LV10 evasion LV10 great probability correction LV5 presence perception LV10 danger perception LV10 heat perception LV3 flight LV7 high speed swim LV10 satiation LV2 fire magic LV4 slash resistance LV1 pierce resistance LV1 great blunt resistance LV1 heat nullity abnormal condition resistance LV1 constitution LV5 magic while LV4 body flicker LV5 durability LV5 Herculean strength LV5 solid LV5 mage LV4 amulet LV3 shrink space LV5 skill points 30050 title monster killer monster slaughter leading one dragon conqueror. The start was abrupt. Did both of us enter the range of danger perception? While wondering that, both of us take stance almost at the same time. That is a fire dragon. The form of the fire drake that has wings grown on it. A dragon-like dragon. Seeing from its status, I think that it's almost equal to the Earth Dragon Kaguna. Just when I thought that I might be able to fight against Earth Dragon Kaguna, there's still a distance to each other. But apparently, the other side is motivated to do it. What should we do? One vote in escaping same here, yeah. Thus, full speed sprint start. I escape with a dash, like I can fight against a dragon, and the fire dragon ran after my back. You gotta be kidding. This is bad. That guy has the higher speed. We will be caught up. Magic in charge. Use that magic to escape. Roger. Magic in charge activates a certain magic. The magic of Shadow Magic LV7, Shadow Sync. This magic is the magic that sinks something into the shadow. Although the MP consumption changes according to the size of the thing, it's impossible to sink something bigger than a shadow. Though it's possible to sink big things into the shadow, using it together with the Shadow Magic LV2 Large Shadow. If you ask what happens after sinking into the shadow, it looks like it connects to a special space called the shadow space. And there's no air in that space, and it's hard to move. So it's a dangerous space that nothing can be done but to die once entered. It seems that I can win if I sink the enemy here. But because it's impossible to close the entrance, it's comparatively easy to get out. Besides, if the sinking one intends to resist, it can get out easily. It's been proven because I tried making a pitfall against a monster before. Although it seems useless, I thought of using this as emergency escape magic by combining it with the Shadow Magic LV3 Shadow Surface that can generate shadow in the light. Although I haven't tried it once. It's better than getting caught up. Thus, plop into the shadow just before the fire dragon catch up. I turn off intimidation at the same time and erase my presence. Although I can't breathe because there's no air if I search for the appearance by detection. I can see that the fire dragon is confused of its prey's disappearance, and it looks around the surroundings. If you leave without noticing me, then the strategy's success. But can I hold my breath till then? Ah, this is bad. Suddenly, it realizes it. After looking around for a while, the fire dragon has begun to stare at its feet. The feet where I lurked. That's right. I forgot that there's a troublesome one in the fire dragon skills. Presence Perception LV10. It's not a rat in a trap, but it was a spider in the shadow. Chapter 114 Spider vs. Fire Dragon. Now that it has gone this far, I have no choice but to prepare for the worst. I maximized the consciousness tuning level of Parallel Will. In addition, I have Magic in Charge Activate Magic. The shadow where I hide myself changes its form and approaches the fire dragon's body like a spear. A technique that's called Shadow Spear that combines the Shadow Magic LV4 Shadow Change, Shadow Magic LV5 Solid Shadow, and Shadow Magic LV6 Shadow Manipulation. The shape of the shadow is changed into a spear shape using Shadow Change, solidify it using Solid Shadow, and move it using Shadow Manipulation. Surprisingly, if the Shadow Magic is not used together with the Level 6 magic, it can be said that it's impossible to attack properly. It was a difficult magic. The consumption is also bad, and it's inefficient. It's a disappointing magic that there's no much use. But I was saved thanks to that magic now. The fire dragon dodges the approaching shadow spear easily. I escape from the shadow in the interval. I take a distance from the fire dragon. The fire dragon and I who face each other. To be honest, I don't think that I can win. The ability value of the other side is absolutely higher. In addition, the affinity of the attribute is not good either. Above all, the fire dragon's abnormal condition resistance skill is hard. This skill is as shown in its name. It has the effect of raising the resistance of abnormal condition attribute attacks. I should think that it has a considerably high defensive ability if the originally high resistance value is added with the abnormal condition resistance skill. And am specialized in abnormal conditions. It can be said that the affinity was bad in that sense. Moreover, its skills don't have a breach either. Although I have continued fighting monsters with higher status, I think that my skills are better. I have higher number of skills, but the fire dragon skills are the same as me, or maybe even higher ability than mine. Some of the skills are the same as me, some are higher level, and even skills that have evolved. It's superior than me either in the status or in the skills. In addition, the affinity is bad. There is no element that I can win, but I must do it. If I don't win, I will die. I resolve myself. There's still a prospect of victory, but the possibility of defeat is higher after all. I might die. I'm scared to die. But there's no life that can't die. Then, as I said before, I will live like a burning fire and die brilliantly. Although I don't intend to die, even if I die, I don't want to die unsightly. Fire Dragon, will you kill me? Then, come with a suitable resolution. Am not that easy to be killed unhurt. You know? I turn on the intimidation at the same time as I resolve myself again, opening all evil eyes. Simultaneous activation of Magic Combat Act, Fighting Spirit, and Drake Power. Magic construction start. The Fire Dragon cloak its body in flame, while I wondered it took that action after seeing my resolution. The Fire Dragon skill seems to be the evolution of the Fire Drake skill. Naturally, it can use the effect of the Fire Drake skill too. One of those is the Flame Cloak that's acquired at Fire Drake LV8. It's the higher rank technique of the Fire Drake LV2 Heat Clad, and it's literally cloaking the body in the intense flame. Furthermore, it's also a technique that improves the movement ability due to the heat. Apparently, it seems that the Fire Dragon has recognized me as a formidable enemy. There are neither carelessness nor self-conceit in each other. A serious fight starts. The Fire Dragon spits out a fireball, an attack that can't be thought as a serious attack, a wait-and-see attack. But still, if I think about my weak fire resistance, it's a power that can turn me into cinders if I receive it directly. Because even this toying attack is equal to the previous Fire Drake's full power fireball. I evade it with all my power. Because of the combo of accuracy and great probability correction, I can't avoid it lightly. It's the level that I need to borrow the power of evasion and stacking 3 strengthening skills to avoid that toying attack, making full use of thought, acceleration, and foresight. The Fire Dragon shortens the distance at the same time as it spit out a fireball. Using the fireball as a distraction and the real attack comes. It bends its long body like the snake and swing its huge tail. The single blow that has the fatal effect called flame added to it, and the already powerful physical attack. I also barely dodge this. The cloaked flame grazes my body. My HP decreases slightly with that alone. If I didn't perceive the approaching Fire Dragon with thought acceleration and see the action with foresight, it would be bad. At present, it seems that my evasion combo is slightly better than the Fire Dragon's accuracy and great probability correction combo. But the situation is not good. No matter how much time passes, the Fire Dragon doesn't paralyze. As for the curse, HP, etc., are reduced slightly, but there's no effect in the status. It seems that both resistances are high. Although the effect of evil, I will be effective if time passes. The Fire Dragon won't wait in silence for that long. I barely evade the claw attack from the rushing Fire Dragon. The Fire Dragon becomes cautious of me, who even evaded that, and it takes distance for a moment. The Fire Dragon roared. Impatience arises in my heart. The Fire Dragon skill is roughly the higher rank of the Fire Drake skill. Naturally, it can use the skill that the Fire Drake had. In other words, the skill that embodies the violence of the number that the Fire Drake used to corner me. Direction. It's the higher rank skill of the Fire Drake's command. It's a skill that makes the user to be accompanied by subordinates, using stronger control power. My detection catches the appearances of the monsters that begin to gather one after another. There was no self-conceit in me. I recognized the Fire Dragon as a higher rank formidable enemy, and I have even resolved to die. But there was no self-conceit in the Fire Dragon either. It uses all its power in order to defeat the lower rank me. And there's no unfairness. The probability of my survival became even lower. Chapter 115, Spider vs. Fire Dragon. I must bring it to an end before the monsters that have gathered participate the battle. Because in this situation where I need to use all my power to avoid the Fire Dragon's attack, I don't have the time to be concerned about the other miscellaneous matters. The poison bullet that's fired at the same time as I avoid the Fire Dragon's attack vanished before reaching the Fire Dragon. The magic construction is interfered by the effect of the reverse scale skill, and the power is weakened by the flame of Flame Cloak. The weakened poison bullet burned out completely before reaching the flame armor. Even though the Fire Dragon itself didn't took any action to intercept it, the poison bullet was neutralized with that alone. The defensive ability that it's impossible to inflict damage by a half-hearted attack, even with an instant death class offensive ability. In addition, it has the speed higher than me. If it feels like it, it should be able to avoid the poison bullet with its speed and the power of the evasion and the great probability correction. I'm really sick of it. The opponent's HP gradually decreases thanks to the evil eye of curse. But the one that's decreasing was the effect of the satiation skill. Unlike me, the fire dragon's HP raised to 1200, that's the limit of the skill level. MP is also similar. Although only the SP was not stocked to the limit, there was still a large amount. To be frank, it's impossible to reduce this amount completely with the evil eye. I will run out of energy before that. I can't expect much from the decrease of the status 2. Although it's a little, it's decreasing. But the decreasing speed is considerably slow compared with the other monsters. This need to take a considerable amount of time to be able to realize the effect. As expected, I will die before that. The evil eye of paralysis that has the possibility to reverse the situation. I shouldn't expect much from this either. The fire dragon's abnormal condition resistance rose to 2. If it's because of the skill proficiency is close to the limit, then it's fine, but in case that it's not, that means that my opponent's resistance rises quickly because of the accumulation of my paralysis power. As expected, it doesn't completely protect it, but it seems to be too convenient to wish for the fire dragon to be paralyzed. That is also not good, and this is also not good. When it becomes like this, the means left for me is limited. The most effective method among that is to drive in poison at the level that surpasses the opponent's resistance. My deadly spider poison is the most lethal weapon that I have. Even if the fire dragon has the abnormal condition resistance skill, I don't think that it can come out unhurt after receiving my deadly spider poison. But once is probably not enough to kill this guy. Even if I hit a lucky hit, it's useless. I must hit a more certain and strong attack. But the flame cloak is a hindrance. Intense flame that my HP will decrease just by grazing it. I can't attack unless I Barado this. If I can't do that, I will get burned even if I shift to attack. While thoughts are repeated, Body in Charge avoids the fire dragon's attack desperately. Attack is completely abandoned and concentrates in evasion. Even if Magic in Charge shoots an interception magic, it's blown off easily in front of the combo of Reverse Scale and Flame Cloak. The poison mist that killed a massive amount of monsters previously is meaningless against Flame Cloak. The fire dragon soars up into the air. I who saw that quickly adjust the poison using poison synthesis. Immediately after that, flames surge from the fire dragon's mouth. A very large breath attacks the ground. It's the Hell Flame Breath that's acquired at Fire Drake LV10. The wide-range annihilation breath of death blows off the surrounding ground, melts it, and it changes into the new sea of magma. I jumped on the spur of the moment and activate weak poison by poison synthesis. I generated the maximum amount that can be synthesized and evacuate in the huge drop of water. Because I set the damage relation to the lowest, there's not much decrease in my HP. I evacuated into the weak poison's drop of water almost at the same time as the fire dragon's breath covered the ground completely. The weak poison evaporates only by the aftermath. My HP decreases even though I didn't receive a direct hit. I extend a thread to the ceiling before the weak poison evaporates completely and evacuate in a hurry. I escape along the ceiling without looking aside. Although the fire dragon pursues me naturally, I succeeded in escaping from the magma that was newly formed. A fireball approaches me. I kick the ceiling and let my body move in the air. A fireball explodes at the position where I was until a while ago. My body that was thrown into the air is pulled by the gravity and falls. And the fire dragon approaches with its fang in the air as if it's waited for it. I pulled the thread that I fired to the ceiling in secret that's hard to be seen by the fire dragon. At the same time, I synthesized deadly spider poison with the paralysis attribute. The fire dragon's body passes right under me. The fire dragon does a tailspin in the air. I witnessed with my enhanced vision that the fire dragon twists its body to evade from swallowing the poison at the moment it closes its mouth. The strategy of using poison as a substitute that buried all of the monsters in the middle layers so far was defeated. But I use that interval, and I succeed in going down to the ground again. However, it was a failure. The monsters called by the fire dragon have gathered on the ground. I was unable to move, being surrounded by monsters. And the fire dragon releases the hell flame breath again. My body was swallowed in the flame without any resistance. And that body was burned thoroughly by the flame without any resistance, and not even cinders remained. Side Story 18 New Hero, Chapter Side Story 18 New Hero. It was immediately reported to Father through the teacher that I obtained the hero title. Immediately after that, I'm called by Father, and I left the academy, then returned to the royal castle. The royal castle that I returned after a long time. But my mind was not stable until I will be indulged in deep emotion. I managed to calm my shaken heart and meet Father again. The place was not the throne room, and it was Father's personal room. Although it's wide, it's a room with documents, etc., scattered around. Several men gathered there. Shurain, am sorry to call you purposely with my entrance. Father uttered a heavy voice. Even I who didn't met Father a lot of times understood that Father's voice was more heavy than usual. It's a much more heavy voice than the time I heard it at the appraisal ceremony. First, let me confirm whether you have really obtained the hero title or not. Yes, the appraisal stone used in the appraisal ceremony is grasped in Father's hand. When I answered, an unpleasant feeling like being licked all over attacked my body immediately. This is the feeling that I felt when I met Sensei for the first time. This must be the unpleasantness that's felt when being appraised. You really have it, Father's heavy voice. Immediately after that, Father covers his face with his hand and begins to sob. Julius, older brother's name, leaks out from Father's mouth. Tears came out from my eyes after hearing that. Breaking the self-control that I shouldn't do it here, my view is blurred by tears. My shoulder is gripped. The person is the third prince and the older brother above me, Leston Isama. My head is patted and am hugged gently. I didn't have much opportunity to meet with Leston Isama, but he's friendly and he was a congenial brother next to Julius Nisama. I surpassed my limit. I cling to Leston Isama and cried without reserve. Only sobbing sounded in the room for a while. Father, I understand the feeling to grieve for Julius. However, it's necessary to think about the future. Let's begin the discussion. The one who broke the gloomy silence was the first prince, who's our oldest brother, Cyrus Nisama. To be honest, I'm not very good with this person. I have never seen him laugh, and he's always devoted to work with a sour look. If I omit my older sister who's married into another country, he was the only one among the siblings that I have the intuition that I can't get along with him well. Cyrus and Iki, Father and Shun are hurt. Isn't it fine to wait for a little more? No, Leston. It's as Cyrus says, but Father, stop it, Leston. Father has say, so Cyrus and Iki, it's fine. There are feelings of mourning as a family. However, we are the royalty before man. Then, it's necessary fulfill the obligation as the royalty. Mourning comes after that. Father wipes the tears with the sleeve. Although Father's eyes swelled up red, a powerful light dwelled in there. Is this the king's appearance? That's amazing. I can't do that. Shurain has inherited the hero title. So that means Julius have died. Father said the thing that nobody dared to say it clearly while biting his lips. In that word, Julius Nisama's death was pointed out again. Although this was hidden from Shurain and the people, the information that the demon army finally have started the invasion was sent. Perhaps Julius have died in the fight the demon army. Although I have heard talks of the demon army's movement frequently, finally, even that Julius Nisama can't win against the demon army. The report on how the result of the battle is not here yet. I have sent an excellent magician who can use space magic to confirm it, but immediately after that, a knocking sounded in the room. Enter, excuse me, although I don't remember the name of the person who entered. He's one of the person who served as the general in this country. He advances slowly towards the center of the room and get down on his knees. I would like to report. It's about the war of the human army and the demon army. It was just at the right timing. How is it? Yes. Although the detailed information is uncertain because the site is still confused, it seems that we have barely repelled the demon army, while there's a serious damage I see. Continue in case of the information that's understood now. Some of the forts seem to have fallen. Among those, the Kuzorian fort was destroyed. What? That large fortress? Igriegagis. This is still not a certain information. The site is confused, so this is a baseless rumor. The demon army summoned a huge monster, blown by an unknown great magic, and so forth. Rumors and guesses. It's a situation where we don't know which is the real information. However, the information of the demon army withdrew is true. Is it? Yes. That's certain. I understand. Thank you for the report. Please continue to collect information. Yes. Then, excuse me, the general leaves the room. Father closes his eyes and wrinkle up his eyebrows, thinks about something. We brothers waited for Father's next words. It seems that Julius' death has yet to be confirmed. Yes. The site seems to be confused. What shall we do? Conceal Julius' death and the fact that Shurain became the new hero for a while. There was no one in this place who's dissatisfied with Father's decision. I don't understand the politics well, so I shouldn't interfere. It's still uncertain whether the demon army completely withdrew or not. If the hero's death is announced here, it will give uneasiness to the people. Although Julius' death will be known eventually once the talk from the site rises, don't reveal it to the others until then. Father, what would Shurain do in the future? Shurain, I'm sorry, but you have to leave the academy today. At the same time, make preparations so that we can announce the new hero anytime. Shurain, yes, although you might be confused because it happened suddenly, you're the hero from now on. Succeed, Julius will, and you must bear the full brunt of the war as the hope of the humans. You might not be resolved for this yet. So before Julius' death is known, I want you to decide the resolution hope of the humans. Even if you ask me to decide such resolution suddenly, your heart is probably not sorted yet. You may retire for today. Rest at ease. Father's kind voice. I will depend on that for now. Sully. Excuse me, I said it briefly and leave the room. The worrying eyes of Father and Leston Isama. Cirrus Isama's cold eyes. I closed the door to obstruct the view. Although I was driven by the impulse that wants to collapse on the spot, I bear it somehow and begin to walk. After that, 30 days passed. During that time, I did nothing but independent training in the castle. Since I became the hero, I must become stronger. That's just an appearance, because if I don't do anything, I will think about various things and I won't calm down. If I move my body, my feelings were diverted a little. According to the story I heard, it seems that Julius Nisama's death is concealed worldwide. It might be Father's influence, but each country might have judged that it's dangerous to announce the hero's death to the citizens at this unstable time. It seemed that the site of the battlefield is well known already. But it seems to be a future matter for the rumor of the battlefield to enter this country, because this country is far from the battlefield. It seems that the demons didn't attack afterwards. It's said that there's a considerable amount of damage on the demons in this war, so they're considered to not move for a while. But I can't be careless. It's not somebody else's problem anymore. It seems that there's no change in the state of the academy. I often talk with Sue and Katia with distant communication and hear the state. How's the state there? There's no change. There was a little confusion when Shun left the school suddenly. I see. Please tell everyone in the academy that I'm fine. Yes. Of course. Sue, how are you? I'm fine. I see. How's there? Today, Yuri was called back by the church, did she? Yes. Perhaps. I think that the information of Julius Nisama's death has reached the church, so Yuri was called back, because she was the next saint candidate, probably. What happened to the saint that accompanied Julius Nisama? It seems that Nisama's comrades have died, except Hirin-san. I see. It seems that Hirin-san, who survived, will return soon. I think that I can probably hear the story from him. I will ask various questions at that time, yes. If possible, please behave yourself, okay? Oh? Well, I'm told to not reveal that I'm the hero until Father announce it. So I won't do anything then. It's good you sure say a strange thing. By any chance, are you worried? That's obvious. I see. Thank you. My pleasure. Such exchanges was done several times. Hirin-san is Julius Nisama's childhood friend and the comrade in arms equal to Nisama. I have met him several times with Nisama. When Hirin-san returns, I'm sure that I can ask various questions. How did that Nisama died? To be honest, I can't believe that ridiculously strong Julius Nisama can be defeated easily. Either he was caught in an unfair trap, or Nisama fights against a large army that even he can't win. I don't think that Nisama can lose in a one-to-one fight. I'm sure that this will be known when Hirin-san returns. I did nothing but independent training to brace my heart that almost sunk. Shun inherited the hero title. This is the worst. In addition, the movement of the surroundings is somehow suspicious. I might not be able to deal with it, I understand. I will return immediately, I'm sorry, even though you are busy if it's for the students. Sensei can work hard, I respect that part of you as well. I shouldn't be such a hot-blooded character, though how about the report to Potamus Dana? It's already done. The worst case, it's necessary to think that to have Shunkuen to be sheltered by the elves I see. That might be good, won't you oppose it? Julius Aniki is dead, so I don't want my younger brother to die. If that's the case, then even if we want meat anymore, it's better for him to stay alive, yeah. Let's do our best, I'm counting on you. Chapter 116 Spider versus Fire Dragon. The battle ends, and the Fire Dragon looks down at the sea of magma that's made by itself. There's the appearance of the subordinate monsters, and there's no appearance of the spider. The subordinate monsters have heat nullity, but the spider doesn't have it. There was no reason that it can survive after receiving a direct hit of the Fire Dragon's strongest breath. Did you thought about that, fool? A huge drop of poison is generated above the Fire Dragon. That poison is different from the weak poison that covered my body a while ago. It's the powerful, lethal poison, deadly spider poison that has paralysis set to the maximum. The Fire Dragon was convinced that the battle has ended, and the deadly poison hits the Fire Dragon that became defenseless directly. The lump of huge, deadly poison breaks through the flame, cloaks defense, and erodes the body. And then, sickle attack with all my might. The perfect single hit that aimed at the moment the flame disappeared due to the drop of deadly poison. My whole power is put into the attack. In other words, the double combo of deadly poison attack and corrosion attack. The hard scales are torn by corrosion, and the inside is undermined by deadly poison. I think that my strongest physical attack is nasty. The Fire Dragon raised a voice of pain and falls into the magma. I follow the thread that I attached on myself quickly and return to the ceiling. The Fire Dragon should have clearly seen the image of me being killed. I'm sure that it's confused now. The whole story of how I survived is easy. In the first place, I didn't receive that guy's breath. Before that, I didn't even go down to the ground from the ceiling. The Heresy Magic LV6 Phantom Dreams effect made it possible. The trump card, no. One that I have waited to activate it all the time. Phantom Dream is the magic that shows hallucination. I cast the magic at the chance when it panics, because it's about to swallow the poison generated by poison synthesis. If the Heresy Magic is not fired at such a chance, it would be resisted by reverse scale and its resistance ability easily. The Fire Dragon might have saw me going down to the ground, but I was actually clinging to the ceiling. And a surprise attack when it became careless because the battle ended. Before my strongest physical attack, even the Fire Dragon received a large damage. I also thought about escaping using hallucination for a moment. But I must not escape here. The escaping spider life. If it's like that, no matter how much time passes, I want change from the time that my home was burned by that man. I will live proudly. I want to achieve that aim. My pride can never be regained. That's not good. In the ruler of pride, I, as the ruler of pride, must live proudly. So I want to escape. Even if the winning chance is low, as long as the winning chance is not zero, I won't run away. I will win against the dragon here. I will win against the dragon and say goodbye to the weak me. That's right. I will win against the hated dragon. Hate? Huh. Although I thought that the earth dragon is scary, I never really hated it. Huh. Where does this feeling come from? Such thing is not worth worrying now. Even if I gave a huge hit, it doesn't change that I'm in a disadvantageous situation. After all, my HP is 1. the state that patience is activated. It became like this because of the recoil of my attack a while ago, and my HP is reduced little by little. Although the corrosion attack is strong, the recoil is also huge accordingly. But that's not the only damage this time. The heat of flame cloak produced after being extinguished by the poison damages me. I still have my MP. In other words, I still won't die. But all of the Fire Dragon's attacks are instant death classes. The Fire Dragon also has received a considerable amount of damage by my single hit, but still, there's reserve strength. In addition, the monsters that came as reinforcements. Still a disadvantageous situation. I avoid the magma and go down to the ground this time. The Fire Dragon still remains sinking in the magma. The other monsters have no time to care about me after being crushed by the Fire Dragon's body right after the breath's aftermath. Now's the chance. I activate the trump card number 2 that I have prepared ever since the battle starts. My MP decreases at a ferocious pace. In my current state, MP consumption is equal to life consumption. But this magic has the worth to activate even if I must pay the price. Right? Magic in charge. Number 1, number 2. Yeah, leave it to me. The magic activation using the power of 2 persons by the parallel will that leveled up. Number 2 advances the preparation all the time. No. 1 turns to assistance, and it becomes possible to activate at last. Now is the time. Open Hell Gate. The vicinity darkens. The enormous darkness that even swallowed the light generated from the magma crawls up from the ground. That's as if the darkness of hell that exists underground begin to leak out to the world, swallowing the magma, ground, and monsters. The overflowing darkness swallows everything. Abyss magique élevée in Helgotha. The highest rank dark magic that informs the beginning of hell. It's manifested in this world. The darkness swallowed everything, converged, sucked into the ground abruptly, and disappeared. That's as if being sealed, like the gate of hell was shut again. After that, only the worn-out Fire Dragon and me that have remained. Seriously? It can even endure that. But the Fire Dragon's HP left a little. Its MP and SP are almost exhausted too. I'm sure that it used the skill's power to convert it into HP. Otherwise, there's no explanation that it can endure Hellgate. My MP decreased considerably because I used the Hellgate. In other words, I'm also worn out. Both worn out. The battle will be decided by the next attack. The attack that the Fire Dragon chose is the most primitive attack. In other words, it was a ramming attack. It's the right choice. In the state that both MP and SP are very limited, it's probably the most effective attack that the Fire Dragon can take. If it's the Fire Dragon's status and large build, it's the most effective attack. That is if the opponent is not me. Im a spider. What's the spider's best weapon? Is it poison? Is it claw? Is it fang? It's all wrong. The Fire Dragon's body stops by the universal thread endowed with fire resistance. Even if its fire resistance is endowed, I can only use it for an instant in this middle layer. But that's enough. If it's the Fire Dragon that don't have the flame cloak, I can stop it for an instant. My sickle that swung down there. Although one side was crushed because of the attack a while ago, both hands have my sickle. And my attack with all my might cut the Fire Dragon's body. Chapter 1, 17 Dragon Killer Experience Points has reached a certain degree. Individual. Zoa Air LV15 has become LV16. Every basic ability rose level up bonus. Skill proficiency was acquired. Skill proficiency reached. Skill 3D. Maneuver LV9 has become 3D. Maneuver LV 10 conditions met. Skill 3D. Maneuver LV10 has evolved into Skill Space. Maneuver LV1 skill points. Gained experience points has reached a certain degree. Individual. Zoa Air LV16 has become LV17. Every basic ability rose level up bonus. Skill proficiency was acquired. Skill proficiency reached. Skill Corrosion Attack LV1 has become Corrosion Attack LV2 skill points. Gained experience points has reached a certain degree. Individual. Zoa Air LV17 has become LV18. Every basic ability rose level up bonus. Skill proficiency was acquired skill proficiency reached. Skill evasion LV9 has become evasion LV10 conditions met. Skill probability correction LV1 was derived from skill evasion LV10 skill points. Gained experience points has reached a certain degree. Individual Zoa Air LV18 has become LV19 every basic ability rose level up bonus. Skill proficiency was acquired skill proficiency reached. Skill accuracy LV9 has become accuracy LV10 conditions met. Skill probability correction LV1 was derived from skill accuracy LV10 probability correction LV1 has unified with probability correction LV1 skill proficiency reached. Skill universal thread LV1 has become universal thread LV2 skill points gain conditions met. Tidal Dragon Killer was acquired by the effects of the Tidal Dragon Killer. Skill Destiny LV1 Dragon Power LV1 was acquired Constitution LV1 has unified with Destiny LV1 Drake Power LV3 has unified with Dragon Power LV1 the Voice of Heaven echoes. The status disappears from the Fire Dragon's appraisal result, and its name changes into Corpse of the Fire Dragon. When I see it, I finally relaxed. There's no appearance of the monster in the surroundings. Although there's a great number of monsters that gathered outside of the range of Abyss Magic, I was able to confirm the figures running away at top speed when I searched using detection. Did they ran because the Fire Dragon was defeated? Or did they ran because they saw the Abyss Magic? Either way, it's a great help for me because I'm tired now. Although my status recovered completely by level up, I'm mentally tired. Although this happens every time, it was a hard battle. Half of my victory is like miracle. After all, the Fire Dragon's attack can kill me in one hit. I'm on the verge of death with just a graze by the aftermath. If I get hit by it directly, it will pierce my patience and instant death. If I meet the Fire Dragon before my parallel will level up, it would be dangerous. Parallel will leveled up, and there are 2 magic in charge. Thanks to that, I came to be able to use the Abyss Magic that was not usable up until now. Even if I say it, I used it without any trial this time. Although I understood that it's a range annihilation type magic from the magic composition, I'm scared of its destructive power that's more than my expectation. After all, the ground of about 100 meters in radius and 5 meters in height with me as the center was dented. Especially the ground where the darkness converges and sucked became a deep hole. When I examine it with detection, the deep hole goes beyond the range of detection. Isn't this hole looks like it connects the middle layer and the lower layer? No, I don't know whether the lower layer is below this or not. Well, when I look at this hole, I will even think that it connects to the hell. As expected from Hellgate. If such power is shown, it's obvious that the monsters will run. However, even though I killed a lot of monsters with this, I don't level up. If I level up at that timing, I would have some composure. Was the experience points insufficient? I think that I killed a lot of monsters, though. Oh well, I was able to win somehow. But my level rose a lot. 19, huh? I only need another level to evolve. So close. Cop, what's wrong? Information in charge? Because the ground sank by Abyss Magic. Magma is flowing. Seriously? Serious. Body in charge. Carry the Fire Dragon's body and withdraw before the magma overflows. I have to carry this huge thing. Of course. Yua. It seems that I will get muscular pain thus. I withdraw while carrying the Fire Dragon's body with great efforts. Although the speed of approaching magma was not fast. It was quite last minute because I have to carry the Fire Dragon. I almost sank into the magma. Then I should have thrown the Fire Dragon, but I have defeated it through so many troubles, so not eating it is rude. Defeat, eat. Thank you for the meal. All these come as set. Well, I can't eat the monsters that got swallowed by Abyss Magic because they disappeared without a trace. Phew. Well then, body in charge, the custom scale peeling. Yay. Brute. And I do the custom skill check. Chapter 118, the meaning of killing a dragon now. Skill. The proper confirmation of skill is important. Really important. Why, you say? It's because I didn't notice the resistance endowment of the universal thread so far. It's that. I'm an idiot. Why did I overlook such an important thing? One of the effects of Universal Thread, the Resistance Endowment, is as its name. The effect of my resistance-type skills can be endowed to the thread. In other words, fire resistance can be endowed. It's no use even if I endow abnormal condition-type resistance like the poison resistance, etc. But if I endow something like acid resistance, it will become very strong like the frog. I found a resistance endowment accidentally when I checked the skills again some time ago. Yes, I was surprised. I was surprised that it has such an effect, and the careless me who overlook it. The thread will have more turns if I found this effect a little earlier. Even if I say that, it doesn't change the fact that it's easy to burn even with the fire resistance, so its highlights won't increase dramatically. If you ask me whether it's a help or not, it's probably a help. I should confirm the newly acquired title and skill now. As expected from the dragon, I never thought that I will get a title just by defeating one. Now, how's the effect? Dragon Killer. Acquisition skill Destiny LV1 Dragon Power LV1. Acquisition condition. Defeat a dragon species. Effect. An increase in damage when the opponent is a drake or dragon species. Explanation. The title presented to those who defeated the dragon species, it looks like the higher rank of Drake Killer. The skills are also similar. Destiny. A bonus of skill level 100 is added to the HP. And a growth correction of skill level 10 is added when level up Dragon Power. Dragon's Power is temporarily gained. I did it. The skill that made up for my low HP was obtained. Although I'm not so weak thanks to patience, having HP is better after all. I might use my MP like this time too. But because the level up this time was earlier, it's slightly a waste to level up for 4 levels. If the title acquisition came earlier than the level up, I would be more happy with the growth corrections. Well, it can't be helped. I wonder is the Dragon Power the evolved skill of Drake Power? If it's so, then I must verify how much is the difference from Drake Power later. This is important. Very important. Although Abyss Magic was used without trial because I didn't have the time to test it, it's important to confirm the skill's effect after all. Abyss Magic, huh? Although I want to test the magic above level 2, the power of this magic is not a joke. Even a level 1 magic can change the terrain. You know? Really, what will happen if the level rises? The MP consumption is also enormous, so it's not a magic that can be used casually. Even if this place is huge, as long as here is the labyrinth's underground, if I use Abyss Magic poorly and the labyrinth collapse, I will suffer from it. At present, even a level 1 has an outrageous power, so it's a little scary to try the one above it. I think that I will seal the magic of Abyss Magic that are higher than level 2 until I escape from the Elro Great Labyrinth unless a formidable enemy that can't be defeated with Hellgate appeared. Next, some skills evolved and derived. Probability correction is derived from evasion and accuracy. 3D maneuver evolves into space maneuver. Probability correction is the one that the eel had. Well, this is as expected because I saw the eel's skill composition. Because evasion and accuracy have reached max level, I just need to raise probability correction now. If I do that, my evasion and accuracy will be raised. This skill also seems to improve luck. I will pray for a moment. I want to live a little more peaceful life. Yash, I think that I'm interested in the space maneuver that's the evolution of 3D maneuver. Let's see. Space maneuver. Possible to move freely in every spacem? It's somehow an amazing explanation, but I don't understand. Every space. Like the air? Can I do a double jump? This also will be confirmed later. When the skill evolved, it becomes more usable. A disappointing skill might evolve and improve unexpectedly, so space maneuver might be a good skill. My strategy seems to expand more if I could double jump. I think that's all. My skills have powered up considerably, but if only my level rose one more. A further leap will be possible. It's so close. A dragon perished? The place is Elro Great Labyrinth, huh? Is it that guy? No, it's different. That guy consents to anti-war. That guy will never move. Then what? Administrator authority activate. What's this? A ruler? Furthermore, it's 3. What is this? I don't know such thing like wisdom. Being able to do such a thing. Is it D? But why? What is this skill? It's necessary to confirm a Chapter 119 beam from the eyes. I want to do it, though. Is the scale's not done yet? Then, replace me, but I refuse. It looks like the scale peeling still needs some time. Meanwhile, let's use the skill points to acquire new Evil Eye. My level rose 4 times, and the skill points have increased to 200. With this, I can acquire the higher rank Evil Eye. The Evil Eyes that can be acquired at 200 points are Evil Eye of Lightning, 200. Inflicts lightning attribute damage to things that enter your line of sight. Evil Eye of Wind, 200. Inflicts wind attribute damage to things that enter your line of sight. Evil Eye of Earth, 200. Inflicts earth attribute damage to things that enter your line of sight. Evil Eye of Heaviness, 200. Inflicts heavy attribute damage to things that enter your line of sight. Evil Eye of Darkness, 200. Inflicts dark attribute damage to things that enter your line of sight. Evil Eye of Soulbreak, 200. Inflicts heresy attribute effect Soulbreak to things that enter your line of sight. Evil Eye of Stupefaction, 200. Inflicts heresy attribute effect Stupefaction to things that enter your line of sight. It's like this. This is the attribute attack type, whereas the Evil Eyes that can be acquired at 100 points were abnormal status type. As for the Evil Eyes of the attribute that has bad affinity with me, like fire, the points are more higher. Although the ability of 2 heresy attributes are nasty, I will pass it again because I will probably learn them sooner or later in heresy magic. Then it will be the attribute Evil Eyes, but I don't know which to choose. Although dark is the most compatible, but I don't want my attributes to be the same. Although my number of attacks increased a lot now. At the beginning, I only had nothing but thread and poison, so my winning chance disappears when countermeasures of those two are done. Although I don't think that effective countermeasures can be done against all of my attacks, still, I think that I should have more attacks. That's why dark is rejected. Wind, lightning, earth, and heavy have remained. But what's the Evil Eye of Earth? How does it work? I can't imagine it. Although I feel like wanting to see it, it seems to be useless against flying opponents. It might not be like that, but there's a possibility. I will pass the earth. 3 choices. Im hesitating. I think that the wind probably shoot a shock wave-like thing to the guy who enter my line of sight. Then, isn't it effective to use it as defense? For example, shooting it to an approaching fireball and offsets it. Because it's effective to the thing that enter my line of sight, I'm sure that it's possible. The lightning is completely offensive. It seems to be the highest power among the 3. Does the lightning comes with paralysis? If it comes with it, then the paralysis rate will increase if I use it with Evil Eye paralysis. The possibility of no paralysis seems to be higher, though. Heaviness is probably gravity. This one looks like a continuation type, whereas the others are single-shot attack types. I think that it raises the opponent's gravity. I'm hesitating because there are merits in all of them. Yash, I decided it. Currently, you have 200 skill points. The skill Evil Eye of Heaviness can be acquired by spending 200 skill points. Do you want to acquire it? Yes. Evil Eye of Heaviness was acquired. Remaining skill point 0, the one I chose after hesitating, is Evil Eye of Heaviness. I choose this because I thought that I can obstruct my opponent's movement if I use this. My opponent's movement is slowed with Evil Eye of Heaviness. Weaken with Evil Eye of Curse, and completely seal my opponent's movement with Evil Eye of Paralysis. The Evil Eye's triple play is completed here. Thus, I made the Evil Eyes to stop my opponent's movement. My other weapons are comparatively enhanced. When the time comes, I can just acquire a suitable magic skill at 100 points. Huh, isn't that better? Although I'm very obsessed with the Evil Eyes, my status is a magic specialized status, right? Isn't it better to acquire magic skills? Of course not. I will keep it that way. It's not because I yearn to deploy 8 Evil Eyes at the same time. It's not that case. Well, either way, I will save my point for a while. I don't know how many points I will get in the evolution bonus. I will change the correspondence a little according to the amount. If it's a lot, I might put skills that need a lot of points like Sloth in my list. Well then, the reason why I chose Evil Eye of Heaviness is not only because it has an advantage in combat. With the meaning to test it, Evil Eye activate. Gue, what are you doing? Information in charge. I tried putting gravity on myself. It's heavy. I thought of what am I lacking of? And that's muscle. This guy started to talk that Z fighters train with many times of gravity, and they obtain the power to be able to defeat the approaching powerful enemies. Although I understand what you're saying, it's a hindrance while I'm scale peeling. There's no meaning if you don't accustom it. Sounds good. Do your best, body in charge. Aim to overcome the 1,000 times gravity. ILD. Thus, it was decided that gravity will always be applied on myself. It looks like this evil eye has the effect as I thought. Raise the gravity of the thing that enters my line of sight. If I continue to apply this on myself regularly, I'm sure that the evil eye's skill proficiency and my physical status will increase. If things go well, the Herculean strength skill might rise. Although it's only a little heavy now, because it's still level 1, it will become a considerable burden if its level rises. If I release my gravity during battle, I could do a limiter release. Sounds good. At that time, I want to shout restriction release. By all means. My voice won't come out though. Chapter 1:20 Administrator, I remove the scales. Well done. I will praise you well. Passing mark. I guess why are you guys such self-important? Body in charge has finally finished peeling off the scales. I can finally eat the fire dragon. Now, I wonder how's the taste of the fire dragon. There's reaction in my space perception. Distortion of space? Although it's my first experience, I understand it somehow. This is transfer. Something is going to teleport towards here. I can't interfere it. In the first place, with my space magic level, I can never be able to interfere the person's teleport who can manipulate such advanced space. The guy who's trying to teleport himself here is good at handling the space magic according to the distortion of space that I perceived. That guy is far higher than me, if only in space magic. And the biggest problem is the opponent uses magic. In other words, it has the wisdom to use magic. Up until now, there was no monster that used magic. The fire dragon that was defeated is inexperienced even if it has the skill. After all, the fire dragon didn't activate magic at all. If you say it's natural, it's natural. There's a troublesome action to construct the magic in order to use it. It's necessary to have the wisdom to do it. In case of the fire dragon, it was much more effective to make a fireball rather than constructing a magic. Although there might be a species that can use magic in the monsters. There are simple skills that are stronger than magic. But the guy who's trying to teleport now can handle the construction of the complicated magic. That means that guy has a firm intention and tries to come here. What for? There's only me here. If that's the case, I think that the aim must be me. Such carefree thing like transferring to this place accidentally is unthinkable. I conclude it like that with thought acceleration. I put myself on guard. The space splits and a man appears. It's a black man. There's nothing more to express about him, but black. The slim armor that looks like it combined with the body. The skin of the face that's the only skin that can be seen is also dark. The hair is also black. However, the eyes are strangely red. I realized it at the moment I saw the man's figure. I can't win. It's a different level. And the thing that proves it, impossible to appraise those words. But there's no sense of danger somehow. On the contrary, a sense of intimacy rises in the man somehow, in a somewhat irritating, strange sense. Why? This should be the first meeting with the black man. When such a strange existence appears suddenly, I shouldn't have such feelings if it's me. What are these feelings? The man says something, but it's a language that I don't know. I tilt my head to the side unintentionally. The man says something again. No, please speak in Japanese. Otherwise, I won't understand. I can't speak different world language. The man frowns. For the time being, it seems that this man has no intention to oppose me right now. But what should I do? To be frank, I can't understand the man's speech, and even if I can understand it, I can't talk. Although it might be possible to communicate in writing, I can only write Japanese. Either way, mutual understanding is impossible. Imtublit. It seems that the man is also perplexed somehow. Something fell between the man and me in the atmosphere that's not possible to say anything. It was a smartphone. No. I don't even know why is there a smartphone, but in the first place, how did it appear in front of me? This appeared suddenly without getting caught by my detection, you know? Hello. This is Administrator D. A voice was suddenly heard from the smartphone. Moreover, it's double. One is Japanese, and the other one is a language that I never heard before. Ah, no. Is it the language that the man spoke a while ago? Ah, the man is saying something with a feeling of surprise. That means the other language is this world's language that the man spoke. Yes. MD. Kimo-san, please wait for a moment. Yes. I'll wait because I was told to wait for a moment. The voice of the smartphone is speaking to the man in the different world language. The voice of the smartphone is a woman's voice. Although it's a wonderful, sweet voice, I become extremely uneasy when hearing it. It's such a voice. It's also scary that there's no feeling in the flat tone at all. What's this? The man's expression changes whenever the talk advances. Although it's not an exaggerated change, the middle of his forehead wrinkled and opens his eyes wide lightly. And then the man lets out a grand sigh and turns around suddenly. And he teleported himself with space magic just like that. Only me and the mysterious smartphone remained. I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. Because I've talked to him, he won't get involved with you by himself in the future, ah? Is that so? Rather than that, who are you? MD, ah, yes. Wait a minute. Did you read my mind just now? Yes. I read it. It's a violation of privacy. Because you can't talk, it's a temporary measure. Usually I want read until the mind. That means my actions were observed. I don't prefer calling it as observing. Spectating is more fitting. It's all the same. In short, you are a stalker. That's right. Because I won't get tired looking at you, D. I remembered it. It's the name that I heard when I acquired wisdom. Yes. That's a reward to you who's working hard. I'm glad that you're using it effectively. What is your purpose? It's just an entertainment, huh? It's just an entertainment. There no any further meaning and purpose. Are you serious? Yes. After all, in the world's worst evil god, this person is not good. Seriously dangerous. It was not imagination that my body trembled just by hearing the talk since a while ago. This person is a genuine evil god. She only feels that my life is an entertainment to be used until the end. Although you said it in a terrible way, it's not wrong. Was this world made for your entertainment? That's wrong. If I'm seen from the world, I'm an outsider. What do you mean? I won't tell you any further. If I tell you, it will become uninteresting, making me as a toy. Yes. Therefore, struggle to the utmost from now on and entertain me. There might be an answer that you are seeking for over there, saying such thing as you please. See you later. The smartphone disappears without feeling any change of space. That was the meeting with the Administrator D and the Administrator called Kuro. Side story 19 Julius chapter side story 19 Julius Hirin-san has returned. It was yesterday that I heard about it. Although I can't stand doing nothing, everything have this thing called the order. It took time for me to be able to meet with Hirin-san. I couldn't calm down yesterday. And finally, the meeting with Hirin-san comes true today. I was waiting impatiently for Hirin-san to enter the room where the meeting was held. It seems like I kept you waiting. Hirin-san, who entered the room. He looks a little thinner than his tough appearance in my memory. Shun, I'm sorry. Hirin-san put his head on the ground and prostrates suddenly. A trivial thought comes into my mind for an instant that there's prostrating in this world. The truth is Julius shouldn't be the one who died. The one who survived should not be me, but Julius. What do you mean? I managed to say it while my mouth almost dries. What's this? It was a red feather which became tattered that Hirin-san held out. That's the phoenix feather. It's the item that temporarily gives the user the immortality effect. What's wrong with this? Normally, this was supposed to be held by Julius, who's the hero. But he said that I, as the shield, should hold it, and he pushed it to me then, I survived thanks to that item. But it has already lost its effect now. The one who survived shouldn't be me, but Julius. Hirin-san puts his head on the ground as if he's confessing, and he continues to prostrate. Hirin-san, please raise your head. There's no need to lower your head now. Hirin-san, am sure that Julius Naisama forcibly gave it to you, right? Saying something like it's all right, because I want die, haha. As expected of brothers. It's correct. Hirin-san raised his head while smiling wryly. I want die, But the death probability of Hirinth is high because you're the shield, right? Then Hirinth should hold it rather than me. No matter how many times I try to reject, he will say that and won't accept it. My mouth loosens to Hirinth San's mimicry that's not similar. I tighten it and ask the thing that I must ask by all means. Hirinth San, please tell me about Ni Samus. Last moment, I understand. Hirinth San stands up. Hirinth San and I sit down facing each other. Rather than telling, it's faster to see it. Hirinth San says so and takes out a crystal-like stone. What's this? This is an item that has the special ability called Past Vision. It's a valuable item that even skill can't reproduce at present. Hirinth San puts his hand on the crystal. Please put your hand on top of mine. Okay, I put my hand according to what Hirinth San said. Close your eyes. Look at the moment I close my eyes, an image rises on the back of my eyelids. Not only image, but I can even sense the sound and smell. It was a battlefield. The innumerable demons who seemed to be the figure of the soldiers. Corpses everywhere. The front of the image is Julius Nisama's back figure. The white girl who steps up slowly. Julius Nisama has an impatient atmosphere that I have not seen it before. Julius Nisama, who moves forward to protect his comrades. And the next moment, Julius Nisama's body became dust and disappeared. Blackout. The image stopped there. What's that? That was Julius' last moment. Can such a thing happen? Julius Nisama is the human's strongest hero. And that Nisama became dust instantly without any resistance being permitted. Impossible. Even though I think like that, Hirinth San says that it's Julius Nisama's last moment. Such. I also don't understand what happened. After that, I was surrounded by demons when I realized it. From there, I managed to draw my memory, and I finally realized that Julius had died. What's that? That white girl. That killed Julius Nisama. I don't know. That demon's identity is not known. However, if it's the attack that killed Julius, I can guess it to some extent. What is it? Corrosion attack. Corrosion. It said that some monsters have it. The attribute that controls death. When a person fails in resisting the attack, it said that the body will become dust. Julius was also the same. And only the body becomes dust. The thing's worn doesn't change. Hirinth San takes it out. This is the thing that Nisama always wear. It seems that Julius never told you about it. This is the final present that your mother handed to Julius before dying. Hirinth San handed over to me. The pure white muffler. Sorry. It was the only thing that I can bring back. It's okay. Thank you. It was my limit to say until there. My view is blurred. I remember the time when I met Nisama for the first time. That's the time when I was still a baby. Nisama came over to the nursery with the attendants. Nisama looked at Sue and me and shed tears. That was the only time that I saw Nisama's tears. Nisama patted our head while saying something and left. I, at that time, still don't understand the language of this world. Therefore, I don't understand what Nisama said at that time. I still don't understand. But I think that Nisama made up his mind at that time. Afterwards, I knew the death of our mother on the day before. To be honest, even if it said that this muffler is made by Mother, I can't react on it. Because I never met with Mother. But Nisama is different. So, Nisama. Mother might have been an irreplaceable important person, losing his beloved mother when he's young, and he must fight as the hero. In that pain, I wonder what kind of determination that Nisama made. Nice to meet you. Imir Oni-san, Julius. Even if I look like this. In The Hero, I still remember Nisama's smile when I met him the second time after I was able to understand what happened. I was surprised that he who looked like a child at the lower grades of elementary school had a calm smile. I was made to think that it's impossible for me to smile like that, even though I should be more older if I add with my previous life. It was a smile that has something deep dwelled in it. Shurain is smart. You might be a good statesman in the future, Sue. It's not good to be spoiled. Shurain also has the sword talent. How about coming with me in the future? Sue, don't scowl at me so much. I understand. At that time, Sue, also come along, okay? Shurain, I heard that you got a girlfriend. Moreover, you're calling each other by nicknames. Can I also call you as Shun from now on? Shun, I know that Sue is cute, but it's bad to keep spoiling her, you know? Shun, father is gentle. However, before he's a father, he's a king. He is fulfilling his responsibilities as a king who supports this country. Can you understand it? Shun, you can rely on Leston if anything happens. He's always in the royal castle, and he's the most free in our family. So he will help you immediately. Brother is really brother. Although I lose sight of myself now, the feelings to this country are the same as me. Therefore, there's no need to worry. Hirinth, I think that you should marry and succeed your house because you are almost reaching a good age. And yet there's no such talk at all. I'm getting a little worried, you know? Me? Even if I get married, I can't give anything to my spouse. Marriage that will only bring sorrow shouldn't be done foo-foo. Because I have the evasion skill, don't think that such snowball can hit me. Wabu. Hey. Sue. That's cheating. Ouch. Sue. That's not snow. Because the stone is pain, it's not good. Hero is the hope of the humans. That's why I can't lose. Absolutely memories with Julius Nisama overflow. Nisama alvoismilet. A smile that has deep gentleness that lets the person feel relieved. Inside me, the hero is Nisama. Can I even inherit that Nisama? I don't have the confidence. But I don't want to let the thing which Nisama aimed to end, because there's no confidence in me. It's fine even if it's a dream. It's fine even if it's laughed, that it's a nonsense that can't be achieved. But I'm sure that it's fine to aim at it. A world where everyone can laugh and live peacefully. I will continue to chase that ideal until I die. I also think that it's naive. But it's not as much as Nisama. But still, I want to inherit that naive ideal. Shun. No. Hero Shirain Hirin-san talks in a formal voice. I was not able to protect Julius. I disqualified as a shield. If such miserable me is fine, please let me work as the shield of the new hero Hirin-san. Let me protect you as much as I was not able to protect Julius Hirin-san. I should be one who say it. Please help me from now on, Hirin-san, and I shook hands firmly. So, does it seem that the action as the hero is still early to begin? It will still take time for the church to support the new saint, so I think that it's after everything is prepared. I see, Sue. I know you understand this, but once I start my action as the hero, we can't be together like before as expected. I thought that Nisama will say, so sorry, there's no need to apologize. I'm no longer a child on. I know that Sue is very strong among the adults, but I don't want to take you along after all. I don't want to get Sue involved in dangerous things. I understand it. This is my selfishness. Sorry, there's no need to apologize. I understand. Sue, you can do anything you like until you graduate, because you will be safe if you are in the academy. You are right, even if I start acting as the hero, I will make sure to show my face as much as possible like Julius Nisama. Will you avenge Julius Nisama? I don't know. I think that it's unworthy to act as the hero to move for personal grudge. But I still can't forgive it. I also don't know what I should do. It's all right. There's no need to worry about it. Why? You will understand soon. I see. I understand. I won't try to think about such thing as much as possible for now. Yes, then. I will hang up any time now. Good night, yes. Goodbye, Nisama Oka-san. It became bad, the situation. It's the worst. Oka-san, I'm sorry to say this because you just returned, but prepare to take Shun out of this country immediately. Did something happen? My subordinate betrayed me. What? Our movements leaked out. Sorry. It's my mistake. What's the prediction of what happens after this? If that's possible, I won't have a hard time. But my unit received an assault. It's certain that there's something. Let's hurry. Extra bestiary chapter, extra bestiary author note. To commemorate the total of 150 chapters, Anagrach LV 1 status HP. 14140 green, MP. 3030 blue, SP. 100 yellow. 90 red, average offensive ability, 100 average defensive ability, 85 average magic ability, 25 average resistance ability, 30 average speed ability, 100 skill throw LV1 accuracy LV1 3D, maneuver LV1 cooperation LV5 anger LV8 revenge, also known as monkey. It has the unique skill called revenge. It's called as the Revenge Monkey from the fact that it will attack those who harm its comrades persistently. The breeding season exists, so the damage when the numbers increased becomes serious. While the individual danger degree is D. It's a dangerous monster that can be ranked as S according to the scale of troop. The individual inhabit in the Elro Great Labyrinth has the night vision originally. By the way, the troop that Komoko defeat in the story is the smallest scale. Bugergrach LV1 status HP 600 green MP 100 blue SP 588 yellow 564 red average offensive ability 559 average defensive ability 531 average magic ability 97 average resistance ability 106 average speed ability 548 skill throw LV6 accuracy LV6 3D maneuver LV6 cooperation LV6 overeating LV1 rest LV1 also known as huge monkey, the evolved form of Anagrach that has a huge crocodile-like mouth. However, the revenge skill and the rage skill are lost by evolving somehow. It's a strange species that loses skills by evolving. Because revenge was lost, even if it's defeated, its comrades won't attack in great numbers. It might get mixed in a large troop of Anagrach once in a while, but it won't cooperate with them. The individual danger degree is C that's near B. It's an unusual species that it's said that its pre-evolution is more dangerous. It's said that the skills were lost because of species preservation. But the truth is uncertain. Elro Genrush LV1 status HP 132 green MP 106 blue SP 128 yellow 128 red average offensive ability 70 average defensive ability 70 average magic ability 68 average resistance ability 67 average speed ability 73 skill fire Drake LV1 accuracy LV1 swim LV1 heat nullity also known as seahorse. It's a monster that has the appearance of a seahorse that has limbs grown. Low-rank drake species. Usually, it swims in the magma and looks for food. Although it will lose to any monster in the middle layer, it will shoot fireball to the intruders from the upper layer and lower layer. However, it's a muscle brain, so when its MP is exhausted, it will rush physically. Reckless. But it will run away if the opponent is too strong. Danger degree D. Elro Peak LV1 status HP 131 green MP 131 blue SP 141 yellow 149 red average offensive ability 102 average defensive ability 96 average magic ability 95 average resistance ability 93 average speed ability 106 skill enhanced smell LV 3 fire attack LV 1 heat nullity also known as red dog. An appearance of a red dog, comparatively lovely, uses the sense of smell to find its prey like a dog, but it burns brightly when attacking. It's not cute at that time. Danger degree D. Elro Genzeven LV1 status HP 390 green MP 150 blue SP 148 yellow 395 red average offensive ability 296 average defensive ability 256 average magic ability 91 average resistance ability 88 average speed ability 89 skill fire Drake LV2 dragon scale LV1 accuracy LV6 swim LV5 overeating LV1 heat nullity also known as catfish. It's a monster that has the appearance of a catfish that has limbs grown. Low-rank drake species. The evolved form of the seahorse. Swallows everything with its huge mouth. Changes into coward after evolving. It will run away even if the opponent is only a little stronger. It's always aimed by a certain spider because it's delicious. Danger degree C. Elro Genrave LV1 status HP 980 green MP for 9490 blue SP 888 yellow 959 red average offensive ability 881 average defensive ability 809 average magic ability for 44 average resistance ability, for 21 average speed ability. 573 skill Fire Drake LV, 4 Dragon Scale LV5, Enhanced Fire LV1, Accuracy LV10, Evasion LV, 1 Probability Correction LV, 1 High Speed Swim LV, 2 Overeating LV, 5 Heat Nullity Life LV, 3 Agility LV, 1 Endurance LV, 3 Powerful LV, 1 Sturdy LV, 1 also known as Eel. It's a monster that has the appearance of an eel that has limbs grown. Medium Rank Drake Species, the evolved form of the catfish. It can shoot out a powerful fireball attack that can't be compared with the low-rank drakes. Its physical abilities are also high, so it's purely strong. It also has the thinking ability to judge the situation, although it's not a coward like the catfish. When the opponent is a higher rank, it might withdraw. In addition, it's also aimed by a certain spider because it's delicious like the catfish. Danger Degree B. Elro Debigiad LV1 Status HP 8888 Green MP 3333 Blue SP 7070 Yellow 6060 Red. Average Offensive Ability 50 Average Defensive Ability 42 Average Magic Ability 19 Average Resistance Ability 15 Average Speed Ability 38 Skills Swim LV 1 Heat Nullity, also known as Round Insect. It's a monster that has an appearance like a round globe with 4 feet. Its status is also low, and its only weapon is ramming attack, so it's very weak. However, it will escape into the magma as soon as it perceives danger. Danger Degree E. Elrohea Frog LV1 Status HP 8080 Green MP 7070 Blue SP 6565 Yellow 6565 Red. Average Offensive Ability 64 Average Defensive Ability 55 Average Magic Ability 42 Average Resistance Ability 42 Average Speed Ability 40 Skill Poison Synthesis LV2 Acid Attack LV2 Shoot LV 3 Swim LV 1 Night Vision LV7 Poison Resistance LV2 Acid Resistance LV2 Heat Nullity, also known as Frog's evolved form. The alias as it is. The evolved form of the frog that inhabits in the upper layer to adjust the middle layer's environment. Therefore, neither its status nor skills have strengthened dramatically. Danger Degree D. Chapter 121. Let's forget about it. Quickly eat. Bitter. Very bitter. It's bitter, a little sweet, and a sad taste. Good morning. Although I don't know whether it's morning or not, I was able to wake up safely today. Unfortunately, the very useful parallel can't be used to sleep by turns. No matter how many wills there are, there's only one body. That's why if my body sleeps, my consciousness will also fall. This only can't be helped. Yesterday, after I talked with D, who's an evil god, I was absent-minded for a while. Although I was able to confirm the existence when I acquired wisdom, I never thought that she would talk to me like that. Well, the only thing that I understand about her is that she is seriously dangerous. Oh, I understood the thing that I didn't understand. The mysteries increased instead. Smartphone, fluent Japanese, black man. Although I don't know who's that black man, I think that he's a man in this world. He talked to D in a mysterious language, so I think that it's probably the language of this world. But if it's like that, there's a question. Why can D speak Japanese fluently? In the first place, it's strange that there's a smartphone. No matter how I look at it, that was a smartphone. Although I don't know what's the technological level of this world. Even if it's on the same level, it's hard to think that a smartphone can be made exactly the same in such a different world. Then, is that smartphone a product from Earth? When thinking that, I can understand why D can speak Japanese fluently. She is in Japan. Although I don't know whether she's in Japan now or not, I'm sure that she's been in Japan. Come to think of it, the voice of heaven and the appraisal result both are in Japanese. I should have feel weird towards the Japanese that's used in this world naturally. Because I only know Japanese, I was convinced that it's matching me, but it's probably wrong. D sets to Japanese. The suspicious one is the mysterious garbled text skill. This skill might have the function to translate the different world language into Japanese. If it's like that, I should have been able to understand the black man's talk, so it's wrong. But The system-related sound and display are made Japanese. It seems probable. Various secrets might be compressed in this skill. Although it's good until there, I don't understand any further. What's the existence called administrator? Does she really look at me only as an entertainment? I don't know. It's no good. It's getting complicated. This is not like me. Here, I should be as the usual me. Things that I don't know are left unknown. Although I don't know whether she's an evil god or not. If it's only peeping, there's no harm. I don't intend to live an embarrassing life. I'm sorry. Exclude the part where my buttocks caught fire. Well, whatever her motives are, me. I should live like me from now on. That's right. Let's do that. Let's forget D for the time being. Because she said that the black man won't get involved, it's fine to forget it. But D said that she gave the wisdom skill as a reward. Maybe I should say my thanks to her there. Oh well, if she come again, let's say it at that time. She said later. Well then, let's restart the exploration. Yesterday, Body in Charge ate the fire dragon while I was absent-minded. The taste is like adding the white fish and chicken, then divided by 2. It was delicious. But after all, I want seasoning. Although it's more delicious than the unappetizing monsters up until now. It's a little unsatisfying. Since I ate the catfish, I ate a lot of delicious things, so my desire might have came out. Although the taste was such feeling, the amount was a considerable volume. To the extent that my SP that the stock had decreased considerably in the Mortal Kombat became full. Because it was a waste, I consumed my SP to gain skill proficiency, and while I'm at it, I ate the remainder. If the level of space magic rises, will I learn an item box like magic? Although I thought that it was unnecessary at first, if I meet a big thing again, it's hard to finish eating everything. Because I don't want to leave it. It would be convenient if I can take the part that I can't eat finish. By the way, Shadow Sink can't become the substitution for the item box. If a thing is put into that, it can't be moved. It's really a strange magic. I mean, the shadow magic itself is quite strange. Both offensive ability and the utility. It's also troublesome that it's a late bloomer that it needs to become level 6 to be useful. Besides, while saying that it's a late bloomer, the flower bloomed is strange. Well, the shadow magic derives or evolves into dark magic when it becomes level 10. It will probably become it. But judging from me, who has already acquired the highest rank dark magic, I don't feel much charm. Well, the abyss magic has the weakness of can't be used casually because of its high power. So it's a welcome to get magic that has moderate firepower. However, because I have defeat the fire dragon, it might have really became that there's no enemy in the middle layer. Let's break through the middle layer with this condition. Chapter 1, 22, Flying, Fu-fu-fu. Kufu-fu-fu. Yui-yi-yi. I can't stop grinning. Now I feel like I can even fly. Physically, what I'm trying to say is that the new skill evolved from the 3D maneuver skill. Space maneuver was considerably high spec. I can do a wall run or a jump without relying on 3D maneuver because I'm a spider, so it was useless. But space maneuver is different. This skill makes aerial double jump possible. As for how it feels, it's like an invisible footing appears in the air temporarily. By kicking this footing, I became to be able to move freely in the air. In the eel battle before evolution, I almost died because I didn't have enough mobility on the ceiling. Although it became better after my status rose because of evolution, I recognize it again that I need air mobility when fighting with the fire dragon. Even if I can fight with threads in the air, it won't go any further than that. In that case, I can't fight against opponents that can fly like the fire dragon. That's why I even used one of my trump cards, which is the Genjutsu in the fire dragon battle to avoid air battle. But if I have this space maneuver, the problem is solved, rather than the normal flying with wings. Because I make use of my speed that's my characteristic, it can be said that my aerial combat ability increased at a dash. I seem to be able to fight with the bee in the air now. Having said that, aerial mobility is not versatile. There are some weaknesses, or perhaps I should say, defects. First of all, red SP is consumed to activate. Well, this can't be helped. If such a convenient skill can be activated without consumption, it would be like a balance breaker. It may become the natural enemy of flying guys. If possible, I would prefer it to consume my excessive MP but I shouldn't be luxurious. Thus, I can't keep flying endlessly. It looks like the degree of the consumption is proportional to the time of the footing is formed. So, the most efficient is to make the footing for an instant and jump. On the contrary, my SP will decrease at a ferocious pace when I stand still on the footing absent-mindedly. It decreases to the extent that I might starve to death. Next is the footing is comparatively fragile. I think that it's probably because of the low skill level. If it's my current full speed, the footing will be pierced when I kick it. When I kick it full power, I will drop because of the footing being pierced rather than advancing forward. Of course, when I'm in full speed condition and I land on the footing, it will still be pierced. Therefore, I must drop my speed in the air, because I have tested it several times. I grasped how much speed that I need to drop to prevent piercing it. It was good because it's experimenting, but if this is used without testing in a combat, I will become defenseless at the moment I pierce it. Verification is really important. If this is said as can't be helped, it sure is. But I can't do anything but to expect the footing becomes firm when the skill level rises. I think it will become like that if its level rises, and I want it to be able to endure my top speed as early as possible. But because I want to save my SP as much as possible, it's hard that I can't do my usual skill proficiency gaining. It would be really good if it consumes MP. Everything is because of the small fries hiding inside the magma. Like this, I can neither eat nor gain experience points. Even though I just need one level to evolve, that one level is endlessly far. Although I think that my level will rise sooner or later if I defeat the monsters on the land continuously, the experience points gained from small fries don't worth much. Thanks to Wisdom Sama, I know the necessary experience points to level up. When I appraise the level, the necessary experience points to the next level is displayed. Although I always checked it after fighting, it looks like the experience points gained is proportional to the opponent's strength. If it's the seahorse, it's considerably few. If it's the catfish, it's normal. If it's the eel, it's somewhat a lot. Fire drake is a lot. Fire dragon is an extremely large amount. Like that, my strength is unrelated, and it looks like there's a fixed experience points depending on the opponent's strength. If it's the game, the experience points gained from the small fries decreases according to the player's strength. So, if I think from the current data, the necessary experience points to my next level up is 6 eels. It's to the extent that even if I defeat the fire drake, it still won't be enough. The level that I will feel depressed when I convert it into the small fries. If I can defeat the eel of the fire drake, it will be quick. But I only saw one fire drake in the lake of magma, and the eel is considerably rare. I can't find a figure like it, even if I search with the detection. In addition, even if I found it, I think that it won't come out from the magma. It's not like the eel and the catfish that they want challenge an opponent that they can't win. On the contrary, if it's the fire drake, it might attack me. Although it might be only that fire drake in that lake of magma has that personality. If the fire drake species is belligerent, I might be able to eat it together with its subordinates if things go well. Well, that's only if there's one. Fire dragon? Like I can fight against such monster carelessly. Even if you say that I won, it's a higher rank than me. I don't want to do it again, because winning it previously was something like a miracle. Well, I have no choice but to hunt small fries little by little and go one step at a time. Chapter 123, I obtain the dragon power. Oahaha. I see the front from the shadow of the rock quietly. At the land considerably far ahead, about 7 monsters gathered there. Valuable food and experience points. That monster is the red dog. Although it's a red-colored dog, it has nothing to do with a certain marine higher up. The red dogs are spending their time playing around and sleeping. But that dog has sharp sense of smell because it's dog, and it will notice before I approach it. For the time being, intimidation off. Although I noticed it, the effect of stealth slightly returns when I turn off intimidation. I become hard to be noticed by my opponent. Well, as long as I have the Fear-Bringer title, I can never hide completely. It's just that even if I turn off intimidation, I became a little hard to be noticed. Because the red dog's enemy searching ability is high, I'm now using telephoto to look at them so that I don't get noticed, but they will notice sooner or later if I approach them. Then, they will run away naturally. The red dogs don't have the swim skill, so it can't escape to the magma. But it will be troublesome if they scatter and run. Although I don't intend to let even one to get away. If they run to the opposite direction, unnecessary labor is needed. I must hunt them well so that it won't happen. FUMO. Here I should test that skill that I obtained some time ago in combat. Thus, Dragon install. Dragon power activate. By the way, Magic Combat Act has been activated. My status skyrockets at that moment. I begin to run to the red dogs with my enhanced speed. Although the red dogs notice my existence on the way, it's already late. I brandish my sickles and decapitate 2 heads quickly. I go around the 2 that try to run away and decapitate their head similarly. The remaining 3 try to run to the opposite direction. I release a breath immediately. As planned, the breath collides with the ground in front of the red dogs and cause an intense explosion. The red dogs were overturned by the shock. I finished them off without missing that chance. Mission complete. Fool, this kind of thing is easy for me. Well then, I will eat it while it's fresh. Fufufu. Dragon power, as expected of dragon power. The rise of status that can't be compared with the Drake power. Although it's incredible with that alone, dragon power has 2 additional effects. One is breath. Only at the time dragon power is activated, I can release a breath. There are 2 kinds of breath that can be released that are the single shot type, like the fireball, and the annihilation type wide-range breath. Unfortunately, the power is not so high. As expected, I can hold a part of the dragon's power, but am far behind the original dragon. Well, even if I say that, it's enough because it has the power approximately the same as the eel. The reason why I never let the red dogs receive it directly is because I thought that they will vanish if they receive it directly. There's no way I will let my precious meat to vanish. By the way, this breath seems to become the user's most suitable attribute. In my case, my breath is a composition of poison and dark attribute. Dark attribute bring forth pure destructive power, and poison attribute erodes the opponent. When thinking about it, although it will lose to a real dragon in destructive power, it might win in the nastiness. The second one is the same effect as Dragon Scale. The power to obstruct magic. This also don't have the effect like the original dragon, but I think that it can at least attenuate the power. Because there's no monster that uses magic, I can't test it. My status rises purely, my weapon is done, and my defense also increased. Although it's such a wonderful skill, there's a defect that the consumption is significant. Although it was the same as the Drake power that it consumes SP and MP, the consumption increased. MP is fine, but the decrease of SP is not fine. Although I used it this time to try it out, the cost is too high to use it in a small fry battle. It's an anti-boss class skill. Recently, my use of SP became plenty. Although it's fine for normal activities, if I think to gain skill proficiency, it's not enough. Space Maneuver, Dragon Power, and Magic Combat Act. It would be fine if I have the automatic SP recovery, but there's no such thing. I have Eat My Meal obediently. Compare with that, I have excess MP. I activate Magic Combat Act while moving, and Magic in Charge number 1 and number 2 use magic continuously, but still, it's only to the extent that the consumption is slightly higher than the recovery, no matter how much effort I put to consume it. When I wake up from my sleep, oh wow, complete recovery. Although I can use the magic that has a lot of consumption like the Abyss magic, if I do that, a natural disaster will occur in my surroundings in the labyrinth. That's bad. That's definitely the collapse flag. Besides, I'm concentrating in raising the level of the lowest level magic that I have, which is the space magic now. Space magic became level 2. As expected, this skill demanded a lot of skill points, so the level up is more slower than the other magic skills. The magic learned at level 2 is Coordinates Fixation. It's a magic that only fixes the selected range of the level 1 coordinate specification. Even if I say fixation, it only stops the line that appeared by the coordinate specification, so it has no material influence at all. This is also the same as coordinate specification, that it's a preliminary step to use the higher level magic. However, while coordinate specification was not useful at all, this coordinates fixation is useful. I can shoot magics and skills to the fixed coordinates. In this case, the hit rate to the coordinates is 100. Now that my accuracy skill has reached the max level, I don't think that it's needed, but it's better than nothing. I want it to level faster and learn teleport. Because my MP is superfluous, do your best. Magic in Charge number 1 and number 2. Chapter 124 Upper Layer. I have returned. Eat. Like pulling a thread. Slowly and carefully. Chew it like taking a sip. Skill proficiency reached. Skill Satiation LV2 has become Satiation LV3. Skill proficiency reached. Skill Divinity Area Expansion LV4 has become Divinity Area Expansion LV5. Skill proficiency reached. Skill Taboo LV8 has become Taboo LV9. I increase my pace and continue advancing for several days. When I see the auto map drawn by Wisdom Sama, it's understood that I have moved a considerable distance. Apparently, this middle layer is meandering between the upper layer and the lower layer, and covered the whole thoroughly. Although it's good that it's a one main path, unlike the upper layer, it's a very long path to the extent that I'm amazed. Although I found several passages for Mother and pits, of course I didn't approach it. I must not get carried away just because I defeated the fire dragon. I still don't think that I can defeat Mother. Rather than that the mysterious attack fired when I saw it in the middle layer, I started to think that it's the breath of dragon power. Although this is only a guess, if it's that Mother, it shouldn't be strange that it has dragon power. Then, that means Mother has already achieved the dragon killer. Like I can win. Like I will approach the place where such thing might wander around. Along the way, I advanced without meeting any danger like danger. Not only fire dragon, but there's even no fire drake. After all, generally, the monster's level in the middle layer falls considerably than the lower layer. Strong monsters might not grow up because of that. Although some eel-like shadows was detected, they didn't come out from the magma. I shot the breath and magics, but it only made them to stay in there even more. The catfish is also the same. I mean, even the seahorse that comes attacking me irritatingly runs away at the moment it saw me. Although it's possible to release a breath before it noticed to get one kill, if I do that, the consumption is huge and the corpse doesn't remains. Even if it remains, it's useless because it will only sink into the magma. Then, I can't get my meal. Although it becomes experience points, when thinking about cost effectiveness, I don't want to do it. That's why I only defeat the monster that gone up to the land by chance. And if I don't consume my SP uselessly, it can last. I save the experience points little by little, and if I compare it with the time I fought the fire dragon, it became almost half. But still it's half. The distance until evolution is far. Because I advanced while suppressing the consumption of my SP, SP-related skills didn't rose too much. Well, it can't be helped. Although I don't need to save this much if I can eat as much as I want, I make sure that I have enough SP so that I'm fine even if I meet a formidable enemy like the fire dragon. Even if it's not so, I may starve normally if there's no monster on the land. I can't consume myszkoło podstawowe constantly. The MP-related rose considerably instead. Every magic's poison synthesis, magic combat act, and every evil eyes. As for magic, shadow magic became level 10. As expected, the derived skill was dark magic. Because the shadow magic is still strange even though it has reached max level. I think that I will train the dark magic from now on. Although space magic rose fairly well, teleport is still not learned. Although there's no need to rush because it's rising steadily, the growth is slower than the other magics, so it makes me anxious. Poison synthesis and poison magic have reached max level 2. Should I say it as unexpected? The derived skills are similar types that are medicine, synthesis, and treatment magic. Is it that? That poison can also become medicine. At any rate, I have finally obtained a recovery means. Up until now, because I have relied on automatic recovery and level up to recover, it's great that I can recover wounds by myself. Well, the level is still low, and the effect can't be confirmed yet because I'm not in a HP decreasing situation. I think that I will try reducing my HP when I have the time sooner or later. Heresy magic also reached max level, and the derived skill of this guy was a big problem. It was taboo. Fortunately, The level didn't rose, but I thought that my heart was going to stop. No, although it didn't rose at that time, it became level 9 before I know. One more to max level. This might be slightly dangerous. Some evil eyes have reached max level 2. Evil Eye of Curse evolved into Evil Eye of Grudge. This evil eye, the decreased HP, etc., by the curse are returned to me. Because the pure offensive ability rises, the effect is absolutely higher than before evolution. Although I can't absorb the status, it's great that I can absorb the SP, absorb with the Evil Eye, and the effect is accelerated by the meal. Evil Eye of Paralysis also evolved into Evil Eye of Stasis. It looks like this not only has the paralysis, it has the attribute that's close to time stop. The monster that trembled by the paralysis became stationary suddenly with this Evil Eye. I think that probably the attribute is a mix of paralysis and an attribute that I don't know. Because there's no similar attribute, even if I see the skill list, there's no positive proof. Well, because my win is decided when my opponent caught it as usual, it simply became stronger. Although Evil Eye of Heaviness rose, as expected, it didn't reach max level. I acquired a resistance called Heavy Resistance instead because I continued putting it on me all the time. However, it was a miscalculation that acquiring made my muscle training efficiency fall. Lastly, Telephoto. This evolved into Clairvoyance. As for the effect, it has an enhanced effect of Telephoto, and the see-through effect is added. I can see the scenery behind the wall. However, it's slightly different from the Clairvoyance that I heard that it can see everywhere in the world. It's simply an extension of Telephoto, a certain thing reflected in that Clairvoyance a while ago. The long slope to the top. It was long. I had a terrible experience until here. Finally, I can relax. It's time to say farewell to this ridiculously hot place. I'm home, upper layer. Chapter 125 Deep Fried. I have returned, upper layer. Finally, I have returned. Because the middle layer life was long, I missed this upper layer's comfortable atmosphere. It's so wonderful when it's not hot. I taste the impression of returning to the upper layer for a while. It was really long until here. I got chased by the snake, and I fall into the lower layer. Fight with the bees. Roared by the earth dragon. Wander around the lower layer that's full of powerful monsters. Attacked by the monkeys. When I thought that I finally escaped from the lower layer, the middle layer is a burning hell. When I'm preparing my middle layer capture, the earth dragon roared at me again. When I started my middle layer capture, the greatest enemy, called the magma, blocks me. The catfish is a delicacy. The eel is a formidable enemy. Mother wanders around aimlessly. The fire drake comes in great numbers. The fire dragon was ridiculously strong. Why am I alive? I wonder what's the meaning of being alive. Im alive. Well then, because I have achieved my biggest objective that was to reach the upper layer. What should I do from now on? Several days after returning to the upper layer, I spread my nest near the middle layer's entrance. This is what I have wanted. A wonderful my home. I don't need to worry about it getting burned, and I can sleep soundly. After all, the life with threads calms me down. Happiness. Although I looked around the surroundings in this several days, there's no monster that seems to be strong in the vicinity. Even if it's the same upper layer, the place where I am now is almost the other side of the place where I was at the beginning. It's so far that it seems that Honshu of Japan can enter between the distance completely. I wonder will the ecology change to that extent when it's far, because there was a monster that I'm not familiar with. But I was relieved a little because there's the monster as before. Like the frog. Although the vicinity of the entrance to the middle layer is considerably wide, it branches into narrow passage when advancing forward from there. Therefore, there's no large monster in the vicinity. Well, although it's not necessarily that large equals to strong. The strong monsters that I have seen so far are mostly large. On the contrary, there's not much small guys that are strong. When thinking so, am I who's strong and small rare? Even if it's a small and weak guy, it might come in crowd like the centipede and the monkey, so I can't be careless. If it's the current me, I can eradicate them with abyss magic, but when I think of using it in such a complicated K-form place, I can only see the future of a great collapse. I guess I will have to substitute it with poison mist. Well, at present, there's no monster that has such threat, because there's no refuge called the magma. The monster can't escape from me. Although I feel that the number of monsters that I encounter decreases as days pass, this is surely an imagination. And I think that now that I have escaped from the middle layer desperately, I will raise my skill leisurely and live here for a while. Do it moderately unlike the time before the middle layer capture. I want to laze around a little. Because I have done my best to reach here, it should be permitted. And so, I increased my personal security that was a matter of concern for the time, being when I reached the upper layer. Although it was not guaranteed, it's certain that the upper layer is safer than the middle layer where my thread is not usable. Although I have thought about it before, I think that I want to do the thing that I didn't do. For that reason, I made my nest near the middle layer. I go on my home slowly, towards the middle layer. When I experience the air in the upper layer, I understand how tiresome the air in this middle layer. I did well to move in this place for a long time. I want to praise myself. Such a thing is fine now. I approach the magma quietly. Ugh, it's very hot when I approach it. UAA, when I want to do it, it's scary. EI, woman is courage. Toria, I thrust my sickle into the magma. Jaya, hot pain. Gu, skill proficiency reached. Skill Pain Alleviation LV8 has become Pain Alleviation LV9. I have Magic in Charge number 1, and number 2, continue to keep using the newly learned treatment Magic LV2 Micro Treatment to my sickle. But still, the sickle is burning faster. Rather than burning, isn't it melting? Cop, even my body caught fire. I pull up my sickle from the magma in a hurry and poison synthesis. The lump of poison extinguished the fire on my body. It was painful. What I wanted to do was to raise fire resistance. Even though I walked in the middle layer for a long time, my fire resistance is on level 7. The rise is terribly slow. Even though I experienced such a painful experience, my fire resistance didn't rose. I'm glad that pain alleviation rose instead. Although I came out of the middle layer, there's no change that I'm weak to fire. Because there's a place where I can raise fire resistance like this, I think that I should just strengthen it until it becomes heat nullity. I can't do it even if I thought of it, because I have given priority to safety up until now. But there's no need to worry about safety from now on. Nevertheless, after all I say, my sickle is melting. The micro-treatment learned at Treatment Magic LV2 can't cure the injury with a part loss. It's a magic at the soothing level that it can only cure scratch or small injury. As for this, I have to wait my automatic recovery to regenerate it. Because the automatic recovery has evolved into high-speed recovery, it won't take so long. But still, with this condition, it looks like heat nullity will take a lot of time. Zoa Air LV19 No, name, status HP. For 99,687 green, 0, details, 185 up, MP. 5012 5012, blue, 1300 details, 916 up, SP. 636 636, yellow, details, 114 up, 636 636, red, 1191 details, 114 up, average offensive ability, 590, details, 84 up, average defensive ability, 685 details, 82 up, average magic ability, 4757 details, 856 up, average resistance ability, 4871 details, 850 up, average speed ability, 3152 details, 472 up, skill high speed HP recovery LV1. New, Magic Extremity Magic Combat Act LV8, 6 up, SP recovery speed LV7, 1 up, SP consumption down LV8, 1 up. Enhanced Destruction LV3, Enhanced Slashing LV3, Enhanced Poison LV8, 1 up. Fighting Spirit LV5, 1 up. Vitality Granting LV2 Dragon Power, New, Deadly Poison Attack LV4, 1 up. Corrosion Attack LV2, 1 up. Heresy Attack LV1 Poison Synthesis LV10, 2 up. Medicine Synthesis LV2, new. Thread Talent LV4 Universal Thread LV2, 1-up. Thread Manipulation LV8, Throw LV8, 1-up. Space Maneuver LV2 new. Concentration LV10 Thought Acceleration LV8, 1-up. Foresight LV8, 1-up. Parallel Will LV3, 1-up. High Speed Calculation LV4, 1-up. Accuracy LV10, 1-up. Evasion LV10, 1-up. Probability Correction LV2, new. Stealth LV9 Silent LV6, 1-up. Intimidation LV5, 4-up. Conviction Hell Heresy Magic LV10, 4-up. Shadow Magic LV10, 3-up. Dark Magic LV3, new. Poison Magic LV10, 3-up. Treatment Magic LV2, new. Space Magic LV6, 5-up. Abyss Magic LV10 Patience Pride Satiation LV3, 2-up. Wisdom Night Vision LV10 Visible Range Expansion LV4, 1-up. Destruction Resistance LV3 Blunt Resistance LV3 Slash Resistance LV3 Fire Resistance LV7, 3-up. Heavy Resistance LV5, new. Deadly Poison Resistance LV2 Paralysis Resistance LV5 Petrifaction Resistance LV3 Acid Resistance LV4 Corrosion Resistance LV4 Faint Resistance LV3 Fear Resistance LV8 Heresy Nullity Pain Nullity. Pain Alleviation LV9, 2-up. Enhanced Vision LV10 Clairvoyance LV3, new. Evil Eye of Grudge LV2, new. Evil Eye of Stasis LV1, new. Evil Eye of Heaviness LV6, new. Enhanced Hearing LV10 Hearing Range Expansion LV1, new. Enhanced Smell LV9, 2-up. Enhanced Taste LV9, 2-up. Enhanced Touch LV9, 1-up. Divinity Area Expansion LV5, 1-up. Divine Magic Destiny LV1, new. Body Flicker LV3, 2-up. Durability LV3, 2-up. Herculean Strength LV5, 1-up. Solid LV5, 1-up. Idaten LV5, 1-up. Taboo LV9, 1-up. W Skill Point. 0 Tidal Gross Feeder, Blood Relative Eater, Assassin Monster Killer Poison Technique, User Thread User, Merciless Monster Slaughter Ruler of Pride Ruler of Patience Ruler of Wisdom Drake Killer Fear, Bringer Dragon Killer, new. Side Story 20 Fall Chapter Side Story 20 Fall Something is Strange. I have such uneasy feeling for some time, but it's just recently that I'm conscious of it clearly. I only felt it somehow unconsciously until then. Something is strange, but I don't know what's strange. Even though I'm haunted by the uneasiness, I don't know that identity. I had to find out the identity of the uneasiness by all means, and I will regret it. I'm called by Father, and I head towards a room. Lately, Father has been completely busy. I heard the story well, because I'm related, but apparently, the rumor that the hero died from the battlefield has spread into the town. It was already the limit to conceal the fact that Julius Nisama died. Then, the Divine Word Church seems to announce the death of the hero formally. And at the same time, the new hero is announced. In other words, I finally have to stand in front of people as the hero. I was called today is probably because of that. The question was Sue was called with me. Sue is walking on the side next to me. Purposely absent from the academy, I wonder what business to call Sue together with me. It seems that nothing was told to Sue. When having such question, we arrived in front of the room. Well, I will understand the contents if I meet Father. I knock the door. This is Shuranon. Enter, excuse me. I open the door and enter inside. Sue follows silently after that too. What's wrong? Father asks while writing something to the documents. No, it's me who want to ask that. No, isn't Father who called us. What's the matter? Oh, I didn't call you, huh? When thinking so, the situation has already changed. I should have surely raised the question. And yet the sound didn't go out. A kind of wind magic, the effect of silence was applied around me. The magic construction activated at the speed that I can't cope with. Those who can do that are limited. And the person who can do it in this place is Sue, who's right beside of me. What for? Even if I speak, the surrounding air erases the sound. As a troublesome point of this magic. It can create a situation that I can't put up a resistance where not only my voice is erased, but the voices around me are also erased. Once it's activated, it's the end unless the magic composition is interfered forcibly. A worsened situation happens to the confused me. Su shot father. My eyes open wide in surprise. What? Why? It's light magic that Su used. The magic that I'm most good at it. That ray fired through father's forehead. Kya? Ni-sama. What are you doing? Su screams at the same time. As for me, my head is too confused and it became blank. What happened? The door is opened vigorously, and Cirrus Ni-sama and the armored knight guards enter the room. Ni-sama killed father. What? Have you went mad? Shurain. No, it's not me. Why? Even if I shout so, my voice is erased. Guards. Shurain has attacked his majesty. Contrary to me, Cirrus Ni-sama's shout sounds in the castle well. Arrest Shurain, the armored knight who moves to Cirrus Ni-sama's word. The knight unsheathed his sword and swing it down. While I'm confused, I draw my sword at once and respond to the attack. My sword was cut into two by the armored knight's sword. Impossible. Even though I didn't strengthen my sword because it was an instant, my sword as the hero is not a blunt sword that can be found everywhere, so it shouldn't be easy to be cut. And yet, my sword was cut into two in the middle. My thoughts can't catch up with the situation that changes bewilderingly. The armored knight didn't overlook that chance. The blade returns and cuts me. It didn't become a fatal wound because I half-stepped to the back. But it's unchanged that it's a serious wound because it was a diagonal slash from the shoulder. If the next attack comes, I will be killed. Joe, what a good state. Hiro-sama, the armor knight, speak like making fun of me. Although the voice is slightly blocked by the helmet, still it's the voice that I didn't misheard it. Why you? Are you Yugo? Correct, he removes his helmet. Standing there was Yugo, who should have lost his skills and fall. Yugo, don't reveal your identity on purpose, isn't it fine? It called giving a good memory, Cirrus Ni-sama's manner, is like he knows that the inside of the armored knight was Yugo. Like he knows the fact. But why? Do you want to know it? This Oni-sama wants the throne. I want to get my revenge on you and Oka. Both of us think that you are a hindrance WY. Isn't the next king should be Cirrus Ni-sama? That's wrong. That dead Osama has planned to make you as the next king. With the thoughts of you don't have to go to the battlefield if he announced that you're going to be the next king before announcing you are the hero, like I will let such a foolish thing to rob away my throne. Cirrus Ni-sama shouted it with a sour face unintentionally to Yugo's words. That shout also was made unheard except us by the newly applied silence. I look at the person who activated silence. Ni-sama, I'm sorry to say this, but please die here. Although it was her usual tone, that voice was like another person. It's a cold voice, like despising me, opposite to her usual flat and yet passionate voice. So what's wrong? Ni-sama, I just realized the truth of love. Therefore, I will kill Ni-sama strange. The current Su is obviously strange. I activate appraisal. The abnormal conditions called hypnosis brainwash char were displayed. Yugo, is it your act? Oh, did you notice? Have you noticed? Yeah, it's my act. How is it? The feelings of being deprived? Frustrating, right? Because I have tasted it. I understand it well. Jai-ha-ha. Return Su to normal right now. Like I will return her even if you ask me to do so. Are you an idiot? My front becomes bright red. However, my body doesn't move against my will. The guard will come soon. Then, I will have you exit here. Yugo holds his sword. I won't let you. A small elf's body cuts in there. A shockwave of wind strikes Yugo's body and blow him away. Bukaka, we will run. Yugo's resentment is ignored, and Sensei begins to run. Somebody carries up my body. Hirin-san am also confused at what's going on here. However, just think about surviving now. I was told by Hirin-san who started running, and I used treatment magic to heal my wound. The approaching guards are blown off by Sensei's magic. The figure of soldiers fighting here, and there was seen. What on earth is happening? It's a revolt? Yes. The principal offenders are the first prince, Cirrus, and Yugo. However, they plan to put the blame on you, and they will quell the revolt. I grow pale to Sensei's explanation. The one fighting now is less than Kun's unit. We will run away while he's holding them off, and we got away from the castle. After we escaped from the castle, we headed to a house. It's planned to meet Leston here. After that, we will run away from this country. Wait for a moment. Sensei? Yugo, if I don't do something to him, Sue will... I can't allow that, Sensei. This commotion should calm down if we can do something on that guy. Although I lost a while ago, my wound has healed. So if we return to the castle and catch him, I can't allow that, Sensei. The church has announced the new hero. The name is Yugo van Ringzan, huh? This matter, even the church is an accomplice. I staggered unintentionally. My shoulder is supported by Hirin-san. Does Elf Dano has an idea why the church take part in such a ridiculous thing? Perhaps it will be proper to think that Yugo's brainwashing has infiltrated into the church. That's impossible. The effect of brainwashing types ends in an instant. It shouldn't be able to cause such a situation, yes. That's if it's normal. But there's an exception. The highest ranked skill, Lust, which is from the 7 Deadly Sins series. This skill's brainwashing effect can't be compared with the other skills. It's certain to consider that Yugo has this skill, 7 Deadly Sins series. Was there such a skill? In the skills that I confirmed, there was no such thing. In other words, does that mean that it's an abnormal skill that can't be acquired at 1,000 skill points? Anyway, I don't know how far is controlled by Yugo. It's better to think that this country is finished such thing. When I was speechless, Leston Isama and some nostalgic faces enter the house. Shun, are you all right? Your Highness, it's been a while. Your Highness has become splendid. It was Anna and Clevia who worked as the maid of Sue and me before that entered together with Leston Isama. Anna still keeps a young appearance because the elf's blood runs in her body, while Clevia seems to have grown old. And yet, they seem to rush to my predicament in this way. But I despaired. Anna, are you the same? Pardon? You are also under Yugo's control. The appraised Anna's status clearly has the word hypnosis brainwash charm. At the same time as I shouted, Anna has a glazed look. The magic that's constructed at high speed. I interrupted, and I made Anna faint with the chop. In addition, I try to release the abnormal conditions with treatment magic. However, the abnormal conditions didn't disappear from Anna's status. Damn it. Even Anna. Leston Isama clenched his fist frustratingly. This is bad. We are surrounded. Many soldiers have surrounded the house when I looked outside of the house to hear San's words. Let's force our way through everyone who nods to Sensei's word. Shun, use my sword. Leston Isama handed me a sword. It's the divine sword handed down in the royal family. It will be better for Shun, who's the hero, to use it in battle than me, I understand. Thank you. With Hirin-san as the vanguard, we plunge into the encirclement. At the same time, Leston Isama's unit that was hiding launches a surprise attack. Now, we break through the encirclement. But there's a different unit ahead, and the one leading it is Shun. You sure don't know when to give up. Kadia, my best friend from my previous life, stood in my way. Yugo, you purposely let him go, right? I wonder what are you talking about. Don't play dumb. If that guy is alive, I don't know what kind of inconvenience will appear. Like I know you, bastard. What are you misunderstanding? What? You're one of my pieces after all. Why are you ordering me arrogantly? What? I can kill you anytime. So, understand that why you like I will be satisfied with things ending like this. I need them to suffer more, and even more. Chapter 126 Real Tag. The It is a spider eat. Little by little, so that I'm not noticed. Scrape it off slowly. Skill proficiency reached. Skill Heresy Attack LV1 has become Heresy Attack LV2 Kumo here. I'm in a pinch. I'm gradually cornered. What should I do? The monsters disappeared. Seriously? Why, there's nothing. It's not caught in the nest, and even I go out, there's nothing. What's going on? No, well, I do have an idea about it somehow. Here, a question. A monster came from the middle layer. That monster is a dangerous creature that releases an outrageous, intimidating air, spread curse and paralysis, and fires magic continuously. If such a crazy person appears, what do you think that the monsters that inhabit in the upper layer originally would do? The correct answer is, of course, they will run away. You idiot. Huh, isn't that crazy person is me? Ah, yeah. If you see me objectively, Aren't I outrageously crazy? Then, of course, the monsters will run away. After all, getting caught by me equals to being eaten by me. Seriously, what's up with that? If I don't go far in the upper layer, I can't find a prey. The middle layer also, they keep staying in the magma. Because I still have my satiation stocks, I don't have to worry about starving suddenly. But if I don't think of exploring now, it might be too late. Well, it's not like there's no options. I mean, that's the only one. Space Magic LV9, Long Distance Transfer. This magic is a dreamlike magic that I can go anywhere as long as it's a place that I know. Besides, because I can link it to Wisdom Samus map, the place where I transfer can be said in detail. I can transfer to every path that I have passed through up until now since I was born. If I use this magic to go to a suitable place, I can choose my prey. But I think that I shouldn't do that. I feel like I should start looking for the exit soon. Therefore, I will expand my field of activities while looking for preys, and I will transfer back to home when I'm tired. I think that I should repeat this. If I make this home as a base, I can continue to raise my fire resistance. If it really reached to the point where I can't find any preys, I will go to lower layer. If it's there, I will encounter a monster just by walking a little. I think that the current me won't lose unless the Earth Dragon comes out. Because the Earth Dragon will come when I say something like this. I don't want to go to the lower layers so much. Thus, let's depart to expand the map. While I'm at it, obtain meal. The monsters in the upper layer is bad though. I stroll around the upper layer and return home with transfer when I get tired. I continue such life leisurely. The upper layer's map has expanded considerably. Even if I say that it's only 10 of the middle layer. The middle layer was really long. I didn't meet much monsters along the way. Well, they're running away from me, so it's natural. Thanks to that, I didn't obtain much experience points in meals. However, there's only one that I obtained that's good in experience points and meal. Although I came out from a similar passage as the middle layer's passage, I encountered the Earth Drake there. It was a guy that looks like a dinosaur. Well, I thought that I have seen it somewhere before. It was the guy that I saw in the crowd of monsters when I was just born. Because there's a considerable distance from that place to here, I think that it's a different individual of the same species. It was strong when I fought it. It was strong. I restricted it with threads, completely stopped it with Evil Eye of Stasis, and absorb it until nothing with Evil Eye of Grudge, but it was strong. I'm sure that it must have been strong. It's that. Who's the Dragon Killer, as if a Drake can be my opponent. Come to think of it, I won against the Fire Drake comparatively easy. There's a wall that can't be surpassed by the Dragon and the Drake in strength. Thanks to this guy, my SP stock has increased and the experience points was very delicious too. Unfortunately, the taste was not delicious. Thanks to the Evil Eye of Grudge absorbed it, my SP stock reached the max value without eating. It's good that I have extra SP. With this, the starvation course is considerably distant now. The corpse that I was not able to finish eating was left enclosed with my threads, and when my SP decreases, I will just transfer there to eat it little by little. The experience points is also delicious. Because it's approximately equal with the Fire Drake, I'm getting closer to level up. But still, it's not enough. But if I continue with this condition, I will level up soon. In that case, I can finally evolve. Although it won't end because I evolved, it just becomes a break. As expected, I should divide my objective into small and achieve it one by one because it feels more efficient. The present objective is to evolve. Strengthen fire resistance. Find the exit. There's no need to find the exit in a hurry. So even if I found the exit, I will only feel that it's good. It will be troublesome if I meet with human beings. Human being. What should I do if I really meet one? I don't think that I will kill willingly, but if they attack me, I will counterattack. To be frank, I don't have the feeling of evasion towards murder when I was in Japan. I think that I probably don't have much feelings like that when I was in Japan. It was only troublesome, so even if I do it, there's no meaning to it. When thinking so, if I kill a human being in this world, it might be troublesome. I also don't want them to mark me down. I wonder should I escape if I meet a human being? I don't even know how strong is the human being in this world. Are all human beings equal to the dragon class? Well, I don't think that they are to that extent because they didn't break through the middle layer. Anyway, let's pray that we won't come across. Elro Great Labyrinth Abnormality Investigation Team. Chapter Elro Great Labyrinth Abnormality Investigation Team. Author note. The point of view of a certain middle-aged man, I looked around the knights who gathered. I swallowed the sigh that I wanted to let out unintentionally. If I let out a sigh here, my son will get angry. Knight-san, do you guys know where you're going to go? When I speak with an amazed voice, the knight's face dyed with irritation. Incidentally, my son who's next to me looks like going to lose his temper. Saw thee. My true intention came out unintentionally. Know your place as a guide. You guys only have to guide us, Is that so? If that's the case, I will quit this work, do as you please. We can rely on other guides, is that so? I was hit hard by my son when I was about to half rise my feet. No, Knight-sama, I'm sorry. Although my father has a bad mouth. He's a real deal as a labyrinth guide. Besides, because of the spider hunt is popular on the other side now, there's only a few labyrinth guides. If you fire us, I wonder whether the other people are free or not this guy. Hear me seriously. Well, I will just entrust this to my son who's good in speaking here. Judging from their attitude, they don't know how influential am I in this industry. If people know that I quit, it's obvious that the other people will quit. Did this guys came without preliminary investigations? Well, fine. Be grateful because we're using you, yes. We are already grateful how troublesome. Well then, Knight-sama, when do you want to enter the labyrinth? After this, immediately I see. That means that the preparations such as food and antidotes are done. As expected of Knight-sama, wait. Food and antidote? Pardon? It's not prepared? My son has a look that he's wondering in the bottom of his heart. Even though this guy understands it. Why is food necessary for the investigation? After all, the place that's going to be investigated this time takes 10 days to reach, you know? The knights who begin to rustle. These guys is really not good. Did they come until here without knowing anything about the labyrinth? How did such an ignorant group get this labyrinth investigation job? Don't tell me that they are too incompetent and the higher-ups toss it to them irresponsibly. Knight-sama, is this your first time to enter the Elro Great Labyrinth? The Great Labyrinth is the huge labyrinth that connects the two continents. This is the only way to go to the other continent and substitute for the almost impossible to sail sea that's the water dragon's territory. Are you okay this far? Are you making a fool of me? That's common sense, yes. However, because of the Great Labyrinth's wideness, it's said that traveling is impossible if there's no guidance by the guide who's an expert in this. The survival rate of those who don't hire us is almost zero. Although I don't know whether it's true or false. It's said that the old Hiro-sama entered the Great Labyrinth alone and didn't come back. The knights become pale. It seems that they finally begin to understand the meaning to enter the Great Labyrinth after hearing that even the hero didn't return alive. The Great Labyrinth has a wide, complex structure that branches innumerably. If you lose your way, it's the end. It's not likely to be able to get out alive. Even we the guides don't grasp all the paths. Knight-sama, do you know what is this? What's that paper bundle? All are the maps of the Great Labyrinth. It's only a part, though. It's the map of the routes where it's safest and shortest to cross the continent, which the guides of the Great Labyrinth upper layer used that my son took out. That alone becomes the amount that can be said as a paper bundle. Even the whole picture of the upper layer is not clear. That's the place called the Great Labyrinth. The place where Knight-sama are going to investigate this time is the place about 10 days advancing from the entrance. 10 days for a one-way trip. 10 days to investigate. 10 days to return. If there's no storage of foods for at least 30 days, you'll have to turn back on the way. If possible, I want to take another 10 days' food as reserves this time. These guys, knights, have been dispatched because the amount of the monster has increased recently at a certain area in the labyrinth. These guys will investigate the cause and cull the monsters. But with this condition, nothing much can be expected. The area where the monsters are springing out in large quantities is exactly the place where the shortest route is. When thinking of the things from now on, if possible, I hope that they will investigate the cause and eliminate the monsters. I wonder what will happen. And also, because most of the monsters in the Great Labyrinth have poison, antidote is indispensable. Also, light source and its fuel. If possible, it's better to have a person who can use fire, because it's possible to run away by igniting it when caught in the cobweb. Therefore, Knight Sama, we will write the list of things need, so please supply the materials. Because the guides have the space storing item, leave the carriage to us. And how about sending a letter to your family? Because it will be a long journey, my son, said it in rapid succession. And the knights only nod in utter amazement. With such condition, it's going to be hard in the future. Well, I guess I will at least support you guys so that the letters that you send to your family don't become a will. Elro Great Labyrinth Abnormality Investigation Team. Chapter Elro Great Labyrinth Abnormality Investigation Team. Author note. The middle-aged man point of view 8 days after entering the Great Labyrinth. The area where the abnormality takes place is close. About the knights who I didn't expect much from them. They were useful when it comes to battle, and only useless in their head. At first, I thought that I was forced to guide an inexperienced nobles unit, but the fact is this unit seems to be composed of the nobles' second son and third son. As expected of the powerful country, rings an empire. It was not a mere decoration unit. Certainly, we are a medley unit of nobles, but we have acquired training and combat experience similar to the other units. In the first place, this is the unit that's gathered with those who can't succeed the title. Everyone is desperate when they can receive a title by raising their achievements, I'm told like that. Although they still have their former nobles' arrogance, they seem to experience a lot of battles, so they seem to have flexible correspondence unexpectedly. For the proof, they don't listen to my instructions before entering the labyrinth, but when they entered the labyrinth and experienced how severe it is, they apologize obediently and follow my instructions. To be honest, I have underestimated the Great Labyrinth. The fault of the former nobles unit is lacking of common sense. It might be better to allot some time of training to general education from now on. The Knights captain seems to be a competent man. Although it's a nice miscalculation that the Knights are useful, I can't stop the unpleasant feeling in me. Although I'm sure that we haven't reached the area where the report was raised, the number of monsters is more than usual. Although there's no casualty at present, there are some who got wounded. It's not a problem, because there's a treatment technique user, but the scary part of the Great Labyrinth is you don't know what's going to happen. We have brought a large amount of antidotes, and there are knights who acquired the poison resistance in the continuous battles. I think that it won't become a dangerous situation quick, but still, I have an unpleasant feeling. Is there even a queen somewhere here? It's not impossible. The Pterodactyl hunting is popular on the other side, means that the queen has laid the eggs. In other words, it came to the upper layer. Queen Pterodactyl is an over-S moving calamity. Only one was killed by the Hiro-sama long ago together with a large army in exchange of their lives in the subjugation record of the Queen Pterodactyl. Even if I exclude that one, there are still 5 of them in this world. And one of them settles in this Great Labyrinth. Usually it's at the layer below the upper layer, but it will go up to the upper layer when it lays its eggs. Although it would go down immediately, I can't be careless because it sometimes stays in the upper layer. I think that it's not there, but if we meet such a thing, no matter how many lives we have, it won't be enough. I guess we should avoid large passages that the queen seems to be able to pass. Another thing that's in my mind is the area where the abnormality takes place is at the entrance to the middle layer. If I think reasonably, it might be a powerful monster came from the middle layer and chased those guys who originally inhabit there. However, is there such a powerful monster in the middle layer? The middle layer is a burning hell where magma spreads all over. It's a flame domain that the humans can't capture. However, the monster's strength shouldn't have much difference from the upper layer. It's the testimony that the adventurers who challenged the middle layer brought back. Those adventurers raised their fire resistance for many years, fully equipped with fireproof equipment, and they challenged the middle layer. After all, the food runs out because of the extremely huge middle layer, and they have to give up on the exploration. However, they became the first adventurers who returned alive from the Great Labyrinth middle layer. It's said that the Great Labyrinth consists of upper layer, middle layer, and lower layer. There are several huge holes in the upper layer that connect to the lower layer. Although there were adventurers who went down the hole, most of them didn't come back. The small number of adventurers who came back testified that there's a frightening amount of monsters above C rank in there. It's said that the queen makes the lower layer as its base. Although this is an urban legend, it's said that there's even a layer under it that's called bottom layer. Although it can't be confirmed whether it's true or not, if they don't approach purposely, the lower layer and the even lower layer are unrelated. Or, this time's abnormality is maybe something that came to the middle layer from the lower layer and crawled out. I have such foolish, wild ideas. Today, I think that we should rest around here once. What do you think? I think that it's good. If it's the outside, it's the time when it gets dark, the time and the labyrinth gets out of order. You know the time, well, like that, well, if you enter and exit the labyrinth for a long time when you're a kid, you will get used to it eventually. Guides are like that, I see. The guides are terrific people more than I thought. It's not like that. If it's the direct combat ability, Night Sand is way superior. In short, the right person in the right place. We are specialized in getting out from the labyrinth. Night Sand is specialized in fighting. It's like that, I see. By the way, I know this may be rude, but how many skills do you possess? Huh? Skill, eh? I'm sorry. I'm just interested in it. If you don't want to tell, there's no need to tell me. If you're offended, I will apologize, no. It's not like that. When it's people like us, it's rare to be appraised with appraisal stone. The last time I saw my skills is quite long ago, so I don't remember what kind of skills and how many I have skill as a lifeline. Isn't it better to grasp your own skills? Well, I remember that night vision and danger perception have become level 10, but I have forgotten the others. I who laughs lively. The captain returned an amazed look. Well, half of it is a lie, though. Although it's true that I don't grasp all of my skills, I remembered it roughly. However, there's no need to tell my skills purposely to another person. It's my lifeline. Isn't it obvious? Elro Great Labyrinth Abnormality Investigation Team. Chapter Elro Great Labyrinth Abnormality Investigation Team. Author note. The middle-aged man point of view the 13th day after entering the labyrinth. We arrived at the area that we aimed at first, and currently conducting the cause investigation and the call of monsters. But we became puzzled. There is no monsterumo. Although the number of monsters increased strangely in the report, there's no such presence. Like this, there's even more along the way. There was certainly a lot of monsters along the way. Although we usually evade combat as much as possible, the call of monsters is important this time. Whenever we find a monster, the knights will fight. Because of that, the planned 10 days journey has extended to 12 days. When thinking about the return, we have to advance the investigation as fast as possible. Well, it's still the first day of investigation. There's no need to be in a hurry. In addition, it's rather convenient that the monsters disappeared, that the abnormality has settled down and issues settled. I hope it's like that, although I say it to the captain lightly. It's not that I myself believe in those words. This is because the unpleasant feeling that I felt after entering the labyrinth becomes more and more stronger. Good things won't happen usually when I have such feeling. It's better to be careful. The 15th day, there's still no monster. Here, shouldn't we examine the large passage resolutely that we have avoided so far? The large passage, yeah? There's no result in the investigation. It's natural, because the monsters that are said to be here are not here. I hesitate to the captain's proposal. It's hard to think that there's a queen by chance. But there are also monsters of a different level than the normal passage. Especially, the Earth Drake is a troublesome monster with great physical ability. If possible, I don't want to step into the large passage, but when thinking about the purpose this time, I have no choice but to go. It can't be helped. Captain Sand, if you judge that it's dangerous, retreat right away, that's right. Everyone listen, we are heading towards the large passage after this. If you judge that it's dangerous, retreat right away. Have such intention. The unit advances by the captain's command. Here it is, Ilmo. Let's advance carefully from now on. We move forward to the large passage. I look at the surroundings carefully. There's no figure of monster. There's no monster here, either, Ilmo. From what I heard, this large passage should have a lot of monsters, right? Such quiet large passage is the first time for me. This is eerie. It would be better to advance more carefully. The unpleasant feeling that I feel becomes stronger. My instinct is telling me that advancing ahead is dangerous. I don't like this. The unpleasant feeling won't stop him the same. Two, the captain breaks into a cold sweat. Similar sweat streams down my cheeks. I advance ahead slowly. A certain thing caught my eyes there. This is a cobweb? Is it the Terratect monster? It's a huge cobweb. Only the nest and the master's figure is not seen. This size, I'm sure that the master of this nest has grown into an adult form. Is the master of this nest the cause of this abnormality? It might be so. Look at that at the place where I pointed. There's the half-eaten corpse of the earth drake caught in the nest. Even the earth drake is like this. This one might have evolved into the greater class. The Terratect species is the species that strength rises tremendously according to the evolution. The highest rank queen is myth rank, while the newborn child spider is the lowest F rank. It's needless to say how big is the change by evolution. Greater Terratect is the very rare evolution individual. The strength is B rank that's near rank. When thinking that the earth drake is defeated, it's not strange even if it has reached a rank. Can we fight with a rank monster? It's impossible, although it might be possible to subjugate it if you challenge it with the resolution of getting annihilated. Such thing can't be done, you are right. We better go back. This is too much for us, I agree. It's better to escape as soon as possible. The captain's opinion and mine match. Both of us nod and start to leave the place. A very large chill attacks me. I catch my breath. The cobweb that I have turned my back to. Something appeared there. I exchange looks with the captain next to me. I nod and look back slowly, and our eyes met. A spider. Although it looks like the Terratect species, it's slightly different. It's a black small spider monster that has the hands of sickle. I realize it in an instant. This guy is dangerous. Although I don't know how it appeared suddenly, anyway, it's dangerous. My body becomes stiff because of fear. Greater Terratect? Not such level. This guy is not a simple one. Retreat. I come to my senses by the captain's shout. I run away at full speed. The rank is no longer a matter. I only move my legs desperately to escape from that earnestly. While wondering how far did we ran, we got out from the large passage. The guy didn't chase us even if we look back. Sighs of relief leak from everywhere. The captain breathed out once and began a roll call immediately. There was no missing member. Let's get out of the labyrinth immediately, huh? I must contact to my country. We can't do anything against such monster. It's not like they actually fought it. But it's understood at first sight. That is an outrageous monster. The reason why there's a lot of monsters is the monsters are chased by that monster, lost their habitat, and overflow the outskirts. And the reason why there's no monster around here is because they ran away from that. No matter how I think, it's a monster that surpasses the A rank easily. It might even be a S rank. Only Hiro-sama and the elites of each country can fight against such thing. It's an existence that ordinary people like us can't do anything against it. Zoa Airsama muttered. What is that? It's that monster. The spider monster that signifies sinister. But there shouldn't be such a monster apparently. That monster is a species called Zoa Air. However, I have not heard that such monster was generated in the Great Labyrinth. Did it mutate suddenly from the Terratect species? It seems to be obviously different from the normal Zoa Air, so I'm sure that it's a mutation. At any rate, we can't do anything further than this. After that, we escape from the labyrinth immediately. Chapter 127, show me the possibility that a person has I was surprised. When I transfer and return to the Earth Drake storage, there's a lot of people. Of course I will feel surprised. It's not like I have anthropophobia, but I'm not good at contacting a person. I was surprised and I stared at the hairy-faced uncle unintentionally. I turn off the evil eyes just in case. I hate it when we oppose each other, just because our eyes met. That uncle is quite cool and good-looking. He's my preference. If he smiles while smoking a cigarette, he seems to look extremely good. Crap, that is good. I might chase him and ask him, even if I say that. I can't speak. In the first place, what's that torture to have me, who have a community disease, to talk to a person? However, why did those people come? Although they suddenly shout something and start running, what is it? Did they endure to go to the toilet? I don't know. Well, if they overlook me, that's better for me, so it's very welcome. Although I think that I can win even if it becomes a fight, it's troublesome. Although it's a knight-like group that has armor on them, they're not strong. The strong person is almost as the same as the snake in status. After I have returned to the upper layer, I have killed several snakes, but the snake was so weak. I also had the time when I thought that it's a boss character. I became very strong. The strong person is around the snake. Although the skill was considerably enhanced, still, the status is about the snake. It doesn't seem to be my enemy. Is human being actually weak? They also looked like knights, so that means they can fight in their own way. And with that strength only, Yua, human being is weaker than I thought. Although I thought that they can fight against Mother for a certain period of time, they can never do it. Well, maybe only that group is particularly weak. Perhaps the difference of human being between the strong and the weak is intense in this world. There might be I'm SDRONG coin, because I also became this strong, so it's not strange that there is. If I follow after the people a while ago, want to know where's the exit? But that uncle has presence perception. If I follow, I can see that I will be found. I don't want that. I don't want to associate with a person so much. But in order to eat delicious cuisine, I have to associate with a person. Although it's troublesome, I can't yield this. When I buy stuffs in my previous life, I didn't even make an eye contact with a salesperson. I will have to learn the language of this world, and various problems lie ahead. Oh well, when things cool down, I will explore the direction where the people went. The direction that I go don't have any monsters recently. So it's just right. There's no need to hurry. I still can't be in Arachne. Even if I go out with a spider's appearance, I probably can't enter a town. When it's said that whether I can enter a town after becoming an Arachne, I feel that it's impossible, but that's the only way at present. Because the hallucination of heresy magic only has an instant effect, it's meaningless. It's a wishful thinking of trying to approach human form even a little. However, those people, why did they come? Because they are knights. Are they a unit of a country somewhere? Did they come to subjugate something? Monster that seems to be the target for subjugation around here is the Earth Drake. Sorry, I have made it into my food. I don't think that it will be, but is the subjugation target me? No. In the first place, this is my second time to meet with human beings in this spider life. I never did anything to the extent that the subjugation corps need to be dispatched. But it might be bad if one of them have appraisal. There's a dangerous spider monster, so let's subjugate it. It might flow this way. Because they started running immediately, I was not able to appraise everyone, so there might be a person with appraisal. After all, should I just chase them and confirm it? But I don't want to associate with people. Mumumo, never mind. It's troublesome. Why must I associate with people assertively? Let me stay as a loner. In addition, when the time comes, I can just escape with transfer. If I escape to the middle layer, of course I can run away from the human beings that don't have fire resistance. I can escape at the moment I transfer. Besides, looking at the people's strength a while ago, it's doubt whether I need to run away or not. Although it's troublesome to associate with people, if they come with the intention to kill me, I won't show mercy. But if I do that, my delicious meal will become distant again. Cool. Even though I just want to eat delicious meal, why did it become such a troublesome thing? No. Rather, I should kill them and steal it. Those people seem to have food too. But if it's such a labyrinth, they won't have fresh and delicious things. I'm not glad, even if I get an unappetizing preserved food. To raise the hostility flag with the human being because of that doesn't worth it. I should just become the demon king seriously and rule them. Then, I can eat delicious things as many as I want every day. That might be good. If I could do such a thing, I won't have any hardships. I want to eat a delicious thing. Chapter 128 Mercy is not for others today. Also, I explore the upper layer leisurely. Lately, there's really no monster. If it's a game, there's an interval until the monsters respawn, so the enemy will never come to an end. But if it's the reality, it won't increase if it doesn't breed, so it decreases if it's defeated. After all, I hunt every monsters that I found to gain experience points and securing food. Even if I don't do that, the monsters will run away from me and hide, so I will have to agree that they can't be found. A little more, I have really accumulate experience points until a little more to evolve. Another 2 or 3 small fry, and I can evolve. It's probably no problem this time, because it's safe if I use my home near the middle layer entrance, and I have my satiation stock too. Even if it's not enough. Because the corpse of the Earth Drake still remains, there's no problem if I transfer there as soon as my MP recovers and eat it. I have already prepared the environment to evolve. Now only the experience points. Damn it. Is there a good experience point somewhere? If it's now, I can hi-aha with composure. Of course there's none. Huh. I have to look for it steadily. When I thought about it, I found it relatively easy. Experience points? Rather monster. A snake. In this upper layer, it's a strong one, so if I defeat it, I can level up and evolve. But there's one problem. The snake is fighting with the human beings. 2 human beings are confronting the snake. Another 2 who are already wounded are at a slightly remote place. And another 1 doing the treatment. 5 people in total. Judging from the situation with my clairvoyance, the adventurers got attacked by the snake. Although it would be better if appraisal can be used together with clairvoyance, judging from the situation, the snake is superior. Is it? So, even 2 people can't win against the snake. Because 2 people have already knocked down, so it's 5 people at first. It seems that human beings are weaker than my expectation. What should I do? Although I can thrust myself into there and snatch the snake, if I do that, I will associate with those people. Troublesome. But if I leave them like this, they seem to be annihilated. But still, isn't that fine? Isn't it better to defeat the snake after they are annihilated? If it's that case, I don't need to associate with them purposely. After all, as expected, that's not acceptable. If I do it, I can't call myself as a former human being. Although I feel like it's okay, even if I do it. It's troublesome, and I kind of feel sorry for those people who got abandoned. Thus, because I can't stand it, I will help. You should thank this me who has a transcendence wide heart. There's no direction like I came here to help you guys. I kill it quickly and withdraw quickly. Like that. It won't have future troubles. That's why, Snake, I will have you exit here. I arrive at the place that I looked with clairvoyance in an instant. Making full use of space maneuver, I move to the top of the snake's head. The sickle that swings down. Enhanced slashing. Status, strengthening, and the additional effect of deadly poison attack. My sickle pierces through the snake's head. With that alone, the snake's HP became 0 in an instant. The defeated snake. I pull out my sickle from the snake's head and shake off the blood. Once again, I have cut a worthless object. Experience points has reached a certain degree. Individual, Zoa Air LV19 has become LV20. Every basic ability rose level up bonus. Skill proficiency was acquired. Skill proficiency reached. Skill Feint Resistance LV3 has become Feint Resistance LV4. Skill points gain conditions met. Individual. Zoa Air can evolve. There are multiple choices of evolution. Please choose from the following. Insane Greater Terratect Ortho Cadenart Yash. Finally, level up. With this, I can finally evolve. Now then, when I look at the adventurer's state, they stop in blank amazement. Well, it's not like I don't understand how they feel, though. Well then, I will carry the snake like this and goodbye with transfer. Although I thought about that, the 2 people in the interior who fainted seem to die. It looks like the snake's poison is effective. Although the man who's nursing them is trying his best to cure them with magic, the construction speed and power are low. If it's like this, they will die before recovering. Well, it's the friendship that I did until here. If I do it, I should do it thoroughly. I move to the 2 fainted people. Although the magic construction dispersed on the way because the man who was treating them was surprised, it doesn't have any change even if there's this guy's magic or not. Treatment magic activate. The magics of abnormal condition recovery and HP recovery for both of them. My treatment magic rose considerably because I kept using it when I was raising my fire resistance. If it's such a poison and wound, I can recover it without a problem. The man who treated them opens his eyes wide after seeing my magic. If I associate any further, it will be troublesome. As expected, you guys should do it yourself from this point. I return to the snake, and this time, I will transfer. And a certain thing was reflected in my eyes. It was a fruit. It looks like a dried persimmon. Fuh, sweet thing. This is a sweet one, right? Is it the thing dropped by them when fighting? Can I take this? I won't let you say no, you know. I will take it no matter what. Thus, sweet obtained. Yuo. This is even happier than the level up. I skip cheerfully to the snake. I leave the adventurers who are still dumbfounded, and transfer this time with the snake. Chapter 129, I'm going to evolve. Part 4, I transfer and return to my home. Let's eat the fruit that I obtained immediately. Evolution? Such thing can be done later. Now I will use all my energy to taste the first sweetness in this spider life. Enhanced taste, maximum output. Incidentally, enhanced smell too. First, I will enjoy it by looking at it slowly and carefully. Incidentally, appraisal. The fruit of dried Corycuta, a plant that grows naturally and widely in the Cassanagra continent. Periodically bloom and bear fruits. It's actually sweet, and it has an effect of slightly recovering the MPIC. This fruit was not just a snack, so it will recover MP. If they hold it as a recovery medicine, I might have did something bad. But well, I recovered the serious wound, so they won't complain even if I take this. Because the price must be paid properly, it's okay. Well then, deep breath. Suha. Yash. Itida kamasu. Sweet. Ah, sweet. It's sweet. There's bitterness, and it's not delicious if I compare it with the fruit that I ate in my previous life. Because it's dried, there's no juiciness too. But it's sweet. After I became a spider, it's the first sweet thing that I eat. It's sweet. It's delicious. I'm happy. I taste it slowly and eat it. I taste it thoroughly and eat it. Until the very last. Phew. Thank you for the meal. As expected, proper sweet things are special. I must say that delicious things are delicious without thinking. No matter how delicious it is, it's not good to eat and feel complicated. Well then, now that I have soaked myself in the aftertaste, I think that I should evolve. This time, the preparations are perfect, unlike the time I evolve in the middle layer. Safety is secured, and there's food too. There's no problem. If there's a problem, then there's only one. Taboo seems to reach max level in this evolution. Taboo, huh? I think that something will happen when this reaches max level, but I don't know the details even with Wisdom Samus power. I wonder what will happen. Well, now that I have come until here, evasion is already impossible. So I have no choice but to accept what happens. I pray that it won't be an instant death or an irrevocable penalty. Well, although scary things are scary, I think that it won't go until that nasty. Up until now, the mysterious skill like Pride don't have disadvantages after all. It might super strengthen me unexpectedly without a disadvantage. Even if it won't be like that, I don't think that D who's a criminal for pleasure will impose a death penalty like instant death when it reaches max level. Because it's that fellow, I'm sure that she will choose to keep me alive and enjoy looking at me. If that's the case, then I will experience a more frightening experience than death. Let's not think about it. It can't be helped even if I think. As for taboo, I will take it as it comes. There's no more than this. The candidate of evolution is 3. Greater Terratect is the evolution to return to the former Terratect. It's the guy that I saw at the lower layer. Well, it's certainly strong, but I don't have the intention to evolve to this. After all, my body will become big. One of the evolution conditions of the Arachne is a small size or medium-sized spider-type monster. So if I become that huge Greater Terratect, I can't evolve into the Arachne. That's why Greater Terratect is out. The remainder is 2. Edsane and Orthocatenart. Edsane, evolution condition. Zoa Air LV20. Explanation. The small spider-type monster that's feared as the symbol of death. It has a very high combat ability and stealth nature. Orthocatenart. Evolution condition. Small spider-type monster that has status more than the standard value. Possesses magic-type skills. Explanation. The spider-type monster that's well-versed in magic. It has high intelligence, and it's good at entangle type, such as putting a trap, etc. Orthocatenart is a magic type, and Edsane is the higher rank evolution of Zoa Air. However, Orthocatenart is not so important. Although it's an evolution unlocked thanks to magic extremity and divine magic. To be frank, it's a failure evolution. After all, even if it says that it's intelligent, that's the monster standard. I have been creating traps since I was born. In addition, the orthocatenart stops evolving here. In other words, it's to that extent. Even if I look at the evolution tree, it can't be said as a high-rank monster. So it's not attractive. Compared with it, Eatsane is amazing. Its final evolution is still far. And when I see the evolution tree, it's a monster of the rank one step before Mother. The monster's rank can be understood to some extent according to the position of the written monster's name in the evolution tree. When saying from the position of the name, it's the evolution form that's one evolution behind the Queen Pterodactyl, which seems to be mother species. That's Eatsane. The rank as a monster is way higher than the other evolution candidates. Thus, if I were to choose, it's Eatsane. If there's no Wisdom Samus evolution tree, I would be hesitating. Wisdom Sama is really amazing. By the way, Arachne is a special evolution, so it's independent from the evolution tree. The evolution conditions are Pride Holder, small size, or medium size monster, and more than level 50. It's an incredibly absurd. And there's something wrong with me who seriously aim at it. Individual Zoa Air evolves into Eatsane then. Evolution start. Evolution completed became the Eatsane species. Every basic ability rose level up bonus. Skill proficiency was acquired. Skill proficiency reached. Skill high-speed HP recovery LV1 has become high-speed HP recovery LV2. Skill proficiency reached. Skill magic granting LV4 has become magic granting LV5. Skill proficiency reached. Skill enhanced destruction LV4 has become enhanced destruction LV5. Skill proficiency reached. Skill enhanced slashing LV5 has become enhanced slashing LV6. Skill proficiency reached. Skill enhanced poison LV9 has become enhanced poison LV10. Conditions met. Skill enhanced abnormal condition LV1 was derived from skill enhanced poison LV10. Enhanced poison LV10 has unified with enhanced abnormal condition LV1. Skill proficiency reached. Skill enhanced abnormal condition LV1 has become enhanced abnormal condition LV7. Skill proficiency reached. Skill fighting spirit LV6 has become fighting spirit LV7. Skill proficiency reached. Skill Vitality granting LV3 has become Vitality granting LV4. Skill proficiency reached. Skill Universal Thread LV3 has become Universal Thread LV4. Skill proficiency reached. Skill Dark Magic LV7 has become Dark Magic LV8. Skill proficiency reached. Skill Dimension Magic LV1 has become Dimension Magic LV2. Skill proficiency reached. Skill Destruction Resistance LV3 has become Destruction Resistance LV4. Skill proficiency reached. Skill Blunt Resistance LV3 has become Blunt Resistance LV4. Skill proficiency reached. Skill Slash Resistance LV3 has become Slash Resistance LV4. Skill proficiency reached. Skill Petrifaction Resistance LV3 has become Petrifaction Resistance LV4. Skill proficiency reached. Skill Acid Resistance LV4 has become Acid Resistance LV5. Skill proficiency reached. Skill Great Pain Alleviation LV3 has become Great Pain Alleviation LV4. Skill proficiency reached. Skill Destiny LV1 has become Destiny LV2. Skill proficiency reached. Skill Body Flicker LV4 has become Body Flicker LV5. Skill proficiency reached. Skill Durability LV4 has become Durability LV5. Skill proficiency reached. Skill Taboo LV9 has become Taboo LV10. Acquired Skill Corrosion Resistance LV1 by Evolution. Corrosion Resistance LV1 has unified with Corrosion Resistance LV4. Skill proficiency reached. Skill Corrosion Resistance LV4 has become Corrosion Resistance LV5. Acquired Skill Evil Eye of Extinction LV1 by Evolution. Skill points gain. Conditions met. Activating the effect of Taboo. Installing installation completed. Chapter 130 Taboo. Good morning. This is the worst. Oh, really the worst. What taboo? Certainly a taboo. I shouldn't have let such a thing to reach max level. It's better if I don't know about it. D. What a person with a bad personality. What do you want me to do, telling me such information when I'm a person who violates the taboo? This is the worst. I shouldn't have helped the adventurers a while ago. This is sickening. It's the worst. This is the worst. All of the humans and the demons should just perish. I feel sick. What did Administrator Gyridistides do so far? Why did you spoil them until it became like this? There's no need to give such mercy to those guys. It's not enough even if you exterminate them. I understand it. Such a thing can't be done. Although I understand, I will get irritated when I think including it. What should I do? Now that I know this, it can't be said that I'm unrelated. There's no more time either. I must take actions. For that reason, I need power. My status rose considerably by this evolution. But such thing is meaningless. The power in the W system is only a power that works in the system after all. If I start my actions now, it's necessary to acquire the power that can only interfere the area. Although I have 3 authority of the ruler class, it's insufficient with just those. It must be the power of the administrator class. Then, I have no choice but to reach the administrator class by force. D foresaw it. That fellow. So, that's why it's the W skill. Although it might be her own way of showing sincerity, I can't think other than she aimed at this to happen. Damn. After all, everything is on top of her palm. Although it's the worst, I have no choice but to get on her palm. There's no other choices. Dumb. Am feeling irritated. Skill proficiency reached. Acquired skill anger LV1 yeah. It doesn't matter. Even if I have such skill, it doesn't have any meaning. No, if I devote to skills, maybe will it work? Oh, it seems to work. If that's the case, I will raise my level as usual and develop my skills. But I can't say carefree things anymore. Let's resolve myself. Now that it become like this, it can't be helped. If it's true, it's quick to keep killing the humans and the demons, but if I do that, as expected, Gyridistides will not remain silent. Even though he's restrained by D, that guy will definitely come and obstruct me. If it's the current me, I can't win against Gyridistides even if he does a handstand. In order to make him not to obstruct me, I must become more stronger than him. Even if I can't be so strong, I must at least acquire the power at the level that he will hesitate to interfere me. I eat the snake's corpse that I left. I must restore my SP that decreased because of evolution first of all. I finish eating the snake. I can't say that I can eat the other one slowly anymore. I will eat it quickly. Transfer. The destination is the lower layer. If it's here, I don't have to worry about the monsters. Although I have made the upper layer as a base in consideration of safety up until now, I can't afford to say such thing anymore. I will hunt every monster that's caught in my eyes. And how many level will rise? And how much is the effect? I have no choice but to do it. Move. Found a monster. Appraise. A monster of the eel class in strength. But it's no longer my enemy. Experience points has reached a certain degree. Individual. Itsane LV1 has become LV2. Every basic ability rose level up bonus. Skill proficiency was acquired skill points, gained experience points has reached a certain degree. Individual. Itsane LV2 has become LV3. Every basic ability rose level up bonus. Skill proficiency was acquired skill points, gained experience points has reached a certain degree. Individual. Itsane LV3 has become LV4. Every basic ability rose level up bonus. Skill proficiency was acquired skill proficiency reached. Skill Evil Eye of Extinction LV1 has become Evil Eye of Extinction LV2 skill points gained 3 level up. Only 1 skill rose. Not enough. It's not enough at all. Let's go with the intention to kill all the monsters in the lower layer. If the Earth Dragon appears, I will kill it without hesitation. It's fine to kill such a worthless vanguard, rather than secluding themselves in such a labyrinth where no one comes. It's better for them to be my food, and they can prove their use for a long time. There shouldn't be a dragon in the upper layer and the middle layer anymore. There are 4 in the lower layer, and there are 9 in the bottom layer. I will kill everything. I wonder why did I reincarnate to such a world? It would be better if this world will just perish. Why for such a world? Ah, I understand. I must do it. But it's not for this world. It's only for me. I will do it only for me. Otherwise, who will do it for such a sheedy world? This is the worst. It's the worst. Let's kill the life of this world widely. Although it's a troublesome thing, let's acquire power to ruin this world. K2 The Last Obstinacy of a Man, Chapter K2 The Last Obstinacy of a Man, Author Note. Kanata's point of view, why did it become like this? I look at the other me in an absent-minded consciousness. The other me shoots magic towards Shun without hesitation, together with the soldiers around me. My magic doesn't work on Shun. Originally, there was a difference in talent between me and Shun. Even if the difference was small when we were still small, the difference became big as we grow. I have also been jealous of that talent. But I came to respect Shun purely when I see him who continue to put efforts earnestly. Ah, come to think of it, this guy was a guy who will dash without hesitation if he has an aim since the previous life. Although he was absorbed in game in the previous life, in this world now, the aim is his older brother, Julius San, who's the hero. He was already talented, and the result of continuing to put efforts with a higher aim was the scene in front of me. The flame magic that I shot is the annihilation-type magic that burns a wide range. Although it doesn't have the power like the great magic, still, the damage becomes serious if it's shot a group. Shun offsets it with magic, and even protected the enemy soldiers in the surroundings, making the damage to 0. He's a good-natured guy like a fool with absurd skills. As usual, I can only say that he's a fool to protect the enemy purposely. Although I tried to smile wryly, I showed a hateful expression against my will. Katia, return to sanity. You are noisy. I am sane. A rebel should just be punished obediently, like a rebel the things that I don't think of goes out from my mouth. But I know that I myself is the one who tell these words. There was a lot of such signs since childhood. My previous life is a man. In this world, am a woman. I live as a woman while having the mind of a man. Such odd me. Like water and oil, there was something that didn't mix somewhere. The gap deepened steadily as I grow. I was attracted to the cute accessory that I ignored in my previous life. Even though I shouldn't have liked sweet things, it became my favorite. I felt nothing even if I see a woman's body. I had my first period like it was natural. It became natural that menses came. My chest swells, and my figure became like a woman too. It's not only my body. The inside also gradually changed, before even I myself notice. The decisive one is when Shun was attacked by Yugo. At that time, I was upset to the extent that even I don't know. The moment I thought that Shun might be killed, my front starts to become pure white. At first, I thought that Shun is my best friend from the previous life, and it can be said that he's already my one and only best friend. But when I meet Shun afterwards, my feelings can't calm down. Even I myself don't know what the feelings are. However, I thought that I didn't want to lose Shun strongly. The feeling became strong day by day. My feelings won't calm down when I'm close to Shun, and yet, when Shun is not close to me, I feel lonely and can't calm down. My feeling won't calm down even if I'm close to him or not. I was puzzled over such unstable feelings. I was swung around by my incomprehensible feelings. No, I actually knew what the feelings were. However, there was only the mind that I didn't want to accept it. I, who was a man originally, am now a woman. Perhaps my heart have definitely broke recently. My heart splits whenever I see Sue and Yuri cling to Shun. Despite that, there's the me who doesn't accept it. The contradicting hearts conflict. But the balance had already inclined. My mind depends on my body. In other words, it's such a thing. Therefore, I who's looking at my fight with Shun is only the remainder of the existence called Oashima, Kanata. The remainder that has a man's mind. Perhaps, because I was a man, the charm that Yugo cast didn't work on me. After that incident, although I didn't tell Shun, I applied a strict watch on Yugo. I built a monitoring system with my Duke House initiation. I checked his actions in detail every day. Although it should be like that, a suspicious point can be seen in the report after some time. I use a trustworthy man for monitoring. There's no way that he will betray. And yet, The contents that can only be think as false started to be mixed in the report. I changed the monitoring person. If I think about it now, that was not good. Shun inherited the hero title and left the academy. The change from there was instant. At first, Yuri's state became strange. Yuri, who should have been devoted to the divine word religion, stopped telling such story. Next is Sue. It was clear that she will be depressed because Shun left the academy, but unbelievably, she became lively. Something begins to go amiss. Even though I recognize it like that, I don't know the cause. I understood it after I was called by the people of the Duke House who were monitoring Yugo, entrapped, and I was brainwashed by Yugo. At this time, most of the people of the Duke House have already brainwashed by that guy. And now I end up fighting with Shun. Yugo's brainwash is dreadful. It can be said that having normal consciousness like this is a miracle. Surely, the other brainwash guys must love and respect Yugo from the bottom of their hearts. Even if I have my consciousness like this, there's nothing I can do. The me who's a remainder can do nothing. But that doesn't mean that I have to give up. In a man, there's a thing called as a man's pride. I shouted to my absent-minded thought. At the moment my outer consciousness concentrates on magic construction, I interrupt the construction with all my power. The magic explodes. Katia? Shun rushes over in surprise. I'm caught just before I fall to the ground. But I understand that my life is ending. This is fine. The outer me should have also wished for this. The desperate face of Shun is reflected in my blurred sight. What a terrible face. I laugh incidentally. Unlike a while ago, my cheek rises according to my will. If I can die laughingly, I'm satisfied. And my consciousness sinks as it is into the abyss. I'm pulled forcibly by a warm light. Ah, Shun? Katia, did you return to sanity? Huh, my wound? There's no wound that I should have received by the magic explosion. I cured a Shun who says it easily. I certainly thought that I died. You are an absurd guy. As usual, don't talk anymore now. We will escape from here. Am lifted with a princess Carrie. At that moment, my heart throbs to the extent that I thought it was going to explode. Even though it's such a situation, my face flushes. Oh, this is bad. It's already bad. At this moment, Oashima Kanata became Carnacious Seri Anabald in a true meaning. B2 Mausama is dismayed. Chapter B2 Mausama is dismayed. I confirm the import of goods and take a breath. Our side has considerably worn out in the previous Great War too. Weapons, foods, and life goods. It's the situation where it's insufficient no matter how many goods we have. I swallow the desire that wants to take a rest somehow and move. I have a lot of things to do. Impressed to reorganize for the next departure and the confirmation of the demon army damage situation from the previous Great War. We were able to inflict considerable damage to the humans in the previous Great War. Especially, the hero was killed. The hero is the best force of the humans. If that is lost, the humans' morale will drop too. Although a new hero might be born somewhere, it will take time to find the person. And even if the person becomes the hero, it may not be strong at first. There's a possibility that it's a child. Because it said that the hero killed this time inherited the hero title during his childhood, so it's not impossible. However, the damage here is also large. It's large to have lost General Agna, who led the First Army. That person was a person who had the power, experience, and knowledge to the extent that he can be the Demon King. He has been annihilated together with the army by the myth rank monster, Queen Teratect, that appeared in the battlefield suddenly. This loss is too big. Queen Teratect, a super rank monster that appeared suddenly and disappeared suddenly. I don't think that it appeared in the battlefield accidentally. If that's the case, oh, isn't it Balto? What's wrong? I endure my body that almost trembled somehow. When I turn around, there's the figure of the person who I don't want to meet now. It's Mausama. Standing beside her is Shiro. Hey, it looks like you're working busily. Hardship if you think so. Please help a little, but I refuse the laughing Mausama. It looks like her mood is unusually good. Shiro, who's at the side, pulls Mausama's sleeve. All right, Balto, did the luggage reach? Luggage, is it? If it's the import of goods, it's completed. Oh, Shiro-chan, we can't stay here like this. Balto, there's a luggage for me, right? Mausama and I tilt our heads to the side. I think that there was no such luggage. By the way, what are the contents? The finest Kurakuta set. I have an idea about that luggage. Huh? It's there, isn't it? So where is it? This is bad. I didn't know that it was Mausama's luggage. Well, I gave it to Sanatoria. Why? I'm sorry. Because Sanatoria likes to eat the Kurakuta fruit since the old days. I misunderstood that it was her thing. At the depressed Mausama. Shiro, who leaves Mausama and begins to run. Mausama and I return to consciousness and chase Shiro. Ahead of my sight, after turning the corner of the hallway, Shiro was smashing the door of Sanatoria's room. What? Sanatoria's surprised voice sounds. Shiro stiffens in the state that the door was smashed. She opens her eyes wide. When I see the room, there was the figure of Sanatoria and Kogu, and the empty tableware placed on the table. Aya! Shiro speaks in a despaired voice. Mausama also becomes stiff, staring at the empty tableware. Fushiro-chan? Shiro fell suddenly, falls backward from the head. A dull sound is made and stopped moving. Jaya? Shiro-chan? Is it a shock to not being able to eat the fruit to the extent that she will lose consciousness? It becomes doubtful whether she really the person who killed the hero. However, I can understand it if I see that eyes a little while ago. At the moment I saw it, fear runs in my body. This is bad. Shiro-chan is not breathing. Medic. Mausama runs off while carrying Shiro, leaving behind me and the two who don't understand the situation. Sanatoria sinks down on the spot. Kogo also looks pale. What is it? Sorry. The fruits that have been delivered here was actually Mausama's thing that I delivered by mistake. It seems that Sanatoria understands from that. I thought that it was strange because I didn't ask for it. Because I was talking with Kogu, we ate it together, sorry. It's my mistake, please do the follow-up properly. Okay, I don't want to be executed for such a foolish reason. There's no way that a precious general will be executed for such a foolish thing. But I'm not sure because it's that Mausama. However, it's unusual for you to talk with Kogu, it's just right. You should also join what? The contact with the elves what? It looks like General Agna has advanced the negotiations with the elves. They came into contact with me, is that true? Yes. Do you have a mind to betray that Demon King and side with us? My movement stops by Sanatoria's words. You heard it, right? Blow's last moment. While Shiro has the power to instant kill the hero, she overlooked easily that Blow was killed. If we follow that Demon King, it's clear that we will also be used and crushed sooner and later. If we deceive that Demon King in collusion with the elves, we should be able to defeat her. I look at the direction where Mausama disappeared slowly. Blow is your younger brother, right? Aren't you frustrated? Of course I'm frustrated, a low voice came out, even if I say so myself. Sanatoria draws back one step to my voice. I let out a sigh to that state. This is the friendship of a childhood friend. I will pretend that I didn't hear this story. So, you want join? Because there's no winning chance, why do you think so? I can't win her. If she feels like it, she can even exterminate the humans and the demons alone. I know that. That's why. I can't do such a suicidal action like opposing her. I turn my back on Sanatoria, who became silent, and the flustered Kogu, who has not even said a word from a while ago. You should reconsider it. I will return those words, as it is completely. I began to walk without looking back. I have heard it. I have heard it. Elves. Huh. They're annoying by now. Chapter 131. I lost eat. I don't hide the act anymore. I crunch daringly and swallow it. Like eating everything until it runs out. Skill proficiency reached. Skill satiation LV3 has become satiation LV4. Skill proficiency reached. Skill divinity area expansion LV5 has become divinity area expansion LV6. I rampaged in the lower layer, as if I'm venting my accumulated anger. The weak monsters and the strong monsters are hunted equally and thoroughly. At such time, I met that guy again. Earth Dragon Kaguna. The second Earth Dragon that I met in the lower layer. I fought it. I lost. That's right, I lost. An unexpected defeat. If I was late, even in an instant to escape with transfer, I would be burned by the breath. Well, because the Earth Dragon's breath is similar to the power of Earth, I won't be burned though. I never thought that I will lose. I became slightly strong and was self-conceited. After all, the Earth Dragon is scary. In the first place, what's with that strange toughness? Isn't it unfair that my corrosion attack can only graze it? Even though I receive a self-destruction damage that makes my sickles useless. I can't use the huge magic like Abyss Magic now. Having said that, if it a magic with low power, it will be negated by the effect of Reverse Scale. Although its movement is very slow, its defensive ability is too high. I can't stand this. But it did become a good opportunity to cool my head. I thought that it's not like me to go berserk and rampage. Well, I understood the cause, so it's a fact that I felt unpleasant. But, as expected, charging with blood rose to my head is not like me. Although I will continue to raise my level in the lower layer from now on, let's calm down a little. In the first place, although the period of the serious battle in the middle layer is too long, my original combat method is to make a home and stay inside there. How can I charge to the Earth Dragon without any plan? With that alone, I almost lose myself. Naiwa, I'm definitely receiving the effect. Otherwise, I won't lose my temper even if it's taboo or whatever it is. If it's back then, I will do it with a light mood, like seriously. Yash, let's kill the humans and the demons. I shouldn't have such unpleasant feelings to this extent. Microphone test, microphone test. This is main in charge. Please respond. This is former body in charge. Over loud and clear. Over Sam on the right. Over Sam on the left. Over Sam at the top. Over no. Why did you go up? Over everyone. How are your conditions? Intense resistance continues. Over roughly favorable. Over Sam on the right. Over Sam on the left. Over Sam at the top. Over Sam at the bottom. Over then. Continue as it is. And so, I challenged the Earth Dragon a while ago and lost. HAA? Are you an idiot? Are you stupid? Are you a trash? You all, saying things as you please. Sorry, am a stupid idiotic trash. I'm sorry. So how's the damage? There's none. Because I transfer at the last moment and escaped. Well, it's fine if you're safe because main is pretty much the main body, so if you die, we might die like a chain reaction, you know? Right? Please move a little more careful, understood. I have reflected it. As expected, I judge that I can't win alone. Therefore, can someone return during the next time I fight with that guy? Saying something like someone, does that mean that everyone don't have to return? One person is fine. Is it all right? Probably. In addition, if I can overcome such a handicap, the administrator is a dream within a dream. I understand. If that's the case, I will return, Roger. I will call you when that time comes. Then is that all for this time? Good job. Yes. I'm counting on you. Roger now, then. They're doing well. The problem is here. I must work out a strategy to be able to defeat the Earth Dragon somehow. First of all, let's recall that guy's status. Earth Dragon Kagana LV 26 HP, 4198, 4198, green, MP, 33, 39, 36, 54, blue, SP, 2798, 2798, yellow, 2995, 3112, red, average offensive ability, 3989, details, average defensive ability, 4333, details, average magic ability, 1837, details, average resistance ability, 4005, details, average speed ability, 1225, details. Skill Earth Dragon LV2 Reverse Scale, LV9 Hard Shell, LV8 Steel Body, LV8 High Speed, HP Recovery, LV6 MP Recovery, Speed, LV2 MP Consumption, Down, LV2 Magic Perception, LV3 Magic Manipulation, LV3 Offensive Magic Power, LV1 SP Recovery, Speed, LV1 SP Consumption, Down, LV1 Earth Attack, LV9 Enhanced Earth, LV8 Enhanced Destruction, LV8 Enhanced Piercing, LV6 Great Enhanced Blunt, LV5 Accuracy, LV3 Danger Perception, LV10 Heat Perception, LV6 Soil Magic, LV2 Destruction Resistance, LV9 Great Slash Resistance, LV2 Great Pierce Resistance, LV3 Great Blunt Resistance, LV6 Great Shock Resistance, LV4 Earth Nullity, Fire Resistance, LV3 Lightning Resistance, LV7 Water Resistance, LV3 Wind Resistance, LV5 Heavy Resistance, LV2 Great Abnormal Condition Resistance, LV8 Corrosion Resistance, LV3 Pain Nullity, Great Pain Alleviation, LV3 Night Vision, LV10 Visible Range Expansion, LV4 Enhanced Vision, LV3 Enhanced Hearing, LV1 Destiny, LV2 Magic Well, LV3 Body Flicker, LV1 Durability, LV1 Herculean Strength, LV9 Fortress, LV2 Mage, LV2 Heaven Protection, LV1 Shrink Space, LV1 Skill Points 3120 Title Monster, Killer Monster, Slaughter, Dragon Conqueror, Seriously Hard. What's terrible is the defense skills are too perfect. This is a moving fortress. Can I defeat this with a handicap? I'm losing a little confidence. Chapter 132, Earth Dragon Kaguna, Capture Preparations. Well, how to defeat that Earth Dragon? I mean, can that be defeated? Completely specialized in defense. Although my status is also one-sided, that guy even has its skills specialized in defense. High defensive ability and the ability to interfere magic by the dragon's default skill, Reverse Scale, and increasing the defensive ability even more with the Hardshell skill and Steel Body skill. Both are continuous activation type skills, so it simply increases the defensive ability. Because of these skills, its already high defensive ability improves even more. And there, the various resistance type skills. It doesn't have the intention to receive any damage. Especially, the troublesome one in the resistance is Great Abnormal Condition Resistance. It's the evolved skill of the Abnormal Condition Resistance skill that the Fire Dragon had. It's the worst affinity to me, who uses Abnormal Condition Attack as my main weapon. Thanks to that, neither the poison, nor the paralysis, nor the curse work. The curse seems to enter the abnormal condition category somehow. Because of that, the evil eyes are almost useless. It's considerably painful that poison doesn't work either. After all, I have relied on poison so far after I was born. It's considerably a shock that it doesn't work. I who even made resistance holder into my poison spray up until now. But the opponent has high defensive ability this time. Although it still receives damage, it's recovered instantly by high-speed HP recovery. Abnormal condition doesn't work. Having said that, it's impossible if I say whether physical attack works. Even the corrosion attack only graze it. So, if I think to do something on that with physical attack, I will need the physique of Mother Class. But still, it's frightening that I don't know whether I can break through that defensive ability or not. Even if I break through the defense and inflict damage like that, after all, it has high-speed HP recovery, so will gradually recover. What cheat to be tough and a recovery holder. Thanks to that, there's not much meaning in using heavy attack. If neither physical nor abnormal condition work, as expected, I only have magic. Fortunately, there's no resistance to my specialty, Dark. But, when becoming a battle of reducing each other, the possibility for it to endure with recovery and high original defensive ability is high. Then, it's possible that it will acquire resistance in the middle of the fight, and the damage and recovery are reversed. If that happens, it's already the end. Space magic don't have offensive means. If it's evolved skill, Dimension Magic, it has offensive means, but because it's difficult to use, I don't want to use it. Heresy Magic is out of the question. If I use Soul Break, it's putting the cart before the horse. Why did D include such a thing in the system? No. Although I understand the reason, I can't help but to doubt her sanity. No, there's no way that it's sanity. It's a person who has a mad existence. Well, leaving aside D, if I shoot magic foolishly, it might acquire the resistance, so it's better to think that halfway damage has the opposite effect. Then, after all, the reliable one will be a huge shot. There's only Abyss Magic. With what I have now, it's the only one that has winning chance. The problem is how to activate it. The Abyss Magic can't be activated by me alone. I must use the power of Parallel Will. Because it's decided that only one will return, it can be activated. But The other me can't do any other supports in order to prepare for the activation. Then, after all, I need to fight with that alone until the preparations are completed. Earth Dragon Kaguna's attack is plain and simple. It will crush me with its large build physically if I'm near, and it will release a breath if I'm far. That's all. But even though it's only that much, it's strong. The power of the breath is impressive. It's more dreadful than the Fire Dragon. Although it's the only help that its accuracy skill is low, it doesn't matter if it releases a wide-range breath. Its physical ability is also high. Being huge alone is a threat. Because that huge thing approaches without questions, it's not a thing that can be endured. With that body, it's slow, or so I thought, but because its speed exceeds 1,000, it's more faster than common monsters. Well, if it's my speed, I can dodge it, but it will probably end if I receive it. Must I complete the Abyss Magic in the tension? It's hard. Because the magic composition of Abyss Magic is complicated, I can't do a skillful thing like making it beforehand as reserves. Although it might be possible if I gather everyone. It's impossible to gather everyone now. After all, I have no choice but to construct the magic while fighting and fire it on the spot. Difficult, but it's possible. After all, I have the perfect skill for restraining called Universal Thread. I will make full use of Universal Thread to restrain the Earth Dragon. Gain some time to advance the preparations of Abyss Magic, and fire it when it's completed. It's good. Fu. Just wait for me, Earth Dragon Kaguna. Your fate will end soon. I explore the lower layer triumphantly, and I found my heart's desire, Earth Dragon Kaguna. Earth Dragon Gear LV 24 HP. 3556 Green MP. 2991 Blue SP. 4067 Yellow. 3562 Red. Average offensive ability 3433 Details. Average defensive ability 3874 Details. Average magic ability 1343 Details. Average resistance ability 3396 Details. Average speed ability 4122 Details. Skill Earth Dragon LV2 Reverse Scale LV6 Hard Shell LV2 Steel Body LV2 High Speed HP Recovery LV3 MP Recovery Speed LV1 MP Consumption Down LV1 Magic Perception LV3 Magic Manipulation LV3 Offensive Magic Power LV1 High Speed SP Recovery LV3 Great SP Consumption Down LV3 Earth Attack LV8 Enhanced Earth LV8 Enhanced Destruction LV9 Great Enhanced Slashing LV8 Great Enhanced Piercing LV4 Great Enhanced Blunt LV8 Space Maneuver LV5 Accuracy LV10 Evasion LV10 Probability Correction LV7 Danger Perception LV10 Presence Perception LV8 Heat Perception LV7 Motion Perception LV8 Soil Magic LV2 Destruction Resistance LV4 Slash Resistance LV8 Pierce Resistance LV8 Blunt Resistance LV9 Shock Resistance LV5 Earth Nullity Lightning Resistance LV3 Great Abnormal Condition Resistance LV3 Corrosion Resistance LV1 Pain Nullity Pain Alleviation LV7 Night Vision LV10 Visible Range Expansion LV5 Enhanced Vision LV7 Enhanced Hearing LV5 Enhanced Smell LV4 Enhanced Touch LV3 Constitution LV9 Magic Well LV1 Heaven Motion LV2 Abundant Sky LV1 Herculean Strength LV8 Solid LV9 Mage LV1 Amulet LV8 Idaten LV3 Skill Points 31,000 Tidal Monster Killer Monster Slaughter Dragon Conqueror together with another Earth Dragon. Chapter 133 Number 1 of Hardness. Number 2 of Speed No. That's impossible. Naiwa. What's that? Of course I escaped with transfer. There's no choice to not escape. There's no way I can win. Kaguna that I don't know whether I can win or not is together with gear that has space maneuver, and it's clear that it's a speed type just by seeing its status. It's like I'm told to die. If they come in such lineup, I can't win even if I gather all of my parallel will. Naiwa. Earth Dragon gear has a considerably smart appearance, and it was a figure close to Alaba. Although it was huge, unlike the short and stout Kaguna, it has a sharp form that seems to be fast. Actually, it's speed type that has the speed exceeding 4,000. Besides, it has high perception type skills and evasion skill, so it seems that it doesn't have the intention to receive any attack. I mean, although it's serious that my eyes are attracted to its speed, Gear-san's defensive ability is quite a lot. Although it's not as much as Kaguna, it has high status with the support by the skills, quite a lot of resistance, and there's also the high-speed HP recovery skill. It won't hit, and even if it hits, it's not painful. What can I do against such thing? And its physical offensive ability is high enough. Especially, the blades attached to both arms. I have a premonition that I will split in two if I receive it. Move around in high speed, blessed physique, and the attack with the blade. Of course, breath is a standard equipment. My attacks can't hit, and even if it hits, it's not a big deal if the power is low. What an impossible game. Huh. Although this guy's level is lower than Kaguna, isn't it more troublesome than Kaguna in a certain meaning? First of all, I should mark it and wait for those two separate from now on and act. Marking is one of the effect of wisdom. I can attach a mark on the target. It's a function that I can know the target's location no matter where it is as long as this mark is attached. Well, if it's a place that I don't know, it will only show roughly around here though. Although the lower layers map is not completed yet, the mark of Kaguna and Gear is close together. It seems that they want separate for a while. Incidentally, if I mark it, I can confirm the target's status anytime. If I see this, I can transfer to it and assault it when it's weakened. Though I don't think that the two Earth Dragons will weaken. By the way, something like composing a different magic before transfer and fire it to the opponent at the moment I transfer can be done. Even if I compose a magic beforehand, it will disperse at the moment I transfer. This is not just the composition power, but it can't be helped because it's the specification of transfer. For the time being, let's raise my level in a different location until these guys separate. There should still be other Earth Dragons in the lower layer, so it's alright to defeat the other one first. Like a revenge on Alaba. Come to think of it, I begin to be afraid of Earth Dragon is because of that guy. It's not bad to defeat that guy to overcome my trauma. Should I return to the pit, where the large swarm of bees are there after a long time? I have space maneuver now, so doesn't that mean that I can overhunt the bees as much as I want? Oh, that's good. Good for experience points and food. Because I started to overhunt the monsters in the lower layer, I have secured too many foods. But when I start the level raising of skills that uses SP, the foods are consumed quite fast. I have a lot of skills that I want to raise like Dragon Power and Space Maneuver that didn't rise much in the middle layer and the upper layer. That's why food is never too much no matter how much I have. If it's the current me, it won't be a hard fight against the bees. So I will consider that place as my temporary food storage. If luck is on my side, I will encounter Alaba, and I want to at least check its status and mark it. Just by seeing Kaguna and Gear, it seems that it's hard to fight the Earth Dragon without countermeasures. Besides, Alabast's level should be higher than Kaguna if my memory is right. I return with the data, and I must fight after making the countermeasures. When I think like this, the dragon is strong after all. I did well to defeat the fire dragon in first sight. That was really a miraculous victory. However, the fire dragon has a more smart composition of status and skills than the earth dragons. If I say it well, it's versatile. If I say it badly, jack of all trades and master of none. There was only a little resistance, and it might not have much enemy in the middle layer. Compare with it. The earth dragon seems to work its way up. What's with that high resistance? What kind of eventful dragon life did it live to become like that? Did it become a dragon after fighting to the bitter end? Lower layer is terrifying. It might because of that, it became such a one-sided status. Raise its strength to the limit and match it with the inborn defensive ability. Kaguna swings to defense, and Gear swings to quickness. Moreover, while they swing to one side, it's nasty that I don't have chance. When someone's specialized in something like me, It's normal that there's a weak point that remains somewhere. Those cheaters. Anyway, even if I fight against such guys directly, I can't win. So let's work hard to raise my level until it becomes the situation where I can crush each one of them. What if they never separate? What should I do? I don't know. Chapter 134, Spider's Natural Enemy. Do you know the spider's natural enemy? Of course, excluding the fire. There's no way a spider that lives in the nature normally will go to a fire purposely. Returning to the spider's natural enemy talk. Although I don't know it very well, if I'm not mistaken. There are two kinds of spiders' natural enemies. I get to know about it when I looked at the documentary program while playing online game. Thinking back now, I should have watched that program a little more. I never thought that I will become a spider, even in the dreams. If I know more about the spider's ecology, it might be useful. I derailed again. One of the spider's natural enemies is the bee. The destination that I'm heading to after transferring to a certain my home in the upper layer is the mist pit. When I look from the top, it's a swarm of bees just like that time. To return to here again, if it's a little while ago, I won't think so, because there are various traumas in this place. Although the biggest trauma was my nest burst by the earth dragon, other than that, I have also fallen into a critical situation. This place might be the place where I'm aware of death for the first time in my life. I was stabbed by the bee, and the countdown to death starts from there. Thunk. That's right, just like this. Hogya. I was stabbed. Wah. You. Why did you launch a surprise attack when a person is engrossed in deep emotions? Read the atmosphere. I restrained the bee that got on my back and stabbed me with my thread like the old days, and hurl it as it is with a one-armed shoulder throw. A dull sound is heard, and with that alone, the bee's HP decreases by about 70. For the finishing blow, I cut it in small pieces with the thread endowed with slash attribute. You have done me. I never thought that a surprise attack was launched to me who has the detection ability. Well, my HP didn't decrease much, and my automatic recovery recovers it completely. I have also suffered from critical condition because of this in the old days. A hole opened at my back, and because I didn't have the automatic HP recovery at that time, it was a death situation where I must level up to shed. Thunk. Again. Although there's hardly any pain because I have the great pain alleviation, it doesn't change the fact that it's irritating, because it's troublesome to throw it. I will cut it with the thread manipulated with thread manipulation. If there's a second time, there's a third time? How dare you to get to my back without getting caught in my danger perception? Perhaps it didn't recognize it as danger? Certainly, it seems that there's no damage. When asking whether it's dangerous or not, it's strange. When thinking so, that means that it didn't recognize the bee as an enemy. Well, it's not wrong because I recognize it only as a food. Thunk. Stop it already. No, as expected. Isn't it strange? Why can it get to my back easily even though it doesn't have the stealth skill? Even if you exclude the stupid me, it's strange, right? Come to think of it, was the spider's natural enemy the bee? Perhaps there's a hidden affinity outside of the system. No, that's definitely no. Anyway, even though there's no damage, it's annoying. Although I acknowledge that courage to fight me who has the intimidation and fear-bringer combo without being scared, your opponent was bad. Therefore, let's start the annihilation. I jump in the air with space maneuver. I fire magics to the bees that catches my eyes, and cut the approaching bees. Wow, the bees that I can win if I have a home in the old days can't win against me. Fuahaha! Look, the bee is just like a trash. Oh, a bee that I have not seen before came out. Let's see. General Fingegoth LV, 4 status HP. 371 green, MP. 299 blue, SP. 366 yellow. 361 red. Average offensive ability. 200 details, average defensive ability. 160 details, average magic ability. 139 details, average resistance ability. 143 details, average speed ability. 215 details, skill poison stinger LV9, enhanced piercing LV3, enhanced poison LV3, high speed flight LV2, LV2 Cooperation, LV6 Command, LV6 Night Vision, LV7 Poison Resistance, LV6 Skill Points, 900 IC. It's the evolved form of the Captain B. Oh, for a low status, its skills are enhanced. Among the monsters that have almost the same status, isn't it a considerably strong one? Well, to be frank, its status is too low, and it's not my enemy. When I fell into this pit, most of my status is 2 digits. If I happen to meet this guy at that time, it might be dangerous even if I use my home. However, my current strength is not equal to that time. To be specific, there's a difference of about 100 times. I'm seriously troubled just by seeing my status became that strong. It might not end with 100 times if I think until the skills. It's a tremendous growth speed, even if I say so myself. Thus, although it appeared pompously, I have made the General B to exit. When I thought about it, the same kind of guy came out. Ah, that means I'm getting closer to the beehive. Certainly, there's an object that looks like it that can be seen above. Rather than an object, it's a building? As expected of the 3-meter class bees habitat. Huge. Oh, I have hunted a lot of bees and accumulated a lot of food, so let's end here for today. It's more efficient to leave it for a while to increase its number rather than annihilating it. Therefore, I recover the corpses that drop to the ground and withdraw. I leave the attacking swarm of general bees in the air and fall to the ground. I make a landing like a ninja using space maneuver. I did it, but my danger perception perceives something. It's not the bees. Those guys are not dangerous. I look at the origin of the danger. The spider has 2 kinds of natural enemies. That's the spider that's specialized in hunting spider. In my sight, the spider monster appeared. Chapter 135, Spider vs. Spider. So it finally came. Was it rather late? Well, because I kept transferring between the upper layer and the lower layer, it might have a hard time chasing me. Finally, it became clear that it's eaten from the inside by me. Hello. Hello, any movement over there? It looks like it's heading somewhere, as expected. Did something happen? Oh, Mother's subordinate has attacked. Finally, huh? Where's the present location? Wait a minute. I will link it okay. Like this? Okay. If it's at this position, well, it should be all right. For the time being, if there's any change, I will report it. Fumo. It doesn't seem that Mother can interfere with the battle in a place like this. But the problem is, can I defeat this guy normally? Arch Terratect LV31 HP. 4466, 4466, green, 1400 MP. 3182, 3182, blue, 1400 SP. 4267, 4267, yellow. 4262, 4262, red. 1288, average offensive ability. 4399, details, average defensive ability. 4315, details, average magic ability. 3004, details, average resistance ability. 3101, details, average speed ability. 4237, details, skill high speed, HP recovery, LV5 MP recovery, speed, LV 7 MP consumption, down, LV 7 magic perception, LV 7 magic manipulation, LV 7 offensive magic power, LV 6 magic combat, act, LV 4 high speed SP recovery. LV2 great SP consumption, down, LV2 fighting spirit, LV 7 thread talent, LV 5 universal thread, LV 3 thread manipulation, LV 10 telekinesis, LV 2 poison synthesis, LV 5 deadly poison attack, LV 10 great enhanced abnormal condition, LV 3 great enhanced destruction, LV 2 great enhanced slashing, LV 4 great enhanced piercing, LV 8 great enhanced blunt, LV 3 great enhanced shock, LV 1 space maneuver, LV 8 accuracy, LV 10 evasion, LV 10 great probability correction, LV 2 danger perception, LV 10 presence perception, LV 10 motion perception, LV 10 heresy magic, LV 10 poison magic, LV 10 treatment magic, LV 4 satiation, LV 4 great destruction resistance, LV 1 great slash resistance. LV2 Great Pierce Resistance, LV2 Great Blunt Resistance, LV4 Shock Resistance, LV9 Great Abnormal Condition Resistance, LV8 Corrosion Resistance, LV6 Heresy Resistance, LV5 Pain Nullity, Great Pain Alleviation, LV2 Night Vision, LV10 Visible Range, Expansion, LV7 Enhanced Vision, LV10 Clairvoyance, LV2 Enhanced Hearing, LV7 Enhanced Smell, LV2 Enhanced Touch, LV7 Destiny, LV2 Magic Well, LV8 Heaven Motion, LV1 Abundant Sky, LV1 Fortitude, LV2 Fortress, LV2 Mage, LV7 Amulet, LV8 Idatan, LV1 Taboo, LV7 Skill Points. 34500 Tidal Gross Feeder, Blood Relative Eater Monster Killer Poison Technique, User Monster Slaughterer, Thread, User Natural Calamity of Monster Human Killer Conqueror. Isn't this impossible? This guy, even though it's a spider, it has higher status than the Earth Dragon. Besides, it has 3 greater Terratechs as attendants in addition. There are some crawling around. A lot of small lesser Terratechs. Also a lot of small Terratechs. About 30 Terratechs. Ah, Terre Poison Terratect. Oh. After all, the appearance is not different from the normal Terratect. Now's not the time to feel admiration. Although transfer and escape is the best choice, I don't want to be chased by these guys all the way after this. Should I fight a little to reduce the number? Assuming that the boss, Arch Terratect, is impossible, I want to at least kill a Greater Terratect. Greater Terratect, LV 29 HP. 2845, 2845, green, MP. 2101, 2101, blue, SP. 2833, 2833, yellow. 2839, 2839, red. 786, average offensive ability. 2766, details, average defensive ability. 2710, details, average magic ability. 2099, details, average resistance ability. 2102, details, average speed ability. 2744, details. Skill high speed HP recovery, LV1 MP recovery speed, LV2 MP consumption down, LV1 magic perception, LV6 magic manipulation, LV5 high speed SP recovery, LV1 great SP consumption down, LV1 fighting spirit, LV4 thread talent, LV2 spider thread, LV9 thread manipulation, LV5 severing thread, LV5 poison synthesis, LV2 deadly poison attack, LV5 enhanced abnormal condition, LV9 enhanced destruction, LV8 enhanced slashing, LV8 great enhanced piercing, LV1 enhanced blunt, LV5 space maneuver, LV2 accuracy, LV10 evasion, LV10 probability correction, LV5 danger perception, LV10 presence perception, LV10 motion perception, LV10 heresy magic, LV10 poison magic, LV8 satiation, LV9 destruction resistance, LV6 slash resistance, LV6 pierce resistance, LV8 blunt resistance, LV9 shock resistance, LV5 abnormal condition resistance, LV8 corrosion resistance, LV3 heresy resistance, LV1 pain nullity, pain alleviation, LV8 night vision, LV10 visible range, expansion, LV5 enhanced vision, LV10 telephoto, LV7 enhanced hearing, LV4 enhanced touch, LV4 constitution, LV6 magic, well, LV2 body flicker, LV6 durability, LV6 Herculean strength, LV6 solid, LV6 mage, LV1 amulet, LV2 shrink space, LV6 taboo, LV4 skill points. 29500 Tidal Blood Relative Eater Gross Feeder Monster Killer Poison Technique User Thread User Monster Slaughterer. This is the strongest guy among the graders. I only want to kill this guy because it needs another level to evolve. If it becomes like that, it's dangerous. If the already dangerous Arch became 2, my winning chance will disappear. Well, although it won't be equal to the other Arch immediately after evolution, still, I'm sure that it will become troublesome. I will kill the Greater while dodging the Arch's attack. It's certainly a difficult work, Eatsane LV14, no name status HP. 2492 green, 1700 details, 1805 up, MP. 9110 blue, 1700 details, 4098 up, SP. 1813 yellow, details, 1177 up, 1813 red, 1446 details, 1177 up, average offensive ability. 1692 details, 1102 up, average defensive ability. 1763 details, 1078 up, average magic ability. 8758 details, 4001 up, average resistance ability. 8704 details, 3833 up, average speed ability. 5540 details, 2388 up, skill high speed HP recovery LV7, 6 up, magic extremity magic god act LV2, new, magic granting LV7 new. High speed SP recovery LV1, new. Great SP consumption down LV1, new. Enhanced destruction LV6, 3 up. Enhanced slashing LV8, 5 up. Great enhanced abnormal condition LV1, new. Fighting spirit LV9, 4 up. Vitality granting LV5, 3 up. Dragon power LV7, 6 up. Deadly poison attack LV6, 2 up. Corrosion attack LV4, 2 up. Heresy attack LV6, 5 up. Poison synthesis LV10 medicine synthesis LV7, 5 up. Thread talent LV8, 4 up. Universal thread LV6, 4 up. Thread manipulation LV10, 2 up. Telekinesis LV1, new. Throw LV10, 2 up. Shoot LV2, new. Space maneuver LV8, 6 up. Concentration LV10 thought acceleration LV9, 1 up. Foresight LV9, 1 up. Parallel will LV7, 4 up. High-speed calculation LV6, 2 up. Accuracy LV10 evasion LV10 probability correction LV7, 5 up. Stealth LV10, 1 up. Camouflage LV1, new. Silent LV8, 2 up. Tyrant LV1, new. Conviction Hell Degeneration, new. Heresy Magic LV10 Shadow Magic LV10 Dark Magic LV10, 7 up. Darkness Magic LV2 new. Poison Magic LV10 Treatment Magic LV10, 8 up. Space Magic LV10, 4 up. Dimension Magic LV4, new. Abyss Magic LV10 Patience Pride Anger LV2, new. Satiation LV7, 4 up. Sloth, new. Wisdom Destruction Resistance LV5, 2 up. Blunt Resistance LV5, 2 up. Slash Resistance LV5, 2 up. Flame Resistance LV2 new. Great Heavy Resistance LV1, new. Deadly Poison Resistance LV3, 1 up. Paralysis Resistance LV6, 1 up. Petrifaction Resistance LV5, 2 up. Sleep Nullity, new. Acid Resistance LV6, 2 up. Corrosion Resistance LV7, 3 up. Faint Resistance LV5, 2 up. Fear Resistance LV9, 1 up. Heresy Nullity, Pain Nullity Great Pain Alleviation LV5, new. Night Vision LV10 Clairvoyance LV8, 5 up. Evil Eye of Grudge LV6, 4 up. Evil Eye of Stasis LV5, 4 up. Evil Eye of Magnetism LV1, new. Evil Eye of Extinction LV3, new. Great Enhanced 5 Senses LV1, new. Perception Range Expansion LV5, new. Divinity Area Expansion LV6, 1 up. Divine Magic Destiny LV3, 2 up. Body Flicker LV7, 4 up. Durability LV7, 4 up. Fortitude LV2, new. Fortress LV2, new. Eidolon LV7, 2 up. Taboo LV10, 1 up. W skill points. 900 Tidal Gross Feeder Blood Relative Eater Assassin Monster Killer Poison Technique User Thread User Merciless Monster Slaughter Ruler of Pride Ruler of Patience Ruler of Wisdom Drake Killer Fear Bringer Dragon Killer Ruler of Sloth, new. Natural Calamity of Monster, new. Side Story 21 The World's Truth Chapter Side Story 21 The World's Truth 10 days passed after we escaped from the royal capital. After that, we break through the soldiers that surrounded us, and somehow escape from the royal capital. By less than Isama becoming the decoy, we will gain time. Oka-san, let's meet at the 16th hideout, he says so, and led his unit in charge to the soldiers. I hesitated, but with the desire of protecting Katia, who's carried in my arms, and because my shoulder was pulled by Hirin-san, I decided to leave less than Isama and escape. However, it was a mistake. Less than Isama didn't appear at the 16th hideout that we are told to meet here. I should have held back less than Isama forcibly that time. If I do so, then more people should be here. The people in this hideout now are me, Sensei, Hirin-san, and Katia. Only 4 of us. Less than Isama, Clevia, as well as the people of Nisama's unit. Not a single person reached here. If I fought together with Nisama at that time, it might turn out more different, but I actually understand. I at that time can't leave Katia alone and fight. Katia, who broke from the brainwash, shot a magic to herself. It was a high-power, wide-range annihilation magic that can blow up a large number of people. Usually, she would have died. Even though I recovered her, Katia was awfully weakened. I can't fight properly while carrying Katia in my arms. That's right, I understand it. Even though I understand, regret becomes stronger. It's not only the time we escape. Now that I think of it, when I talk to Sue and Katia with telepathy, there is a strange feeling. Sue is somehow strange, and as for Katia, even though it's a telepathy between the 2 of us only, Japanese was not used. Even though Katia always uses Japanese to speak with me when it's just the 2 of us. The abnormality happened, and yet I was not able to notice it. If I notice it, I won't allow Yugo to raise such a thing. I practice swing without holding a sword in the room to dispel the sunken thoughts. Only when I move my body, I can end without thinking anything. When I was immersing myself without thinking about a useless thing, the door was knocked. What are you doing? Katia, is it already okay to walk? It's Katia, who was bedridden until just recently, that opened the door and entered. My body is already okay. My head still aches, sometimes, though don't force yourself, okay? Even if the brainwash was broken, it doesn't mean that the effect completely disappear. Yugo's brainwash is ingrained. Although Katia succeeded in regaining her consciousness for an instant by willpower, being able to do that was a suicide. Otherwise, it can't be helped because the brainwash power was too strong. Although the effect of the brainwash has already disappeared now, Katia still suffers from an unknown headache. It's all right. And I want Shun to appraise me appraise? It's a new skill that I acquired, but I never heard of this skill before. As much as I remember, I think that it's not in the skill encyclopedia, but because I don't know the effect, I thought that I should have Shun appraise it. I see. I understand. I activate appraisal aiming at Katia. Certainly, there's a skill that's not in the list is added. It's a skill that I don't have. Divinity Area Expansion. Divinity Area is expanded. I don't understand it even if I appraise it. Let's appraise it further. Divinity Area. The deep area of soul that the life possess. The root of all lives, and it's also your own final dependence area after all. I don't understand it. Sorry, I don't understand it even if you appraise it. Although it seems to say something like soul, I don't know what effect it has with that. Both of us incline our heads to the side. Well, never mind. And heresy resistance also rose. That's probably because you broke from Yugo's brainwash. Next is parallel will. When you turn on the skill, you will temporarily become like split personality. What's that? Is there a meaning to do that? It's possible for one side to fight as usual and the other side use magic. What's that? Isn't that unfair? If you think that you will become the force of 2 temporarily, it's quite unfair. Then, on it once, don't use it usually. Although I tried it when I acquired the skill, if you keep it on regularly, you will get confused whether who's the real one. After all, multiple personality is one of the mental illness. It's better to turn it off in your daily life and turn it on when fighting Ofu. What a scary skill, by the way, Aren't you close? Katia is in front of me. The distance is extremely near. Because I'm taller, I have to look down, but that angle, her chest. Don't mind it, no, of course I will mind. Even if you're a former man, you're a woman now, so Shun look at me like that. No, this, It's that it's the man's nature. Then, will you react if I do this? Katia steps another step forward and presses her chest against my body. I give up. Please stop teasing me. How innocent. Katia steps back while laughing. How is it? Did your feelings recover a little? I see. Thank you, I see. Katia, do such a thing on purpose to relieve my consciousness a little. Really, a thoughtful person. Hey, I want to ask one thing. The treatment magic you used that time, it's not a normal treatment magic, right? Katia asks so. Then, Leston's execution will be held 3 days later. Huh? Yes. Please make sure that this is not transmitted to Shun-kun. I, who is going to answer, have sensed that conversation by telepathy. I rush out of the room in a hurry. Sensei, is it true that Leston Isama is going to be executed? Tulun-kun. How? You use telepathy, such thing doesn't matter. Is it true that Nisama is going to be executed? Shun, calm down. It's true, no, then I have to save him. It's a trap, eh? It's most likely a trap. Still, you want to go? I will go. Nisama remained at that place to let us escape. So, this time, it's my turn to save Nisama. Hirin-san lets out a big sigh. Even if Leston doesn't hope for it? Yes, I will still go. You must not go, Sensei. Even if it's Sensei's words. I want to hear it this time. It's no use. Even if it's no use, I will still go. I'm saying that it's no use. Sensei activates the restriction magic. It's the magic that steals the freedom of the opponent's body with wind. But a magic of that level won't work against the current me. I dispel the wind restriction with a swing of my arm. Wah. Sensei, it's useless even if you stop me. I will go. You must not go. If you go now, you will surely be killed. Sensei, you should have understood when you see that just now, right? I have become considerably strong. That's why. I won't be killed easily. It's not that. Such thing like strong doesn't matter. For an administrator, such thing doesn't matter. A sensei has a oops face. Sensei, what's this called, administrator? Katia's sharp voice. Is that the reason why Sensei moved around stealthily up until now? That, I can't say it, Sensei. Do you think that you can get through just by saying I can't say it now? If you can't say it, you have no qualifications to stop Shungu. I will say it clearly. Sensei, you can't be trusted. In this situation, without any explanation, you have taken too many suspicious actions up until now. Although Shun seems to trust you unconditionally, I can't trust you. If you obstruct Shun's actions without any explanation, I will become your enemy, no. Katia, calm down. Sensei too, I calm Katia, who heats up, and comfort the drooping Sensei. Sensei, I don't think until becoming your enemy. But it's true that I have a lot of things that I want to hear from Sensei's mouth. If possible, please tell us. I persuade, as gentle as possible. If Sensei is only seen from her appearance, she's a younger girl. The elves only have slow growth, so we are actually the same age, but when adding the previous life, she's older. But the Sensei now looks like her appearance, only a girl who seemed to burst into tears. Silence. The time that nobody talks passes. Sensei looks down and is troubled. Katia stares at such Sensei fixedly. Hirin-san watch over the development. I understand. I will tell everything. That was the answer after she was troubled for a long time. First of all, I will say this to Hirin-san. The three of us died in another world, and were reborn in this world. What? Please hear it based on that. What I'm telling now must not be revealed to others. Hirin-san, who look at us because of this sudden story. I also didn't thought that she will start from there. The first thing I do after reincarnating to this world was the learning of language. When I understood to some extent, I acquired telepathy with skill points. I tried a conversation using telepathy with the elves' head Potamus. He volunteered for the students' search after hearing my story. By the time I grow up, a considerable number of students were found, and they were sheltered in the elf village safely. After I grow up to the extent that I can move, I also joined the search. There were also 4 students who were too late. There were those born under a powerful person, and there was child that can't be interfered carelessly too. Those were Shun-kun and Katia-chan and Yugo-kun. Although Yuri-chan is an orphan, when we found her, she was already the saint candidate and was guarded by the church. Actually, I also want you all to be sheltered by the elves, but that can't be done because there's political issues. The reason why I want to shelter you all is because I want to make sure that you won't get involved in this world system as much as possible. Don't you have doubts in this world's skill, status, and level? Because Hirin-san is born in this world, you won't have any doubt, but in our former world, skill, status, and level didn't exist. Such things only exist in games. It's impossible for such things to exist in reality. And this world is a game. Those guys who are called as the administrator, they give strength to people for them to fight by making the humans and the demons fight. They raise skills, status, and levels. And they extract power from the soul of dead man and make it into their power. That is the system of this world. And the hero and the demon king are no more than pieces made by the administrators to make the humans and the demons to fight efficiently. The church is also the same. The belief of developing their skills to hear the God's voice is also made by the administrators. This time's riot has the church involved, and it means that there's probably the administrator's motive. Yugo-kun believes that he's using the church, but I think that he's being used. And Leston-kun's execution was revealed by that Yugo-kun. There's no mistake that it's the administrator's trap, aiming at the power of Shun-kun, who became stronger than the residents in this world. That's why I can't let Shun-kun go. Sensei don't want my students to be killed helplessly by those unknown guys called the administrators. So, please don't go. Please everyone fall silent. The one open the mouth was Hirin-san. In your point, the hero was Julius made to fight pointlessly for this guy called the administrator? Yes, we elves. In order to put an end to this pointless fight, we have appealed to both the humans and the demons to stop the war. The previous hero and the previous demon king accepts that offer and reconciled, and we elves made preparations to challenge the administrators in secret. Both of the previous hero and the previous demon king are rare dimension magic users. It seems that they used the power, opened the dimension, and tried to fly to the ground where the administrators are. However, it failed, and it connects to our world. We died because of the accidental explosion of the magic what? No way. I don't know how far the administrators are related to the accident, but we who died that were dragged into this world system, and we reborn in this world. The reason we have inborn skills that shouldn't be possible is because we are people from a different world, and when we died, the power in our souls was not recovered by the administrators then. We died because of the hero and the demon king. Consequently, it's because of the administrators who are pulling the strings at the back. The administrators are the worst people who made us and this world as their food. The reason why Sensei didn't let us meet with the other students is the other students are made to live in this world without acquiring skills as much as possible, so that they won't be marked down by the administrators. But you all have become strong. The elf village is completely isolated from this world, and it's protected with a powerful barrier that even a ruler can't make a move on it carelessly. However, if I take you all who might have been marked down by the administrators might get attracted to the other students. I was uneasy of that. What's a ruler? The ruler is the existence that normally becomes the administrator's underling and work for them. Therefore, only a little of the power of the world system can be used. A person will become a ruler by acquiring special skills, etc., and I acquired one of the skills and became a ruler. However, I never received the administrator's influence. The reason why Sensei moved behind the scene up until now is I moved to evade the war of the humans and the demons. And the steps to defeat the administrators, can you defeat them? I don't know. In the first place, the administrators' whereabouts are not known. Sensei turns toward me once again. Shun-kun, I understand the feelings of wanting to save Leston-kun, but please don't go. If you go, you will die. To that sincere glance, Chapter 136 Spider vs. Spiderwell. First of all, let's reduce the number of small fries. Although I thought about that, isn't it unnecessary to fight all of them honestly? It's a strategy that I thought for the Earth Dragon, but if it's the Arch Pterodactyl, won't it work? Is it worth trying? If it failed, I just have to think another way. There's not much loss even if I fail. Thus, let's do it. Oh, the movement of the arch is caught by foresight. I avoid it. The fangs of the arch pierce through the place where I was a little while ago. Scary? Fast. As expected of the fastest monster that I have appraised. Its accuracy also reached max level, and its great probability correction is level 2. If I don't have my evasion combo of thought acceleration, foresight, evasion, and probability correction, I would be stabbed by that poison fang. It's scary. Well, even if I say that it's fast, it's slower than me though. Although the Arch also activates both Magic Combat Act and Fighting Spirit to raise its physical ability, I'm faster. After all, my level of Magic Combat Act and Fighting Spirit is higher. My Magic Combat Act has evolved into Magic God Act. Magic God Act is a higher rank skill of Magic Combat Act. The effect is to strengthen Magic Combat Act and even raises Magic type status. Thanks to that, my already absurd magic status becomes a ridiculous numerical value. When I activate both Magic God Act and Dragon Power, my magic offensive ability and my resistance ability exceed the 1,000 mark. Cuckoo. Although the Arch's physical offensive ability is incredible, it's not a big deal if it doesn't hit. The Arch releases a thread. Oh, that's a bad one. I know it. The spider's thread is bad. It's the end if I got caught. Well, if I got caught, I will transfer quietly, though. The attacking web. When I dodge it, the greater and the other start to move was caught in the corner of my sight. It looks like it's not the time to take it easy. Somehow, I can't feel any tension when thinking that I can escape with transfer anytime. I have become considerably strong, and the worry about instant death with one hit has disappeared. My original physical status is also high, and I have Magic God Act, Fighting Spirit, and Dragon Power to strengthen it further. I can add Anger if I want to, but that's as expected, too much. The Anger skill raises the physical status greatly. When you ask how much is greatly, it is almost the same rising amount as Fighting Spirit LV9 at level 1. Moreover, MP and SP are not consumed. However, when this skill is activated, the user will suffer from the abnormal condition Insanity forcefully. Although thanks to Heresy Nullity, I won't be attacked by Insanity. I don't think that I want to use it again. Even if I don't use it, I'm strong enough, and above all, I'm a magic type. There's no need to abandon magic purposely and go for hand-to-hand combat. When thinking about patience, my real HP exceeds more than 1,000 easily. I want to think that there's no strong guy that can pierce this with a hit. Well, at least it's impossible for the Arch. The Arch's best attack is, of course, the Deadly Poison attack LV10, and the Universal Thread as the assistance to hit it. It's a brutal combo that the defeat might be decided at the moment I got caught, even if I don't have transfer. Because the person who does that is saying it, it's certain. But it's easy if it's only escaping because I have the transfer that I have been saying since a while ago. Although the physical attack from a large build is certainly scary, at the point that it's inferior to me in speed, it won't even graze me. If it attacks in numbers, it's troublesome, but that can be solved if my strategy goes well. Well then, let's start the invitation to the Sound of Strategy. At first, I dodge the Arch's attack. Then, I approach while dodging the Arch's attack. Here is difficult. After all, the Arch is a strong guy that surpassed the Earth Dragon in status. The phantasmagoric mobility by space maneuver and the numerous attacks of entwined threads that are hard to predict. Magic flies there further. The magic that the Arch used is the poison magic that I used regularly. Although it won't inflict a great damage, even if it hits me, who have deadly poison resistance. Just by having projectile weapons, the attack pattern increases. The Arch fires the deadly poison bullet that has a high power among the poison magic in a good timing like a veteran warrior. Although even the deadly poison bullet will hardly inflict damage to me, it will produce a chance if I receive it. The Arch aims at it than damage. Really, this guy is dangerous. It don't have status higher than the Earth Dragon, just for show. However, the affinity is bad this time. After all, I know most of this guy's attack patterns. I want you to see it even if you think. The thing that I have cultivated in fights so far. Make full use of the thread, fight with poison fang, and fire magic. It's the same as the way I fight. That's as expected. I'm formerly the Terratech species, and now, I'm the same spider-type monster. It's natural for our strategy to be similar. In addition, not even one of this guy's attack becomes a decisive blow against me. Just by receiving a poison fang won't be a fatal wound for me who have poison resistance. I can escape with transfer before it can inject fatal poison. The thread is also the same. Magic is out of the question. There's no way the physical arch can pierce my resistance. Then, it can only rely on its pure physical attack, but that also won't graze me in the presence of my evasion combo. When you say that I also lack of a trump card, it's not so, because I have evolved into a considerably irregular form. I have a lot of magics that normal Terratech doesn't have. If it's 1-to-1, it's already checkmated. That's why it comes in army, but I wonder whether is it a misfortune that it don't have command or cooperation because only the arch is forward. Thanks to thought acceleration, I can consider a lot of things idly, but if I say it in real time, not even 1 minute has passed. This situation where the graders haven't catch up. It can be said that the arch's winning chance was lost at this point in time. And the final move. My body touches the arch. I carry out the dimension magic, range transfer. It's a sure-fail strategy against the Earth Dragon that has reverse scale and high resistance. But the arch don't have reverse scale. The height of the resistance also doesn't reach my magic power. The arch transfers with me. The transfer destination is the top of the lake of magma at the middle layer where I fought against a fire dragon. An invitation to the hot sauna. Chapter 1, 37 Spider versus Spider. Fuhahahaha. How's this middle layer's burning red scenery of magma? It must be painful for a spider who's weak to fire. I'm also hot and painful, but the arch should be more hard than me. The bottom is the sure death sea of magma if we fall. Because my size is small, I can land on the small islands here and there. But the overall length of the arch is about 15 meters. There's no big island where such a large build can land. Furthermore, this environment that reduces HP just by being in here. I have spent a long time to raise my resistance. But the arch don't have fire resistance. Because it has high-speed HP recovery, it doesn't decrease, but it doesn't change the fact that it's hard. This is like the high-speed HP recovery can't be used in reality. It fights with me who has the worst affinity in the flame field that it's weak in while supporting its large build in the air with space maneuver, exactly a checkmated situation. Cuckoo. You should just die while regretting the stupidity of defying this me when you are just a spider. Thus, first of all, Evil Eye of Magnetism go. This is the evolved skill of Evil Eye of Heaviness, and the down pulling force that can only be generated up until now can be generated anywhere up and down, left and right. Besides, the repelling force also became possible to be used. When I deploy this repelling force around me, I can make something like a pseudo-barrier. However, because the air will also be repelled, I can't continue to use it for a long time. In addition, even if it evolved and the function increased, after all, the strongest one is the down direction force. I continue to apply that down direction force to the arch. In addition to its necessary to support its large build in the air, gravity is added there further. It's okay even if you fall, you know? Don't worry, even if you fall, you'll only die. Come on, fall quickly, and please become the food of my experience points. The arch makes full use of space maneuver and holds out somehow. A thread is released towards the ceiling. Can't you fall quickly? You think that I will let you do that? Darkness magic, darkness bullet activate. Darkness magic is the higher rank magic of dark magic, and it's a magic below the abyss magic. Although it's inferior to the abyss magic in power, because of that, there's an easy-to-use single-target attack magic. That's this darkness bullet. It's a higher rank magic of the dark bullet of dark magic. It's a magic that fires a pitch black ball, according to the name. It's a dark attribute attack, and seems to have the shock attribute added. When it hits, it will burst open and inflict damage to the opponent. By the way, as might be expected from a high-rank magic, the power is higher than its appearance. The darkness bullet hits the buttocks of the arch that released a thread. The thread flies to a different direction by the shock, and the arch's HP decreases. Let's do it rapidly. I continue firing darkness bullet mercilessly. Will it fall first? Or Will its HP be exhausted first? I wonder which is it. The Arch did its best. I did its best. It endured my attacks with effort, cured itself with treatment magic, and acquired dark resistance. It's a terrific willpower, so I will praise you. It did its best, so just die already. Because I continued using darkness magic, it became level 3, and I used the new magic. The name is Darkness Spear. It's the spear version of the Darkness Bullet, and Pierce attribute damage is added to it. The Darkness Spear pierces the worn-out Arch's body. Finally, the large spider that has the status that exceeds even the Earth Dragon has died. For levels rose at once. I throw off the old skin after shedding. Yes. Recover the corpse before it falls. I recover the corpse of the Arch that starts falling using transfer. I put it in my home in the upper layer near the middle layer entrance. I will eat it deliciously later. Well, it's certainly obvious that it will taste bad because it's a poison holder, though. If possible, I want to wrap it with threads. But the first priority is to kill the graders. Thus, transfer again. I return to the pit where I was a while ago. Oh, the spider army, including the graders, are still here. It will be troublesome in the future if I let them go here. I mean, they are eating the corpse of the bees that I hunted. Hey you, that's mine. You know, why are you stealing my things? When thinking so, the small group is fighting against the bees. As expected, the graders will win against the bees, but a considerable number of bees have been defeated. I'm sorry that it became a dogfight, but can I also participate? No. Even if you say no, I will participate, you know? Now that there's no Arch, even if there are 3 graders, they are not my enemies. Although I was scared of the Arch's high status at first, the way for the spider army to defeat me is to disturb me with small fries, and the Arch uses physical attacks. Now that there's no Arch, it's difficult to even damage me properly. Thus, let's do it quickly. Because it's already troublesome, let's kill them with range magic all at once. There's no Arch here, so it should be all right to prepare magic now, because they're having a dogfight with the bee. Although I can use range magic while fighting if I can use parallel will, as expected, for me alone to use complicated magic like range magic while fighting is impossible. Well, if I concentrate like this, I can shorten the time until activation though. As expected, if it's me alone, it's difficult to do it while moving. Then, dark magic, dark world activate. Darkness begins to gush out from the abyss. The existence that touched the darkness receives great damage. Although it's not as the abyss magic Hellgate, it's a magic with a moderate range and power. When the darkness fades, the small group is annihilated. Even the adults, several bodies, including the poison, barely survived. As expected, the graders survived, but they are not unhurt. I fire darkness magic one by one to the guys who survived. In this way, the spider army was annihilated, comparatively disappointing. Chapter 138, Spider vs. Earth Dragon Alaba, perfect victory against the spider army. Incidentally, a level rose again. 1 rose by 4 with the Arch, and 1 with the others. Naiwa. Well, because the affinity with the Arch was good by chance, I was able to defeat it easily, but it should be very strong normally. Its status actually surpassed the Earth Dragon, and if I were to say which one is stronger if both of them fight, it's about the same. If it's Kaguna, it might barely win by an affinity difference, but Gear probably can't win against the Arch. Even if it's Kaguna, there's no guarantee that it can win. Well, a win is a win. No matter what kind of move is used, it's fine if I win, that's all. But what should I do with this large amount of food? Although quite many turned into smithereens by Dark World, there's a tremendous number of corpses, even if I exclude that. Even though the Arch's large build alone is a considerable amount. Can I eat all of these? I mean, I will have a hard time even if I take all of these back to home with transfer. Danger perception. All of my body hair stands on end. I remember this feeling. I won't forget it. There's no way I can forget it. The real fear that I tasted for the first time since I reincarnated into a spider. The symbol of death that I was conscious of for the first time since I reincarnated into a spider. I turn around slowly. Earth Dragon Alaba LV 32 HP. 4660 346 63 green MP. 4076 4076 blue. SP. 4570 4570, yellow. 4569 4569, red. Average offensive ability. 4610, details. Average defensive ability. 4597, details. Average magic ability. 4022, details. Average resistance ability. 4138, details. Average speed ability. 4555, details. Skill Earth Dragon LV, 3 Heaven Scale LV, 2 Heavy Shell LV, 1 God Steel Body LV, 1 High Speed HP Recovery LV, 8 High Speed MP Recovery LV, 5 Great MP Consumption Down LV, 5 Magic Perception LV, 10 Precise Magic Manipulation LV, 1 Magic Combat Act LV, 9 Great Offensive Magic Power LV, 1 High Speed SP Recovery LV, 7 Great SP Consumption Down LV, 7 War God Spirit LV, 3 Great Vitality Granting LV, 3 Earth Attack LV, 10 Enhanced Earth LV, 10 Great Enhanced Destruction LV, 3 Great Enhanced Slashing LV, 10 Great Enhanced Piercing LV, 8 Great Enhanced Blunt LV, 10 Space Maneuver LV, 8 Accuracy LV, 10 Evasion LV, 10 Great Probability Correction LV, 4 Stealth LV, 10 Camouflage LV, 3 Danger Perception LV, 10 Presence Perception LV, 10 Heat Perception LV, 10 Motion Perception LV, 10 Soil Magic LV, 10 Earth Magic LV, 5 Shadow Magic LV, 10 Dark Magic LV, 7 Great Destruction Resistance LV, 1 Great Slash Resistance LV, 4 Great Pierce Resistance LV, 3 Great Blunt Resistance LV, 5 Great Shock Resistance LV, 1 Earth Nullity Fire Resistance LV, 6 Lightning Resistance LV, 8 Water Resistance LV, 5 Wind Resistance LV, 6 Dark Resistance LV, 4 Great Abnormal Condition Resistance LV, 7 Corrosion Resistance LV, 6 Pain Nullity Great Pain Alleviation LV, 7 Night Vision LV, 10 Visible Range Expansion LV, 7 Enhanced Vision LV, 10 Telephoto LV, 8 Enhanced Hearing LV, 10 Hearing Range Expansion LV, 3 Enhanced Smell LV, 7 Enhanced Touch LV, 7 Destiny LV, 3 Heaven Mana LV, 1 Heaven Motion LV, 3 Abundant Sky LV, 3 Fortitude LV, 3 Fortress LV, 3 Heaven Path LV, 1 Heaven Protection LV, 2 Ida 10 LV, 3 Skill Points. 41100 Title Monster Killer Monster Slaughterer Dragon Assassin Conqueror Natural Calamity of Monster The Appearing Dragon. That appearance is majestic. Long time no see. My trauma. This is bad. This guy is dangerous after seeing its status again. Picking the best of both Kaguna and Gear, and even more. There's no chance at all. The skill composition and the defensive ability that surpass Kaguna. The skill composition and the speed that surpass Gear. In addition, the high magic ability that both Kaguna and Gear don't have. The worst thing is it can even use dark magic that's my weapon. It's too troublesome that it has dark resistance. A perfect all-rounder. It can attack, it can protect. Therefore, it's strong even at the rear, and because it doesn't have a weakness, it won't lose. It can be said that it's an ideal existence. Haha, when it's so amazing, it can even make me laugh. Im glatt. The fear that I felt at that time was a real thing. The fear that I felt at that time was right. I will admit it. Dragon Alaba, you are strong. To the extent that I think that I who became so strong can't win easily. Rather, it's a formidable enemy that I should resolve to be defeated. Scary. And yet, I'm happy. I'm happy. Now, I have grown to be able to fight against the opponent who I was not able to do anything but to tremble and hide at that time. Dragon Alaba, are you ready? I'm ready. If it's your perception level, you should have noticed that I was alive at that time, right? You noticed me, and you overlook me because I'm a worthless thing, right? That arrogance, I make you regret. Thank you. You taught me the terror of death. Therefore, there's the present me. I escape from you, escape, and at the end, after escaping safely, is the present me. Let me thank you, and die. As the hateful existence that gave the fear of death to me for the first time. I will kill you with my hands. I will overcome your fear by doing so. I won't escape from you anymore. Let's put an end to this long escaping life. Here I go. Chapter 139, Spider vs. Earth Dragon, Alaba, a preemptive attack with Darkness Spear. It's evaded like it's natural. A breath of return. I evade it like it's natural. The attack was obvious that we avoided it. The attack that confirms each other feelings. A series of flows like it's completely arranged beforehand. And it becomes a feeling like the lovers who were not able to meet for a long time. Well, I don't even have a friend, let alone a lover. We exchange the attack like greetings, and the real combat starts. Alabast's large build approaches like a gale. What speed? Although the arch was also fast, this guy is more than that. But I want lose in speed. I avoid the swung forelegs claw. After I avoided it, the point of the sharp tail approached. I even avoid that, the tail that cuts the air. But it bends immediately and pursued me. I apply evil eye of magnetism on myself and activate the pseudo-barrier. On top of that, I evade it. The tail repelled by the repulsive force barely past my body. And there a pursuit of kick with the hind leg. But the kick stops on the way. TCH, so you notice the threads that I have spread on your line of fire. It looks like it has noticed the threads that I spread secretly while avoiding. Alaba takes a distance. Although it might intend to get poised again for the next attack, it's my turn this time. I shoot a darkness bullet aiming at Alaba that tries to take distance. Although it's a surprise attack, Alaba dodges it with composure. But it can't dodge the threads that I shot that's waiting for it over there. It's the threads endowed with the maximum poison and slash attributes without viscosity. Alaba plunges into the reticulation with all its strength. And at the same time, I who's holding the threads rush to the opposite side of Alaba. Like a twine. The result, my body was blown off. Oh well, the physique difference is too much. I can't win Alabast's power, even if it's my strength and power. Alabast's HP has decreased slightly. Poison and slash, I don't know which one is effective, but I succeeded in wounding it just a little. Even if it's a wound that can be recovered by automatic recovery instantly. It doesn't change the fact that it's wounded. FOMO. If it can be wounded, it seems to go well. I release the threads. I control my posture with space maneuver in the inertia of being blown off. I confront Alaba once again. If it's the present sense, the physical offensive ability is Alaba. The speed is me. The defense is Alaba. The magic is me. Like this. However, when it's said that we are equal, to be honest, I lose. It's merely because a certain point of Alaba is extremely high. Alabast's defensive ability. With my offensive ability, I can't break through Alabast's defensive ability. Physical attack is blocked by the defense of Hard Shell and God Steel Body. Even the attack with threads of my best only can graze it just like a while ago. It's hard to say that magic attack is effective. Because of the Heaven Scale skill that's the higher rank skill of Reverse Scale, the power of magic decreases sharply. Still, if it's my magic offensive ability that exceeds 1,000, I can at least damage it. If it hits, the evasive ability of Alaba is also high. Although it will likely become a damage if it hits, the possibility that it will be recovered before I inflict the next damage is high. In the present condition that I don't use parallel will, shooting magic while fighting is hard. In addition, if I think about Alabast's evasive ability, the recovery speed seems to be faster than the damage. I won't use parallel will. Although it's merely my obstinacy, I want Alabast's opponent to be only me. If I mobilize all of my parallel will, it's probably possible to fire magics at the same level as Gatling gun and settle the battle instantly. Even if it's not like that, it will go well if I activate Abyss Magic. But there's a meaning to win by myself. There's no trump card. In addition, if I attack it unskillfully, I will let it acquire resistance. Because I won't use parallel will, I can't use the countermeasures that I thought for Kaguna, that's to visit it with a huge Abyss Magic. Then, there's only one strategy that I can take. And to do that, I have no choice but to fight with all my power now. To let Alaba thinks that I'm an opponent who should fight with all its power. If Alaba uses all its power, I can see my winning chance. because at that time, my invisible second deadly poison will start to undermine Alabast's body. Alaba takes a stance. I understood that it's the previous action of the breath by foresight. It's that breath that destroyed my home before. Alabast breath attacks. Transfer. I transfer to Alabast overhead. I fire a darkness bullet to the defenseless head that continues releasing the breath. The darkness bullet hits Alabast's head directly and shuts the mouth that's releasing the breath. The breath explodes in Alabast's mouth. Apparently, the dragon's breath doesn't seems to only have the dragon's attribute attack. The HP of Alaba, who should have Earth Nullity, decreased. If I match it with Darkness Bullet, it becomes a proper damage. Oh my, perhaps I can continue like this. No, it's probably impossible. Although the mouth is exploded, the tail attacks me like a different creature. This tail is troublesome. I avoid the tail that bends like a whip. My inner heart gets chilly by the wind roar when the tail passes in point-blank range. If I think about my HP and MP, I don't think that I will die at a hit. Although I think the power is strong to the extent that I can see a visual hallucination that I will split in two by the tail unintentionally. I fly back and dodge the foreleg swung after the tail. I take distance as it is, and I fire a restraint darkness spear. Alabast's leg is stopped by the darkness spear. The HP recovers rapidly. It's fast. As expected, it's difficult to defeat it by repeating damage. But Alaba completely recognized me as an enemy. It should come with all its power from now on. My poison starts the erosion. You have already received my poison, a special poison that can't be seen in abnormal condition. Now let's begin the countdown. When will Alaba notice the poison's existence? Chapter 140, Spider versus Earth Dragon. Alaba in the slow-motion world of thought acceleration. I grasp the future's image that foresight shows. The future where Alaba activates magic. When it becomes the monster of this class, it can use magic normally. The arch was the same too, and it means that I has the wisdom to do it. Naturally, there's no way in existence with such wisdom will use magic that's more inefficient than the breath without thinking. Evade. A sharp spear of soil spring up at the place where I was a while ago. It's the soil version of the darkness spear. If I'm not mistaken, was it the Earth Magic LV3 Earth Spear? But in contrast with the darkness spear, that's the type that shoots toward the opponent. The Earth Spear changes the ground of target point into a spear suddenly. If I stayed there, I was about to become a skewer. The troublesome point of the Earth Magic is that it has the magic effect of the soil attribute added to it, and it also has physical destructive power. Although it looks plain compared with fire and water, the true state is that it's a mixed attack of physical and magic. Speaking of the height of resistance, I don't receive any damage from ordinary magic. But when it comes with physical destructive power, the story changes. Did Alaba foresees that I will evade? New Earth Spears appear one by one. As might be expected of having the precise magic manipulation, the magic construction speed is impressive. Well, it's inferior to me, though. Such magic won't hit me, who make full use of thought acceleration and foresight. But Alaba also understands such thing. Alabast's true aim is to eliminate my escape. I continue avoiding the magics, guided skillfully to a place, and at that place, the wall of soil has already surrounded in 3 sides. In addition, a wall springs up instantly after the entrance where I entered. Earth Wall of the Earth Magic. The only place I can escape after being surrounded all directions is up. And on top of that, the appearance of Alaba, who has already released its breath. There's only an instant before it hits. Evasion is impossible. If it's the normal. Transfer. I transfer to Alabast overhead again. Darkness bullet to the head, while it's releasing its breath, becomes the second time. A hit. A scene same as a while ago is developed right under me. The different thing from a while ago is that Alaba flew up in the air. The falling Alaba. A pursuit darkness spear. But Alaba regains its balance just before colliding to the ground, kicked the ground with a light feeling, and avoided the approaching darkness spear. Ahead of avoiding it, the waterfall of poison rains down. The waterfall of poison that's made by maximizing the creation amount of poison synthesis and activate it continuously. Alaba blows off the waterfall of deadly poison and paralysis with one breath. The splashing water of poison, although it didn't expect any damage. Something like blowing it off with one breath easily. Naiwa. Alaba releases its breath towards me, who's in the air continuously. I make full use of space maneuver to avoid the anti-aircraft fire. Incidentally, I make a net with universal thread and fire it with the shoot skill. Fufufu. That's right. I have acquired my heart's desire shoot skill. I mean, it was derived when throw reached max level. Well, it consumes MP, and because its level is low, it don't have much speed. To be frank, throwing it with throw is better, but this is the problem of feelings. The thread that's shot hardens like a ball, and I use power of thread manipulation to open it into a net in front of Alaba. Alaba avoids the net grandiosely with full exposure of its wariness because it remembered that it got wounded by the thread a while ago. That reaction is not wrong. Although the thread just now is endowed with offensive ability, the true nature of the spider thread is to catch the opponent. I gave full adhesiveness to the thread that I used this time. Even if it's Alaba, it's not easy to escape if it got caught in this thread. If it's cautious of my thread to that extent, it's convenient for me. I scatter threads from the air. Alaba hates it. It avoids and repel it with the breath, and it comes to eliminate me, who's the original source. Alaba, who approaches to my location with space maneuver. Yes, welcome. The threads that seem to be scattered haphazardly. They are all connected by a thin thread that's hard to be seen. The thread that becomes the root is in my foot. I haul in a bunch of threads with thread manipulation all at once. At the same time, I shoot a darkness bullet to Alaba. The spider threads that approach from the back. The darkness bullet that approaches from the front. If it avoid the darkness bullet, the threads will catch up. If darkness bullet is not avoided, it will receive damage. Which will Alaba choose? Alaba choose a different choice. The breath offsets the darkness bullet. It charges forward, ignoring the aftermath. Crap. I barely avoid the approaching Fong attack. I graze it a little, and my satiation HP stock decreases. That was close. I almost failed to avoid because I'm holding the thread. Because I'm pulling a lot of threads, of course my movements will be limited. Even if it's transfer, if the magic is not made beforehand, it won't make it in time. So if it's a situation like just now, it can't be used. The reason why I seem to easily avoid my opponent's attacks with transfer is because I make full use of thought acceleration and foresight. I foresee the opponent's action with foresight, and I begin the magic construction instantly with thought acceleration. It seems that I transfer at once, but I actually prepare beforehand. Alaba's action a while ago was a little unexpected. Thread or darkness bullet? I thought that it would pick either one. It looks like I was still underestimating Alaba. I motivate myself again. Both Alaba and I still have composure. The fight still continues. Chapter 141 Spider vs. Earth Dragon Alaba Author Note. The S series is on a short rest the fight that both made desperate efforts. But the situation that both don't have a trump card continues. I who can't break through the high defensive ability and recovery power. Alaba, that all of its attacks continue to be dodged with high evasive ability. It's not that both of us have no trump card. My trump card is thread. If it's caught in my thread, even Alaba will take time to escape. Meanwhile, I can win if I fire a lot of magic. But Alaba is considerably cautious of my thread in the fight so far. It understands that it must not receive only that. Therefore, it faces the attack in relation to thread carefully. It's hard to hit the thread on Alaba that has entered the complete defense stance. In contrast with me, Alaba's trump card is the largest scale breath attack. The breath that Alaba releases with all its power boasts of power more than the breath that destroyed my home before. If I receive such a thing, even if it's me, I will vanish. Even if I activate patience, if I receive it once, the breath will continue to shower at me as it is, and I will die eventually. But Alaba can't shoot it. Alaba has received my counterattack twice for the breath attack. Because of that, Alaba can't shoot a breath for a long time. because Alaba has received the same move twice. It only uses the single-shot breath thoroughly. The single-shot breath is not bad, but the attack range becomes small no matter what, and the power decreases too. Everything is evaded by me, and even if it hits me, it's far from being a fatal wound. Both of us can't use it effectively even though we have a move that could be the trump card. When it becomes like that, the fight was naturally prolonged. Both of us mix feints and serious attacks. Sometimes we wait for the chance while preventing the opponent to take hold of the pace. The progress of the battle is slightly disadvantageous. My attacks are not working. It hits, but there's no damage. Even if I damages it, it will recover instantly. Even if I succeed in continuous hitting, Alaba takes distance in every cases for a moment and stop my attacks to gain time for recovery. In the end, even though I have fought this much, the damage is 0. On the contrary, its resistance increased. Alaba's dark resistance that was level 4 at first has rose to level 5. If this continues as it is, the low damage now will decrease even more. In contrast with me, Alaba's attacks will pierce me if it hits. With just receiving a hit, all of my HP and MP can't be blown off. But a hit of Alaba is strong. If I receive such a hit, my small body will be easily blown away. If it becomes such a thing, there's a possibility that I will receive a further pursuit. If that happens, it will be the end. The one chance difference is too big. If I who specialize in evasion made a mistake, the situation might be reversed immediately. Of course, I don't intend to be killed easily. Although it won't happen, it's not impossible. The nature and my tension increase. The sharpened nerves. I concentrate so that I won't miss an image of foresight. In the slow-motion world of thought acceleration, I sharpen my senses so that I won't miss a slight information. Skill proficiency reached. Skill Thought Acceleration LV9 has become Thought Acceleration LV10 conditions met. Skill Thought Acceleration LV10 has evolved into Skill Super Thought Acceleration LV1 skill proficiency reached. Skill Foresight LV9 has become Foresight LV10 conditions met. Skill Foresight LV10 has evolved into Skill Future Vision LV1 skill evolution in this timing. Im Tangful. The movement of the slow world becomes slower. The image of foresight that can only be seen sporadically can be seen always. I can see what Alaba is going to do next. Furthermore, I can't foresee until the end of the movement in the stagnant world of super thought acceleration. Like a chess problem, I don't think that any attack will hit me. Avoid, dodge. In addition, I continue to throw a counter in the interval. Alaba's HP that begins to decrease slightly. Alaba starts to feel impatient for the rise of my evasive ability after coming this far. I understand that even that feeling is quite clear in the super thought acceleration, and am not so gentle to overlook that chance. Heresy Magic Phantom Pain. It's a magic that inflicts phantom pain. Alaba is astonished. That's obvious. For Alaba, who has the great pain alleviation at high level. It's intense pain that it has not felt for a long time. The phantom pain by heresy magic can't be relieved by pain alleviation. I, who was tormented by detection, have experienced this with my own body. How is it? The pain that's felt after a long time. Alaba, who clench its teeth painfully. When there's a chance in the heart, it's easy for heresy magic to pass through the resistance. If it's a monster that has a willpower like Alaba, the effect of the magic will be shaken off immediately. But an instant is enough. At the moment when Alaba's consciousness turned towards pain, threads coil around its body. More threads get entangled one after another to Alaba's body that tries to shake it off. Threads coil Alaba's body many folds, and the movement stopped. I did it. It seems that the end comes before the poison works. Chapter 142 Spider vs. Earth Dragon Alaba. I want you to wait a minute. Whatever the circumstances may be, that's impossible. I have thought that I probably can't defeat you just by restricting you with the threads. For example, something like shooting the breath on itself. If it's a full power breath, as expected, I think that my threads can't endure it. Then, although it will receive damage to some extent. As long as it has Earth nullity, Alaba itself won't receive a fatal wound. I think that it's a very realistic escape, rather than being shot with magics continuously by me while it's defenseless. Because I think of it, it's not strange even if Alaba carry it out. But the thing that Alaba did was something that I didn't expect. It can be said that it's completely contrary to my expectation. Besides, in the worst way, the skill point is obtained by level up. But somehow, it looks like there are other methods to obtain it as well. When I see the skill points of the Arch-Terratech that should be equal to me in the species, it's clear that my skill points are fewer. As for the difference of status, it can be explained by the difference of time that it has lived. The status rises gradually even if it doesn't level up. I grew up rapidly in a short period because I raised my level assertively, unlike the wild monsters. Because of that, the rising value of my status except the level up is low. But I think that the normal monsters won't try to fight other than the time they hunt food. That's why the level rise is slow. Although I don't know how long it takes to grow up to that extent, as long as I see the difference of status with me, I can guess that it's quite long. The status differences between the Arch and me, except the magic and the speed, is more than 2,000. Even if I calculate that the status increases by 1 each day, that means that it has lived for 2,000 days. Because there's no such thing like the status increases by 1 each day, I'm sure that a very long time has passed. Then, can the skill points also be obtained in a fixed amount if I live for a long time? For example, 100 points for the birthday. No, I think that it's probably wrong. But I think that the guess about getting points by time passing is right. If it's not so, the difference of the skill points with me can't be explained. Possibly, there might be an unknown points acquisition condition. Well, what I'm trying to say is the Earth Dragon Alaba that seems to have lived for a very long time has the skill points that corresponds to it. Up until now, the monsters that I've seen were also the same, but perhaps Alaba has never used its skill points since it's born. The skill that's obtained using points is not to be found, and above all, when it holds such an enormous amount of points uselessly, I can judge it. Although it's a waste, even if I tell the monsters to use such points, they won't understand. Because the amount that's not used is like something that's not there. I try to not mind it, and that Alabas skill points has decreased. In addition to that, it's using up all of its points. The 41,100 skill points has become only 100, and I have my breath taken away by the added skills. Hellflame Magic LV1 Enhanced Flame, LV1 Flame Resistance, LV1 Darkness Resistance, LV1 Space Perception, LV1. My weakness, the highest rank Fire Magic, Hellflame Magic. The higher rank skill of Enhanced Fire, Enhanced Flame that enhance the magic. In order to not get hurt by its own magic, it improve the fire resistance that it has further and acquire flame resistance. The darkness resistance to resist my main weapon, which is the darkness magic. The space perception that seems to be the countermeasure for transfer. The skills that are gathered only for me. The skills that literally concentrate its full power. The skills acquired only to defeat me. The thing accumulated for a long time is used up only for me. Besides, apart from the points, there are also skills that flowered by the Mortal Kombat. Concentration LV1, Prediction LV1, Parallel Thought LV1, Calculation, Processing LV1, Heresy Resistance LV1. It must have seriously think of a way to escape from this crisis. As expected, I don't think that it can evolve until my golden combo of thought acceleration and foresight in the middle of this fight. But it doesn't change that it becomes more troublesome. Because it even has the heresy resistance, it might be better to think that heresy magic won't work anymore. The soul break is an exception, and it's impossible to use that. However, this is bad. This is really bad. There was a considerable differences of the affinity so far, but it never took any countermeasures. Alaba is a formidable enemy that can't be said that it has a good affinity with me. That formidable enemy took countermeasures for me. The threads restricting Alaba burn off. The ground becomes red-hot, centered on Alaba. The earth is burnt. The magic of hell, Flame Magic LV1, Scorched Earth. It's a range annihilation magic that covers the widespread ground completely with flame and changes into the Hell's Field moreover. The frightening point of this magic is that the effect continues. I have already escaped into the air, but as far as my eyes can see, the earth below has been covered by the roaring, intense heat completely. The earth is originally Alabas Field, and that has completely become my way. The flame swallows everything. Even the aftermath alone is hot. The corpse of greater Terratex that had been left on the ground burn out. My meal. Although a lot of corpses were blown off in a Mortal Kombat with Alaba a while ago, because of this flame, everything disappeared completely. What the heck? How dare you do it? The grudge of the meal. I will have you pay for this. Countermeasures? I will surpass even that. Bring it on. Chapter 143 Spider vs. Earth Dragon. Alaba. Above is the bees. Below is fire. What's this? The correct answer is my present situation. Damn it. Hey bees. You guys are troublesome. Why are you attacking me in this situation? No matter how many attacks I receive from the bees, it won't be a damage. But with the present situation that a chance might be fatal, please give me a break. The ground still blazes. At the center, Alaba releases a breath aiming at me. I avoid it in the air. Incidentally, I cut the approaching bee in two with my sickle. The corpse that fell is burnt by the flame. Alaba, who's at the center of the flame, is not unhurt. Unlike Nullity, it will receive damage if it's only a resistance, even if it's the magic shot by itself. The flame resistance is the higher rank skill of fire resistance. Although it's amazing that it can acquire the high rank skills suddenly, still, damage can't be nullified after all. The present Alaba is literally waiting for a chance to defeat me while burning its body. The decrease in HP is quite slow thanks to high-speed recovery, but the body is gradually burnt by the flame. Will it ruin itself if I keep running away like this? There's no way it will be so easy. The soil around Alaba rises to protect Alaba. It guarded the blazing flame with its forte, earth magic. Its HP begins to recover rapidly. During the fierce battle, the level of high-speed HP recovery skill has rose. Its HP recovers at the speed to the extent that I doubt that whether it's using treatment magic or not. I want to say that which protagonist are you to grow up in the middle of the fight? Such cool development is a special privilege permitted only for the protagonist. You know? What a cheat. How unfair. I want you to give me a break. Let's speak frankly. There's no way I can win in the frontal attack anymore. It's impossible even if everyone returns with parallel will. The combat ability of Alaba has increased remarkably to that extent. The wall of the pit begins to burn to prove it, let alone the bottom. The side is also covered with flame. The place with ground is all covered with fire. The escape for me is only the air where the ground doesn't reach. And enormous energy accumulates in Alaba's mouth to the extent that it even overruns the air. The ultimate attack that Alaba can't shoot up until now. The ban was finally lifted after being protected by the earth and the flame. Alaba releases its strongest breath that barado the air. Even the flame that spreads through the wall blows off. A ray of light gushes out of the underground that can reach to the heaven. I imagine such a scene. No. If I receive such a thing, I will become cinders. It's definitely impossible. Of course, I escaped with transfer. I'm at the place between the upper layer and the middle layer where I left the corpse of the arch now. As expected, because it's the opposite side of the huge labyrinth, there's no aftermath of the fierce battle. What if there's an earth tremor up to here? The world will collapse. A break. I eat the arch a little. I have used my SP considerably. Let's replenish once here. It tastes bad. I confirm the already marked Alaba status and position while eating the arch. Alaba is not moving. Is it absorbed in deep emotion that I was killed? Or is it regretting that it failed to kill me? Either is fine though. I will return soon. My poison has already undermined Alaba's body. The person himself has not noticed it yet. But as long as I'm not defeated, the poison will erode steadily. Although it haven't reached the level that it can't be recovered, it will happen eventually. then it's my victory. If I can't reduce its HP in a frontal attack, I could just do a different approach. Alaba misunderstands it. I'm not a warrior living by struggles. I'm a mean hunter who deceive, entrap, and torment my opponents. Trapping is my best strategy. Poison is my best weapon. Alaba is already in my trap. Alaba has already received my poison. Now, I just need to survive and wait for the poison to erode thoroughly. But the part about surviving is difficult. I eat the unappetizing arch to recover my SP. I also eat for the stock of satiation. But the large build of the arch still remains. I think that I don't have to worry about food for a while. Yash. Then, let's return to the battlefield again. Transfer. I transfer to a slightly far place from Alaba. If I transfer in front of Alaba, who has the space perception, I might receive a severe attack. When thinking about that, a breath flies to the place I transferred. I evade in a hurry. Because I just transferred, I didn't see the future vision. The breath bullet passes through, grazing my back a little. Concentrate. The opponent is certainly the strongest among the monsters that I have fought so far. To that opponent, an instant carelessness becomes fatal. I understand that the breath just now was shot after perceiving my transfer sign. I can't use transfer easily anymore. Although it's fine if it's only for escaping, returning is accompanied by the greatest danger. The flame of the ground still blazes, but the flame of the wall has vanished. Incidentally, the bees that flew around too, seriously as I imagined it, it looks like the fire of the wall is blown off and the bees were swallowed up by the breath that rose to the heaven. Even if I say that transfer is dangerous, that breath is impossible to avoid unless I use transfer. It's not a level that I can do anything with my evasion ability. I can't avoid it if I don't have the interval to avoid. But because it's a great move, the consumption is huge. In addition to the activation of Scorched Earth of the scale that covers the wall, Alabas MP has decreased considerably after using the strongest breath. It must wait for the recovery of MP in order to use that breath once again. Now then, what is the next move of such Alaba? Chapter 144, Spider vs. Earth Dragon. Alaba. Time passes while both of us glared at each other. Alaba is waiting for the recovery of MP, waiting for the poison to work. If time passes for each other, it becomes advantageous. However, Alabas MP recovery is faster than my poison. Alaba moves, but it didn't release the breath. Alaba understands that the breath won't hit me, similar to a while ago. Alaba runs. On the wall. The wall surface is covered with flame again. Alaba comes to my side in the air where I am. The wall of the soil that wore the flame rises perpendicularly from the wall surface. The wall of soil reaches the wall on the opposite side, as it is, and a bridge is made in the air. Alaba runs around the wall, and the bridge is built one after another, so that I lose my escape. The air is gradually filled with burning earth. The appearance is totally like the spider thread. I never thought that my enemy will do the same thing that I did. On the completed innumerable blazing bridges, Alaba runs through it at high speed. Even though gravity is applied to it with evil eye of magnetism, the movement doesn't decline. It runs through the bridge and jumps. The approaching claw. I avoided the claw in the air that became narrow. Alaba lands on another bridge without a sound. And it runs. It jumps again from another place. Avoid. It lands. Looks at its recovered MP and increases the number of bridges even more. If this continues, my escape will gradually lost and the situation will get worse. I started to break the bridge with Darkness Bullet since a while ago. The Darkness Bullet is superior to the Darkness Spear in destructive power. The true worth of Darkness Spear is the continuation damage in the state of being pierced. Although it's effective against living opponents, the Darkness Bullet is better against objects. But when I try to break the bridge, Alaba interferes. If it's that much, it's fine. Alaba attacks at the moment and going shoot the Darkness Bullet. I change the target to Alaba at once and restraint. Evade at the same time. Alaba makes the new bridge faster than I break the bridge. It's a pain that the bridge won't fall with one Darkness Bullet. I want a magic with more power. Skill proficiency reached. Skill Darkness Magic LV3 has become Darkness Magic LV4. Did my wish got through? The skill level of Darkness Magic rose. I construct the newly added magic at once. The generated Darkness Magic hits the bridge directly and destroys it, cutting it. The magic of Darkness Magic LV4. Darkness Blade. Oh, this is not good. It has no significance because it won't break even if I cut it. If it's like this, Alaba can restore it immediately. I withdraw the Darkness Blade and continue to break the bridge with Darkness Bullet. But I can't catch up, or rather, the range that I can escape has narrowed considerably. Alabast Jump. The figure of the approaching Alabast Claw and the tail waiting at the place after I avoided the tail is projected in future vision. Even if I intend to avoid this barely in the limited range to escape, it's impossible to do it. It can't be helped. I avoid Alabast's attack greatly, and I land on the bridge where flame rises. I leave at once. I create the water of the medicine with medicine synthesis and extinguish the fire on my body. My HP is recovered by the effect of the medicine at the same time. Fool, don't think that I will always use poison on myself and decrease my HP. Although I understood it with that just now, even if I land on the bridge, the decrease of HP is not so much if it's only an instant. If I use medicine synthesis as the extinguisher and the recovery, I can almost ignore the wounds. The problem is, will Alaba allow the series of flows before I extinguish the fire? Alaba attacks again. This time, I also can't avoid it unhurt. I avoid Alabast's attack and land on the bridge. At that moment, Alaba visits me together with the bridge with a breath. Avoid. The sound at the bridge is destroyed at my back resounds. But I can't care about such a thing. The flame burns my body without mercy. Even if I have high-speed recovery, my HP decreases at a considerable speed. Although I want to extinguish it immediately, Alaba takes the opportunity to pursue me. While dodging Alabast's pursuit, medicine synthesis, but Alabast's further pursuit. Crap, I get impatient. Medicine synthesis is no use. Because I need to avoid Alabast's attack with all my might, I don't have the composure to use medicine synthesis. There's no way I can activate transfer in such situation. This is bad. My HP decreases. The stock of satiation is exhausted. Alabast's pursuit doesn't stop yet. My HP becomes 0. Patience is activated. My MP decreases little by little. By having patience activated, the damage is decreased by effect of high-speed HP recovery and the MP recovery effect of magic extremity. But still, my MP decreases gradually. This is bad, but I barely made it in time. Alabast's movement worsens rapidly. The worn strengthening skills are removed. There's no power like a while ago anymore, and its movement stopped weakly. My poison has finally checkmated Alabast's life. My poison, that's Sloth. Sloth. Power capable of reaching the gods. Greatly increases the reduction amount of the numerical value in the surrounding system, excluding yourself. In addition, the W system is surpassed, and the right to interfere with the area is obtained. In other words, the decrease of HP, MP, and SP for existence other than me becomes greater. HP and MP have automatic recovery, but SP don't have it. The more it fights with me, the more it uses its full power. The decrease will grow bigger. If it continues to consume SP with Magic God Act, it will be a suitable prey for Sloth. There's no means for Alaba, who doesn't have appraisal, to notice this. It became the already hopeless stage, and it finally noticed the starvation that undermined itself. There's hardly any SP remains in the present Alaba. The match has been decided. Chapter 145, The Sinking Earth. I extinguish the fire on my body with medicine synthesis. A relieved breath. My decreased MP begins to recover rapidly. Alaba can't move anymore. It has no power to move, although the HP has not changed yet. If the SP is exhausted, the HP will also be exhausted at the same time, and its SP is in a situation where it might be exhausted just by moving a little. Now, it's like I could just boil it or roast it. Fu. Although it was a harder fight than what I expected, it became the end as my assumption. I have judged that it was impossible to reduce Alabast's HP completely from the beginning. The skill of the Scale series possessed by the dragon species that obstructs magic has a very bad affinity with me. Even if I hit it physically, it's like the hand used to hit aches. Alabast's defensive ability is overwhelmingly higher than my offensive ability. That's why I give up on the HP. If the HP is not good, I should just reduce the SP. And the one that can do it is Sloth. My broken skill number 4. Sloth was acquired relatively quick after I evolved into Insane. To be honest, because I didn't understand the explanation, I didn't regard it highly, but when I acquired it, I was surprised at the good affinity with me. If I use the Evil Eye of Grudge, not only the HP, but the decrease of the other status also becomes greater. Although there's not much effect on Alaba. When it's an opponent that don't have the abnormal condition resistance, it becomes a brutal combo to the extent that I can win with this only. In addition, if I use it with Transfer, I can force a one-sided protracted war on my opponent. I can always confirm my opponent's status by marking, interfere its meal by appearing suddenly with Transfer, and even wait for its SP to be exhausted thoroughly. I mean, this was the strategy that I was going to use on Alaba. Because it has acquired an unnecessary thing like space perception, it was dangerous that it became impossible to use my Transfer thoughtlessly. Among the skills that Alaba acquired, the most troublesome one might have been space perception, because Alaba bring out its full power that can be said as desperate effort. I succeeded in exhausting its SP more faster. If Alaba has more composure, the result might be different. Because there were neither carelessness nor a chance, it was defeated conversely. It's a nasty strategy, even if I say so myself. Well then, Alaba, have you composed a haiku? I will help you. It's time to put an end to our fight. If you can't move, I can shoot magic as much as I like. Will its HP be reduced finished first? Or will its SP be exhausted first? I wonder which is it. I look down on Alaba from the air, while a vulgar smile floats in my heart. Alaba raises its neck slowly. Our eyes met. It's startled. Those eyes were freshly clear. What's with those eyes? You lost to me. You should be more frustrated like a loser. Alaba turned its body over slowly, like warding off my abusive language. However, only its neck is facing me straightly, and abnormality occurs in Alabast's appraised status. The character of the skills become gray. This is the activation of the skills being turned off. By turning off the skills that are activated continuously, the color of the character when appraising becomes gray. Alabast's skills become gray one after another. The Heaven Scale skill that severely tormented me also. Various resistance type skills as well. So you want resist, huh? What's with that? Really? What's with that? Why are you satisfied arbitrarily? Because you did your best. You have no regrets? Is it like that? Don't joke with me. Be greedier. Beg for your life more. Live and struggle. Why can you throw away your life? So easy. Life, if you lose it once, it won't return to you anymore. You know? Because I was reincarnated, it might not be persuasive, but usually it's the end when you die, you know? How can you end it gallantly? Then, what am I who struggle to not wanting it to end? Or, is it because you know that it won't end even if you die in this world? If that's the case, it's irritating all the more. Fine. I will kill you just as you wish. I release all evil eyes. Grudge, stasis, magnetism, and extinction. Alabast's body became dust and vanished without resisting. Experience points has reached a certain degree. Individual. Insane LV19 has become LV20. Every basic ability rose level up bonus. Skill proficiency was acquired. Skill proficiency reached. Skill Fighting Spirit LV9 has become Fighting Spirit LV10. Conditions met. Skill Fighting Spirit LV10 has evolved into Skill War God Spirit LV1. Skill proficiency reached. Skill Anger LV2 has become Anger LV3. Skill points gained. Experience points has reached a certain degree. Individual. Insane LV20 has become LV21. Every basic ability rose level up bonus. Skill proficiency was acquired. Skill proficiency reached. Skill Evil Eye of Extinction LV3 has become Evil Eye of Extinction LV4. Skill points gained. Experience points has reached a certain degree. Individual, each saying LV21 has become LV22. Every basic ability, rose level up bonus. Skill proficiency was acquired. Skill proficiency reached. Skill telekinesis LV1 has become telekinesis LV2. Skill proficiency reached. Skill evil eye of magnetism LV1 has become evil eye of magnetism LV2. Skill points gained. Experience points has reached a certain degree. Individual, each sane LV22 has become LV23. Every basic ability, rose level up bonus. Skill proficiency was acquired. Skill proficiency reached. Skill high-speed HP recovery LV7 has become high-speed HP recovery LV8. Skill proficiency reached. Skill thread talent LV8 has become thread talent LV9. Skill proficiency reached. Skill slash resistance LV5 has become slash resistance LV6. Skill points gained. Experience points has reached a certain degree. Individual, each sane LV23 has become LV24. Every basic ability, rose level up bonus. Skill proficiency was acquired. Skill proficiency reached. Skill blunt resistance LV5 has become blunt resistance LV6. Skill proficiency reached. Skill fear resistance LV9 has become fear resistance LV10. Conditions met. Skill fear resistance LV10 has evolved into skill great fear resistance LV1. Skill points gained. It became an awfully bad victory. The Royal Capital Battle Chapter. The Royal Capital Battle Author Note. The point of view of Elder Ronan, who appeared in Human Demon Great War of Boring Work, was pressed to me. I handled the daily magic training while looking at the night sky. Recently, even if I repeated training, there's no growth at all. This is probably because of my age. If it's like this, I will approach my lifespan before I reach the magic's essence. It's frustrating. How frustrating to be lack of talents. Teacher, training magic control at such a time? A person's life is short. If a person values sleeping time, mastering magic is a dream within a dream. I answer one of my apprentices who approaches from the back without turning around. I respect such strong passion to magic. But there's no magician in this world who can surpass teacher anymore, huh? I laugh at my apprentice's words. You don't understand anything at all. This me is the world's strongest? What a joke. Me who has no talents can only put efforts like this to compensate for it. I was just regretting at my lack of talents now, teacher. If you say that you have no talents, then it means that we don't have talents. I'm saying so. Even if you lionize that you're a genius. After all, it's a man's body. There's even the people who can reach the gods in this world. Compared with them, man is weak. I can't help but to grieve like that. I still remember it clearly. That divine appearance. That person who have reached the extremity of magic. The one that comes to my mind is the existence who's the top of magic that I saw once. That artistic existence. Compare with that person, I'm just a stone on the roadside. If I'm seen by an existence equal to the god, everyone is the same. Even if the stone on the roadside is somewhat large, a stone is only a stone. What's wrong? When I'm in melancholic nostalgia, another apprentice comes quietly. Then, the apprentices start talking. It's teacher's usual disease. Teacher is at the age already he might start to grow senile. Soon, I can hear it. Fools, I turn around, stare lightly, and the two apprentices shrug their shoulder unnaturally. Good grief, both are not lovable apprentices. This is bad. The magic control was disordered by that just now. To be disordered by such thing, as expected, am inexperienced no matter how much time passes. Teacher, although this might be a needless care, please don't tell anyone about that story except us. Okay? I understand that much then, it's fine. The elderly have suffered from direct damage. Even if it's not so, there are those that lose their relatives. I told you that I understand it. Don't worry needlessly, or rather, isn't teacher also was mortally wounded? It's mysterious that you can have such thoughts because I was conceited at that time. I was shown clearly that there's a top on the top. At the same time, how small am I as well? Am thankful from the bottom of my heart to meet that person, the unrivaled magician, even in the Rangzin Empire, that values valor. That's my evaluation at that time, and the position still continues. At that time, I was foolish. I never doubt that I was the top of the world. And that lengthened nose broke by that incident. At the same time, I knew that there's an area where it can't be reached with a person's body. I regret that I was born as a human teacher. It's not strange that the statement means that you support the demons. Depending on how it's grasped, demons don't have much different with humans. It's pitiful. The humans and the demons are small vessels that crushes each other. I don't understand how small my existence as teacher. What if someone heard about it? There's no one here other than us. Besides, even if it's heard, what can they do? Do you think that this country now has the right to judge a guest general of a foreign country, am now at the royal castle of Anarite Kingdom? The country where the inside has already crumbled by Prince Yugo's strategy. The appearance as a country is still kept, and it doesn't make the outside feels like that. But the fact is that it's suppressed by our Rangsit. This country is driven into the state that it can no longer function properly by the power of the unknown skill that Prince Yugo has. The king dies. The innocent third prince and fourth prince are labeled as terrorists who committed national treason. And the remaining first prince and second princess have been brainwashed. The most nobles are puppets. Although it seems that only the fourth prince escaped safely, the third prince will be executed tomorrow. And the engagement of Prince Yugo and the already brainwashed second princess has been announced. And this country became Prince Yugo's puppet. In the insurance, when the safely escaped fourth prince returns to rescue the third prince. Well, returning to here knowing that it's a trap is unthinkable unless he's a great idiot. By now, he should be taking refuge in a country. The highest possibility is the Samar Kingdom with a first princess married. In other words, there's no turn for me. This is boring. Isn't it good to be peaceful? That's right. I don't want a dangerous mission like the recent Great War. The recent battle was considerably a large-scale one. The demons attacked all at once at each fort that separates the humans and the demons' territory. Although the battle in the fort where I was ended when I shot the head of the demon general, the other forts have considerable damage. Well, I have nothing to do with such thing. The problem is even though I killed the demon general, my level didn't rose. My level is 78. In a legend, it said that the humans can evolve if the level reaches 100. However, I will probably die because of my lifespan earlier than reaching level 100. Because even I defeated an important person called the Demon General, my level didn't rose, so I can't expect a drastic level up from now on. Though I'm a little interested in the fourth prince who's the true hero, although Prince Yugo is the new hero announced by the church to the society. The genuine hero is the escaped fourth prince. Although Prince Yugo also have inborn abnormal strength, it seems that the fourth prince is also the same. If such fellow became the hero, how strong did he become? I'm interested. Surpassing the human's limit that I have tried to accomplish might be possible. I heard in the rumor that this country's fourth prince has the power almost equal to Prince Yugo. After all, Prince Yugo is an existence that's out of common sense. When I think that such a barren existence will attack, it makes me tremble hand. Certainly, Prince Yugo is aberrant. I will admit it. However, that is not good, teacher. Do you want to be beheaded? What's wrong saying that the person is not good when he's really not good? What? You guys only have to be silent about it, saying such thing. Don't you think that we are manipulated by Prince's suspicious skill? Do you think that I who have appraisal can't recognize whether you are sane or not? Ah, that's right. Really? Why did you raise a skill like appraisal to level 10? So, what part of Prince that teacher thinks that's not good? He's not good to the extent that if I start talking, it won't stop. If I have to say it, it's everything this old man denied, everything the prince can exhibit tyranny for a short time, teacher. Then, won't Rangsit Empire's future might be shut? I don't know. Although I somewhat have attachment to the country, the aim at the essence of magic is more important. If the country is ruined, it doesn't seem bad to even retire and live quietly even if teacher is okay with it. What about us? That is something I don't know. You should just do as you please. The apprentices leak a grand sigh. I gaze at the other side of the sky, and I was surprised a little. Apparently, it seems that he's a great idiot. Foolish apprentices, prepare for battle. The fourth prince have appeared seriously? Seriously. Prepare already. I ignore the apprentices that start preparing in a hurry. I begin to construct magic. Well then, show me the power of the hero, the Royal Capital Battle chapter, the Royal Capital Battle author note. Shun's point of view. Sensei. I will still go and save Nisama. Sensei bites her lips to my determined voice. Surely, Sensei understands that I want to draw back. Will you go, no matter what? Yes, I see. I will also follow Sensei. This is my problem. There's no need for Sensei to follow me forcibly. I can't let Shun-kun go there alone. It's not alone. Of course, I will also go Katia, but please let me go. Even though I was manipulated, I must at least settle the things that I have caused. The same color of determination as me can be seen in Katia's eyes. In other words, she don't intend to draw back. I understand. But don't force yourself. Okay. Yes, she agrees obediently. But the words can't be trusted in any way. The Katia now has the atmosphere that seems to be do reckless things calmly. If Shun-kun is going, of course I will also go. Hiran-san, don't worry. I will protect Ju-chan. Hiran-san, who talks to me with telepathy. If that's the case. Im relief. Well then, what to do about the strategy? Defeat Yugo. That's the only one that's impossible. Sensei's words. Yugo-kun, no. Yugo have already transferred to Rings and Empire. Together with Su-chan. What? Shun, you did acquire the space magic, right? What's a level? It's useless. The level rise of space magic is slow, so it's only 3. I can't learn transfer just by training it from now in the royal castle of Anarite Kingdom. There's a thing called transfer circle that goes directly to the Kasanagar continent. But even if it's used, there's still a distance to the Rings and Empire. No matter how we struggle, it's impossible to reach the Rings and Empire before Nisama's execution. So they escaped, huh? Yes. That's why it's impossible to kill Yugo. Kill? I feel shaken to Sensei's words. Shun-kun, don't tell me you intend to let Yugo, who caused this situation, to live? No, but Shun-kun, I regret that I only deprive his skill and status at that time. If only I care for him after that, it might not become like this. However, if I kill him at that time, this kind of thing will never happen. I shivered to the glitter of Sensei's gloomy eyes. Sensei is serious. She seriously thinks of killing Yugo. Even I can't forgive Yugo. Father was killed, Sue and many people are manipulated. There's no way that I can forgive him. But I never thought of killing him. I can't think of it. Even if it becomes like this, I'm still hesitating to kill a person. Anyway, killing Yugo comes after we saved Leston-kun. Let's think of other plans. Everyone except me, accept the dangerous word kill obediently. Is this because I'm strange? I might be strange. Even if I see objectively, what Yugo has done so far deserves a certain death. And yet, it might be strange that the me who's the victim don't hold any killing intent. But, after all, it's the figure of the great hero that comes to my mind. Julius Nisama. That person too. It doesn't mean that he can't kill people. I'm sure that he has killed a lot of demons with his hands. But still, in his mind, was there an evasive feeling to killing similar to me? I shake my head. Now I should think about rescuing Leston Nisama, who's my another older brother. On the night before Nisama's execution, we infiltrate into the place where Nisama is caught and escape. I think this is the only one to avoid useless combat. Everyone thinks to my proposal. It's full of problems, Hiran-san mutters. In what way? First of all, we don't know where Leston is caught. If we don't know where it is, it's useless to infiltrate if that's the case. My skill is useful. Sensei raises her hand to Hiran-san's words. I have a special skill for the ruler. It has the ability to search a specific skill that a living thing has. Because I know Leston-kun's skill composition, I'm sure that the place can be known if I use this skill. I nod, I see. I understand the reason why Sensei can gather us former students in a short time. She used the skill and search for the garbled tech skill that only we have. Then, about the second problem, soldiers will surely be stationed around Leston. What do you plan to do with that? We're strong enough to not lose to normal soldiers. Because there's a limit to stealth, we will just have to force our way through when we are found. I answer this time. The members here are all powerful people among the humans. There's no way that we will lose to a normal soldier. There's surely a trap. What to do with it? Crush all of it, I declare it. We have the power to that extent. I believe so. Then, I will say the greatest concern. What will you do if Leston has been brainwashed? I can't answer Hirin-san's words immediately. That's also something I thought before. Judging from Yugo's character, he will do the things that I hate the most. And that is to brainwash Leston Isama. And when we came to save Leston Isama, we will be attacked by him. The more worst one is to force Leston Isama to suicide in front of us. If it's only being attacked, it's settled if we can hold him down. But it's difficult to stop the suicide. Either way, in the case where Nisama has been brainwashed, the situation becomes severe. I have a plan, but I have a secret plan. If possible, I don't want to use it, but when the situation is bad, it's not the time to keep it. If Nisama has been brainwashed, could you leave it to me? And can you do something? Yes, I declare. I won't let Yugo make anyone do as he please anymore. What's left is the rescue of the people other than Nisama. Everyone frowned to my words. Shun, that's impossible. Why is it? Although I don't know how many people have been caught in this matter, I'm sure that it's a large number of people. We don't have the composure to escape while guarding them, but Shun, I agree with Hirin-san Katia Shun. We are not gods. There are things that are possible and impossible. Even if you save everything, the damage will only enlarge. When I try to object Katia's words, I notice that her hands are grasped tightly. That's right. Katia didn't talk about how are her parents and the people of the Duke House at all. From Katia's appearance, I can somehow guess it, but she never say to save them. Katia has gave up to save her parents. I'm sure that she wants to save them. I understand. The one we will be rescuing this time is only Leston Isama. I said it with heartbroken thoughts. Even am worried about what happened to Clevia after that. I want to save Sue and the other brainwashed people. But that can't be done. I don't have the power to do it. It's favorable that Yugo is not there. But Shun, use appraisal frequently just in case. He returned with transfer, so that means that he might return with transfer. It might become a situation where someone of us has been brainwashed before we know. That's right, Sensei. Because it's like that, please accept Shun's appraisal. Katia's sharp words. I see, so Katia's aim is this. Sensei's expression changes. What's wrong? If you never did anything guilty, it should be fine to accept the appraisal. Or is there something that must not be seen? That's Sensei. If you don't accept Shun's appraisal here, I can't take actions with you. After Sensei kept silent for a while to Katia's words, she nodded without power. Go ahead, I activate appraisal to Sensei's words. High status, high-level skills. Because I have expected it, I don't feel surprised. And the thing that Sensei wanted to conceal. Don't worry, there's no suspicious point in Sensei's status. Is that so? If Shun says so, I will believe. Sensei, I'm sorry for doubting you and no. It's all right. Sensei flustered to the bowing Katia. Why? What do you mean? I play dumb to Sensei's question in telepathy. You should understand what I mean. I have expected it. That's right. I have expected it. In Sensei's skill, there's taboo. Shun-kun, don't tell me. I ignore Sensei's telepathy on purpose. What I have to think now is how to infiltrate into the place where Nisama is caught. The Royal Capital Battle, chapter The Royal Capital Battle, author note. Shun's point of view. Shun. When did you raise such a cavalry drake? We are now flying in the sky, riding on the drake's back. Well, this guy was not a drake until recently, but when I form a contract with the summon skill, it evolved before I know a huge white drake that it still has composure even if we ride on it. It accompanied me originally by the taming skill, which is the pre-evolution skill of summon. It's a monster called Pierat that has a figure similar to a lizard that can be found everywhere. Even if it's said as a monster, its size is around the size of a palm, so there's hardly any harm. And it evolves into a low-ranked drake before I know, and when I summon it again after I became a hero, it has become a high-ranked drake. Moreover, it's a rare light drake. Is it the hero correction? It should be Katia and Sensei say so, and I think that maybe because I became the hero, my attendant monsters also receive the influence. Although there are several monsters that I have contracted, all of them also have evolved. You cheater, don't say in Japanese. Purposely, though, I do thought that I will be told that. We should conceal ourselves with stealth and camouflage. Now, everyone erase their presences to my words. On top of that, I activate camouflage and disappear like fusing with the darkness. If we erase the sound with silent, we shouldn't be found from the ground as long as nothing great happens. Even though I thought about that, I construct a magic in a hurry and shoot it around the street of the royal capital that comes into view. Hiya. A collision of two magics at a point-blank range, and an intense explosion occurs. Shun, we are being sniped. The opponent is a considerable magic user. Impossible. Shooting a magic accurately towards this upper sky. We're flying about 1,000 meters in the sky. If it's a normal magic, it shouldn't be able to reach such a long distance. I activate clairvoyance, and I look for the person who used the magic just now. The elderly person is standing grandly on top of the castle's wall to the extent that it's unnecessary to search. I look at the elderly person's magic construction. I leaked a voice of admiration unintentionally to the height of the perfection. It was an advanced magic construction to that extent. The second shot is coming. I call for vigilance beforehand. I grip the Drake's bridle. The magic that comes flying at high speed is dodge in a paper-thin difference. Although the Drake has the reverse scale skill that has a magic attenuation effect, I can't rely on it too much. Now that we have already been discovered, there's no meaning to stick with espionage action. I will accelerate. Hold on tight. I handle the bridle and accelerate without stopping from the sky towards the ground like falling, while avoiding and intercepting the magic shot by the elderly person. Cop, I can't win one. Teacher, stop it. We will retreat. I tapped such telepathy communication. Although I was cautious whether it's a trap or not for a moment, they really disappeared to somewhere with transfer. Surprisingly, all of the people in the castle that have great magical power disappeared too. And I muttered disappointingly, and I became dumbfounded for a while. It looks like the attack stopped AI. Apparently, it looks like they retreated because they can't when they withdraw too quickly. The possibility of this being a trap seems to be high. No, it was not such atmosphere when I tapped with telepathy either way. Let's proceed carefully. Okay, however, when we motivate ourselves and proceed carefully, we manage to infiltrate into the castle easily. Did they really retreat? I think so. This is a little let down. I return the light Drake, and although it might be now, espionage action starts again. Sensei, where's Leston Isama's present location? He's at the South Spire. Understood. We communicate with telepathy and advance carefully. It's silent in the castle to the extent that it's eerie. There's not even a person. It's strange. This is surely a trap. We be cautious of traps and advance carefully. But we easily arrive at Spire where Leston Isama's is confined without anything happen. The problem is there are about 2 presence of people beside of Nisama. I activate clairvoyance and look at the state inside. There are 2 people besides Nisama. It's Anna and Clevia. How is it? They look blank. I think that they have been brainwashed. Understood. Shun, you said you have a plan? But can you somehow manage it, even if it became 3 people? I manage somehow it's possible to be attacked. So let's make preparations for combat first. That's right. I will rush in first. The tension increases. Hirin San signaled with his hand and rushes in. I follow after him. Hirin San stiffens with his shield prepared. At the same time as we rush in, the 3 people aim for suicide. Hirin San returns from stiffening and tries to stop them, but he doesn't make it in time. They pierce their eyes without hesitation with the thick needle that they hold in their hand. The needle buried deeply into the eye socket and destroys the brain. The defensive ability of this world even has effect on things that are regarded as soft parts in the earth like the eyes. The sense of touch is the same, and it becomes difficult to be damaged. It should be like that, but the needle entered the 3 people's eyes without any resistance. Apparently, it seems that the needle has an additional effect. Damn it. Hirin San throws away his sword and shield and catches the 3 falling bodies skillfully. Shun, the recovery. Hirin San should have understand it too, that it's already too late. But I follow Hirin San's words. I know that Katia and Sensei are having a bitter expression at the back, but there's no need to worry. The needle is pulled out from the eyes, and I construct recovery magic. a special recovery magic. The destroyed bodies reproduce. At the same time, the stop heart restarts the pulse. The souls that were about to be lost revive. Skill proficiency reached. Skill taboo LV6 has become taboo LV9. The divine word is heard. Even if I know that only I can hear it, my heart almost jumped out. I knew that Sensei has taboo, because I also have a ruler skill, the kindness skill, and the effect is dead resurrection. The price is whenever a person is resurrected, the level of taboo rises. That's why I can't say anything about Sensei, because I'm also a taboo holder. I send a signal to the surprised Hirin-san and the others with my eyes. And we lifted the bodies of Ni-sama and the others. And we escaped from the castle. Sorry, the genuine hero is beyond my powers, so I ran away. I don't mind. By now, they should be dumbfounded witnessing the death of their precious ones. Kukukuya. So that's why you made the castle empty, because that naive Chan will surely come. Although it's a little disappointing that I can't see his crying appearance, my real intention is the other one. Good grief. Even though I just returned, making an elderly person to overwork. If you have a complaint, I can make you work forcefully. You know, the reason why I didn't brainwash you is just because if it's a person as strong as you, it's harder to brainwash. Although it's hard, it's not impossible, you know? I understand. That's why I'm doing my job properly. That's fine. Then, let's depart to destroy the elf village. Ahahaha. Good grief. Seriously, retiring might be better. The Labyrinth's Nightmare, Chapter The Labyrinth's Nightmare, author note. The summoner's point of view. I'm very unlucky for this time. It was my honest thoughts when this mission was announced. Tame the mysterious monster that appeared in the Elro Great Labyrinth. If it's impossible, kill it at once. It's the mission that I received this time. How it happened is there's an assistance request sent by the Outsu country, that's the small country, where there's an entrance to the Elro Great Labyrinth. The Elro Great Labyrinth is roughly the only way to move between continents. Although there's the transfer circle, which is an exception, only the country's important people or rich people can use it. As for the common civilians, etc., they hire the professional called Labyrinth Guide and take days to pass through the Elro Great Labyrinth. The people who try to pass through the most dangerous Great Elro Labyrinth are merchants who trade over the continents, adventurers that have skills, those who have a reason to move to the other continent by all means, and people who could be said as a common civilian. However, in order to hire a guide, a certain number of people must use the Great Labyrinth, and an abnormality occurred in that Elro Great Labyrinth. The monsters came to show up more than usual. Of course, it was not a very welcome situation for the people who passed the Great Labyrinth. However, the Outsu country is a small country. It only has the force to defend the country, so there was not enough people to solve the abnormality occurred in the labyrinth. Having said that, if it's left as it is, there's a concern about the monsters that will overflow from the labyrinth and might break into the territory of Outsu country. The Outsu country has no choice but to send assistance requests to my empire. The empire consents this willingly. The unit in the vicinity of the border was dispatched to the Outsu country immediately. The dispatched unit is originally a unit created with the noble's second son and third son, but the ability is the same as the other units. It was thought that they will find out the cause of the abnormality and return. In reality, they found out the cause of the abnormality and returned. However, in a shape different from the expectation, their unit ran away and returned. From a mysterious spider-type monster. According to the report, it's said that it's a threat to the extent that the necessity to be resolute of annihilation is felt with just a glance. They withdraw immediately, and they said that it's necessary to create a special subjugation unit. At first, I laughed off at that report, saying, what a foolish thing. However, from the testimony of the detailed report and the guide, the monster's danger is gradually confirmed. At least, danger degree A rank. The worst, it reaches the S rank. If such a dangerous monster came out of the labyrinth, the damage will become serious. However, at the same time, a strange rumor starts to circulate. There's a spider monster that saves people. The local investigator immediately looked for the source of this rumor. Then, it said that when a group of adventurers are attacked by a dangerous monster called Elro Baradrad in the Great Labyrinth upper layer, the monster defeated that monster and even recovered their comrades who were on the verge of death. Such a foolish thing. That was my thoughts. I, who's a monster tamer, knows more about monsters than other people. Although monsters' intelligence is low, it's not like it doesn't think at all. However, something like helping a person, a monster that acts with clear intention, I only heard that such monster is a legend class high rank monster. If that story is true, the spider monster has a considerable wisdom, and it becomes a monster of the legend class. Subjugation of such monster, as if I can do that. However, it helped people, so that means it might be a friendly existence towards people. If things go well, it might be possible to tame it. And, finally my turn comes. Really unlucky. If the spider monster is a monster of the legend class, according to the rumor, there might be no winning chance. Even if it's not so, it's confirmed that it's at least AA rank monster. It's quite severe to tame that. The contract by the taming skill is either the monster acknowledge it, or make it surrender with strength and force it to form a contract. Because almost every monster won't acknowledge it, it's necessary to beat it with power once. Beat the A rank monster until it becomes the state that it's not possible to act without killing it. It's already an opponent that's hard to be defeated, so I can't help but to say that it's severe, and the opponent this time is at least an A rank. In case of it's higher than that, it can be think that it's difficult even to win. Cautious correspondence was necessary. And yet, good grief, having this me to explore the labyrinth. I'm really unlucky the person next to me is the Empire's great magician, Ronan Sama. Although he is certainly an excellent magician, there's a problem in his character. Anyway, he is free and selfish. He ignore orders remorselessly and make use of the surroundings. Ronan Sama, in case of the opponent is higher than S rank, a person like you is needed. Please endure it, I know that. Well, no matter what comes, if there's me, it will be peaceful. Prepare with the belief of it's safe, although this person is usually a friendly and interesting person. I'm worried because he doesn't change even in the battlefield. But still, the strength is a real deal. He certainly has the ability to be called as the human's strongest magician. This time, it's the formation of me and Ronan Sama together with 30 Empire soldiers and 4 guides. If possible, I want the previous veteran guide to guide us while inquiring about the story from the guide, but he refused it resolutely. He said that I can go to the place where such a dangerous monster is there. Although it's regrettable, it can't be helped. Rather, I should think that I obtained the information that the monster can even make the guide, who seems to be a considerable professional, to said that. Though it's not a pleasant information. At any rate, first of all, we must find the monster. Chapter 146, I feel sick. This is irritating. I'm irritated. And all is because of that damn dragon. Even though I don't like the fact that it's a dragon, that last attitude. I'm irritated just by recalling it. Why that guy has to put up a soldier air. I'm irritated. I'm angry to the extent that I can't become hungry. Such a guy. I don't even want to eat. Even if I eat it forcibly, my feelings will definitely become worse. That's why I erased that guy. I'm also irritated with my halfway of dealing it. Alaba might have wished to die by abyss magic, but if I kill it with abyss magic, I won't get any experience points. Even though I worked hard to defeat it, it's painful that I won't get any reward. I feel disgusted with such selfish thought. I'm irritated. When it's this intelligent, it's unpleasant. It's a dragon, so naturally, it should know about the structure of the world. Alaba understands that and wants to die. Because it understands it died. That way of life is amazing. But try become the opponent's position here like this, it really a beheading. I feel sick. In order to distract my irritated feelings, I wander around the lower layer. I vent my anger at the monster that catches my eyes, and my feelings recovered a little. Let's return. I carry the corpse of the monster that was teared into pieces back to home, and stress eating and sulk in bed. Before that, I must protect the corpse of the arch with threads. Because I leave it between the upper layer and middle layer, the the monsters from both layers won't approach. In the first place, because the monsters need to break through my home before they can reach the arch, it's impossible for them. The middle layer is also the same. Because I go there frequently to raise my flame resistance, most of the monsters don't approach that vicinity, so I think that there's no need to worry. But, after all, I can't calm down if I don't protect the prey that I killed with threads. Thus, I transfer together with the monster's corpse that I killed a moment ago to the place where I left the arch. There are humans at the transferred destination. What? Yeah, where did these guys come from? Don't tell me that they know that I will transfer here and they're going to ambush me. It doesn't seem like that. After all, everyone is trembling and panicking. And where are these guys? Ah, their appearances looks like the knights recently. Is it those people's comrades? Although I don't know why those guys came, I wonder why did these guys come here? If I kill them, the administrator Gyridistides might come interfere. That's troublesome. Huh? Come to think of it, how do these guys come here? In order to come here, they must break through my home. Wait a minute. Somehow, I have an unpleasant premonition. Clairvoyance activate. My home, AAA? Aye, it's burning. Oh, nothing. My home that I made with all of my efforts. It is burnt black. Damn, even if I endow it with flame resistance, it's still weak to fire. Damn it. These guys, just when I'm irritated, what have you done to me? Enough already. Who cares about Juri? I won't let these guys return alive. It's convenient that the other side is motivated. Preparing such things like swords. If I speak of Japan, this is surely legitimate self-defense, right? Isn't it fine if I just say that they attacked me? So I attack them back? Juri seems to be naive, so he might overlook it. Now that it's decided, there's no need to hold back. I will kill you all. Total of 34 people. Their status is higher than the recent night group. Average of 400. There are those with higher status that are 500. In addition, there are 2 people who are outstanding. Judging from the appearances, a warrior type and a magician type. But the soldier type guy has the summon skill. Summon is the higher rank skill of taming that makes the monster to obey the user. The monster that obeys the user can be summoned from a long distance. And limited transfer can be used. Because this guy has the cooperation skill and the direction skill, rather than a warrior, it might better to call him as a monster tamer or a summoner. The magician type guy is just as it is. The skills and status feel like a magician. However, on top of having higher status than the other humans, his skills are quite enhanced. Although he looked like the middle age before the elderly person, isn't he quite powerful different from his appearance? If it's this middle-aged man, he can at least defeat the mantis in the lower layer. What's this unpleasant feeling? At the same time as the strange feeling, a change appears in my status. Being appraised? Such a message is displayed in the status suddenly. When seeing it, even my skills blink in red. This means I'm being appraised? That means that this strange feeling that continues from a while ago is the feeling of being appraised? You the worst. What are you peeping at, you pervert? Even the part that blinks in red is being appraised, so that means the level is quite high. Ruler authority activate. Appraisal refusal. The use of the ruler authority is confirmed. The effect of the appraisal skill is obstructed. I didn't thought that I need to use the ruler authority in such a place. I don't want to use it as much as possible because it uses divinity area, but being seen is unpleasant. And the criminals are the summoner and the magician. I will surely kill those two. Well then, let's do the first human killing in my spider life. The Labyrinth's Nightmare, Chapter The Labyrinth's Nightmare FOMO. The place where the corpse of the Earth Drake is here, right? Yes. It should be it's completely nothing we have came to the huge passage that's called the Large Passage. It's because there's a report of encountering the monster here. We found a nest that has the corpse of the Earth Drake, but there's nothing inside it. No, to be exact, there's the remains of the hard parts, etc., that seem to be leftovers, and other than that, there's nothing. I confirm the state of the nest again. Judging from the impurities that stick to the threads and the state inside the nest, it was better to consider that this place is abandoned. There are no signs of being used. Apparently, it seems to have changed its nest place I see. Then, it looks like we can do nothing but to look for it thoroughly after that. We searched the surroundings carefully for several days. However, the appearance of the monster was not found. It's not here, this is strange. Guide Dono, do you happen to know that there's a place where we haven't searched in this circumference? After the four guides ponder about it for a while, the mouth was opened. There's a path that leads to the middle layer nearby. Perhaps that monster has gone into the middle layer, but if it's a spider monster, it should be weak to fire. I think that the possibility is low, so I have disregarded up until now I see. Although the possibility is low, it's possible. Speaking of the middle layer of the Elro Great Labyrinth, it's said that it's the hell of heat wave with magma overflowing in the surroundings. Because we don't have the equipment, it's impossible to search up to the middle layer. When thinking about the foods and the tiredness of prolonged investigation, it's certain that we should go back. Yash, then we will investigate the road that leads to the middle layer, and if there's nothing, we will return like that. We are guided, and we have advanced to the road. Yoa? One of the guides who walk at the front stiffens unnaturally while letting out a scream. What's wrong? I don't know, what's this? I can't move, wait. Ronin-sama stops the other guide, who tries to approach the guide carelessly. Apply the light and look properly. It's very hard to be seen, but threads are spread around in accordance with Ronin-sama's words. I strain my eyes. Certainly, there's something like the thread that sometimes reflects the light. We might have pulled the hit if I see properly. The shape of the thread is a beautiful radial. It was the shape peculiar to the cobweb. Someone cut the thread with a sword, and helping one of the soldiers swings the sword down to save the guide who caught in the threads. However, it can't cut. Ronin-sama leaks a voice of admiration. The swung soldier's sword sticks to the threads, similar to the guide. Although the soldier tries to pull out the sword from the threads, it doesn't move even an inch. Guide, it might be a little hot, but endure it okay. Ronin-sama uses the magic of the fire. With accurate manipulation, only the threads and the surroundings are burnt without injuring the guide. It should be. It doesn't burns, although it might be a low-rank magic. The thread that's said to be weak to fire remained without burning. I will raise the power flame, gushes out towards the threads from Ronin-sama. Dazzling light overflows in the dark cave. Oops, I made it too powerful. Although the part of the guide's clothes is burned, he somehow succeeded in escaping. The problem is the flame covers the inner part of the passage completely. It looks like I have done it, yes. In case the owner is inside, it will surely rage then. I can't hope for friendly attitude anymore. Taming it becomes impossible. If possible, I hope that here is also abandoned. It doesn't seem impossible. Even if we did this much, it doesn't come out, so that means it's away from home, or here is already abandoned. I hope that it's like that. If the adventurer's rumor is true, the rumored spider is said to be striding in the labyrinth. Moreover, in all probability, it uses transfer. I have never heard of a monster that can use transfer, that even only few can use it among the humans. It might be away from home now by chance, and it's possible that it can come back at this very moment. Everyone, just prepare for battle. Get prepared so that you can correspond. No matter what happens, I tell the soldiers so. The threads burn out, and the fire vanishes. We advance the path carefully again. The cinders of the threads were spread in a considerably wide range. Although it's somewhat hard to burn, it's fragile once it's ignited, huh? Yes, it seems that way. It looks like the flame have spread a lot to the interior. We advance the path that's too wide to be called as a nest, and we reach a wide open space. Here is the entrance to the middle layer, the guide answers. I see. Certainly, there's heat. It seems that the path to the middle layer is a gentle downward slope. Something was there. Although it was hard to see because it's a downward slope, it's a thing with a considerable size. Everyone, prepare. A formation is formed, and the soldiers approach it carefully. I stay back together with Ronin-sama and the guides, and I take out an appraisal stone from my pocket. Appraisal stone, huh? The level is 9, huh? As a summoner, appraisal is indispensable. Does Ronin-sama has the appraisal? The level is 9, that's terrific. Because I use the appraisal stone frequently, the skill proficiency accumulates, and it became level 3, but 9 is simply impossible. I frequently use it in the interval of the magic. and it finally became level 9 at this age. Normally, it's better to use appraisal stone, you are right. So, how is that seen? The thing that I indicate. That's the corpse of the huge spider monster. It's the corpse of the Arch-Pterodect, the one rank lower than the myth rank over S monster, Queen Pterodect. The danger degree is S. It has died in a tragic appearance. Furthermore, do you see it? There's a sign of a part was eaten, although I don't know that because there's a distance. It seems that Ronin-sama's seen it. So that means there's an existence that killed the Arch-Pterodect and preys on it. I trembled. A monster that preys on S rank monster? Such monster might exist? If we encounter such a monster, it's not good. Even if an elite force is led and the human's strongest magician is here, there's no winning chance against such non-standard existence. We should withdraw. However, the judgment was too late. The incarnation of Nightmare has transferred here. The Labyrinth's Nightmare, chapter The Labyrinth's Nightmare, the monster that transferred in front of the Arch-Pterodect's corpse was a spider monster. Compared with the huge Arch-Pterodect, it's a considerably small spider monster. It's overall black, and there's a white pattern on the back. The pattern is like a skull. Among the 8 feet, the front 2 is bigger than the other feet, having a shape like the sickle. And the 8 red eyes glare here. My body freezes unintentionally to that glance. I understand that my subordinates who have gone ahead tremble, even though I directed them to be prepared no matter what happens. This can't be helped. If such a thing appears suddenly, it's rather impossible to not tremble. Such monster is like a king who reigns over the place. Just by looking at the appearance, I tremble with fear. It's as the report. I understood it at first glance without the need to appraise it. That is not an existence that we can do something about it. I look at the source of the strange groan voice, and Ronin-sama greatly opens his eyes wide and shake himself. Don't tell me even such a powerful person was put to fear? The haki that the monster emits is not a trivial matter. Perhaps it might have intimidation-type skill, but even it's like that, but I don't think that a powerful person like Ronin-sama can fail in resisting it. Ronin-sama? How should I say it? Impossible. Impossible. What is this? What is this? Ronin-sama? Sorry, what's wrong? That monster, it has outrageous amount of skills that are multiple activated continuously in such a natural style. Impossible Ronin-sama must be seeing the power of the monster's activated skill that I can't see. It's hard to say that the muttering Ronin-sama has normal mentality. Although it doesn't seem that he's confused by the fear, the situation is not good. Because the spider monster that was calm a while ago reveal its anger now. This is bad. It's completely motivated. And the soldiers that are affected by the anger hold their weapon instinctively. This is not good. If it becomes such a situation, there's no way I can bond a friendship. The discomfort that attacks me suddenly. This is appraisal? Who? Don't tell me that the monster is appraising here. That's ridiculous. I have never heard a monster that can use appraisal. I activate the appraisal stone to confirm it, and am dumbfounded to the appraisal result. A terrific status. A huge amount of skills. Such a thing. It's impossible to win. What? Apparently, it seems that Ronin-sama has activated the appraisal almost at the same time as me. The voice of surprise leaks from his mouth. Mamejik extremity. It seems that Ronin-sama is paying attention to one of the skills that the monster, Id-Sane, has. Certainly, I have not heard and seen of such skill. No, it's not just that. There are many skills that I have not seen before in the Id-Sane up until now. The skills that I have seen before as well, there's a lot of high-rank skills. However, my surprise didn't end there. It's when I'm looking at the skills one by one. The appraisal result disappears suddenly, and a text appraisal was obstructed is displayed. Obstructing the appraisal? I have not heard that such thing is possible. Please wait. Please show him more. Ronin-sama, please return to sanity. I scold the frenzied Ronin-sama, and I shout at the same time. Withdraw. There's no way to win. Withdraw at once. However, the shout was too late. 8 people at the most front fall. I don't know what happened. It seemed that the Id-Sane did nothing. However, it was there and only staring at here. With that alone, 8 soldiers fell without any harbinger. Which skill? Because I was not able to confirm all its skills, I don't know what effect it has. However, even if I don't know, the situation has moved. The Eid Sane begins a strange action as it is. It's peeling off its own skin. The soldiers trembled to the strange spectacle. The soldier who saw his comrade fall attacks the Eid Sane. However, the sword doesn't reach, and his body broke by the wall of soil that thrusts out from the ground. Wait. Among the skills that were able to be confirmed, the soil magic should not be there. Although there's an unknown magic called Abyss Magic. All the other magics should have been checked. The soil magic should not have existed in there. What? It can construct magic from scratch without using skill. Ronan Samashots. Can such thing be done? No. The human's strongest magician is showing this much discomposure. It's probably impossible normally. It's not the time to keep my cards. If I don't use all of my cards, we can't overcome this difficult situation. If everything is used and it's overcame, it can be said that we are lucky. Summon. My summon skill level is 4. In other words, I can summon 4 monsters in this place. I have no choice but to use these 4 to gain time for the soldiers to escape. How much time can be gained against such monster? The summoned monsters appear. Bird type, Kyrecock. Turtle type, Rock Turtle. Tiger type, Febelt. Water Drake, Swayten. Normally, these are powerful monsters that are too valuable to be used as a sacrificial pawn. Sorry, go. At the same time as I make the summoned monsters to attack, I call out to the soldiers for withdrawal again. The Labyrinth's Nightmare, Chapter The Labyrinth's Nightmare, the wind magic of the Kyrecock hits the Eid Sane directly. Although I was surprised because I never thought that it will hit, I understand the reason why the Eid Sane didn't avoid the attack when the cloud of dust caused by the impact of the magic cleared up. Unhurt. For the Eid Sane, something like the Kyrecock's magic is not worth to even avoid it. However, it was able to gain time. Due to hitting the Kyrecock's magic first, the Rock Turtle that's slow was able to reach the front line. The Rock Turtle that has a high defensive ability. The Rock Turtle is made as a shield, and the other 3 start to attack. The wind magic of the Kyrecock rains from the air, and Swayten's water breath explodes. The Febelt attacks immediately after the 2 attacks hit. The Febelt that's excellent in speed and physical offensive ability springs at the Eid Sane, and a spear of soil thrusts the Febelt. The Febelt was not able to react to the huge spear of soil that sprang up from the ground suddenly, and it skewered. Immediately after that, the flapping Kyrecock falls to the ground, as if it's been thrown down. It collides with the ground intensely as it is, and it sinks into the ground while making an unpleasant sound. What happened? The Kyrecock is crushed by something invisible as it is. Meanwhile, Swayten keeps shooting the water breath. However, the Eid Sane doesn't mind it at all. It turns towards Swayten slowly, and wind magic was shot. Not only soil, but also wind. In the view of the surprised me, the breath is blown off by the wind magic, and the appearance of Swayten defeated. The only one remaining is the Rock Turtle. However, the Rock Turtle doesn't move. It can't move. When I appraise the Rock Turtle after seeing its state is strange. It has the abnormal condition paralysis before I know. Moreover, all of its status falls rapidly. HP also. The tough Rock Turtle became a corpse at a short time that can even be called as an instant. The summoned beast that have get over many difficulties together with me was slaughtered one-sidedly. And yet, the thing ruling me now is not sadness and anger. It's fear. It's pathetic, and it's rude towards the dead summoned beasts. Although I think about that, I can't fight against the fear that springs up from the bottom of my body. I want to run away from this place quick. However, as a person who leads the unit, I can't run away before my subordinates. My subordinates began the withdrawal in the time that was gained by the summoned beasts that became sacrifices. However, it's slow. I forcibly return the consciousness of Ronin Sama, who loses his sense by hitting him, and make him prepare a large-scale transfer magic to withdraw with the unit. But still, more time is still needed to make every one of the unit to fall back to the range of the transfer. A few seconds in the meanwhile. In that few seconds, the nightmare occurs. The magic of soil and wind flies around wildly. Even though it seems that it's shooting at random, each hit kills the soldiers. There's a soldier who falls suddenly too. The mysterious attack that killed the rock turtle a while ago. An attack that could even kill the rock turtle that has a lot of HP in an instant. The soldiers can't endure even an instant and fall one after another. A magic flies towards Ronin Sama, who's preparing the transfer magic. I become resolved to use up my MP, and I summon a monster again to be a substitute for Ronin Sama. The magic that begins to be shot many times. I summon a monster every time. I take a restorative medicine that recovers MP. I summon while drinking it. My MP that recovers gradually. However, the consumption is more than the recovery. Magic comes, summon. Magic comes, summon. While repeating it, finally, the summoned beast on hand is used up. But still, the magic doesn't stop. Or rather, the number of magics flew is obviously more than the beginning. When I look at the surroundings wondering why, only Ronin Sama and I survived in this place. Ronin Sama, it can't be helped. We will return, even if it's only both of us, as Ronin Sama starts to activate the transfer magic. Bead Sane has approached to our front. Ronin Sama. Cool. The fired spear of darkness. It's a magic filled with a frightening amount of magical power that the soil and wind magic from a while ago are seen as a child's play. It's aiming at Ronin Sama. Because Ronin Sama was concentrating on the magic construction, he can't avoid it. I have used up all of my summoned beasts, so there's nothing that can be used as a shield. It was an instant. I used my body to stop the spear of darkness. My body bursts open. The spear of darkness Barato through my body and attacks Ronin Sama, who's at the back. Ronin Sama's right arm and a part of his side blew off. Because I enter between the spear and Ronin Sama, the trajectory seems to have shifted a little. Ronin Sama activates transfer while having an anguish expression. My view distorts. I shut my eyes instinctively, and when I open my eyes, it was not inside of the labyrinth. The person in front of me becomes surprised and stiffens. Someone, those who can use recovery Ronin Sama, talks to the people in the place while distorting his face in pain. Here is the Empire's magic laboratory, huh? Immediately, the surroundings becomes noisy. Endure a little more. Ronin Sama applies recovery magic on me. Although almost half of your upper body was blown off, you did well to still be alive with this Gofu, although I thought to say something, blood came out of my mouth. After all, I have to return the hit from you. So, don't die until then. Okay, my body recovers little by little. My HP also has escaped from the critical area. Treatment is also given to Ronin Sama after the people who can use recovery magic. I take a breath of relief and became exhausted. Although there's a large sacrifice, we survived. Chapter 147. So, this is the possibility that a person has for the time being. Evil Eye of Grudge loaded in 8 eyes. I activate it properly from somewhere near. When it's activated, they died instantly. Although I think that you don't know what I'm saying, I also don't know what have happened. It's not something shoddy like fragile or weak. I tasted that I thought that it was the Owada style. No, aren't you guys too weak? When I thought about it, I leveled up. Furthermore, it's too. What? Even though they are this weak. Such a large amount of experience points enter. Although I have defeated 8 people by now, the experience points obtained per person is higher than a greater Terratect. Seriously. Certainly they have a lot of skills, and I thought that the experience point seems to be a lot, but it's up to here. Crap. Human experience point is too delicious. Suddenly, my motivation came out. For the time being, I take off the skin after shedding. If I think about it, doesn't this become a striptease in a certain meaning? How pointless. When I was thinking such a foolish thing, they come at me recklessly. Although I can do it quickly, I will have you guys to accompany me for a little experiment here. Magic is constructed. It was the magic that I have seen a lot of times a while ago. I make the magic relying on my memory, and I activate the completed magic. The Earth Magic Earth Wall. Even if I don't have the skill, I can do it if it's only the activation of the magic. However, it's definitely easier to activate if I have the skill, because the system will assist. If I were to compare it, It's like moving on foot and moving by train. Reach the destination while confirming the road on foot, and reach the destination automatically by train. When saying which is easier, it's obviously the train. However, it's possible to walk to there. Acquiring the magic skill means acquiring the automatic construction of the magic. Then, I only need to make the acquired construction. In other words, if I know the construction, I can do the same thing. In the middle of the fight with Alaba, I looked at this magic construction to the extent that I can hate it. Then, reproducing it should be possible. Although I thought so, I was able to reproduce it unexpectedly easy when I try it. Is this also thanks to magic extremity? The Knight Cohen who got pushed up by the wall that appears from his feet. Wow, he has become the strange state that can't be said with the mouth. Namo Namo. The summoner is shouting something. Oh, something is being summoned. Bird, turtle, tiger, and drake? Although it might be a coincidence, it's like the four gods said to rule over the four directions. But this is a little different. First of all, the bird. Whole body black. I think that it should be red. And the attribute that it uses is not fire, but wind. The turtle. Come to think of it, I did defeat you when you were a child turtle long ago in the upper layer. You have grown up. Rather than that, turtle, you're like a rock. It's not a turtle carrying a rock, but the existence itself is already a rock. The tiger. Why is it pink? Are you fine with that? Isn't the tiger the king of the jungle? Is it fine for a king to be in such pink color? And the drake. The only drake part of you is the skill. Your appearance is a blowfish. Are you a blowfish? You have poison unexpectedly, so you're not a drake, but a blowfish, right? They are full of points to be retorted. Well, they're fairly strong, though. When only the status is seen, they're stronger than the person who summoned them. If it's the highest status, it exceeds 800, but the skills are fewer than the people. The bird comes and uses wind magic, so it can use magic. As expected, when it was raised by people, its brain will somewhat improve. I don't have a resistance for wind, and it won't deal a great damage even if it hits, so I guess I should receive it purposely to acquire the resistance. Ouch! It was a little painful. As expected, the resistance can't be acquired with just one hit. The wind and water attacks me at the same time. I don't have resistance for water too, so let's receive it. The tiger has plunge in. Because it's pointless to receive this guy's attack, I don't need it. I activate the earth spear that I got used to seeing it in the Alaba battle. Skill proficiency reached. Acquired skill soil magic LV10. Even though I'm using the earth magic, the one I acquired is the soil magic that's the lower one. So that means even if I use earth magic, the skill that accumulates the skill proficiency is soil magic? Although it's a good discovery that I can acquire magic that I don't have if I construct magic from scratch, the magic acquired is the lowest rank magic in the group of that magic. Oh well, if I can acquire magic skills without paying any point, it's definitely better to do that. As expected, it's easier to construct when I have the skill, the power and accuracy also increase. Then I should also copy the bird's wind magic. I understand the rough composition because I have been seeing it since a while ago. If I can use the wind magic, there's no need to acquire the resistance purposely now. Thus, bird, your role has already ended. The bird is knocked down by Evil Eye of Magnetism. I try the wind magic on the blowfish. Success. If I continue to use it, I'm sure that I will acquire the skill. The last is the rock turtle. Certainly, its defensive ability is high, but compared with the earth dragons, well, it has a lot of SP uselessly, so I absorb it with Evil Eye Grudge. Thank you for the meal. While I was fighting against the four gods, LOL, the knights try to run away. I won't let you experience points. In order to accumulate skill proficiency, I mainly use the soil and wind magic. I reduce the number with the evil eyes while using magic. That magician, he's trying to transfer? Moreover, isn't that the high-rank, large-scale transfer? You intend to run away with everyone. The evil eyes are out of range. Let's snipe with magic. The summoner blocks it. Not bad. The summoner summons monsters desperately to block my magic sniping. Immediately after he drank something, his MP recovers little by little. Is it the MP restorative medicine? To have Such a convenient goods. Humans are dirty. It's indeed dirty. Although the surrounding knights are settled, those two might be able to run away. I think I should stop sniping and shoot a huge one. Dash. If it's this distance, it's faster to dash rather than transferring. I move to the front of the summoner and the magician. Darkness Spear activate. It's different from the skill proficiency accumulating a while ago. It's the highest level of magic that the present me can use. I will kill the magician with this first. After that, I can just boil or roast the summoner as I please. When thinking about that, the summoner used his body to protect the magician. Although the darkness spear Barato through the summoner's body and wound the magician, they ran away with transfer at the last moment. They ran away. Oh well, because I have marked them, I can kill them anytime. Besides, I have gained a lot of experience points, and my level rose considerably. Evolution possible. Zana Horowa, to the extent that it's possible to evolve. Chapter 148, I'm going to evolve. Part 5, well. Im exila atit. I never thought that I can gain so much experience points by killing people. Well, if I think about it, it's natural, but when it's this much, I can't stop my laughter. The number of the defeated this time is 28 people with 6 level up. Although I let the summoner and the magician to get away, I can kill them anytime because I have marked them. Similarly, the 4 people that escape by running also can be killed anytime because I have marked them.